In her previous life, she established the illustrious Yunting Entertainment for him, aiding him in securing his family's inheritance, only to have her entire family annihilated by him on the day of his celebration, a tragic end for 3 lives, reduced to ashes. Upon her rebirth, she finds herself as the eldest daughter of the Su family. During her wedding banquet, she attempts to flee from her marriage and inadvertently falls into the sea, transforming the Su and Pei families into the latest laughingstock of the business world. Faced with a dowry that holds half of her family's wealth and a husband dubbed the most notorious playboy of Haicheng, she realizes that to avenge her parents and herself, she must salvage this precarious union. Yet, why does this seemingly easy-to-manipulate husband possess such unfathomable depths? As the Pei couple embarks on their quest for revenge, they trample on scoundrels and cast aside shameless women, vowing to showcase their affection under the blinding lights of the world. Chapter 1. The Accident and Rebirth. Su Zi, I am now the heir of the Xia family. I must express my gratitude to you. Without your assistance, I would not have ascended to this position so effortlessly. However, Su Zi, as a mere commoner, you are utterly unworthy of entering my family's domain. I am about to become engaged to the daughter of the Bai family. What shall we do? Given your remarkable capabilities, it would be quite distressing if you were to harbor resentment and target my company. Your parents are present, aren't they? Perfect. I wonder if they are aware of our affair. Just to be safe, I shall accompany you to Do not blame me. If anyone is to be blamed, it is your parents for raising such a devoted daughter. Your love for me is profound, and you are willing to sacrifice everything for me thus. One more sacrifice is in order perish. Farewell, my dear Su Zi. On the other end of the line, his voice remained as familiar and gentle as ever, yet it bore an icy chill and malice. In the next moment, the premeditated collision of 2 vehicles erupted into a fiery blaze. Su Zi jolted awake, drenched in sweat. Before her lay an unfamiliar sterile, white hospital room, permeated with the acrid scent of disinfectant. Her head spun slightly, but, am I still alive? What about my parents? Are they here too? No, this is not my body. What on earth is happening? Furrowing her brow, Su Zi was assaulted by a torrent of fragmented memories, and after a moment, she began to comprehend the truth. She had indeed perished, only to fortuitously reincarnate in this body. The owner of this body was Su Zi Bao, the youngest daughter of one of the 4 prominent families in High City, who, discontent with her family's arranged marriage, had jumped overboard from a luxurious wedding cruise that very morning, tragically drowning only to have her misfortune become Su Zi's unexpected fortune. Su Zi scanned the hospital room, her gaze landing on the remote control by the bedside. She switched on the LCD television, flipping through several channels in rapid succession. In her previous life, she had been the director at Yunting Entertainment, a renowned figure in the entertainment industry. Surely her death would be reported in the news. This cannot be real. It must be a fabrication. No, Xiaoqingye would never do this to me. Ms. Su Zi and her parents were all tragically lost, with no survivors. We extend our deepest condolences. At last, Su Zi's gaze fixed upon the television screen, her pale, delicate fingers clenching the white bedsheet tightly as her entire body trembled uncontrollably. It is indeed true, and this is no nightmare. The boyfriend she had loved for 8 years orchestrated a tragic car accident that claimed not only her life, but also that of her parents. All of this transpired merely because he intended to become engaged to the daughter of the Bai family. Su Zi had known Xiaoqingye for 8 years, once believing that she would eventually marry him. Yet, he exploited her to secure the inheritance of the Xia family, the very first act being to end her life and marry a socialite of equal standing. Those 8 years of love were but an elaborate ruse, leaving her feeling like a mere jest, oblivious to his callousness. Having been his clandestine girlfriend for 8 years, sacrificing everything for him, she was met with this devastating betrayal. How she loathed him. Xiaoqingye, beware, fate has not allowed me to perish. I, Su Zi, vow that in this lifetime, I shall avenge my parents and myself. Ah, why is there sound coming from the television? Baby, you've awakened. A noble woman entered the room, her face alight with joy. Su Zi turned to her, having just gleaned from her memories that this woman was her mother, Lin Xuejiao. The original owner of this body, Su Zi Bao, was an exceedingly foolish and arrogant young lady, cherished excessively by Lin Xuejiao. During her high school days, Su Zibao was akin to a little ruffian, with Lin Xuejiao always cleaning up her messes, resulting in a remarkably close mother-daughter bond. Su Zibao was devoid of guile, possessing only the temperament of a spoiled, self-important, boisterous, and foolish, often manipulated by others without realizing it, frequently offending people and becoming a notorious laughingstock in the circles of high society in Haicheng. Su Zibao's father, Su Guoqiang, was stern and austere, harboring a deep resentment for his daughter's perceived failures, ultimately severing her financial support by sending her abroad for her studies. Little did he know that this would play into the hands of others, as a nefarious man was deliberately orchestrated to approach Su Zibao, who found herself utterly captivated by him, to the extent that she could not envision marrying anyone else. However, Su Zibao had been betrothed to the third young master of the Pei family since childhood. Now, faced with the coercion to return for marriage, she resolutely refused to yield, driven by the flames of love. As Su Zibao pondered this predicament, a wave of dizziness enveloped her. How had she fallen into the sea, and why did her memories abruptly cease at this juncture? Could there be hidden truths yet to unravel? Su Zibao also had a younger sister named Su Jiasen, who was her mirror image, sharing the same temperament, naive, brash, and generally unlikable. Their parents' relationship was fraught with discord, and aside from the two sisters, there existed a pair of half-siblings born from an extramarital affair. Su Guoqiang favored the more sensible half-siblings, harboring a distinct aversion towards Su Zibao and her sister. Lost in thought, Su Zibao swayed once more and succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 2. A leap into the sea to escape marriage. I have repeatedly warned you not to pressure the baby. Look what you have done now. You have forced her to leap into the sea, and now she lies in bed. If anything were to happen to her, I would hold you accountable. Lin Xuejia shouted furiously. It was her own foolishness that drove her to such an act. The Pei family is currently at the pinnacle of success. If it weren't for the marriage arrangement left by the old master, do you think they would have any interest in her? Su Guoqiang echoed, his anger palpable. The old master had stated that upon marrying into the Pei family, Su Zibao would receive half of the family fortune as her dowry. If the marriage does not materialize, she shall receive nothing. Let it be known, if Su Zibao cannot wed Pei Yi and defies her grandfather's dying wish to elope with that lowly fellow who appeared from nowhere, I shall consider her no daughter of mine. I will have her expelled immediately. You are truly that heartless. She is your own flesh and blood. Lin Xuejiao shrieked, pushing Su Guoqiang in a fit of rage, while her sister Su Jiasen and the illegitimate daughter Su Lia rushed to mediate, resulting in a chaotic scene among the four. Just as Su Zi awakened, she was met with the sound of their quarrel. Her mother's defense, her sister's support, her father's disappointment, and the insincere facade of the illegitimate daughter Su Lia all became painfully clear to her. It dawned on her that her marriage was intricately tied to the inheritance of family wealth. No wonder so many were opposed to her marrying into the Pei family. That scoundrel who had deliberately approached her was likely motivated by her dowry. From her past life, she could discern that the rogue harbored no genuine feelings for the original owner of her body, merely engaging in flattery. Having been reborn, Su Zi was resolute in ensuring she would not fall prey to the scoundrel's charms again. She would never seek to elope with the scoundrel, nor would she abandon her marriage for him. What lay before her now was the precarious marriage arrangement. According to her father, if she did not wed Pei Yi, she would be cast out of the Su family, although she possessed the capability to survive independently. The prospect of avenging herself against the already ascendant Xia Qingya seemed a distant dream. Conversely, should she proceed with this marriage, she would ascend to the status of the eldest daughter of the Su family and the third young mistress of the Pei family. From her recollections, the Xia family was slightly more affluent than the Su family, yet still inferior to the Pei family. This presented an exceptional opportunity. In his quest to utilize her, Xia Qingya feared she might align with a rival company and sought to eliminate her, terrified that her parents might suspect and thus bring ruin upon her family. In his mind, power and wealth reigned supreme, and she was merely a tool to fulfill his ambitions. She must seize everything he cherished, one by one. And when he is left with nothing, she would crush him to exact her vengeance. No aspect of Yunting Entertainment, the Xia family, or Xia Qingye would be spared. The first step towards revenge was to ensure her own security. If she were to be ousted, her very existence would be at stake, and the prospect of retribution would be futile. She needed the identity of the Su family's heiress, the status of a daughter-in-law of the Pei family, and the substantial dowry that accompanied this union. Su Zibao, you have perished. Allow me, Su Zi, to live on in your stead from this moment forth. I am Su Zibao. I shall also shoulder the responsibilities that this body rightfully bears, as a token of my gratitude for the second chance at life you have granted me. Having clarified her most pressing task, Su Zibao opened her eyes and surveyed the crowd, declaring, "You have all misunderstood. I did not leap into the sea to escape marriage. Rather, I lost my footing while admiring the scenery. I am utterly content with my union with Pace and Xiao and have never contemplated breaking off the engagement, causing my parents unnecessary worry." This simple yet profound statement left the previously tumultuous crowd in stunned silence. Darling, what did you just say? You truly did not attempt to take your own life? But Su Lia claimed you jumped into the sea to evade marriage. Lin Xuejiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she tightly embraced Su Zibao. Sweetheart, do not fear. If you genuinely do not wish to marry, your mother will not permit it. Your father may disregard your feelings, but you still have me. I would never allow my precious daughter to wander the streets. I shall give you all my savings. Do not be afraid, dear. Mother will not force you. In that moment, tears brimmed in Su Zibao's eyes as she clung to Lin Xuejiao, unable to hold back her emotions. Mom. Despite her initial lack of connection with this body, Lin Xuejiao's heartfelt words instantly reminded Su Zibao of her parents, who perished in the car accident. In her previous life, although she grew up in an ordinary family, her parents cherished their only daughter dearly. Unfortunately, before she could repay their love, fate had cruelly separated them forever. Xia Chengye, I vow that if I do not rid this world of your vile existence in this lifetime, my life shall be in vain. And to Lin Xuejiao before me. Thank you for awakening me to the chance of having family once more. This time, I shall not allow anyone to harm my loved ones. Darling, why are you crying? Please do not weep. Share any grievances with your mother. We shall not marry. Truly, we shall not. Lin Xuejiao said tenderly, her heart aching for her daughter. Su Zibao sniffled, wiped away her tears, and spoke with unwavering determination. Mom, I did not jump into the sea. I merely lost my footing while admiring the scenery. I have no idea who spread the rumor that I fled my wedding. I truly wish to marry young Master Pei. So many aspire to be with him yet find no opportunity. How could I be so foolish as to abandon such a remarkable man and run away? The Su family stood in collective astonishment. Is this truly something Su Zibao would say? She genuinely wishes to marry young Master Pei? Wasn't she one who dismissed wealth as insignificant in her pursuit of love? Why now submit to a marriage of convenience? Really? Lin Xuejiao could hardly believe her ears. Indeed. Su Zibao nodded earnestly, then looked around, her eyes wide in feigned surprise. Mom, where is my husband? How could he not be here when I fell into the water? Lin Xuejiao found herself in a predicament. Everyone assumed you fled the wedding and jumped into the sea, vowing never to marry. The Pei family was furious, and naturally. Young Master Pei did not come. Baby, this is truly. No, I cannot allow him to misunderstand. Mother, please take me to find young Master Pei. This is indeed a colossal misunderstanding. I am getting married today. How can we allow certain individuals to tarnish the reputation of the bride? The scandal of the eldest daughter of the Su family fleeing and abandoning young Master Pei would be monumental. Su Zibao appeared angrier than anyone else, and without hesitation, she leaped from the hospital bed. Do not stop me. I must clarify things with young Master Pei. Baby, you have just awakened. All right. I will arrange for a car to take you to young Master Pei's company. Lin Xuejiao, utterly indulgent of her daughter, readily obliged. With impetuous haste, Su Zibao arrived. While Lin Xuejiao, pointing at Su Lia, exclaimed, I shall defer settling accounts with you today. I shall seek retribution once my darling returns. How dare you attempt to tarnish my daughter's reputation? Just you wait. Auntie, I did not, Su Lia said with a distressed expression. It is truly the eldest sister who attempted to evade matrimony by plunging into the sea. However, even Su Guiqiang sighed. Lia, refrain from speaking carelessly in the future. Within a private room at the Dark Knight KTV, Pei, flanked by women on either side, casted a gaze upon Su Zibao, who had abruptly barged in. He was the third young master of the Pei family, his handsome visage chiseled with sharp contours, as if sculpted by a blade. The depths of his brows and eyes were profound, accentuating the exquisite and three-dimensional nature of his features. His sharp, untamed eyebrows and deep-set, captivating eyes were enough to entice numerous wealthy heiresses to court him. Dressed in a beige suit, complemented by a burgundy tie and a blue shirt underneath, He had a woman on each arm. Young, wealthy, and uninhibited, these words encapsulated the essence of the third young master Pei. In other words, he was a well-known playboy in Haicheng. This was the rudimentary information Su Zibao gleaned from her memories. However, upon beholding the man before her, she could not help but be taken aback. Pei was undoubtedly the kind of man one would not easily forget. Well, I am curious as to who would dare kick down our door, Song Yingjie, similarly dressed as a playboy, said with a chilling smile. Could it be that our runaway bride, Miss Su, has lost her way? Surveying the assemblage within the private chamber, Su Zibao discerned an array of acquaintances and cronies of Pei, each ensconced within their respective coteries. As was customary, a retinue of affluent dilettantes and a plethora of captivating women surrounded the playboy. I have come seeking Pei for the purpose of solemnizing our union, Su Zibao declared. Her gaze fixed upon Pei, her voice resonating with resolute conviction. Pooh! Song Yingjie sputtered forth a mouthful of red wine, exclaiming, Pray, did my ears deceive me? Solemnize? After vehemently opposing the nuptials to the point of preferring death, what manner of solemnization is this? You have, but this day, subjected our esteemed third young master Pei to considerable indignity. Do you dare invite further scorn? Su Zibao inhaled deeply, maintaining an air of composure as she approached Pei. This day shall mark our matrimony, and we shall presently proceed to formalize our union with the issuance of a marriage certificate. The prior incarnation of Su Zibao had vehemently resisted the arranged marriage, thus precluding the procurement of the aforementioned document. However, owing to the prior dispatch of wedding invitations, a postponement proved impractical, thereby necessitating the concurrent celebration of the wedding and acquisition of the marriage certificate. Alas, at the break of dawn, the original Su Zibao had absconded from the impending nuptials, inadvertently plunging into the sea, thereby engendering a shift in the stance of the Pei family. Third young master, perchance has the lady's cerebral faculties been deranged by her aquatic misadventure? Song Yingjie queried, his countenance etched with perplexity. Why does she utter such preposterous pronouncements? Su Zibao pivoted, directing a smile of calculated charm toward him. Young Master Song labors under a misapprehension. During my contemplation of the vista, I inadvertently tumbled into the ocean, whereupon, inexplicably, rumors circulated concerning my vehement opposition to the marriage. In truth, I have long harbored affections for third young Master Pei and am exceedingly gratified by the prospect of this union. Why would I offer resistance unto death? Furthermore, a multitude of denizens of High City aspire to wed third young master. I am not devoid of rationality. Were you not formerly characterized by a deficiency of intellect and an abundance of folly? Song Yingjie mentally retorted, his sentiments unvoiced. Su Zibao has only just returned from abroad. The rumors regarding her rejection of marriage in pursuit of true love are merely speculation. Aside from the Su family, few are privy to the true circumstances. Was it not a leap into the sea? Was it merely an accident? Song Yingjie regarded her with skepticism. Surely, young Master Song must be aware that some individuals are eagerly awaiting the misfortunes of both the Pei and Su families. Thus, it is understandable why such whispers have emerged. Calm and composed, Su Zibao concluded her statement and turned her gaze towards Pei, her eyes sparkling. Grant me 10 minutes. If you still wish to ignore me after that, I shall take my leave. A flicker of surprise crossed Pei's eyes. This Su Zibao was strikingly different from the person he remembered. In a deep, magnetic voice, he instructed, You may leave the room. Chapter 4. A written contract. After Song Yingjie and the others departed, the lingering scent of cigarettes and liquor pervaded the private room. Pei reclined casually on the sofa, his slender fingers idly playing with a crystal glass, his gaze fixated on Su Zibao. She had just emerged from the hospital, clad in a blue and white striped patient gown with a white bandage wrapped around her forehead. Even more absurdly, she clutched a plastic bag in her hand, a sight that seemed oddly out of place. With her bare face and unadorned beauty, it was evident that she was a stunningly beautiful woman. Her delicate chin, expressive eyes, willow-like brows, and long lashes made her resemble a figure straight out of a painting. Pei had long been aware of the ridicule surrounding Su Zibao in high society. Before her departure abroad, she had been mocked for squandering her beauty, deemed a mere decorative vase. Yet, it must be said, she was indeed a remarkably stunning vase. Third Master Pei, I can assure you that this morning's incident has nothing to do with elopement. I am quite content with this marriage. The public is eagerly awaiting the spectacle of our families, and I believe you, Third Master Pei, would not wish for the Pei family's reputation to be tarnished. Su Zibao said earnestly, her eyes fixed upon him. After all, this is a business union. Once married, how you choose to indulge in your affairs is of no concern to me, and I promise to never bring you shame. I will dutifully fulfill my role as Madame Pei, ensuring you face no embarrassment. A smirk played at the corners of Pei Yi's lips. You are satisfied with this marriage, Miss Su? I never claimed to be. I had no intention of marrying you in the first place. Your elopement is quite fortuitous. The Pei family's reputation matters little to me. Let them laugh if they wish. What do I, Pei Sanxiao, have to lose? Su Zibao was left speechless, realizing that this individual was even more challenging to deal with than he had anticipated. Did he truly not care at all? Moreover, the mere thought of marrying you, a laughingstock within the elite circle, was already sufficient fodder for amusement. The disdain and contempt were palpable, reflecting on the actions of his predecessor. Su Zibao pondered that perhaps Pei Sanxiao believed that eloping would conveniently resolve this predicament. She desired to marry, yet he did not necessarily wish to wed. I only require 3 years, Pei Sanxiao. Grant me 3 years, and before we obtain the marriage certificate, I can sign a post-marital agreement with you. After 3 years, with just a word from you, I shall leave without any conditions. Su Zibao clenched her fists and fixed her gaze on Pei Yi, declaring, I will relinquish everything, including my dowry and all that we gained during these 3 years. However, for the duration of these 3 years, I will be your wife. Pei Yi's pupils constricted momentarily, and a semblance of a smirk played on his lips as he replied, Su Zibao, is this not a tremendous loss? Just to uphold the Su family's reputation and ensure 3 years of stability, you are willing to sacrifice so much? When the time comes, should I cast you out? You would possess nothing. You are not unaware of the matters concerning the Su family. My grandfather's will states that if I marry you, I shall receive half of the family fortune as my dowry. Should I fail to marry you, that portion will be reclaimed and left to my father's discretion. The most likely scenario is that he would bequeath it to the illegitimate children of our family. Even if I, Su Zibao, were to give it to you, I would never allow them to benefit. Su Zibao spoke with calmness, stating that if she did not marry him, she would be cast out immediately. After all, she still had 3 years to linger on, which she deemed a personal gain. It was merely a business alliance, a matter of interests, and Su Zibao was fully aware of this. She required this dowry, the identity of Mrs. Pei Yi, and the status of the eldest daughter of the Su family. Only then could she seek her revenge. For this purpose, she was willing to sacrifice her marriage and her happiness in this lifetime. Moreover, happiness? To hell with love. Su Zibao had lived once before and firmly rejected the notion of love, not to mention the desire for happiness. Her sole intentions were revenge and the protection of her kin. Even if, 3 years hence, he were to cast her aside, it would matter not. For once she fulfilled her vengeance, she would have no regrets in this life. You are far more astute than the rumors suggest, Pei Yi remarked, tilting his head to scrutinize her, his eyes glinting with increased interest. It appears to be a deal with guaranteed profit. I find no reason to decline. Upon witnessing Pei Sanxiao finally nod in agreement, Su Zibao exhaled with relief and promptly retrieved a contract from her plastic bag, extending it toward him. This is the post-marriage agreement. My name is already signed. Please, do sign. With a proactive gesture, she offered Pei Yi a fountain pen. These documents had been meticulously prepared before her arrival. Pei Yi casually flipped through it, and indeed found the terms explicitly stated. The first clause stipulated that should they divorce after 3 years, Su Zibao would leave without any possessions, with all assets belonging to Pei Yi. Furthermore, there were several other clauses that piqued Pei Yi's interest. Chapter 5. Worthy of being my woman. Secondly, the first party shall not engage in any sexual relations with the second party without their explicit consent. Thirdly, both parties shall bear the responsibilities and duties inherent in a marital union. Pei Yi clicked his tongue, musing whether conjugal relations were not an intrinsic obligation of matrimony. His elongated eyes scrutinized her, noting the tranquility etched upon her countenance, yet discerning a flicker of unease and trepidation within the depths of her sable irises, indicative of the gravity she ascribed to the matter. The act of love between a man and a woman loses its allure when coerced. The women who grace Pei Yi's bid have always done so of their own volition. The postnuptial agreement, though concise, possessed remarkable clarity and was devoid of any loopholes, thereby rendering it legally binding. Pei Yi casually seized a pen and inscribed his signature with flamboyant strokes, nonchalantly inquiring, "Did you pen this?" "Indeed. Why? Is there an issue?" Su Zibao queried. Pei Yi tossed the signed contract back to her, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. "No issue." Of course, there was an issue, a rather significant one. Could this seemingly inept individual truly draft such an impeccable contract? Could she have anticipated his acquiescence and prepared the terms beforehand? even going so far as to have the contract printed. It appeared that his petite wife possessed a certain intrigue. Once Pei had affixed his signature to the contract, Su Zibao seized his hand, exclaiming, "Let's go register our marriage. The Civil Affairs Bureau will be closing soon." "Hold on." Pei grasped Su Zibao's hand, forcefully pulling her onto his lap. His powerful arms encircled her, drawing her into his embrace. And a captivating smile adorned his handsome visage as he delicately sipped his red wine before abruptly sealing Su Zibao's lips with a kiss. As Su Zibao attempted to resist, the red wine was already being transmitted into her mouth via his tongue. His palm firmly pressed against the back of her head, immobilizing her, leaving her no choice but to accept this ambiguous wine feeding. With great difficulty, she swallowed the red wine. Her eyes glistened, her face flushed. What do you mean by this?" "Just drinking a glass to celebrate our marriage," Pei replied with an air of justification, a captivating smile playing on his lips. "Can you discern its origin?" Su Zibao glared at him, annoyed. "Porto. Not bad. And the vintage?" Pei inquired further. Su Zibao shook her head, but unexpectedly. Pei's kiss descended upon her once more, this time even more lingering than before, as if seeking to engulf her entirely. "And now?" Su Zibao's face was scarlet. 1986. "Excellent. You are worthy of being my woman, Pei's woman." Pei seemed immensely pleased, laughing heartily as he scooped up Su Zibao, who was sitting on his lap, and carried her towards the door. Su Zibao was taken aback. Was this an invitation to consummate their marriage? "Where are you taking me?" "To get our marriage certificate." Pei brazenly carried Su Zibao out of the private room, causing a stir among those outside. Song Yingjia, unaware of what had transpired within, asked, "Third young master, where are we going?" Pei's voice was deep and magnetic. "The Civil Affairs Bureau." Song Yingjia was visibly shocked, only to hear him continue. "The wedding banquet tonight will proceed as planned. Notify each family lest they mistakenly believe that my wife, Pei's wife, has truly jumped into the sea." "Understood." Although Song Yingjia was perplexed, he responded with alacrity and acquiesced immediately. When they finally obtained the marriage certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Zibao's eyes flickered with a trace of melancholy as she gazed at the small, palm-sized red booklet. In her previous life, her parents had always hoped that she would marry early, but for Xiaoqing's sake, she even concealed her own romantic affairs from them. From a youthful maiden to a leftover woman, she had fantasized countless times about the scene of marrying Xiaoqing and the sweetness of having her name on his household register. However, after waiting for 8 years, squandering the most precious years of a woman's life, what awaited her was the news of his engagement to someone else, and the tragic demise of her family in a fiery inferno. "Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I am finally married now. If you are watching over me from the heavens, please bless me so that I can personally slay this Val Xiaoqing. If you weren't so eager to get the certificate, why does your face look so grim after obtaining it?" Pei frowned. Su Zibao concealed the sharpness in her eyes and raised a sweet smile. "Of course not. I was just thinking that I'm married, but my grandfather, who arranged the engagement for me, didn't get to see it. I feel a little sentimental." "Oh, right. Young Master Pei, are we going home now?" Continue the wedding. Chapter 6. Under media siege in a black Qian, Su Zibao and Pei sat side by side. After obtaining their marriage certificate, they had changed into a new set of attire, as the exquisite Italian handcrafted white wedding gown that Su Zibao wore that morning had become drenched in seawater, rendering it unwearable. According to the wedding proceedings, the morning was devoted to welcoming the bride, followed by the exchange of rings, culminating in a grand banquet that would last until nightfall. Due to Su Zibao's unfortunate fall into the sea that morning, she had only regained consciousness in the afternoon. Yet they still had time to attend the evening's festivities. Inside the vehicle, the radio DJ was broadcasting the latest entertainment news. It has been 7 days since the passing of Ms. Su Zi. On this significant 7th day, let us once again reflect on the life of Ms. Su. Born into an ordinary family, her extraordinary musical talent led her to be accepted into the prestigious First Music Academy of Yangqing. Upon graduation, she joined Yunting Entertainment, where her keen eye for talent and exceptional planning skills earned her the position of director. Throughout her career, she orchestrated nearly 100 launch events for television dramas and films, many of which have become classic case studies for other entertainment companies. She discovered the enigmatic songwriter Yi Zi, the best-selling author Jin, and the newly acclaimed screenwriter Xin Shi, among others. Her passing represents a significant loss to the entertainment industry. As Song Yingjia drove, he couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy upon hearing the news. He recalled that at one point, Ju had offered a high price to recruit her, yet she had shown no interest in knowing the amount and had declined outright. It was unexpected that her life would be cut short. It was truly tragic, as her entire family had perished in the flames. Su Zhibao trembled at the thought. Her family reduced to ashes. The mere recollection of that scene conjures forth the image of a colossal truck barreling towards her, engulfed in flames. While the chilling voice of Xia Qingye lingers in her ears, mocking her love. Father, mother, I am truly sorry, utterly remorseful. Had it not been for me, you would not have met such a fate. Forgive me, I vow to avenge you. Her delicate shoulders trembled, and beside her, Pei Yi keenly sensed something amiss, his inquisitive gaze sweeping over her. What is it? Do you know Suzy? Acquainted, but not well, Su Zhibao replied, taking a deep breath to stifle her tears. Has anyone uncovered the cause of the accident? Song Yingjie responded. An investigation was conducted. The brakes failed, and at that moment, a truck laden with barrels of gasoline collided, igniting in an instant. The owner of Yunting Entertainment, Xia Qingye, personally managed the aftermath, weeping on camera in a manner profoundly moving, extolling his deep affection for Suzy. It was said that they were college classmates who had persevered together for 5 years. The public speculated on the possibility of a deeper connection between them, given their close proximity and their striking appearances. Su Zhibao clenched her teeth, the sound echoing in the silence, contemplating the profound affection and the college ties. How amusing it is that the world would so simplistically summarize their relationship. Xia Qingye, who would have thought that my demise would serve as the backdrop for your grand display of loyalty and devotion? You would even exploit my death for your performance. Just wait. In this life, I shall ensure that I personally bring about your end. Ding. Song Yingjie brought the car to a halt by the seaside, and a throng of journalists, who had been lying in wait, immediately surrounded them. Cameras flashed, blinding in their brilliance. Pei Xiao. Today Su Zhibao attempted to leap into the sea. Ugh. The incident of falling into the sea has become a sensational news story, as evidenced by the throngs of reporters stationed outside, undoubtedly awaiting your arrival. Song Yingjie pointed towards the journalists outside the car window. The union of the Pei and Su families is already a significant affair, and the emergence of such a scandalous event today only adds to the intrigue. Pei furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it, appearing every bit the elegant prince in his pristine white suit. Upon opening the left door and stepping out, he gallantly held open the back door for Su Zhibao, his graceful gesture reminiscent of an ancient noble from a medieval European castle. As he slightly bowed and extended his left hand, Su Zhibao cast a glance at the shadowy figures outside, inhaled deeply, and adorned her face with a demure smile, gently placing her gloved hand, clad in pure white, into Pei Yi's palm. As he led her out of the car, this singular action obliterated countless frames of film in an instant. Young Master Pei, is it true that your fiancé, Su Zhibao, would rather leap into the sea than marry you? Miss Su, it is said that you were coerced into returning to the country for marriage, while your heart already belongs to another, willing to take your own life rather than wed young Master Pei. Is it that you disdain his reputation as the most notorious playboy in Haicheng? Young Master Pei, now that you both appear together, does this signify that the two families' business collaboration has necessitated your reunion? Miss Su, rumors suggest that your beloved is a man of modest means. Is it true that your choice stems from love rather than opting for the affluent young Master Pei? The reporters surrounded the couple, their enthusiasm unabated despite the presence of bodyguards, and their questions were piercingly sharp and incisive. Su Zhibao now feels fortunate that her previous self had not yet had the chance to speak incorrectly in front of these reporters. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to turn white into black. Silence. Pei Yi cast a sweeping glance over the crowd and said in a deep voice, I will say this only once. This statement instantly rendered the previously bustling scene quiet. Chapter 7. My apologies, but we are not financially strapped. Firstly, I must clarify that Su Zhibao is my legitimate wife, not my fiancé. We have already registered our marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Moreover, my wife did not leap into the sea. Rather, she accidentally fell while admiring the scenery. After receiving medical attention, she is now in good health, and thus our wedding proceeds as planned. Pei wore a smile reminiscent of aristocracy, asserting that my wife and I share a strong bond. And I urge everyone not to be swayed by rumors or misinformation. As he uttered these final words, he tightened his grip on her hand, the warmth of his palm palpable through the gloves, reassuring her that she was not alone in confronting this situation. Miss Su, Your simultaneous appearance with young Master Pei suggests that you have acquiesced to the arranged marriage orchestrated by your family, forsaking your boyfriend to embrace the arms of a wealthy and handsome man. Is this a case of familial coercion or your own avarice for wealth? A female journalist pushed to the forefront, her words harsh and unkind. Had the former Su Zibao encountered such inquiry, she would have erupted in indignation. However, the present Su Zibao merely cast a fleeting glance at the journalist, her smile mirroring that of Pei Es, and retorted, "Might I suggest you consult a dictionary of idioms before you speak? When did marriage become synonymous with prostitution? Your inability to find a partner does not justify the defamation of others, which hardly reflects the professionalism expected of a journalist. Miss Su, does this imply an admission of your personal disdain for the less affluent?" The journalist shamelessly pressed on. With a contemptuous glance, Su Zibao replied, "I apologize, but my family is not in need of financial assistance." Her statement rendered the journalist speechless. Indeed, it is well known that the Su family, when marrying off a daughter, presents half of their fortune as a dowry. Is this an instance of favoring wealth over poverty? It is, in fact, an act of generosity. Beside her, Pei wore a charmingly wicked smile as he effortlessly lifted Su Zibao into his arms. Caught off guard, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck to steady herself, letting out a soft gasp. "Well done." His deep, magnetic voice resonated near her ear, laced with a hint of admiration. He carried her through the throngs of reporters and media, traversing the path to the ship, a privilege she had not experienced even during the morning's wedding procession. On the deck, they were already the center of attention, and as Pei gently placed Su Zibao down and took her hand, all eyes were upon them. The pristine white wedding gown she had worn that morning was now rendered unwearable after its plunge into the sea. Yet, at this moment, Su Zibao appeared even more stunning than before. The strapless white gown, fitted and elongated, was striking in its simplicity, devoid of excessive embellishments. The train cascaded elegantly behind her, reminiscent of blooming flowers, exuding an air of understated luxury. Those with discerning taste recognized the gown immediately. It was the signature piece displayed in the window of the Seaside Century building on the 17th floor. Countless young women had coveted it, yet the owner had refused to sell it at any price. Now it adorned her, a testament to the formidable stature of one of Haiching's four prominent families. What others could only dream of acquiring was, for them, merely a temporary solution to an urgent need. Su Zibao styled her hair in an elegant bridal updo, the bruise on her forehead from a fall into the water artfully concealed by her bangs. She wore minimal jewelry, yet each piece was undeniably exquisite. Pei had also transformed, donning a pristine white suit that, while subtly different, seemed to complement Su Zibao's attire, suggesting a harmonious set. The couple entered hand in hand, presenting an enchanting image of beauty and grace. "Third brother, what is the meaning of this? How has she returned? Did she not flee?" A striking young woman in her early 20s shot a venomous glare at Su Zibao upon their arrival, stepping forward to voice her indignation. Pei tapped her lightly on the head, a beguiling smile gracing his lips as he replied, "What nonsense you speak. Your third sister-in-law had an unfortunate mishap at sea. Now that she has been discharged from the hospital, of course, she would come. But wasn't it an elopement?" Pei's gaze darkened, turning icy in an instant, prompting Pei Yu to hastily cover her mouth, though her eyes remained fixed on Su Zibao, brimming with malice. Su Zibao recognized this young woman as Pei Yi's twin sister, Pei Yu, whose haughty demeanor was already well known to her. Indeed, the young ladies of Haiching's elite social circle often fell into two categories, those charming and graceful, and those brash and overbearing. In the past, Su Zibao had regrettably belonged to the latter. If even Pei Yu dared not speak out of turn, the others on the deck were certainly not inclined to do so. As Pei led Su Zibao into the ship's grand hall, they instantly captured the attention of all present. The couple greeted their elders first. Su Zibao, unfamiliar with the Pei family, recognized only Pei Yu from their previous encounters, leaving the rest as strangers to her. Fortunately for Su Zibao, she remained unaware of the discussions that transpired between the two families prior to their appearance. At the very least, the Pei family spared her the embarrassment in public. "Abeo, have you been feeling better? Do remember to take care while enjoying the scenery by the seaside," Pei Yin remarked with a kind smile. He was not only Pei Yi's grandfather, but also the elder who arranged this marriage with Su Zibao's family. Su Zibao, taken aback by the attention, quickly responded with a sweet smile, "Thank you for your concern, Grandpa. I will certainly be cautious in the future." Upon hearing this, both Pei Yin and the Pei family were momentarily stunned. Just this morning, Su Zhibao had worn a rather displeased expression, as if everyone owed her a fortune, yet. In an instant, her demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Very well, you must take good care of Abeo from now on, Pei Yin expressed with delight. Pei. The flamboyant young master played the role of a modest gentleman in front of his grandfather, assuring him, rest assured, Grandpa, Zhibao is my wife, and I will take excellent care of her. Chapter 8. How did he arrive? Pei Yin is typically a dignified elder, stern and unsmiling. Yet today he exhibits an unexpected warmth towards Su Zhibao. Pei Yi's father, Pei Yutian, maintains a neutral demeanor, while Bai Lanji appears to be the epitome of a formidable socialite, even more challenging than Su Zibao's own mother, displaying a certain aloofness towards Su Zhibao without overtly creating difficulty. The Pei family hails from a lineage of military service, having only recently ventured into business due to external circumstances, yet they uphold the tradition of sending their offspring into the military. The eldest son, Pei Chongfeng, currently serves in a military district and could not attend Pei Yi's wedding. The second son, Pei Qixing, is a young man in his late 20s, possessing a striking handsomeness akin to Pei Yi, yet exuding a more mature and composed demeanor, embodying the image of a successful businessman. It is said that he oversees a significant portion of the family's enterprises, and his wife, Bai Lingxue, is a name that resonates strongly in Su Zibao's memory. Bai Lingxue, the foremost socialite of Haiqing, was often mentioned in comparison to Su Zhibao, creating an air of rivalry. Thus, even as Bai Lingxue smiles at Su Zhibao with graceful tranquility, Su Zhibao finds it difficult to warm to her. Moreover, the surname Bai links her to Xia Qingye's fiancé, who also bears the same name, leaving no doubt that they are indeed related, as the Bai family stands as the sole prominent family in the entire Chunan region. The Bai family, the Xia family, and the current Pei family, alongside Su Zibao's own lineage, the Su family, are all esteemed clans with histories spanning centuries. What sets the Pei family apart is their exceptional growth among these illustrious lineages. Upon encountering the elders of the Pei family, Su Zibao's gaze inadvertently drifted to a corner, her eyes briefly reflecting a hint of gravity. In an inconspicuous corner of the banquet, a man clad in a sleek black suit sat upon a sofa. Although his appearance could not rival the extraordinary beauty of Pei Yi, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage, exuding an air of refinement that easily endeared him to others. A few affluent young ladies were drawn to him, engaged in lively conversation, yet his gaze wandered restlessly about the room. This man was none other than Han Li, the former boyfriend of Su Zhibao. Indeed, he was a former lover. The Su family, particularly Su Zibao's doting mother, Lin Xuejiao, disapproved of her association with a penniless youth devoid of power and influence. They offered him a generous separation fee of 500,000 to sever ties with Su Zhibao, but he rejected the offer, tearing the check asunder. This act only solidified Su Zibao's resolve to flee from her impending marriage, unaware that his intentions were meticulously calculated and could not be easily dismissed for a mere sum of money. Under the family's coercion, the former Su Zhibao had been compelled to break off their relationship. As for the present Su Zhibao, she had already obtained a marriage certificate with Pei Yi, rendering any further entanglement with Han Li utterly impossible. After her near-fatal plunge into the sea, she had not seen him at the hospital, yet here he was, appearing at the wedding banquet, revealing his true intentions with alarming clarity. Pei Yi, I must attend to a matter first, Su Zhibao murmured, discreetly averting her gaze. Pei Yi cast a glance at his wristwatch, his voice rich and resonant as he reminded Su Zhibao, there are still half an hour remaining until the wedding ceremony. Do keep track of the time. Understood. The time spent with Pei Yi brings Su Zhibao a sense of comfort, despite his notorious reputation as a flamboyant playboy. It is said that he dotes on women, which explains why even affluent socialites are drawn to him in droves. Su Zhibao released her grip and cast a glance around the hall. With so many people present, she could not approach Han Li directly, lest she immediately become the center of attention. Jiasen, please arrange for Han Li to meet me. Just tell him I have something to discuss and to wait for me in the room on the far left of the first floor. Su Zhibao leaned closer to her sister and murmured, be discreet. Do not draw anyone's attention. Su Jiasen looked taken aback, quickly covering her mouth and whispering, sister, you're not planning to elope with him, are you? I've already gotten engaged to young Master Pei. Can't you think of something more sensible? The wedding ceremony is imminent, and I fear he might cause a scene. The security here is exceedingly strict. Without an invitation, one cannot gain entry. How did he manage to get in? Surely, someone facilitated his entrance. As she uttered the last sentence, Su Zibao's teeth clenched audibly. It was evident that someone was intent on sabotaging her wedding. This morning's troubles were not sufficient. They had orchestrated his presence for the evening as well. Sister means that someone intends to disrupt your wedding. Su Jiasun gasped in a hushed tone, nodding vigorously. Understood, sister. However, she continued, but sister, do you truly wish to marry young Master Pei? While I also find your ex-boyfriend less than impressive, young Master Pei's reputation for infidelity is well known throughout Haiqing. Being with him, you are bound to face difficulties. Su Zhibao gently nudged her, urging her to hurry, assuring her that they would discuss other matters later. All right, sister. You go ahead. I will quietly take him down, Su Jiasun declared, raising her small fist as she approached Han Li. From the memories of her predecessor, it was evident that Su Jiasun and Su Zhibao shared a profound sisterly bond. The two sisters exhibited strikingly similar personalities. They were not malevolent individuals, merely self-indulgent and willful due to their pampered upbringing, often naive and easily manipulated. Having assumed control of this body, she resolved to care for her sister moving forward. Chapter 9. No divorce settlement, no marriage. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, Su Zibao discreetly lifted her skirt and descended the stairs. Su Jiasun and Han Li were already waiting there. The instant they spotted Su Zibao, Han Li eagerly grasped her hand and exclaimed, "Abao, I have missed you so much. Have they forced you to marry someone else? Do not be afraid. I will take you away right now." His words were earnest, yet the glimmer of avarice in his eyes, as they lingered on the priceless wedding gown and jewelry adorning Su Zibao, betrayed his true intentions. Despite his attempts at concealment, Su Zibao discerned his ulterior motives. Indeed, under the guise of affection, he sought to deceive the original owner for nefarious purposes. Let go. Su Zibao forcefully shook him off, stepping back to create distance. Han Li, I am already married. It is impossible for us to be together. I am here to inform you that there is no future for us. Do not disrupt my wedding, otherwise. Before Su Zibao could finish her warning, Han Li, with an expression of deep affection, interjected, Did I do something to upset you? Abao, do not speak in anger. I know you have feelings for me. Did you not once say that if you were to marry someone other than me, you would want me to come and claim you? Was it not your belief that would be the happiest moment of your life? Well, I have come for you, Abao. I will ensure you become the happiest woman in the world. He truly intended to claim her, and to her astonishment, Su Zibao felt a wave of nausea at the thought that she, a young woman influenced by romantic novels, might find such an act to be the pinnacle of happiness. Furthermore, the sincerity etched on Han Li's face only served to deepen her discomfort. Having just been wounded by love, she would be a fool to trust in it again. The former Su Zibao has perished. The current Su Zibao is now the wife of Pei Yi, harboring no affection for you, nor any intention of being with you. With her brows furrowed in sternness, Su Zibao fixed her gaze on Han Li and declared, I warn you, I have already obtained a marriage certificate. Do not attempt to disrupt my wedding, for neither the Pei nor Su families will spare you. Your family is from Haiqing, is it not? If you wish to avoid rendering your family homeless, refrain from harboring any foolish aspirations. Su Zibao has resolved to marry Pei Yi, secure her dowry, and subsequently deal with Xiaqinya. Anyone who dares to jeopardize this plan will find no mercy from her. The Su Zibao before him seemed transformed. No longer the innocent girl who gazed at him with adoration. Han Li had previously looked down upon this seemingly frivolous heiress, yet in this moment, he found her to be strikingly proud and radiant, standing at an unattainable height. No, it cannot be. Han Li could hardly fathom that after a year of meticulous efforts to win over this seemingly superficial girl, everything had suddenly changed. It was inconceivable. Abao, I understand that you are concerned for me, fearing that the two families may unite against me, prompting you to withdraw. But for your sake, I fear nothing. Even if it means a life of turmoil, as long as I am with you, anywhere would feel like paradise. Han Li forced a smile, striving to maintain the facade of a devoted suitor. Su Zibao felt a pang in her teeth, yet beside her, Su Jiasun was already moved to the point of sighing, tugging at Su Zibao's sleeve. Sister, I never expected that he seemed so lacking in ability. Yet he is quite infatuated. Be quiet and stay put. Su Zibao shot a glare at Su Jiasun, then turned to Han Li. Han Li, it's one thing to deceive young girls, but we are adults. Do not assume that I am unaware of your intentional advances. Han Li was taken aback. You know? Yes, I not only know of your deliberate approach, but I am also aware that it is the illegitimate siblings. who are unworthy of the spotlight and only engage in underhanded tactics that are orchestrating your actions. A smirk curled at the corners of Su Zibao's lips. This was indeed her ruse against Han Li, but by her deductions, it was most likely Su Lia or Su Jinja who were behind it. Han Li's expression turned ashen. You actually knew. Do you realize why? You haven't exposed me? I merely wish to see what you intend to do. I'm just playing along for now. Su Zibao maintained her composure, though inwardly she made a note that it was indeed them. Now that I am to be wed, I shall no longer indulge in this game. As she spoke, she grasped Su Jiasun and prepared to leave, since she had already unveiled the truth. If Han Li were wise, he would refrain from any further sabotage. After all, as long as Su Zibao did not respond, no matter how much chaos Han Li stirred, he would merely be expelled by the Pei and Su families. If it were the former Su Zibao, who would have willingly run off with Han Li, it would have been quite the spectacle. Su Zibao. Han Li suddenly lunged in front of the two sisters, blocking their path. Gone was the previous tenderness and grace. Instead, he spoke with a fierce intensity. Su Zibao, I have been with you for a year, yet you have given me nothing in return. It is utterly unfair. I have squandered a year of my life on you, indulging this willful, rude, and self-important little princess who thinks so highly of herself. I have had enough. If you wish to break up, then so be it. I demand a severance fee of 5 million. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. Chapter 10. Expenses gone to the dogs. Previously, Su Lia had informed Han Li that Su Jibao's dowry amounted to half of the Su family's wealth. Although the exact figure remained unclear, it was undoubtedly in the millions. His initial patience was driven by the prospect of this dowry. But now that Su Zibao was wed to another, he felt entitled to reap some benefits. Otherwise, he would suffer a significant loss. Are you out of your mind? Did my sister ever use your money? Don't be ridiculous. It was my sister who spent on you. Otherwise, how could a penniless student like you afford such luxury brands? Now that you've broken up, are you expecting to have those past expenses compensated? How shameless of you to ask my sister for money. 5 million? Do you truly have the audacity to demand that? I told you my mother would give you 500,000. Why didn't you accept it? I thought you genuinely cared for my sister, but it seems you simply found the offer too meager. How despicable. Su Jiasun sneered in indignation. Han Li, his face flushed with anger, resembled a gambler who had just lost everything. How could you wealthy young ladies ever comprehend my suffering? You were born into privilege, while I, a mere wretch, am forced to struggle at the bottom. If only I had been born into a prominent family. 5 million. If you refuse, then you shall not attend the wedding. Without a bride, let us see how your wedding proceeds. You are utterly shameless. Su Jiasun was about to unleash another tirade, but was restrained by Su Zibao, who gently shook her head in disapproval. This world has never been fair. In her previous life, Su Zi hailed from an ordinary family yet managed to ascend to great heights in her career through sheer determination. A robust man, endowed with both hands and feet, should strive diligently rather than rely on women to elevate his status. Yet he dares to lament the inequities of the world? However, in the current predicament, Han Li is cornered and desperate. To prevent him from making any irrational decisions, it is best not to pressure him further. Very well. I can offer you 5 million, but I do not have it on me at the moment. If you allow us to leave, I will issue you a check. Su Zibao stated, adding that only her mother possessed checks, credit cards, and bank cards, while her sister and she had nothing at their disposal. Su Zibao spoke the truth. Their expenditures were entirely managed by their mother, who generously indulged her daughters with luxury items. No. What if you abscond after leaving? Han Li objected vehemently. Su Zibao nodded, suggesting, then let me stay as collateral while my sister retrieves the check. Surely, that would suffice? Sister. Su Jiasun tugged at her sleeve, whispering, the wedding is about to commence. We cannot afford to be late. It would be better for you to fetch the check from mother while I remain here as the hostage. In this moment, Su Zibao felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Her sister was still considering her own interests. In her previous life, she was an only child, but now she had a sister. In this lifetime, she vowed to protect her sister and cherish her family. No, I cannot allow you to be left alone with him. Su Zibao resolutely refused. Regret washed over her for her earlier impulsiveness. She had not anticipated that two women approaching Han Li would unveil such a shameless and despicable character beneath his seemingly refined exterior. Han Li weighed his options and said, all right, Su Jiasun can go out to retrieve the check. However, I shall only wait for you 10 minutes. If you fail to secure the check within that time, or if you reveal the situation, I will. He glanced around the room, and suddenly seized a knife from the nearby dining table, threateningly declaring, "I will mar her face." "Jessen, hurry!" Su Zibao exclaimed. The man had lost his mind. Su Jessen, startled by the glint of the knife, cast a quick look at her sister and hurriedly pushed the door open to flee. In truth, she was uncertain of how to proceed. Should she refrain from informing their mother about the check, or should she tell her mother to handle it? What if that man posed a threat to her sister? As Su Jessen pondered and hesitated, a sudden realization struck her. What was she thinking? 500,000, such a substantial sum, not merely a few thousand for a handbag. If she did not articulate the situation, how could her mother possibly assist her? It dawned on her that her sister had intended for her to inform their mother all along. Once Su Jessen departed, the room was left with only Su Zibao and Han Li. It was an ordinary room furnished with a sofa and a dining table, featuring a window on the seaside that allowed one to savor wine and a meal while enjoying the ocean view. The atmosphere was tense, and Su Zibao sat cautiously in a corner of the sofa, keeping her distance from Han Li, reflecting on her own recklessness in this situation. She resolved to never make such a mistake again. Initially, Han Li had been focused on watching Su Zibao to prevent her from escaping. But as he continued to observe her, his expression began to shift. Su Zibao was inherently beautiful, once labeled as a mere ornament by the elite circles. A term laden with negative connotations, yet undeniably indicative of her stunning allure. Today, adorned for her wedding, she appeared breathtakingly exquisite. A vision of unparalleled beauty that was both regal and enchanting. Han Li found himself captivated, suddenly realizing the folly of his past. Despite their prolonged companionship, he had never been intimate with her. What if he were to be her first man? If she were to bear his child? Would Pei still wish to marry her? Even if she were to wed, divorce remained a possibility. He still had a chance. All he needed was to possess the woman before him. With this thought, Han Li's gaze ignited with fervor. Chapter 11. The Trouble That I, Pei Sent Shall. Fear the least Su Zibao sensed a peculiar intensity in Han Li's gaze, her heart skipping a beat as he lunged towards her. With his hands firmly gripping hers, she found herself unable to move. Han Li, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? If I were to become the father of your child, you would still marry me. You think you can marry Pei? Dream on. Han Li sneered, leaning in for a kiss. Su Zibao retorted, Are you out of your mind? What age are we in? Do you really think that pregnancy guarantees marriage? Even if I were to accidentally become pregnant, I would rather terminate it than bear your child. I don't care. Han Li, in a frenzy, was overtaken by greed. Despite her rebirth, Su Zibao remained a mere fragile woman, hardly his match. Fortunately, the exquisite wedding gown she wore was remarkably resilient. He could not easily tear it, and unfastening it proved to be a cumbersome task. In the fleeting moment when Han Li brandished a knife, intent on slicing through her gown, Su Zibao seized the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to his groin, causing him to double over in agony, his expression twisted with pain. Seizing the moment, Su Zibao dashed towards the door. Yet, after just a single step, he grasped the hem of her wedding dress, sending her crashing to the ground. You little wretch. How dare you kick me? Han Li, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, bore down on Su Zibao, raising his hand to strike her. Before he could act, the door slammed open, revealing Pei Yi in a pristine white suit, standing in the doorway. Pei Yi, save me. Su Zibao cried out in desperation, initially hoping it was her mother, only to realize it was him. He was clad in a meticulously tailored white suit, his handsome, fair visage adorned with a hint of a cold smirk, and his narrow eyes glinting with malice. Han Li was initially taken aback but quickly exclaimed, We are having an affair. She seduced me first. Damn it, how could you drag me into this mess at such a moment? Oh, is that so? An affair? Pei Yi entered, casually shutting the door behind him, and strode directly towards Su Zibao, delivering a swift kick that sent Han Li sprawling. Su Zibao hastily sprang to her feet, eager to clarify that it was not an affair, only to witness Pei Yi land a punch squarely on Han Li's face, growling, What do you think you are, to dare to steal my woman? She seduced me first. Han Li, the coward, now shifted the blame entirely onto Su Zibao. It appeared that Pei Yi was merely passing by and was likely unaware of the full story. Pei Yi seized Han Li by the collar, his handsome face twisted with fury, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen. Is that so? Repeat that. Han Li trembled in pain, struggling to articulate, She seduced me. Bang, bang, bang. Pei Yi's movements were fluid and precise, pummeling the defenseless Han Li as if he were a mere punching bag, swift and ruthless. Su Zibao could tell from his demeanor that he was no stranger to brawls. Han Li emerged bruised and bloodied, his face a canvas of injuries. Pei Yi's smile remained, yet it bore the terrifying countenance of a demon. Say it again. She. Before Han Li could finish, Pei Yi stomped down on his fingers with brutal force, the sound of cracking resonating ominously, leaving Su Zhibao to wonder just how much strength Pei Yi had exerted. Ah, it's broken. It's me. It's me. Han Li cried out in anguish, no longer daring to be stubborn. Pei Yi then kicked him aside, casting him no further glance, and turned towards the still shaken Su Zhibao. Thank you, Su Zhibao said sincerely. Had it not been for Pei Yi, she did not know what might have transpired. Pei Yi's sharp eyebrows arched slightly. You are my woman. Dealing with such insignificant characters is merely a word. There's no need for you to personally intervene. His voice was magnetic, tinged with a hint of displeasure and reproach. I don't want to cause you trouble, Su Zhibao said, lowering her head, her demeanor very submissive. Having just been rescued, she felt deeply grateful to Pei Yi. Pei Yi extended his index finger, lightly flicking Su Zhibao's brow. She cried out softly in pain, and then saw the thin line of his lips curve upward into an untamed and arrogant smile. I, Pei the Third Master, am least afraid of trouble. Su Zhibao rubbed the spot on her forehead that he had flicked, obediently echoing his words. All right, yes. Next time, I will definitely find more trouble for you. Pei Yi clicked his tongue softly, and with an arm around Su Zhibao's slender waist, he headed towards the door. Su Zhibao glanced back at Han Li, who was now a heap of human wreckage on the floor, and asked, what will happen to him? Pei Yi did not avert his gaze. Someone will naturally come to clean up. Since Pei Yi was taking over, Su Zhibao no longer needed to worry. As they exited the room, they saw Su Jiesen waiting anxiously at the door, visibly relieved at the sight of Su Zhibao. Sister, I'm glad you're all right. I had just intended to seek our mother when I unexpectedly encountered Pei San Shao. He mentioned his willingness to pay a ransom for you, and I must express my gratitude for Pei San Shao's generous 5 million. Su Jiesen's face was etched with a lingering fear. The visage of Han Li had been utterly grotesque and terrifying. Su Zhibao could not help but smile, realizing the situation. As for the 5 million, it was inconceivable. Not only would Pei Yi refuse, but our Su family would also categorically deny such a sum. That scoundrel, receiving a beating would be a mere kindness to him. As she spoke, Su Jiesen craned her neck to peek inside, and upon seeing Han Li's battered form lying on the ground, she gasped in astonishment. What? What has happened? He was beaten. Su Zhibao indicated towards the composed Pei Yi standing nearby. Su Jiesen immediately applauded, exclaiming, Bravo! Brother-in-law is truly remarkable. This young lady, who had been referring to him as Pei San Shao just moments ago, instantly changed her tone to one of solidarity upon witnessing Han Li's dreadful condition. Chapter 12. The towel unraveled. The wedding proceeded with serene elegance, uninterrupted until the night concluded. Su Zhibao and Pei Yi returned to their new residence. Nestled in the prestigious Yu Cheng Villa district on Huan Street, this area is renowned as the most illustrious in Haiqing, with Yuqing Real Estate being one of the most esteemed brands associated with the Pei family. The driver, Pei Xiaochuan, and the butler, Peiyan, attended to their needs. While the villa was also staffed with maids, yet, the household was solely inhabited by Pei Yi and Su Zhibao. This arrangement provided Su Zhibao with a sense of relief, as Pei Yi's free-spirited nature kept him from residing in the Pei family's ancestral home, sparing her the immediate burden of engaging with numerous relatives and in-laws. Upon their return to the villa, Su Zhibao selected a simple, form-fitting white dress from her collection of garments. After a brief search for Pei Yi, who seemed to be absent, she pondered if he had stepped out. The wedding suite was expansive, featuring a bed that measured an impressive 2 to 3 meters in width, adorned with a minimalist yet luxurious decor, reflecting Pei Yi's discerning taste for quality living. Exhausted from the day's festivities, she felt fatigued but was unaccustomed to sleeping without removing her makeup. Groggily, she made her way toward the bathroom, just as her hand rested on the doorknob. The bathroom door swung open with a sudden clatter, revealing Pei Yi, clad only in a white towel, his upper body exposed. Their eyes met. A moment of surprise and undeniable intimacy. Are you peeking at me while I bathe? Pei Yi surveyed Su Zhibao with a mischievous yet intimidating smile. Su Zhibao's cheeks flushed crimson. She had only just entered and was entirely oblivious to his presence in the bathroom. At this moment, the two stood almost intimately close together. Pei Yi's skin was fair and sculpted, his physique robust, with a white towel wrapped around his waist, revealing the definition of 8 abdominal muscles. Fresh from a shower, he exuded the fragrant essence of body wash. No, I came to remove my makeup. Suzy Bao quickly raised her hand, showcasing the makeup remover in her grasp. Pei Yi leaned slightly forward, his lips brushing against the lobe of Suzy Bao's ear. I wouldn't mind if you were to steal a glance. The warmth of his breath sent a shiver down half of Suzy Bao's face, prompting her to step back hastily. The bathroom floor, slick with moisture, caused her to slip and fall backward. Instinctively, she reached forward to grasp something for support, but Pei Yi's skin was too smooth to hold onto. Ultimately, she managed to clutch the towel around his waist as she scrambled to rise, exclaiming, "Who wants to steal a glance at you?" No sooner had she spoken than she tumbled to the ground, still clutching the towel. The towel, merely draped carelessly by Pei Yi, was completely dislodged by Suzy Bao's tug, leaving him entirely nude. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon a rather private area, leaving nothing to the imagination. Pei Yi appeared momentarily stunned, but soon a broader smile emerged on his face, revealing a nonchalant demeanor as he extended his hand towards her. "Well, you say no, yet you've stripped me of my towel. How was I to know my little wife was so eager?" Suzy Bao hastily tossed the towel back to him, too shy to accept his hand, and swiftly darted out of the bathroom. On the very first night of their marriage, she had inadvertently seen him in all his glory. When Pei emerged, having resecured his towel, he beheld his young wife seated by the bedside. Her face flushed like a ripe apple, a nascent blossom under the gentle lavender light. "I assure you, my intentions were entirely innocent," Suzy Bao declared as soon as Pei appeared. "Please, harbor no misconceptions. I entertain no such notions toward you. We have a binding agreement, stipulating mutual consent for conjugal relations. Therefore, I shall retire to the adjacent chamber this evening." Pei Yi scrutinized Suzy Bao with amusement, a sudden impulse to tease her taking hold. "Very well, no objections here. However, you have, in effect, beheld me in my entirety. How do you propose to atone for this?" "Atone?" Suzy Bao stammered, bewildered. Pei nodded with feigned gravity. "It seems only equitable that I should be afforded a reciprocal viewing, to restore the balance." "Shameless," Suzy Bao retorted, a mixture of mortification and indignation in her tone. Pei Yi nodded earnestly, regarding Suzy Bao with an air of utter sincerity. "Indeed, your behavior was rather audacious." He then erupted in laughter. Suzy Bao realized she had inadvertently implicated herself. She glared at Pei Yi, understanding that he was deliberately jesting with her. It occurred to her that she had married such a man, and perhaps their married life would not be as tranquil as she had envisioned. Had she unwittingly ensnared herself? Had she eagerly, even gratuitously, walked into a trap of her own making? At that moment, a maidservant knocked, bearing Pei Yi's mobile phone, which he had misplaced in the drawing room. "Young master, a call from young master Song." Pei Yi accepted the phone, remarking casually, "Song Ingjie, such precious moments are invaluable. If your business is not of paramount importance, prepare to face my wrath tomorrow." "What? Have I interrupted something?" On the other end of the line, Song Ingjie adjusted momentarily before his tone shifted to a more serious note. "Pei Xiao, Luo Bingwan has committed suicide. She was just discovered. I have already arranged for a private doctor to attend to the matter. Would you like to go? If it is inconvenient for you. Of course, today is your wedding night. Perhaps I should handle it instead?" Suzy Bao could not discern what Song Ingjie had said, but she noticed the smile on Pei Yi's face falter. "I will come over immediately." "What happened?" Suzy Bao inquired. Pei Yi stood up, playfully flicking Suzy Bao's forehead with his finger, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Oh, are you starting to check up on me already? I wouldn't dare. You are free to do as you wish." Suzy Bao shrugged, recalling that their previous agreement stipulated their mutual non-interference. Moreover, she could sense a subtle stiffness in his laughter. Chapter 13. Luo Bingwan. I am married in the Lotus Flower community. Within a villa resides Luo Bingwan, the most celebrated diva of Emperor Media. This abode serves as her clandestine sanctuary. The entertainment industry is replete with melodious voices, yet Luo Bingwan ascended to the pinnacle of Emperor Media in a mere 2 years, primarily due to her rarity as a singer-songwriter. While attractive vocalists abound, and talented singers are plentiful, those who possess the ability to compose, write lyrics, sing, dance, and also boast striking looks and an alluring figure are exceedingly scarce. Thus, Luo Bingwan's meteoric rise to fame was inevitable, though she may exude an air of aloofness. Her undeniable talent has garnered significant investment from Emperor Media, and her fans relish her enigmatic demeanor. Upon Pei Yi's arrival, the private physician summoned by Song Ingjie had already tended to her injured wrist, applying bandages and administering a nutritional injection. As a public figure, Any direct transfer to the hospital would undoubtedly dominate tomorrow's entertainment headlines. Song Ingjia chuckled wryly, expressing his bewilderment over the thoughts of their illustrious songstress. The doctor confirmed there were no signs of depression, so why would she contemplate such a drastic act as suicide? Pei Xiao, could this possibly be related to you? He inquired. Given that Pei Yi is the CEO of Emperor Media and Luo Bingwan is its leading star, leading to rampant speculation about their rumored affair. Pei Yi cast a glance at the reclining Luo Bingwan and instructed, "You all may leave." Song Yingjia patted his shoulder but refrained from further comment. "You come here, abandoning your newlywed wife, without fear of her displeasure?" Luo Bingwan, a stunning beauty, possesses an exquisite allure, albeit with an air of icy detachment. Pei Yi settled beside her on the bed and asked, "What do you intend to do?" "I merely wish to ascertain whether, should I choose to end my life, you would still find solace in the embrace of another woman." Luo Bingwan fixed her gaze upon Pei Yi, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Suddenly, she seized the remote control from the bedside and pressed a button, causing the LCD screen on the wall to spring to life, broadcasting a news segment. It was a live coverage of his wedding that evening, featuring him cradling Su Zibao as they ascended the ship. Luo Bingwan had watched it at least 10 times. Pei Yi furrowed his brow, his tone indifferent. "Luo Bingwan, I am married. I am married." He encapsulated everything in those 4 words. "So what? You do not love her. You hold no affection for her whatsoever. It is merely a business alliance, as everyone is well aware." "Pei Yi, do not deceive yourself." Luo Bingwan clenched her fists, her words resolute. Pei Yi scoffed derisively. "And you believe I could ever harbor feelings for you? Luo Bingwan, it is you who must not delude yourself. If you truly did not care for me, why did you abandon your newlywed wife to check on me upon hearing of my supposed suicide? I witnessed the concern in your eyes. If you truly did not care for me, why is it that you can indulge in the company of every woman in Haicheng, yet refrain from even touching me? I am different in your heart. I am unlike any of those others." Luo Bingwan asserted with conviction. Pei Yi rose to his feet, looking down upon her. "My visit was merely to ensure that the pillar of the Imperial Duke does not falter. It was purely professional." He added, "Permit me to clarify. If a man possesses no desire to share a bed with a woman, do you truly believe that constitutes affection?" His words struck her like a heavy blow, leaving Luo Bingwan utterly shattered. "Do not be so naive, Luo Bingwan. You are no longer a child." Pei cast aside his words and turned to leave the room. Luo Bingwan gazed at his indifferent silhouette, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Pei Yi, you clearly once loved me. You truly loved me." "Yi Luo, you are to attend to Luo Bingwan. Her mental state is rather precarious, and you must suspend all your current work." Pei Yi ended the call and addressed Song Ingjia, who was leisurely enjoying fruits in the living room. "Cancel all of Luo Bingwan's engagements for the next fortnight and arrange for her to travel abroad. Yi Luo will accompany her." Yi Luo served as Pei Yi's personal physician. Song Ingjia chewed on an orange, exclaiming, "You, Pei Xiao, are utterly perplexing. If you do not harbor feelings for Luo Bingwan, why so lavishly dote on her? You even disregarded your newlywed wife upon hearing of her suicide attempt. Now, you summon your personal physician and grant her a fortnight of vacation for leisure? Such thoughtfulness. If I were a woman, I would wish to marry you myself. Yet, if you claim to love her, while it is true that the Pei family forbids marrying a star from the entertainment industry with your rebellious nature, if you truly set your heart on it, even your father could not stand in your way." Pei shot him a glance, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity, entirely unlike his usual frivolous demeanor. Song Ingjia, caught off guard, choked on the orange juice, his face flushing crimson, and dared not speak further. "I will make the arrangements immediately." He hastily picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Sister Jean?" "Yes, cancel all of Luo Bingwan's activities for the next fortnight." "What?" "Some cannot be postponed. The company will cover the hefty cancellation fees. Just push them back. Do not question why. Wealth allows for such capriciousness." Chapter 14. Where is my dowry? After Pei Yi departed, Su Zibao removed her makeup, took a bath, and lay on the vast, empty bed, as memories surged forth like a relentless tide. Once an ordinary university student, her life transformed upon encountering Xia Qingye. Much like the timeless tales of princes and their Cinderella, Xia Qingye fulfilled all of Su Zi's romantic fantasies. In order to earn the right to stand beside this man and to spare him any embarrassment, she compelled herself to learn and strive, ultimately ascending to the position of director at Yunting Entertainment, integrating herself into high society, all merely to be with him. He declared that the Xia family would never accept an artist from the entertainment industry as a daughter-in-law. Thus, she refrained from using her own name for her songwriting endeavors. The enigmatic lyricist behind Yunting Entertainment, who crafted countless stars and superstars, was in fact her. The yi in Xia Qingye and the z in Su Zi phonetically echoed leaf, symbolizing her hidden identity. He explained the fierce competition within the family. Each brother possessed their own company, while he was allocated Yunting Entertainment, the least regarded among them. Should he achieve success there, surpassing his siblings, he would secure his place as the heir of the Xia family, thereby allowing him to honorably marry her. Until that moment arrived, he could not afford to have a commoner as his girlfriend, as it would jeopardize the family's assessment of him. Thus, she remained the woman behind him, not daring to divulge a word to even her closest kin. She dedicated herself tirelessly to his company, once sacrificing sleep for several days to craft a promotional plan, and spending an entire year persuading the popular author Shin Shi to adapt her work into a television series. Yet, when the elusive Shin Shi saw her, she would retreat. Ultimately, this effort bore fruit, culminating in 2 immensely successful television dramas and 4 blockbuster films, all of which drew full houses. Yunting Entertainment transformed from a modest firm into a titan of the entertainment industry, resembling a commercial legend. Little did anyone know the silent sacrifices made by this unassuming woman, who poured 8 years of her youth and all her passion into this endeavor, all for the sake of love. Many offered her exorbitant salaries to switch companies, but she remained indifferent. Countless suitors pursued this formidable woman, yet her heart belonged solely to him, the very man who had orchestrated the demise of her entire family. Now, whenever she closes her eyes, Su Zibao envisions the raging inferno, the charred remains of 3 bodies at the crash site displayed on the television screen. Restless and tormented, she rises from her bed, switches on the lamp at her bedside, and changes into a flowing black gown before hailing a cab to her destination, the Haiqing Cemetery. She spent the entire night in the cemetery, nurturing her deep-seated hatred. Only at dawn did Su Zibao return to the villa, where Pei had yet to arrive. However, she felt no inclination to rest. After grooming herself, she set out to confront her father. They had once agreed that upon marrying Pei, she would claim half of the family fortune. She required those funds as initial capital. Otherwise, how could she ever bring Xia Qingye to his knees? Xia Qingye had deceived her and caused the death of their family in his quest for Yunting Entertainment and the inheritance of the Xia family estate. Now, she intended to seize everything he possessed. To witness him lose everything and then watch him perish would be the only way to alleviate the resentment that weighs upon her heart. "Young mistress, are you heading out?" "Allow me to escort you," said the chauffeur, Pei Xiaochuan, promptly. Su Zibao responded with a polite smile. "Thank you. I am going to the Su residence." "Very well." Pei Xiaochuan replied and drove Su Zibao home, pondering to himself how everyone claimed the young mistress was a haughty and ill-mannered young lady. Yet she seemed quite amiable and not at all intimidating. Upon arriving at the Su residence, they found the family gathered for breakfast. Su Jiangwo, the father, Lin Xuejiao, the mother, and Su Jiasen, the younger sister, were present, while Su Lia and Su Jinzhe were notably absent. "Darling, why have you returned so early? Where is Pei? Why did he not accompany you?" Lin Xuejiao inquired with a beaming smile upon seeing Su Zibao. "Huima, please set an extra pair of chopsticks for the young mistress." Su Zibao settled beside Lin Xuejiao and replied cheerfully, "Pei has matters to attend to, and I also wish to discuss something with father, so I came alone." "What is it? Are you looking to buy something? Clothes, shoes, or a handbag?" "Mother will buy it for you," Lin Xuejiao immediately offered, casting a reproachful glance at Su Jiangwo. "Why do you need to consult your father? All his money is reserved for his illegitimate children. When has he ever bought you anything? He may not care for you, but I do." Su Zibao felt helpless, realizing that this was the image she had cultivated at home, one of incessant desire for purchases. "No, it's simply a matter of importance," Su Zibao replied, amused yet exasperated. Su Jiangwo snorted disdainfully. "What significant matter could you possibly have? Just by looking at your demeanor today, it is clear you are up to no good. Speak. What is it?" Upon uttering these words, Lin Xuejiao turned her anxious gaze towards Su Zibao. In the past, Su Zibao had often found herself embroiled in troubles, and whenever she feigned innocence, it invariably led to 2 outcomes. First, an indulgence in shopping. Second, seeking her parents to rectify the chaos. "No, I merely wish to inquire about the matter concerning my father. According to grandfather's will, if I were to marry Pei, I would receive half of the family fortune as my dowry. Where's that? Su Zhibao inquired, extending her hand for emphasis. She had refrained from asking during the wedding festivities, and the truth was, she was entirely unaware of the amount of her dowry. Moreover, she had yet to see where it was kept. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuejiao let out a sigh of relief, chuckling softly, realizing that this was the nature of her inquiry. Well, my dear, now that you are getting married, it seems you are finally considering your own affairs. That is indeed a sign of growth. Previously, when I mentioned such matters, you were not particularly receptive. Rest assured, although your father may favor the other two, he would not dare to deceive you regarding your grandfather's will. Su Zhibao maintained a demeanor of innocence as she listened to her mother's explanation. Chapter 15. Visible yet unattainable. This dowry is divided into two parts. The first part consists of real estate valued at 50 million, a bank deposit of 50 million, and a 25% stake in the Su Group. These properties include houses, forests, and land, with the property deeds and the 50 million deposit securely held in a Swiss bank. The shares yield annual profits, managed by professionals, and the proceeds are deposited directly into your Swiss account. Upon hearing Lin Xuejiao's words, Su Zhibao was momentarily taken aback. So much wealth. She had been utterly unaware of her family's affluence. The Su family's fortune truly befits their status as one of the four prominent families of Haiqing, a legacy spanning over a century. The 50 million in real estate, coupled with the 50 million in deposits, amounts to a staggering 100 million. Not to mention the 25% stake, which guarantees annual dividends in the millions. As long as the Su Group remains prosperous, this income will endure indefinitely. Even if Su Zhibao were to cease all endeavors from this moment forth, she would be comfortably sustained for the rest of her life. Of course, these assets are currently considered marital property. However, they would suffice to support both her and Pei Yi without issue. Your 100 million in real estate and deposits are under the careful management of overseas financial advisors we have appointed. While the annual income may not match the dividends, it should still be substantial, far surpassing the meager interest earned from traditional bank savings. Lin Xuejiao added, continuing. The remaining portion consists of an investment fund totaling 200 million. In your names, we will entrust the Su Group to collaborate with Pei's Royal City Real Estate on a commercial investment plan. The contract stipulates that you and Pei will share 70% of the profits, while the Su Group and Royal City Group will each retain 15%. You and Pei can simply await the financial rewards. There is no need for concern regarding other matters. The investment responsibilities will be efficiently managed by the Su Group and Yucheng Real Estate. Lin Xuejiao gently caressed Su Zibao's hair and reassured her, rest easy. My dear daughter, your mother shall ensure that you do not suffer any losses. Su Zhibao, taken aback, processed the staggering figures, 200 million in investments, 100 million in assets, and 25% of the Su Group shares. This constituted her dowry. Yet, something felt amiss. Her mother had never indicated that she could access these funds. In other words, these assets were ostensibly hers, but devoid of any practical control. Mom, you haven't even shared the password for the Swiss bank card, Su Zhibao said, her expression one of innocence. Su Jiangwo replied sternly, I can see through your scheming. Let me make this clear. You will not gain access to the land deeds, savings accounts, or Swiss deposits until you turn 30. The annual dividends from the Su Group are deposited into a Swiss bank account, and a financial advisor will transfer 100,000 into your personal account each month. Given your propensity for extravagance, if left unchecked, you could squander even the most substantial inheritance. Is that really the case? To see but not touch, how am I to leverage this fortune to compete with Xia Qingye in the business arena? Su Zhibao protested. I promise I won't waste it. I want to start my own venture, she earnestly declared. Without a hint of compassion, Su Jiangwo retorted, no, absolutely not. What kind of business can you start? You haven't even graduated from university or worked in a company. This is sheer nonsense. Desperate, Su Zhibao turned her pleading gaze to her mother. However, to her surprise, Lin Xuejiao, who usually indulged Su Zhibao, stood in solidarity with Su Jiangwo on this matter. No, your mother may acquiesce to your other requests, but not this one. If you find the monthly allowance of 100,000 insufficient, I can arrange for a little more from that side. But entrepreneurship is out of the question. My dear, you must understand that the business world is akin to a battlefield. It is not merely a game. Now, let us cease this commotion. I shall take you shopping shortly. Whatever you fancy, consider it my treat. Mom, I want to go too. Su Jessen immediately raised her hand. Lin Xuejiu laughed heartily, All right, let us all go. Su Zibao sighed. Indeed, given her past conduct, it was inconceivable for Su Jiangwo to part with such funds unless his intellect had been compromised. Yet, without initial capital, how could she possibly outmaneuver Xia Qingye? Should she begin by selling songs? If that were the case, it might take not 3 years, but potentially 30 to vanquish him. During the subsequent breakfast, Su Zibao argued her case, yet her parents remained resolute, with even Su Jiasin urging her to relent. At last, Su Zibao comprehended that the substantial sum of 100 million in real estate and savings was a safeguard established by her parents to ensure her security for life. In the event of their passing, these funds would remain to support her, hence they were absolutely non-negotiable. Conversely, the 200 million in investments could be reconsidered. Chapter 16. Are you still unclear about your husband's endeavors? Father, even if we are collaborating with the Pei family for investment purposes, why is Pei Qisheng in charge instead of Pei Yi? Lin Xuejiao inquired with a perplexed expression. Pei Qisheng is Pei Yi's elder brother, the accomplished businessman we met at the wedding. Isn't it established that the Pei family's enterprises are already divided? Yuqing Real Estate and Xingshi Jewelry are managed by Pei Qisheng, while Diju Media is assigned to Pei Yi. Our collaboration with Yuqing Real Estate. Even if the profits are attributed to you and Pei Yi, he cannot intervene. Su Zibao gradually realized her folly. She had yet to comprehend that Pei Yi was the owner of Diju Media, and that Yuqing Real Estate and Xingshi Jewelry were under Pei Qisheng's stewardship. How could she have forgotten? The Xia family operated similarly, with their family conglomerate encompassing various sectors, where the younger generations managed different industries without interference. Wait a moment. Diju Media, the entertainment industry. That company had previously sought after Su Zi, yet she had not even spared them a glance at that time. In the grand scheme of the entertainment world, Diju Media was rather insignificant. They had merely produced a renowned singing diva, Luo Bingwan, which granted them a modicum of fame. They paled in comparison to the current Yunting Entertainment. However, if Su Zi could establish Yunting Entertainment, she could certainly create a second one. Father, why then are we investing in Yuqing Real Estate? Shouldn't we invest in Diju Media instead? That is my husband's company. Su Zibao exclaimed hastily. Lin Xuejiao chuckled softly, observing how this girl, just married, was already so protective of Pei Yi. Truly, a married daughter is like spilled water. Sister, how can you not understand this? Yuqing Real Estate is a nationally renowned real estate conglomerate. Collaborating with them is the path to profit. As for Diju Media, it is merely a pastime for the third young master Pei, a trivial entertainment company. How could they possibly secure investment? Su Jiasin stated with an air of certainty. Su Zibao, after organizing her thoughts, realized just how chaotic everything was. Although she had accessed Su Zibao's memories, she was fresh from abroad, her mind filled only with Han Li and luxury goods. How could she possibly grasp these matters? She needed to sort things out properly, otherwise she would find herself embroiled in unreasonable chaos. So when does this investment commence? Su Zibao inquired. Lin Xuejiao pondered carefully before responding. It is likely that discussions with Yuqing Real Estate regarding the business plan will only begin in the next 2 months. After all, it is a 200 million investment, and they need to prepare adequately. Don't worry, darling, I will keep a close watch for you. Everything will be fine. Su Zibao muttered to herself, 2 months. But for now, I must clarify the Pei family's enterprises and Pei Yi's ventures before discussing investment matters with Dad. After the family had breakfast, on their way back, Su Zibao finally comprehended the situation of the Pei family. The Pei family business was far larger than the Xia family's, encompassing real estate, dining, jewelry, clothing, and entertainment, with 2 of their brands ranking in the national top 5, Yuqing Real Estate Group and Xingshi Jewelry. In addition, there are certain industries that can only be classified as small to medium-sized. Diju Media stands as one of these modest enterprises. The most significant ventures of the Pei family have been entrusted to Pei Qisheng, while a trivial one has been assigned to Pei Yi. Despite being biological siblings, the disparity in their treatment is perplexing, considering that the eldest son of the Pei family, due to his military commitments, has neglected any corporate affairs. And observing Pei Yi's nonchalant demeanor, Su Zibao seems to comprehend the situation. She herself would not dare to allocate the 2 major enterprises to Pei Yi. Through her investigations, she discovered that under Pei Yi's stewardship, Diju Media has scarcely turned a profit. The only artist of any renown is Luo Bingwan. In essence, this vast corporation relies solely on this one pillar for support. Without Luo Bingwan, one can only speculate on the fate of Diju Media, particularly in the entertainment industry. which has an exceptionally high elimination rate. As Su Zibao perused the materials in her hands, she shook her head in dismay. Pei Yi evidently does not regard Diju Media with any seriousness. With such an attitude, it is inconceivable that the Pei family would ever entrust him with Yucheng Real Estate or Shengshu Jewelry. Yet, without securing these two brands and the accompanying 200 million in investment, it would be even more implausible to provide funding for Diju Media. After careful consideration, Su Zibao resolved to commence her efforts with Diju Media. Since the company directly managed by Xia Chenye is Yunting Entertainment, if she aims to undermine his enterprise, it necessitates that her entry point must also be within the realm of entertainment. Should Diju Media swiftly demonstrate progress and validate its capabilities, her father may reconsider the necessity of investing in Yucheng Real Estate. To my astonishment, Pei Yi is indeed the CEO of Diju Media. No wonder Song Yingjie frequently mentioned the company. She hadn't paid attention to it at the time. It also explains why there were entertainment newspapers in their car. Upon returning to the villa, I found Pei Yi and Song Yingjie engaged in conversation. The moment they saw Su Zibao enter, the loquacious Song Yingjie immediately fell silent. However, Su Zibao keenly caught snippets of words like Luo Bingwan. With a piercing gaze, Su Zibao looked at Pei Yi. Song Yingjie, under the impression that the notoriously temperamental Su family heiress was about to chastise Pei Yi for his late return, contemplated diffusing the tension. To her surprise, Su Zibao grasped Pei Yi's hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "You are the president of Diju Media?" Cough. After holding back for so long, Song Yingjie inadvertently sprayed her coffee, exclaiming, "You still don't know what your husband does?" Su Zibao was taken aback. Indeed, as Pei Yi's wife, she had been oblivious to his profession, only discovering from her mother that he was the CEO of Diju Media. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The true focus was that she could finally step into her realm of expertise and engage in a fierce rivalry with Xia Qingye. "I want to join your company," Su Zibao declared, fixing her gaze on Pei Yi, enunciating each word with determination. Chapter 17. Satisfied with a certain aspect of myself, Pei Yi was momentarily taken aback, then let out a chuckle, remarking that a daughter-in-law of the Pei family could not aspire to be a celebrity, so there was no need for such nonsense. "I do not wish to be a star. I aim to be a director," Su Zibao stated candidly, expressing her true feelings. Song Yingjie exclaimed dramatically, "Really, Miss Su? Are you aware of what the role of a director entails? More specifically, it refers to the position of the director of the planning department, responsible for the conceptualization of all company projects, overseeing the annual plan, coordinating the work of various departments, and reporting directly to the president." Su Zibao articulated her points with remarkable professionalism, leaving Song Yingjie momentarily speechless as he turned to Pei Yi, questioning Su Zibao's true intentions. Pei Yi maintained his characteristic nonchalance, lazily yawning as he mused, "Well, your studies appear to be going quite well. Once your wedding leave is over, remember to return to school. This year, you should not fail any exams, which is commendable. My academic status has already been transferred back to Haicheng University. According to the Ministry of Education of Country Z, it is currently summer vacation, not a wedding leave, and I am not required to attend classes. Furthermore, this is not my examination material." Su Zibao retorted promptly. Pei nodded seriously. "No need to attend classes, then." "Su Zibao, do you prefer Venice or Provence?" Provence is indeed the season for lavender blooms, and the windmill farms should be quite picturesque. However, during the sweltering summer, the medieval waterside castles are decidedly more appealing. Su Zibao replied. Pei snapped his fingers and addressed Song Yingjie. "Book 2 tickets to Venice." "Certainly. No problem." It was only then that Su Zibao realized Pei Xiao. What are we going to Venice for?" "During the summer vacation, I took my beloved wife on a honeymoon." Pei tenderly ruffled Su Zibao's hair, his actions exuding such affection that one could easily become entranced by his handsome visage and the gentleness lingering on his lips. However, the topic had diverged. What honeymoon? She was determined to join Diju Media. "Wait, I was discussing the matter of Diju Media with you. Come here for a moment. I wish to speak with you privately." Su Zibao redirected the conversation, firmly grasping Pei Yi's wrist and pulling him toward the room, conscious that certain things were best not uttered in front of Song Yingjie. Pei Yi allowed her to lead him, rising leisurely, teasing her as he went. "Oh no, going to the bedroom in broad daylight? That seems rather inappropriate. I am a respectable person, after all." Song Yingjie observed their retreating figures, unable to suppress a chuckle. The door slammed shut behind them, and Pei leaned against it, While Su Zibao fixed her intense gaze upon him, her eyes ablaze with fervent desire, as if she were concocting something profound. Pei gently licked his lips. His voice deep and sultry. So, after seeing me last night, you're already impatient? It seems my little wife is quite pleased with certain aspects of me. Ugh. Su Zibao felt a flush creep across her face. Her carefully contemplated words had been interrupted, causing her momentum to falter. She could only retort dryly. Do you know my dowry? 1 billion in real estate and savings, along with 25% of the Su Group shares. We cannot access any of it until I turn 30. For now, I can only provide a little pocket money. Pei nodded. I am aware. Are you aware that the investment worth 200 million is a collaboration between the Su family group and U-City Real Estate? We cannot intervene. Despite the enticing 70% return, the funds remain in a Swiss account, which means they cannot be accessed until one is 30. Pei nodded in acknowledgement. Understanding the situation, grandfather would never entrust the management of U-City Real Estate to you. They have received the entire 200 million investment. Do you not feel that this is a significant loss? This is meant for us. The investment should be directed towards Empire Media. Su Zibao exclaimed with righteous indignation. As long as Pei showed an interest in the 200 million investment, she could leverage the prospect of securing that investment as a condition to propose her entry into Empire Media justifiably. However, to her surprise, Pei Xiao appeared unfazed, stating, everything has been delegated to U-City Real Estate. If we simply wait to receive our share without any involvement, how is that a loss? As for you, there is no need for concern. As long as I am here, you need not worry about financial matters. Pei Xiao. Pei Qixing has acquired your family's two most significant brands, U-City Real Estate and Xingshi Jewelry. You are also a son of the Pei family. Do you not wish to assert yourself through Empire Media? Su Zibao felt exasperated with this young master, lamenting the situation. Pei blinked his striking eyes, showing no interest. Chapter 18. Grant her a chance. A flicker of disappointment inevitably crossed Su Zibao's face. She had hoped to inspire Pei to fight back. Yet he displayed no interest whatsoever, rendering her aspirations of entering Diju Media even more elusive. All right then, speak your mind. What do you truly desire? Pei found satisfaction in the expression on Su Zibao's face, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his lips. This little woman fancied herself capable of stirring his emotions, attempting to unite him in common cause against their adversaries. How naive she must be to view him as an inexperienced youth. Su Zibao pouted slightly. I wish to join Diju Media to demonstrate to my father that the company possesses the strength to secure that 2 billion investment. Even if we do not receive the entirety, it cannot all go to Yucheng Real Estate, can it? In truth, I aim to achieve significant results within 2 months. And a 500 million investment should be attainable. Reason, Pei interjected with 2 curt words. Why did she feel such an urgent need to affiliate herself with Diju Media? It seemed rather dubious. Taking a deep breath, Su Zibao responded earnestly. Because I intend to venture into the entertainment industry, to elevate Diju Media to the status of the foremost giant in the field, and to prove my own capabilities. I aspire to dismantle Yunting Entertainment, to bring about the bankruptcy of the Xia Group, and to see Xia Chengye perish. I seek vengeance for my wrongfully deceased parents. I seek retribution for myself. This is the most genuine reason. Suddenly, Pei pivoted, resting his left hand against the wall, transforming Su Zibao into a position where she stood pressed against the barrier, his striking visage drawing ever closer. A beguiling smile graced his lips, and his magnetic voice exuded an intoxicating charm. Reason. Once again, a mere 2 words conveyed his clear disbelief in her previous statements. For reasons unknown. Facing the notorious playboy of Haiqing, Su Zibao felt an unmistakable intuition within her heart. She could not deceive him. To attempt such a thing would mean she would never attain her desires. I understand you may not believe me. With a firm resolve, Su Zibao decided to lay it all bare. I seek revenge for Suzy. A glimmer of curiosity and interest flickered in Pei Yi's eyes, and the slight upward curve of his lips urged her to continue. I actually shared a close bond with Suzy. Although I am in America, we frequently video chat, and I am well aware of her circumstances. Therefore, I also harbor a secret. Suzy did not perish in a car accident. She was murdered by Xia Qingye. I possess no evidence, and you may surely doubt my words, but it is the truth. I intend to avenge Suzy, to infiltrate the entertainment industry, to bring down Yunting Entertainment, and to eliminate Xia Qingye. Initially, her words stumbled and faltered, yet as she reached the conclusion, her declaration became resolute. The profound hatred she felt seemed etched deep within her very bones. Pei Yi's gaze momentarily halted. This legendary airhead was nothing of the sort. After 3 years of studying abroad, she had transformed as if she were an entirely different person. I know you perceive me merely as a student, but I have learned everything Suzy knew. She imparted a wealth of knowledge to me. I assure you, I am fully capable of excelling as a chief planner. All I ask is for a chance, merely 2 months. Should I fail to enhance the profitability of DGM Media by at least 10 percentage points within this time frame, I shall never bring this matter up again. However, if I succeed, I would be entitled to seek investment from my father. Please allow me to manage DGM Media. Suzy Bao lifted her downcast gaze, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, yet she remained resolute, staring at him with a persistent tone, imploring, "Please, Pei Xiao." Suzy Bao dared to directly inform Pei Yi of her intentions to confront Yunting Entertainment, for she understood that rivals are akin to foes. If DGM Media is to rise, it must inevitably clash with Yunting Entertainment. This was her first revelation to another about her ambition since her rebirth, and it would likely be her last. Although she had only known him for a day, this man was her husband, and they would face challenges together. Many truths are difficult to conceal. It is far better to be forthright from the outset, which would foster goodwill between them. Pei narrowed his elongated eyes. Her reasoning appeared less credible than her earlier claim of wanting to prove her capabilities. Yet, in his estimation, this second rationale seemed to reflect her true intentions. He was unconcerned about the matters between Suzy and Xiaoqingye, as long as her ulterior motives did not involve him. The flame of vengeance flickering in her eyes felt familiar. They were of the same ilk. Naturally, he would not be so easily persuaded. Nevertheless, even if this woman sought to play games, he would allow her to try. Whatever she intended would eventually be revealed. And if she truly succeeded, perhaps she could become a valuable ally, deserving of this opportunity. Call my name. Pei Yi leaned closer to Suzy Bao's ear, his warm breath sending a tingling sensation across half her cheek. Suzy Bao found herself perplexed by the sudden shift in the young masteress' thoughts. And she muttered in a daze, "Pei, yes, you will start working at DGM Media tomorrow at 8 in the morning." He gently flicked her forehead with his finger, a lingering smile dancing in his eyes, before turning to exit the bedroom. Suzy Bao touched the spot where he had flicked her, still feeling a sense of disbelief. He truly agreed. 200 million in investments did not sway him, nor did the promise to elevate DGM Media to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Even her last desperate plea for revenge on Suzy Bao seemed utterly devoid of persuasiveness, even to herself. Yet he had acceded. In that fleeting moment, his handsome, devilishly charming face appeared so warm. Suzy Bao exhaled softly. "Mom and Dad, do you see this? I have finally taken the first step." Seated in the back seat, clad in a well-tailored professional outfit and wearing a touch of makeup, she resembled an elegant urban career woman. The only adornment was a dazzling diamond ring that grazed her slender finger. "Yes, Mom, don't worry, just as we discussed yesterday. Yes, I'm almost there. I'll talk to you later. Let us plan a sauna visit next time." As she ended the call, Suzy Bao closed the documents in her hands and gazed at the increasingly looming Diju Tower, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Chapter 19. The Resignation Showdown Yesterday. After Pei Yi's agreement, Suzy Bao engaged in a telephone discussion with her father regarding investment matters. Since the collaboration with Yuqing Real Estate was still in its early stages, Su's father consented to review the situation further. Should the performance of DGM Media rise by 10 percentage points within 2 months, Su Guoqiang was willing to allocate 50 million for investment. With this sum, the prospects for investing in television dramas, films, or scouting talent would significantly improve. Although DGM Media was merely an ordinary entertainment company, it was nonetheless a subsidiary of the Pei Group, located in the northern district of Haiqing, comprising several buildings that housed both offices and employee accommodations. Despite any downturns, the various departments were well-staffed and organized, owing to the favorable working conditions. The documents in Suzy Bao's possession were obtained from Pei Yi, detailing the internal status of the company, including personal information about the executives. "Miss Su, welcome to DGM Media. My name is Su Fan, and I am the special assistant to President Pei." As the car came to a halt in front of DGM Media, a young man clad in a black suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, approached respectfully and opened the car door for Suzy Bao. Suzy Bao offered a polite smile in return. "I am Suzy Bao. President Pei has informed me about your arrival. We have arranged a welcome meeting for you, Director Su. Would you prefer to head straight there? Or would you like to rest in your office first?" Su Fan inquired. Taken aback for a moment, Su Zibao recognized that as a newly appointed director, it was indeed customary to greet everyone, a practice common in other companies as well. Nodding at Su Fan, she replied, "Let us proceed." In the office on the top floor of Diju Media, Pei stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing Su Zibao as she emerged from her car. He glanced down at the watch on his wrist. It was 7:30, half an hour early, indeed punctual. "Pei Xiao, you didn't return home last night. She must think you're not coming to the office today," Song Yingjie remarked, clearly having had a restless night, stifling a yawn. "At least it's Su Zibao's first day at work. Aren't you going down to support her? I reported the attitudes of those people below to you yesterday. If any issues arise and your little wife ends up in tears, don't say I didn't warn you. She hasn't even graduated from university yet." Pei remained silent, a slight furrow creasing his brow. "As the head of the artist department, shouldn't you be preparing for a meeting?" "Yes, esteemed president." Song Yingjie yawned again, rubbing his reddened eyes, fatigue evident in his demeanor. "Last night I accompanied you for drinks. And today I must also attend to your wife at work. I truly owe you one. I'll head down. Oh, and should I let her know you're here?" "No need." Pei settled back onto the leather sofa, his gaze drifting to a thick stack of resignation letters and a petition signed by multiple high-ranking officials of Diju Media laid out on the rosewood table. If these individuals departed, the company would struggle to maintain even basic operations. The emergence of these documents stemmed from their collective resistance against the newly appointed director. He was indifferent to whether the company posted losses or gains, but didn't she have a 2-month deadline? If she could not resolve this pile of resignation letters, victory would be unattainable. He was curious to see how she would navigate this challenge. Upon exiting the elevator, Su Fan quietly reminded, "Director Su has been parachuted into Emperor Media without a university degree, hence the atmosphere among the team is, well, not particularly welcoming. It is not merely unwelcoming. Spurred by certain individuals, they are pressuring her to resign under the guise of a collective withdrawal. The position of Director Su Zibao in the Entertainment Planning Department, being second only to the president, is undoubtedly coveted and jeopardizes the interests of some." However, Su Zibao did not falter. She offered a friendly smile to Su Fan, expressing her gratitude for the heads-up. Yet, upon pushing open the conference room door, Su Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment as he discovered the room was completely empty. What was going on? Hadn't everyone been notified about the welcoming meeting for the new director? Su Zibao furrowed her brows slightly when a familiar voice echoed from behind. "Ah, I was just thinking I might be late, but it seems everyone else has yet to arrive. Perfect, I get to be the first." Turning around, she found Song Yingjie, his face adorned with a mischievous grin. "Beautiful. Miss Su, you truly shine today, a workplace beauty," he complimented with a smile, glancing around before shrugging. "Though it seems I am the only one who gets to appreciate it today, they lack such fortune." With that, he nonchalantly strolled to his seat, stretching and leaning on the desk, exclaiming, "I'm utterly exhausted. Oh, by the way, Miss Su, I just saw a pile of resignation letters and a joint letter rejecting your employment application in the president's office. What do you intend to do about it?" So it was as she suspected. While their methods were indeed rather severe, such a show of force was well within her expectations. "Su Fan, have you all come to the company today?" Su Zibao inquired, her expression betraying no hint of emotion. Su Fan promptly responded, "Everyone is here as usual. They should be at their respective stations by now. Director Su, shall I go and inform them to come over?" "No need," Su Zibao replied, settling into the main seat of the conference room. She retrieved her notebook from her bag and offered Su Fan a polite smile. "I am aware that you are Pei Yi's assistant, and your computer skills are of an internationally recognized caliber. Breaching our company's systems should pose no significant challenge for you. 10 minutes, will that suffice?" Su Fan was momentarily taken aback, then raised both hands in affirmation. 10 minutes is more than adequate. However, how does this young lady know of his computer proficiency? Chapter 20. The commanding director Su in the planning department's office, Lu Xinlei sat before her computer, a faintly cold smile gracing her lips. At the age of 30, she held the position of planning supervisor at Emperor Media. Long before Pei Yi assumed control of the company, she had already been a part of it. Subsequently, when Pei Yi became the CEO, he largely remained uninvolved in the company's affairs, save for appointing Song Yingjie and ardently supporting Luo Bingwan, without any other significant actions. His non-interference allowed the senior executives to enjoy a comfortable existence. However, the sudden arrival of a planning director who had yet to graduate from university was clearly intended to establish her as their leader and, more alarmingly, as Lu Xinlei's direct superior. How could she possibly accept this? Who among them would be willing to acquiesce? They collectively resolved to abstain from attending the meeting, opting instead to submit their resignation letters, intending to deliver a stern warning to Su Zibao. Supervisor Liu, I fear this course of action may not be wise. After all, she is the president's wife. What if she becomes incensed and reports us to the president? What if we all face dismissal? One woman in the planning department glanced at the time on her computer. It was already 8:15, and the conference room remained deserted. It was evident their superior was furious. Lu Xinlei scoffed dismissively. What is there to fear? It is imperative that this president's wife understands that we are not to be trifled with. Otherwise, if a clueless young lady takes the helm as director, Emperor Media is bound to face bankruptcy within 3 months, and we will all be dismissed then. It is far better to take decisive action now to deter her. If she wishes to hold a nominal director position in the future, that is acceptable, as long as she refrains from meddling. Indeed, Supervisor Liu makes a valid point. The former head of the music department expressed a similar sentiment. Indeed, should this matter escalate, the pay group would not idly allow her to dismiss us. It is absurd for a mere college dropout to assume the role of a director. As the discussions among the crowd intensified, Lu Xinlei's expression grew more smug. At that moment, the computers of everyone in the company suddenly went dark. Just as curiosity began to spread, the screens flickered and transformed into a flurry of static, revealing a refined and elegant visage. She possessed a quintessential oval face, a sharply defined chin, and large, expressive eyes adorned with long, thick eyelashes that fluttered like delicate feathers. A noble smile graced her lips, exuding an air of sophistication, both enchanting and unpretentious, ethereal yet grounded, leaving one utterly captivated with a single glance. I apologize for this unconventional introduction, though it is of little consequence. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Zibao, the current entertainment planning director at DGUM Media. The audience was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at this unexpected intruder who had commandeered their computer systems. Regardless of whether one contemplated resignation, as long as you remain at DGUM Media, I urge you to familiarize yourselves with the employee handbook and comprehend the responsibilities expected of each employee. Should you choose to resign, you are free to leave at this moment, and we will not hinder your departure. However, such lucrative opportunities in Haicheng as those offered by DGUM Media are scarce. For those wishing to reconsider, I kindly ask you to return to your tasks. Yu Hitao, head of the music department. Through the screen, her slender fingers seemed to point directly at Hitao's face. Hitao gazed at the woman on the screen, her articulation precise as she flawlessly called out his name. Please compile the entire budget plan for this summer's music production at Emperor Media and present it to me immediately. Since the day I joined this organization, my position has been in effect. Without the director's signature, no funds will be disbursed for the music budget. Therefore, if you wish to proceed with the Bansh album, I require the proposal by the end of the day. Su Zibao remarked, tilting her head slightly as she continued. As for the head of the finance department, we have received your resignation letter. You may leave now. Starting today, Su Fan will temporarily assume the role of finance department head. Hitao was taken aback. How did she know that the music department was currently planning an album-themed bancha? Not only did she remember his name, but she was also aware of the ongoing projects within the music department. Pei Shili from the finance department stared at the screen in disbelief. What is happening? Why have I been suddenly dismissed? Su Fan, standing beside him, was equally perplexed. How did I suddenly become the head of the finance department? You, Du-Wan, head of the film department, as I understand it. Your department is set to release a film soon in the cinema. Why has the promotion not even begun? Is the planning department merely idling? Bring the materials for your film to my office, and also summon the heads of the operations and promotion departments. Additionally, Song Yingjia, head of the artist department. Please coordinate the schedules of the artists. I need to meet all the signed artists in the company tomorrow and the day after. She issued a series of methodical commands to the computer screen. On her very first day at work, she seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of the entire Empire Media, recalling the names of every executive and understanding the tasks undertaken by each department. Remarkably, even a minor music producer from the music department was singled out by her. Despite facing collective resistance from her subordinates, she resolutely infiltrated everyone as computers, asserting her authority as the director. Well, that is all I have to say. I find welcome gatherings rather unnecessary. However, I do hope that at our next formal meeting, everyone will be present. If we can collaborate harmoniously, in 2 months' time, all employees currently on staff will receive a 30% salary increase. It is a pleasure to meet you all, and I wish you a fruitful work experience. Upon concluding her statement, Su Zibao gently tapped the keyboard, causing all computer screens in the company to turn black before returning to normal. Song Yingjie was left speechless, eventually regaining composure to give Su Zibao a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive, majestic, and commanding." Su Zibao replied with a subtle smile and patted the shoulder of Su Fan, saying, "With an international Class A accountant certification, handling finances should pose no problem for you. Let us get to work. I never anticipated such a versatile talent alongside Pei Yi. I will borrow you for a few days." Su Fan, on the verge of tears, lamented, I must first request permission from the president." In the president's office on the top floor, Pei Yi gazed at the vanishing image of Su Zibao on the screen, a faint smile curving at the corners of his lips. Chapter 21. The encounter with a rival in the opulent director's office on the top floor of the Emperor Media Company. Su Zibao meticulously perused the documents in her hands. Having committed to a 2-month deadline with her father, she was determined to exert her utmost effort. Within the Emperor, the only notable figure was the diva Luo Bingwan, and Su Zibao intended to invest considerable effort into her. The LCD screen displayed the most authoritative music chart in Country Z, the Yinuetai. At that moment, the top 3 spots on the new song chart were monopolized by Yao Liani. Yao Liani, the reigning queen of Yunting Entertainment, had been meticulously crafted by Su Zi in her earlier years. Su Zi had penned countless songs for her, launched several albums, and orchestrated numerous concerts, making Yao Liani the most celebrated diva in the current entertainment industry. Notably, all 3 of her latest songs bore the signature of Yizi. Yizi was also a dear friend of Su Zi during her lifetime. However, at this moment, Su Zibao's mind drifted to the final words of Xia Qingye over the phone. "Do you truly believe that Yao Liani regards you as a sister? She harbors the deepest jealousy towards you. Do you think your fever led to your vocal damage? In truth, she deliberately laced your water with a potent drug, fearing that you might overshadow her with your own singing. With your voice compromised, even if you possess the talent to write lyrics and compose music, you can only let her perform. You remain in the shadows while she basks in the limelight." Indeed, she was acutely aware that Yao Liani was behind it all. To silence her, the latter's skills in seduction were undeniably proficient. The loathsome words echoed in her ears, yet they only served to sharpen Su Zibao's clarity. For the sake of Xia Qingye, she had never contemplated stepping into the limelight, wholeheartedly devoted to transforming her dear friend into a diva. However, she ruined her voice and slept with her boyfriend, while Xia Qingye chose to conceal this for her. Perhaps Xia Qingye also wished that he could never sing again. Best friends and boyfriends, a pair of deceitful lovers. Director Su and supervisor he have arrived. Assistant Fan Yin knocked on the door. Su Zibao diverted her gaze from the music platform, composed herself, and offered a polite smile, inviting them in. He Tao, the head of the music department, was currently working on the Bansha album. She had reviewed the album materials. The songs were decent, but not enough to achieve significant fame. A change in the title track was necessary, leveraging Luo Bingwan's reputation and chart positions to opportunely release the album, which would undoubtedly lead to impressive sales. This was also the first step Su Zibao aimed to take upon joining DJU Media. If this album were to succeed, she would be halfway to fulfilling her promise to her father. Director Su, He Tao's eyes revealed a hint of anxiety. They did not regard this young woman, who had yet to graduate from university, with much respect. However, upon her entrance, she displayed decisiveness, dismissing the financial director in a single encounter. Were they now to be held accountable for their collective resignation? Su Zibao gracefully gestured for him to sit and said, "I have reviewed the Bansha album. It was specifically crafted for Luo Bingwan, correct? Some songs are quite good, but the title track must be changed. After I meet with Luo Bingwan, I intend to tailor a few songs for her to include in this album. These are the selections I have retained after careful consideration. The others will be kept as backups." He Tao received the folder, and Su Zibao had almost filtered out half of the songs. Nevertheless, her discerning eye astonished He Tao greatly. As the head of the music department, He Tao possessed considerable musical acumen, and the remaining songs were largely those he deemed commendable. With the album set to be released next month and the title track yet to be determined, was this not rather frivolous? He Tao hesitated. A last-minute change of the title track, coupled with the challenge of this young lady procuring songs for Luo Bingwan, posed a significant concern. Whether they could surpass the originally planned title track was another matter entirely. Su Zibao smiled and assured him, "In half a month, I will present the repertoire. Rest assured." Director He. The two continued to discuss various specifics regarding the album. Perhaps due to Su Zibao's formidable presence that morning, Or perhaps He Tao was merely biding his time to evaluate the songs Su Zibao would unveil in 2 weeks. He did not voice any objections and remained quite cooperative. Throughout the morning, Su Zibao met with high-ranking executives from Diju Media, becoming well acquainted with the company's operations. It was not until she perused the artist schedules provided by Song Yingjie that she paused in surprise. Why was Luo Bingwan on vacation abroad? Dialing Song Yingjie's number, Su Zibao inquired, "Could you arrange for me to meet Luo Bingwan?" "I cannot decide that," came Song Yingjie's response. Pei Xiao granted her a half-month leave, and she is currently overseas. Laughter echoed from the other end of the line. "However, since it is a request from our director Su, I will call her manager right away. As for whether she can return, I wouldn't dare to impose on this young lady. You would have to consult Pei Xiao." Su Zibao graciously replied, "Thank you." After Song Yingjie hung up the phone, he turned to the seated Pei Yi with a teasing smile. "Pei Xiao, your little wife wishes to arrange a meeting with her rival. Do you think I should assist her in setting it up, or perhaps hinder it?" Pei Yi languidly reclined on the leather sofa, glancing up at him. "Why waste your breath?" Song Yingjie dialed the number, clarifying the situation to Sister Jean, only to hear Luo Bingwan saying something inaudible. Sister Jean lamented, "Song Xiao, Bingwan claims she is unwell and wishes to extend her leave. She won't be returning for 2 months. Please convey this to Pei Xiao." With that, she ended the call. Song Yingjie shrugged. "Pei Xiao. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Just when I mentioned Su Zibao's arrival at the Imperial Duke, Luo Bingwan decides not to return. What should we do? Su Zibao is currently working on the Banch album, and if Luo Bingwan doesn't come back, her efforts will be in vain. Without Luo Bingwan's return, there are no promising talents in the artist division. A skilled artisan cannot create without materials. What is Su Zibao to do? If she chooses not to return, so be it." Pei replied coolly, his narrow eyes deep and inscrutable, lost in thought. Chapter 22. Even rogues have professional ethics, Su Zibao pondered. Drawing upon her extensive experience of composing hundreds of songs, crafting a piece tailored exquisitely for Luo Bingwan was not a daunting task. This was the source of her confidence. However, if Luo Bingwan were absent, the process would not be as seamless. She had merely 2 months at her disposal and was determined to elevate Luo Bingwan's fame to new heights, a mutually beneficial endeavor for both parties. At this juncture, the only person capable of bringing Luo Bingwan back was Pei. With this thought, Su Zibao opened her contact list, a smile gracing her lips. "Pei Xiao, where are you? What is the matter?" Pei Yi's voice on the other end was magnetic, laced with a hint of languor, leading Su Zibao to speculate that he might still be nestled in the bed of some long-legged beauty. "I wish to see you," she replied, closing the folder in her hands and glancing at the wall clock beside her. It was 11:30. The workday had concluded. Pei Yi seemed to chuckle lightly. "You wish to see me? Exit, turn left, and proceed straight." What do you mean?" Su Zibao arched her delicate brows, rising from her chair and leaving the director's office. To her left lay a long corridor, at the end of which was the president's office. The entire top floor housed merely 2 offices, an expansive open coffee lounge, and a reading room. Their offices were located at opposite ends of the floor, separated by a lengthy corridor. Pei Yi preferred solitude and had previously occupied an entire floor on his own. It was only after Su Zibao joined that this vacant space was allotted to her. "Are you at the company? That seems improbable. I haven't noticed anyone else since I arrived this morning." As Su Zibao approached the door of the president's office, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her face as she gazed at the closed door. The silence on the other end of the phone call lingered, and as she contemplated whether to knock, a deep voice suddenly emerged from behind her, laced with a hint of teasing. "How is it that 1 day apart feels like 3 autumns?" Startled, Su Zibao had assumed he was inside the office, not expecting him to appear so abruptly behind her. Leaning against the door, she steadied her racing heart and remarked, "You move like a cat, making not a sound." Behind her stood Pei Yi, clad in an immaculate white suit, a burgundy tie elegantly draped around his neck. One hand rested against the door, while the other held a steaming cup of coffee, suggesting he had just returned from the CAF. His gaze lingered on the gentle swell of her bosom, an inscrutable expression flickering in his eyes. Su Zibao instinctively crossed her arms over her chest. She wore a form-fitting shirt, and in the solitude of the office earlier, she had casually undone 2 buttons to allow for some air. Having just stepped outside after the call, she had completely forgotten about it. Pei Yi suddenly leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her cheek, and remarked, "The lace is quite lovely." Heat rushed to Su Zibao's face as she blurted out, "You rogue. Why was it that every time she sought him out for serious matters, he managed to create an atmosphere so ambiguously charged? Are you hoping to see a rogue? Perhaps wishing for him to do something? Pei teased, retracting his hand and pressing the fingerprint switch beside the door, which swung open as he strode in confidently. Su Zhibao hurriedly fastened the forgotten button and followed him inside. This was her first visit to Pei Yi's office, which was spacious and bright. On the left stood a desk, while on the right was a set of sofas, accompanied by a bedroom suite. Casually placing the coffee on the table, Pei leaned against the desk, gazing at Su Zhibao. During lunchtime, he inquired, "Well, what would you like to eat?" "Anything," Su Zhibao replied, pondering her words. Pei casually picked up the phone and spoke to someone, ordering 2 servings. "Mr. Pei, I came to discuss matters regarding Luo Bingwan. I am aware she has taken a half-month leave, and I have some arrangements concerning her new album. I hope to meet her for a detailed discussion," Su Zhibao stated with a polite smile. Pei set down his phone and remarked, "Not half a month, but 2 months. "What do you mean?" Su Zhibao frowned. Pei yawned lazily and said, "It means Luo Bingwan will not be returning for 2 months. 2 months? Wasn't that the duration she had agreed upon with her father? What did it imply? Mr. Pei, what are you suggesting? If she won't be back for 2 months, what will happen to the half-summer album?" Su Zhibao pressed on. Pei looked at her, his handsome face still adorned with a gentle smile, yet his deep black eyes revealed no trace of emotion. "Luo Bingwan is unwell. I have granted her a 2-month leave. All of her engagements at Diju Media have been suspended, and the half-summer album can wait until she returns from her leave. Certainly, if you wish to release the album Banksia now, you may select any artist from the company at your discretion, choosing whom to elevate and who to perform, with the sole exception of Luo Bingwan. This news strikes like a thunderbolt. No matter how exquisite the song may be, the impact of a renowned diva singing it vastly differs from that of a newcomer. Moreover, she has perused the information within the artist department and found that among the singers of Diju Media, only Luo Bingwan is truly worthy of cultivation. The rest are utterly inadequate, lacking both vocal prowess and physical appeal. Even if she crafts the most remarkable songs, they require a flawless voice to convey their essence, thereby achieving the most profound emotional resonance. Without Luo Bingwan, how can she ensure the album's success and elevate Diju's profits by 10 percentage points within a mere 2 months? Chapter 23. Luo Bingwan fell ill yet there was no one else suitable for the company besides Luo Bingwan. Su Zhibao gazed at Pei Yi, her watery eyes filled with earnest pleading. "Is Luo Bingwan's condition truly severe? I could inform my mother. She knows several specialists. What ailment does she have? We could even arrange for treatment back home to facilitate her swift recovery." However, Arrow mentioned in yesterday's call that Luo Bingwan's health was otherwise stable, merely affected by her melancholic mood and emotional instability. The root of her discontent, it seemed, stemmed from Pei Yi's marriage. In truth, Luo Bingwan was upset about Pei Yi's nuptials, and he had intended to alleviate her spirits by sending her abroad. Yet upon hearing of Su Zhibao's new position at Diju Media, she suddenly lost the desire to return, feigning illness as an excuse to avoid coming back. The reality was that she simply did not wish to encounter Su Zhibao. Reflecting on these thoughts, Pei merely stated, "Luo Bingwan is unwell. I have already approved her leave. Whatever you wish to pursue, find someone else." Without Luo Bingwan's return, the album project could not succeed, leading to stagnant profits for Diju and preventing access to his father's investment. Without investment, the development of Diju Media would falter, thwarting any chance to undermine Xia Qingye and avenge himself and his parents. Her existence now revolved solely around retribution. No one could obstruct her path to vengeance. "Hey, Diju Media boasts only one notable artist, and my agreement with my father allows but 2 months. If Luo Bingwan does not return, many plans will inevitably falter. A skilled artisan cannot work without materials." Su Zhibao felt a sense of urgency and said, "Though Luo Bingwan is the leading lady of the empire, she pales in comparison to Yao Liani. I can assure you that this time will elevate her career to new heights. Please, reach out to her once more." Pei, nestled comfortably on the sofa, casually took a sip of coffee, his voice gentle as he replied, "Luo Bingwan is unwell." That was his sole response throughout the conversation. Su Zhibao bit her lip, realizing her mistake. She had naively believed that even if he chose not to assist her, he would at least stand by her side and refrain from allowing chaos to ensue within Empire Media, especially given the significance of the agreement for the next 2 months. She understood how crucial Luo Bingwan was to her at this moment, aware of her thirst for vengeance, yet he merely observed with indifference. What was supposed to be a half-month leave had unexpectedly extended to 2 months, and the so-called illness seemed utterly insincere. Having navigated through hardships in her past life, she could easily discern the disingenuous nature of this sick leave. It was likely that Luo Bingwan was not ill at all, but rather unwilling to meet her, perhaps due to some unknown slight. This was akin to the collective rejection she faced from the executives earlier that morning. She could assert her authority over the executives. Yet confronting Luo Bingwan, who seemed to be obscured from her reach, was another matter entirely. She could hardly travel abroad in search of her. Very well, I understand, Su Zibao said, clenching her fists as she stood to leave. Pei had committed no wrongdoing. He was merely her nominal husband. Yet, a profound sense of disappointment welled up within her. His gentle agreement the previous day to let her join Empire Media had filled her with surprise and hope. Today, his indifference felt like a bucket of cold water poured over her, awakening Su Zibao from her stupor. She appreciated his willingness to assist, yet recognized that his refusal was entirely reasonable. Even if he were to aid her opponent, she would have no choice but to accept it. I have ordered your meal, came Pei Yi's voice from behind. Su Zibao replied curtly, expressing her disinterest in eating due to her discomfort, urging him to enjoy his meal. Pei Yi watched her retreating figure, amusement flickering in his eyes. She had the audacity to use her physical malaise as a retort against him. Upon exiting, Su Zibao collided with Song Yingjia, who was burdened with several large food boxes. Oh, Su Zibao, where are you off to? Pei Yi is truly something else. I was almost at the company entrance, and he insisted I return to fetch another meal. Since you reassigned Su Fan, there's no suitable replacement available, and I find myself personally delivering takeout. Even my father never made such demands of me. Ever since I joined him, I've been toiling like a beast of burden. Now, even taking on the role of a delivery person. Is Luo Bingwan seriously ill? Su Zibao interjected, her bright eyes gleaming with a piercing intensity. Song Yingjia appeared perplexed. She's not ill, is she? What do you mean by serious? She has merely been feeling down lately, needing to clear her mind. Oh, how forgetful of me. Yes, she is indeed unwell. Su Zibao let out a cold smile. Just a moment ago, you claimed she was only feeling down. Well, feeling down is, perhaps, depression. Song Yingjia racked his brain, eventually managing to piece his words together. Yes, it is indeed depression. Quite serious, too. The doctor advised rest, and a change of scenery would be beneficial for her recovery. Su Zibao gazed at him coldly for an extended moment, leaving Song Yingjia feeling a chill creeping up the back of his neck. How had he never realized that this seemingly inept member of the Su family possessed such a terrifying gaze? Previously perplexed by the downfall of Diju Media, a subsidiary of the Pei family, he now grasped the situation. It was evident that the artists within the company operated with complete disregard for professionalism, attending work only when they felt inclined and vacationing at whim. This insight illuminated the dire state of the company's management. With a nonchalant remark, Su Zibao turned and strode toward her office. Although Luo Bingwan had not returned, and Pei Yi forbade her from reaching out to summon Luo back, she was resolute in her determination not to yield. At the very least, she would compose her songs and subsequently seek a vocalist to bring them to life. Even in the absence of Luo Bingwan, she remained committed to fulfilling this promise with unwavering dedication. In the pursuit of vengeance, she would not waver. Chapter 24. Averse to being spat upon, Su Zibao returned home quite late. By the time she stepped out, the Imperial Media was devoid of life. Save for the security personnel. In the hall, the maids were meticulously arranging a sumptuous feast on the table, a delightful blend of meat and vegetables. Why are you preparing a meal? Su Zibao queried, gazing at the steaming dishes before her. Is Pei Yi at home? It was far from the usual dining hour. Although the maids resided in the villa's back courtyard, they would not dare to cook in the master's abode without explicit instructions. The housekeeper, Pei Yan, smiled and replied, "Welcome back, young madam. The young master is not home. However, he instructed us to prepare dinner for you, as he anticipated you would return later today." Su Zibao paused, and Pei Yan continued, "As soon as you exited the gates of Imperial Media, the security called to inform me of your departure, so I had them prepare the meal. I hope it suits your palate. We prepared some of our specialties. Should you find anything unsatisfactory, we can readily substitute with Chinese, Western, homestyle dishes, pasta, steak, or curry at your request." Taking a deep breath, Su Zibao surveyed the spread. Pei Yi had remembered that she hadn't eaten all day, expressing concern about Luo Bingwan's illness while also thoughtfully arranging this feast for her. Though he harbored no romantic feelings for her, it did not prevent him from indulging her. For their nominal marriage, Pei Yi had already done enough. "All right, I understand. Thank you for your efforts." Seated alone at the elongated marble dining table, Su Zibao began to eat. The housekeeper and maids had retreated, leaving the vast mansion with an echoing emptiness. After dinner, Chu Mei settled onto the sofa in the living room, commencing her lyrical composition. Despite the prevalence of the digital age, she was accustomed to using pen and paper for her writing endeavors. Time trickled by, and before Su Zibao lay a stack of manuscripts, rewritten and revised repeatedly. Initially, she had intended to craft a song for Luo Bingwan, yet in her absence, the purpose of her creation felt devoid of spirit, leading to a creative blockage that rendered her particularly irritable. Such a state of mind was rare for her. After toiling through most of the night, the manuscript remained unwritten, and Pei had yet to return. Su Zibao fiddled with the water-based pen in her hand, casting a glance at the wall clock. It was already 2 in the morning. Habitually, she peered towards the entrance, suddenly struck by self-mockery. What was she doing? Was she truly waiting for Pei to come back? On their wedding night, he had chosen to stay out late, a customary indulgence for a libertine like him, surrounded by soft comforts. It seemed he was once again engaged in revelry elsewhere, and would not be returning tonight. Setting her pen aside, Su Zibao pondered her thoughts, uncertain of what plagued her mind. Since her rebirth, nothing had unfolded smoothly. Awakening to the original owner's desperate leap into the sea to escape marriage, she had barely salvaged her union with a contractual agreement. Yet at the wedding, a scoundrel had wreaked havoc, nearly subjecting her to his treachery. Ultimately, she had married Pei, believing she would secure her dowry, only to discover it was but an illusion. To obtain the necessary funds, she had nearly exposed her secret to Pei to enter Diju Media. On her very first day, she faced the collective resignation of the executives, and just as she had managed to navigate that chaos, she was soon confronted with the departure of the company's leading lady. Truly, fate had dealt her a tumultuous hand. However, in pursuit of vengeance, no matter how treacherous the path ahead may be, she shall traverse it all, until she topples Xia Qingye's company and family, slaying him to avenge her own kin. For the sake of this goal, she presses on. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from outside the door, and Song Yingjie entered, supporting the inebriated Pei. Su Zibao was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, Su Zibao, you are still awake? What brings you here?" She hurried forward to assist in steadying Pei. Song Yingjie, also quite tipsy, replied, "I brought him back. You have no idea how relentless those women at the bar are." Upon seeing our young master Pei, they pounced on him like vultures, and he ended up completely intoxicated. Young Master Pei must return, but alas, it will disappoint that crowd of ladies. Ugh. What am I rambling about in front of you? I'm not in a much better state myself. I leave young Master Pei in your capable hands. I must take my leave. With that, Song Yingjie released his grip, and Pei collapsed heavily onto Su Zibao, nearly overwhelming her with his weight. Hey, wait a moment. After consuming so much alcohol, you should just rest in the guest room, Su Zibao suggested. Song Yingjie waved dismissively. It's fine. There's a driver outside. Just like this. Heh. I leave young Master Pei to you. He is strong and robust, a delicacy indeed. So take your time and enjoy. No need to be modest. Saying this, he staggered out and casually shut the door behind him. A flush crept onto Su Zibao's cheeks. Indeed, those associated with Pei were hardly ever serious. The overwhelming scent of alcohol made her wrinkle her brow involuntarily. She wondered just how much he had consumed, as the aroma of liquor clung to his clothes. As the evening grew late, Su Zibao, not wishing to disturb the maid, gently assisted Pei towards the sofa. However, he was too heavy, losing his balance. They both tumbled onto the couch. The weighty Pei, solidly pressing down on Su Zibao, was a striking figure at over 6 feet tall. Though he appeared lean, Su Zibao was acutely aware of his defined 8-pack abs, rendering her unable to budge him. Pei, the figure atop her, responded vaguely, his intoxicated, elongated eyes half open, gazing at Su Zibao. Thankfully, he could still hear her. Su Zibao let out a quiet sigh of relief and gently urged him, "Get up." Pei propped himself up on one arm, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly uncomfortable. Just as Su Zibao planned to take the opportunity to rise, she noticed his expression, realizing he was on the verge of nausea, but his face was directly in front of hers. Goodness, she certainly did not wish to be the recipient of Pei's sickness. In a split second, Su Zibao instinctively grabbed a nearby manuscript and hastily placed it beneath his mouth. The next moment, a cacophony ensued as the contents spilled across the paper. Chapter 25. I will accompany you until the end in the stillness of the night. The villa was brightly lit. Su Jibao abandoned her attempts to support Pei Yi and resorted to dragging him instead, finally managing to get him into the bedroom. She filled the bathtub with water, stripped him down to his underwear, and then dried him off before returning him to the bed, descending the stairs to clean up the remnants of his earlier vomit. She caught sight of the discarded manuscript in the trash and couldn't help but smile wryly. Her painstaking efforts had been completely expelled in a single moment. It had been a close call, too. He had nearly splattered her with the contents of his stomach. The thought made Su Jibao chuckle softly. An idea suddenly struck her, and she hurriedly grabbed a pen, jotting down her thoughts in a flurry. However, she could only manage a rough outline, her concern for the man on the bed weighing heavily on her mind. He had nearly made a mess of her, and she wondered if he was sleeping soundly now. On the bed, Pei lay quietly asleep, appearing to have returned to normal after his bout of sickness. Su Jibao yawned as she sat beside him, only to be startled when he grasped her hand tightly. "Don't go." Surprised, Su Jibao looked at him. Was he speaking in his sleep? She attempted to pull away, but his grip was unyielding. Alon. The unfamiliar name slipped from his lips, prompting Su Jibao to ponder over the socialites she knew in Haicheng. Yet none bore that name. Who was this person, and what was their connection to Pei Yi? Ultimately, it mattered little. Even if there was a relationship, it had no bearing on her. She was merely his nominal wife, having long established that she would not interfere in his private affairs, even if he harbored a moonlit glow in his heart, and even amidst the nightly revelries. What truly mattered to her was to seize what she desired while she still held the title of Mrs. Pei San. Unbeknownst to her, Su Jibao had fallen asleep while leaning against the bed. In a haze, she felt something brushing against her face. As she instinctively reached out, her hand brushed against fur, startling her awake. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered Pei Yi teasing her hair. Noticing her wakefulness, he flashed a noble smile and remarked, "Su Jibao, the sun is high. Aren't you hungry? How can you sleep so soundly?" Startled, Su Jibao sprang upright, exclaiming, "What time is it? Curse it, I forgot to set my alarm last night. I'm going to be late for work." In her haste to get ready, she completely overlooked the fact that she had shared a bed with Pei Yi. Pei Yi, reclining against the bedside, swiftly drew her into his embrace, playfully pointing at her head. "Use your brain. Today is Saturday." A sigh of relief escaped Su Jibao as she realized, indeed, it was Saturday. She had been fretting over the prospect of being late for work the following day. Relaxing, she turned in Pei Yi's arms, intending to steal a few more moments of slumber, only to freeze in sudden realization. Wait, how did I end up in the same bed as him? Memories flooded back. Last night he had taken her hand, and unable to break free, she had yielded to his grip and drifted into a drowsy sleep. Now, awakening to find herself in the same bed, she assessed her attire, noting that her clothes remained intact and her body bore no unusual sensations. It seemed that nothing untoward had transpired. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. "Pei Yi, where is my room?" Su Jibao inquired. Having cared for him until the late hours of the night, she still felt drowsy, and with it being Saturday, she yearned for a bit more rest. Pei Yi gestured towards the bed, indicating, "Here." "And where do you reside?" Su Jibao pressed on. Next time, should he find himself intoxicated, she would ensure to escort him to his room, thereby avoiding such an awkward situation upon waking. Pei Yi lazily regarded her, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his lips. "This, you mean to say, you wish to share a room with me?" Su Jibao's eyes widened in disbelief. Had they not signed a contract stipulating that cohabitation was to be consensual? Pei Yi raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of mischief reflected in his slender eyes. "Otherwise? Newlyweds sleeping apart? Do you intend for all of Haicheng to believe that our marriage is in disarray?" Yet, Su Jibao still felt it inappropriate. Pei Yi reclined, arms resting behind his head, avoiding eye contact with her as he languidly remarked, "Rest assured, Pei San Shao never imposes upon others. However, since you have married me, you must consider the reputation of Mrs. Pei. At the very least, let the Pei and Su families believe that we are rather affectionate, lest grandfather worry. Of course, if you find yourself in need of anything while sleeping beside me, be it the desire to remove my towel, hold hands, or even take it a step further, I am entirely at your service." As he uttered the last 4 words, his gaze lingered on Su Jibao, his voice husky and laced with seductive allure. With a flushed face, Su Jibao retorted, "Who wants to take it further with you? That remains to be seen. After all, I distinctly recall that each time we meet, you seem to wish to draw closer." Pei Yi spoke as he lifted the covers, revealing his bare body, stripped of all modesty beneath the white cotton blanket, a remnant of yesterday's encounter with Su Jibao. Meanwhile, On the other side, Pei Shili was lamenting to Pei Qixing, second master, Su Zhibao has gone too far. I have diligently served Diju Media, yet she dismisses me upon her arrival. I have committed no wrongdoing. Pei Shili held the position of financial director at Diju Media. Naturally, Su Zhibao would seize control of the financial department, the lifeblood of any company. In contrast to Pei Shili, who sought to challenge her authority and resign, Su Zhibao effortlessly orchestrated his dismissal, appointing Su Fan, someone she could trust, thereby ensuring her grip on the entire situation. Pei Qixing, resembling Pei Yi in some aspects, wore a stern expression as he remarked, I heard it was you who penned your resignation letter, but I was not the only one who wrote it. Many others did as well. Yet she chose to dismiss me. I have seen no others dismissed, Pei Shili retorted, his frustration palpable. Pei Qixing coldly responded, fool. Finance is the most crucial aspect of a company. She naturally desires to maintain control over it. In the past, my third brother was a frivolous young master, indifferent to anything but his admiration for Luo Bingwan. He had no qualms about leaving the financial matters in your hands. Now that Su Zhibao has entered the company and swiftly seized the reins of the finances, it seems this woman possesses considerable capability. Yet you, bearing the Pei surname, conspire with outsiders to bully Madame Pei. Even if it reaches the board, no one will advocate for you. However, if you cannot serve as financial director, I can still find you a place in another department. You should return to Diju Media, keep a watchful eye on her, and discern her true intentions. Thank you, second master. Rest assured, I shall keep a vigilant watch over Su Zhibao. Chapter 26. Tonight, I will visit her home. Su Zhibao has entered Emperor Media and gradually acclimatized to her role as Mrs. Pei. Pei, living up to his reputation as the most notorious playboy in Haicheng, spends his days reveling in frivolity. However, now that he is newly married, he shows some consideration for the Su family's image, returning home every night, regardless of how late it may be. Su Zhibao has also completed several songs, which are included in the Bansha album. Yet, her most pressing dilemma lies in the absence of Luo Bingwan. She is left pondering who should sing the songs. The lead single, He Is Not a Lover, possesses a playful and charming style. Even if Luo Bingwan were willing, it would not align with her icy beauty's temperament. The inspiration for this song springs from Pei Yi himself, a man who remembers to instruct the housekeeper to prepare dinner for her, yet oscillates between warmth and coldness, often leaving her in a state of uncertainty. Each moment of tenderness feels like a delightful surprise, while every instance of indifference serves as a stark reminder. The melody is lively and cheerful, and the lyrics, in contrast to the usual lament of this genre, adopt a unique self-deprecating tone. Many have likely encountered someone who treats them with such ambivalence, and this song, once released, is bound to resonate with many. Moreover, the lyrics are catchy and easily memorable, making it ripe for widespread singing. What is now required is an individual who can truly capture the essence of this song. Su Zhibao has reviewed everyone in the artist department and, as per the records, none meet the requisite standards. In recent days, Song Yingjie has been accompanying Su Zhibao through various trials, exclaiming, Director Su, Miss Su, you have met everyone in the department, and I truly find myself at a loss with these individuals. Given the modest scale of the emperor aristocrat's enterprise, securing someone akin to the esteemed Luo Bingwan would indeed prove challenging, considering the lateness of the hour. And my prior engagement with a bevy of beauties at a karaoke establishment, I shall take my leave. Go ahead, replied Su Zhibao, engrossed in her documents, without so much as a glance. As Song Yingjie was about to depart, a sudden thought struck him. Almost forgot. Young Master Pei requested your presence as well. Su Zhibao responded, a look of bewilderment upon her face. Whatever for? Song Yingjie replied, what else? Merriment, of course. Everyone is cognizant of young Master Pei's marital status, his wife being the eldest daughter of the Su family. However, given your recent return to the country, you remain unfamiliar to many. They have been clamoring for young Master Pei to bring you along. He has been declining, considering your dedication to your professional endeavors. But seeing as tomorrow is Saturday, a day free from work, why not join us? Each individual possesses their own social sphere. Pei Yi's willingness to introduce her to his inner circle is indeed a rare gesture. Very well, I understand. You may proceed ahead. I shall return home to change my attire. Kindly provide me with the address, and I shall make my own way there, Su Zhibao responded, casting a glance at her professional attire. Song Yingjie snapped his fingers in agreement. Splendid. The Dark Night Karaoke, the very same establishment you visited previously. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Zhibao, adorned in a wine-red gown, her long hair cascading in gentle waves down her back. A touch of subtle makeup enhancing her features, and a handbag in hand, stepped out of her residence. The chauffeur, Pei Stouchuan, escorted Su Zibao to the dark night karaoke. Upon inquiring at the reception desk regarding Pei Yi's whereabouts, she was promptly guided by a staff member. As she traversed the corridor, she espied a woman clad in a black miniskirt and heavy smoky eye makeup, obstructing a man's path. The man donned a dark blue checkered shirt adorned with intricate patterns, complemented by deep brown trousers and polished black leather boots. Though his face remained obscured, his silhouette exuded the charm of a dashing young gentleman. A half-burned white cigarette rested between his fingers, while a wedding ring graced his fourth finger, a subtle yet opulent statement. Su Zibao found the figure familiar at first glance. But upon noticing the ring, recognition struck her immediately. Indeed, it was their wedding band, an exclusive design, unmatched anywhere in the world. Pei. Initially, Su Zibao intended to feign ignorance and proceed to the private room with the attendant, yet they found themselves obstructed in the path. It would be inappropriate to squeeze past, wouldn't it? As she pondered, the woman drew closer to Pei Yi, engaging him in conversation, while he retreated step by step, inadvertently moving in her direction. The KTV music was blaring, but as the distance diminished, fragments of their dialogue became discernible. Pei Yi, you heartless scoundrel. You once called me your dear wife and sweetheart. Now you choose to marry another. What do you truly mean by this? The woman's voice carried a blend of grievance and playful reproach. Zhao Yuanyuan, I have uttered such words to at least dozens of young ladies. If I were to marry each one, my household would be overwhelmed, Pei Yi replied nonchalantly, continuing to retreat without a care. Zhao Yuanyuan, blushing with indignation, retorted, Indeed, men are no good. Once they put on their trousers, they forget their promises. If I were to remove my trousers, I would still maintain the same sentiment, Pei Yi remarked, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Zhao Yuanyuan, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Zhao Yuanyuan gazed at Pei Yi with affectionate eyes, taking a bold step forward to press herself against him. Since your marriage, you haven't spent a night away. Don't you miss me? I certainly miss you. How about coming to my place tonight? Stop joking. Pei Yi retreated a considerable distance, only to unexpectedly feel his back collide with something soft and yielding. Is someone there? Turning around, he found Su Zibao standing gracefully by the corridor, clad in an off-shoulder, form-fitting lace gown adorned with floral carvings. Her skirt flowed with charming ruffles, embellished with teardrop-shaped crystals. Her exquisitely beautiful face was lightly dusted with powder, presenting a fresh and ethereal allure. At that moment, his petite wife wore an expression of indifference, as if to say she was merely a passerby, urging him to disregard her presence. When had Su Zibao arrived? By the looks of it, she must have overheard Zhao Yuanyuan's earlier words. Although Pei Yi had no qualms about displaying a carefree demeanor in public, he lacked the desire to flaunt affection with another woman before his wife. Sensing the situation, he halted his steps and embraced Su Zibao with one arm, stating, I apologize, but I will be going to her house tonight. Chapter 27. This is my wife. Zhao Yuanyuan glared fiercely at Su Zibao with her round, almond-shaped eyes, inquiring, Who are you? I don't recall ever seeing you before. Although Su Zibao had made a conspicuous appearance on the day of Pei Yi's wedding, even gracing the television screen, not everyone possesses the privilege to attend the nuptials of the Pei and Su families. Even if one were to attend, they might merely occupy a corner seat. Unable to discern Su Zibao's appearance clearly, the wedding had been remarkably hurried, with many socialites and gentlemen absent from the locale. Even Pei Yi's elder brother was not present. Coupled with Su Zibao's 3-year absence abroad, her brief return before marriage, and her limited public exposure, numerous individuals had only heard of her by name without ever having encountered her in person. Clearly, Zhao Yuanyuan belonged to this latter group. Su Zibao initially intended to bypass the confrontation but unexpectedly collided with Pei Yi, who enveloped her in his embrace. Su Zibao had previously resolved to remain indifferent to Pei Yi's personal affairs, treating any unforeseen encounters as though they were invisible. However, having reached this juncture, she could not merely pretend to be a passerby. As Pei Yi's wife, she must project the dignity befitting Mrs. Pei before outsiders. Embracing Pei Yi's waist, Su Zibao nestled intimately against him and smiled at Zhao Yuanyuan, saying, I haven't seen you either. It's hardly strange that we don't know each other. This scene ignited a fire of jealousy within Zhao Yuanyuan. She thought, do not presume that a modicum of beauty grants you the ability to entice the illustrious third young master Pei. You ought to consider your own status and your lack of shame. Misinterpreting Su Zibao's unfamiliarity, Zhao Yuanyuan dismissed her as one of those peripheral women with disdain. Su Zibao maintained an elegant and appropriate smile, responding, "Indeed, you make a valid point." Zhao Yuanyu, and reached out to pull Su Zibao, but was obstructed by Pei. Zhao Yuanyuan, feeling aggrieved, exclaimed, "Pei, listen to her. She's mocking me. How surprising that such intellect could discern mockery. This is my wife, Su Zibao." Pei introduced her with a nonchalant demeanor, as if they were an old married couple, and then turned to her, saying, "This is Zhao Yuanyuan from the Zhao family." The Zhao family is one of the 4 great noble families of Haiqing, alongside the Pei, Su, and Bai families, all of which are prestigious clans with a legacy spanning centuries. However, as time has passed, many noble families have gradually declined, such as the Su family, while others have risen to prominence, even surpassing the old guard in flamboyance, such as the Zhao family. Given her surname Zhao, she must belong to that lineage. Zhao Yuanyuan's expression stiffened. She did not expect to insult someone right in front of the legitimate wife. However, after some reflection, she disdainfully scoffed, "So it's her. The empty-headed vase of the socialite circle. I've heard much about you." Su Zibao cast a faint glance her way, her expression as indifferent as one would show towards a tree or a dog by the roadside. She then turned to Pei, saying, "I just arrived, and didn't he expect to run into you on the way? Shall we head inside?" "Indeed," Pei smiled, wrapping his arm around Su Zibao as they entered the private room. Zhao Yuanyuan watched their retreating figures, her teeth grinding with jealousy. She was not like those women who lacked status and merely clung to the wealthy Pei Sin Xiao. She was a daughter of the Zhao family. Although the Zhao family was not one of the 4 great noble families, its trajectory had long surpassed that of the Su family. What if their ancestors had prospered a bit earlier? What was there to be so proud of about the Su family? They were already in decline. Zhao Yuanyuan and Pei have known each other since their school days, having grown up in the same generation. Back then, Pei was handsome, skilled in combat, and came from a distinguished family, which enamored Zhao Yuanyuan. Her affection for him persisted through to their university graduation, including several fleeting romances along the way. As Pei seemed to change his companions as frequently as one changes clothing, despite feeling like merely another garment he had discarded. She clung to the hope that her status as the daughter of the Zhao family afforded her a rightful place beside him. However, last week, upon hearing the shocking news of Pei's impending marriage, she was overwhelmed with rage and sorrow, concerned that she might cause a scene. The Zhao family confined her to her room on the day of the wedding. Thus she remained unaware of Su Zibao. As she pushed open the door to the private room, she was greeted by dim lighting and the acrid scent of smoke. A group of men and women lounged on the sofas, the flash of lights dazzling. Upon seeing Pei enter with a stranger in his embrace, a man with an air of debauchery let out a low whistle. "Hey, third young master Pei is impressive, bringing a girl home whenever he steps out." Song Yingjia swiftly smacked the man on the head, admonishing him, "What nonsense. This is your sister-in-law, Pei Xiao's wife." At this declaration, every gaze in the room, regardless of gender, turned towards Su Zibao, their scrutinizing eyes appraising her from head to toe. Pei casually settled onto the sofa, wrapping his arm around her, and lazily remarked, "What are you all staring at? I know my wife is beautiful, so tone down those looks." He then declared, "Let us drink and sing. The sister-in-law is truly stunning." The earlier whistling man chimed in with a grin. The atmosphere soon regained its lively spirit, though many women continued to covertly assess Su Zibao. As Su Zibao cast a sweeping glance around the room, he discerned several familiar faces, individuals he had encountered on the day of the wedding. Yet he could not recall their identities. The majority of the attendees were strangers, presumably members of the affluent youth circle of Haiqing, or perhaps young models brought along for entertainment. After a while, Zhao Yuanyuan made her entrance, surrounded by a group of women who seemed to be her companions. "Third sister, I am Pei Shishir, and I would like to propose a toast to you," announced a sweet-faced, demure young woman as she approached with a glass of juice in hand. Clad in a flowing white gown, with her sleek black hair styled in a bob and a delicate oval face, she embodied youthful beauty, reminiscent of a student. Chapter 28. A precious discovery. Su Zibao searched her memory, recalling that as Mrs. Pei, she was well acquainted with the details of the Pei family. Pei's father, her father-in-law, had a younger brother residing in Yangqing, who was a university professor. Although their blood ties were remarkably close, for reasons unknown, the two families had maintained a distant relationship, refraining from interaction. In fact, When Pei married, not a single member from the Pei family's second branch attended the ceremony. Such occurrences are not uncommon in large families, where rivalries over inheritance can lead to bitter disputes, resulting in estrangement. However, she had never anticipated encountering someone from the Pei family's second branch in this context. Su Zibao raised her glass of red wine and gently clinked it with hers, smiling politely as she said, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Sure." After toasting, Pei Sure returned the smile and took a seat beside Pei Yi, occasionally exchanging light-hearted banter, suggesting a warm sibling bond. Su Zibao, come, sing a song. Song Yingjie offered her the microphone. With a smile, Su Zibao waved her hand, saying, "You all enjoy yourselves. I am tone-deaf and would prefer to listen to your singing." Ever since her voice had deteriorated in her past life, she had refrained from singing. She harbored some psychological reluctance towards it and was not keen on revisiting that experience. "Come now, do not be so modest," Song Yingjie insisted, playfully thrusting the microphone into Pei Shure's hands. Sure, it's your turn. Surely a top student from the music academy cannot shy away from the spotlight." Pei Shure blushed slightly, but as the music began to play, she felt compelled to accept and began to sing. Initially, there were some stumbles, but as Su Zibao listened to countless songs, she immediately sensed the tension in the air. However, after singing a few lines, she gradually found her rhythm and became deeply engrossed. Her performance was even more moving than the live rendition of the original artist that Su Zibao had attended years ago. She sang with soul. While many possess vocal techniques, the essence of becoming a diva relies on both soul and skill. Technique may be a matter of innate talent. Some may never master it, while others may excel. In contrast, soul is entirely a gift from nature. Su Zibao never expected that her relentless search would lead her to uncover such a gem in the realm of singing. Although Pei Shure still had numerous areas for growth and refinement, Su Zibao perceived a latent potential for her to ascend to diva status. Furthermore, her voice was crystal clear, perfectly suited for the song she had penned, "He is not a lover." How splendid! Despite her youth and lack of fame, she appeared even more fitting than Luo Bingwan. It had to be her. With a sparkle in her eyes, Su Zibao turned to Pei Yi, recalling the constraints of her identity. "Pei Yi, isn't it true that members of the Pei family are prohibited from entering the entertainment industry? Even our Su family cannot, let alone yours." "Indeed, that is the case." Pei Yi seemed to grasp her thoughts, gently lifting her chin with his long finger. "What is this? Have you taken a liking to Shure?" Su Zibao pondered her words carefully. "Isn't she from a music academy? She would actually be quite suitable for a career in entertainment. Is there any way to make an exception?" However, it was indeed true that members of the Pei family were barred from the entertainment industry. "However, my second uncle's family has long been expelled from the Pei family, so Pei Shure cannot be considered a member of the Pei clan," Pei Yi remarked casually. Su Zibao finally understood. They had been ousted from the Pei family? No wonder the two families had little interaction. Yet, this made the situation even more awkward, as it appeared that the main branch of the Pei family had a strained relationship with his second uncle's household. Nevertheless, having discovered such a gem, Su Zibao was reluctant to let go. Pei Shure enrolled in the music academy with the intention of joining Pei Xiao's company, yet our Pei Xiao has forbidden her entry. Nearby, Song Yingjie, overhearing their conversation, interjected, "Shure loves to sing, but Pei Erbo is also unwilling for her to enter the entertainment industry. You are somewhat acquainted with this circle and know how murky it can be." Su Zibao gazed at Pei Yi with eager eyes, having thought she had been resolute all this time, only to realize she still needed his approval. "Pei Yi, Pei Xiao, I have everything ready. I just need one person." Her eyes sparkled with moisture, resembling a delicate fawn in the forest, enchanting and innocent. Pei Yi's lips curled into a languid smile as he casually gestured toward the crystal grapes on the table, as if he were a lord awaiting service. For the sake of her grand plan, Su Zibao deftly peeled a grape with her slender fingers, poised to offer it to Pei Yi's lips. However, upon seeing the perennial nonchalance on the handsome face of this dandy, or rather his indifference, she noted his striking brow and deep-set eyes, which exuded a hint of amusement. With a determined bite, she seized the grape and pressed it against Pei Yi's lips, only to retract swiftly like a startled rabbit, wishing to escape. Pei Yi was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of tender amusement dancing in his eyes as he pressed his palm against Su Zibao's nape, preventing her from withdrawing. The once eager Su Zibao, overwhelmed by the kiss, felt her mind clouded and her cheeks flushed. In truth, she had merely intended to offer a single grape. After an indeterminate span, When Mr. Pei relinquished his embrace, Miss Su detected a slight distension in her lips, a testament to the fervor of their kiss. Bystanders feigned indifference. Yet many surreptitiously cast glances in their direction. To poach a talent, my wife has ostensibly subjected me to impropriety. How intriguing, Mr. Pei mused, the mirth in his eyes threatening to spill over. Indeed, a delectable encounter. His words, laden with double entendre, left it ambiguous whether he alluded to the gustatory delight of the grapes or her person. Miss Su, gently touching her faintly swollen lips, fixed him with an incandescent gaze. Pray, elucidate the prerequisites for Ms. Pei's integration into the Imperial Media Group. Firstly, secure her acquiescence. Secondly, gain my endorsement. Thirdly, sway my paternal uncle. However, should you accomplish the initial two, the third shall be my prerogative, Mr. Pei elucidated, his elongated eyes narrowing. Ms. Pei indubitably yearns to join the Imperial Media Group. Yet this does not necessarily imply a willingness to perform your compositions. The maiden harbors a passion for music, but possesses an unyielding disposition. Certain melodies she is disinclined to interpret. Did his words suggest a disparagement of her lyrical creations? Persuasion? Ms. Su reflected that further discourse would prove futile. Tangible evidence was paramount. At that juncture, Ms. Zhao approached, brandishing a microphone, her antipathy palpable. Ms. Su, she began, during a casual exchange, I discovered that these individuals are unacquainted with your person. Granted, you have been abroad for 3 years. Nevertheless, even after the passage of time, your reputation as an incompetent ornament surely lingers in the collective memory. Ms. Su, her brow arched delicately, wondered, what mischief does she intend to instigate? She is currently intent on eliminating Pei Shishir, having no time to engage in petty rivalries with them. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Yuanyuan's actions are purely a reaction to their earlier kiss. I refuse to believe that Miss Su could ever become the wife of Pei Xiao. How could she possibly be anything but a fool? Accompanying Zhao Yuanyuan, Zhao Linyu wore an expression of indignation on behalf of Su Zibao. Convinced that the rumors must be erroneous, Zhao Yuanyuan took a seat opposite Su Zibao, her gaze dripping with disdain. Furthermore, I shall not press you, at KTV. You cannot even sing a single song, yet you still wish to portray yourself as anything but a decoration? Miss Su, why not sing a song? I refuse to believe you're merely a pretty face, Zhao Linyu interjected eagerly. The two women were like a well-rehearsed play, one taking on the role of the villain while the other played the heroine. Hadn't she just overheard Su Zibao confess to Song Yingjie that she couldn't sing? And yet she had not picked up the microphone? Su Zibao pondered this, recalling that the original owner of her name indeed lacked any talent in singing or dancing. Utterly tone-deaf, it seemed they were quite familiar with her. However, she was no longer that Su Zibao. Shall I take the stage? Pei Shishir suggested, observing the unfolding scene with urgency. This gesture sparked a flicker of fondness in Su Zibao. The girl presumed she truly could not sing, thus coming to her rescue. Compared to Pei Yi's twin sister, this cousin was undeniably far more endearing. Zhao Yuanyuan scoffed, Pei Shishir, you acknowledge she is merely a pretty face. Hence you do not press her, so you will sing instead, correct? No, that is not what I meant. Pei Shishir was flustered. Waving her hands in explanation, Zhao Yuanyuan coldly remarked, then let us await her song to prove she is not a fool. However, I suspect we shall be waiting in vain, for she truly is a simpleton. Surely not, Miss Su, just sing a little something. I will select an easier piece for you, Zhao Lin offered with a seemingly benevolent expression. Yet, Su Zibao merely smiled with a hint of amusement, for she found the banter rather playful. While she was indifferent to others' opinions of her, she was loath to endure such indignity. Young Master Pei, did you not just say for me to convince you? Su Zibao leaned closer to Pei Yi's ear, her smile gentle. Then do listen closely. With that, Su Zibao rose, took the microphone from Zhao Yuanyuan's hand, surveyed the onlookers with a sweeping glance, and her gaze landed on Pei Shishir with a brief smile before settling on Pei Yi, her lips curving into a subtle upward arc. Admittedly, I am not particularly skilled at singing. However, a couple of days ago, on a whim, I penned a little something. Before she could finish, Zhao Yuanyuan interrupted with mockery. If you sing a nursery rhyme, that might count as singing, but to claim you have written a song? If you can write a song, then I too shall write a book. If I manage to sing a song of my own creation, it would not be too much to ask for you, Miss Zhao, to write a book in return. Su Zibao raised one hand holding the microphone while the other grasped 2 large bottles of white liquor, placing them on the table. Simply consume these 2 bottles entirely. A typical person would be ill after 1 bottle. Yet Su Zibao boldly lifted too. Zhao Yuanyuan harbored profound skepticism regarding Su Zibao's ability to compose music. With a hint of sarcasm, she remarked, "All right then. As long as you can write a song, even if it's a nursery rhyme like Two Tigers, I shall accept it. I only fear that certain individuals may indulge in exaggeration." No sooner had her words faded than a crystalline voice resonated within the private room. The unaccompanied melody, playful and charming in its essence, conveyed the musings of a young woman lamenting her elusive partner, why he appeared and vanished. Always hovering between friendship and something more, the bittersweet uncertainty of love. Do you truly love me, or do you not? Can you dare to care just a little more? Typically, songs of this nature tend to be steeped in bitterness and melancholy. However, this piece stood apart with its distinctive flair. Some lines struck a chord so deeply with Zhao Yuanyuan that she felt they articulated her own sentiments. Indeed, Pei was precisely that kind of person. He exuded an aura of gentleness, showering affection upon every woman, his sweet nothings accompanied by a slight curl at the corners of his lips. Like a beloved figure, he made one feel that despite being cradled in his embrace, the distance felt insurmountable. He stood right before you, yet remained unattainable. He showered you with affection, yet never truly loved. Nevertheless, despite his elusive nature, one couldn't help but cherish him. Regardless of whether he loved you or not, a little more concern would suffice. Chapter 30. He is not a lover. The essence of these lyrics resonates profoundly, evoking deep emotions. It vividly portrays various scenarios, such as a girl who, after a heated argument with a boy in the morning, returns home to find a table laden with food. There are moments of waiting while yawning, pondering where he is gone, nestled in someone else's embrace. Yet he is not her lover. She cannot cast blame and must simply endure the wait. Finally, he returns, reeking of alcohol, nearly making her retch. Though she wishes to ignore him, she cannot help but tend to him. The psychology of a young girl is exquisitely captured in this song, with images leaping to life in the mind's eye. Once the performance concludes, Su Zibao gazes at Pei Yi, smiling gently, and declares, "This song is titled He Is Not a Lover." The audience, mesmerized, erupts into applause, with Song Ingjie exclaiming dramatically, "Wow! Su Zibao, you are incredible! I had seen you write this song, but I never expected it to sound so magnificent when sung." Zhao Yuanyuan, it's your turn. Su Zibao gestures toward the 2 bottles of baijiu before her. Zhao Yuanyuan snaps back to reality, her expression shifting instantly. "I don't believe it. You didn't write this." "I can attest to this. It is indeed written by Su Zibao. As part of the new songs to be released by Dijue, Song Ingjie interjects, raising his hand with a smile. "Su Zibao has penned more than just this one, and when the songs are released in due time, you shall see." Song Ingjie would never falsify the truth. Su Zibao smirks, stating, "If you can't handle the loss, just admit it." Claiming disbelief is merely a feeble excuse to avoid drinking. Laughter erupts among those present. Zhao Yuanyuan could not afford to lose face, so she resolutely poured the liquor down her throat, turning beet red from the burn. After managing to consume half a bottle of the white spirit, she finally succumbed, retching uncontrollably. Yet, Su Zibao's expression remained unchanged. She calmly waited for her to finish, even ignoring the mess that Zhao Yuanyuan had made. "Is this not permissible?" Zhao Yuanyuan shot a fierce glance at Su Zibao, wiped the remnants from her lips, and persisted in drinking. However, after just the first sip, she could not help but vomit again. "Su Zibao, Sister Yuanyuan truly cannot continue," Zhao Linyu implored. "Let her be. It's best to stop now." Su Zibao cast a nonchalant glance her way, stating, "I have no objections if you wish to drink on her behalf." At that, Zhao Linyu fell silent, realizing she was not as foolish as Zhao Yuanyuan, who had dared to wager with 2 large bottles of liquor. Such indulgence could cost one dearly. When Zhao Yuanyuan vomited once more, tears streaming from her eyes, she finally admitted defeat, gazing at the liquor with a tearful expression. "I can no longer drink, Su Zibao. I truly cannot, not even if my life depended on it. You should have said so earlier. I would not force you to drink." Su Zibao remarked with a slight glance, recognizing that since she had conceded, there was no need for further insistence. Pei Yi observed the farcical scene, taking in the chaos around him, and slowly stated, "Take Zhao Yuanyuan to the hospital." "Ah." Immediately, someone responded, assisting Zhao Yuanyuan alongside Zhao Linyu as they helped her away. Given her excessive consumption, she was likely suffering from alcohol poisoning. In that moment, the way everyone regarded Su Zibao shifted entirely. Initially, she was merely regarded as a vapid and inept woman. When she sang, people thought she was not as terrible as the rumors suggested. However, at this moment, everyone realized that she was formidable, compelling Zhao Yuanyuan to drink until she was intoxicated before relenting and forcing her to yield. Pei Shishir, would you be willing to sing this song for everyone? Su Zibao inquired directly, approaching Pei Shishir without acknowledging the gazes of others. Pei Shishir was stunned. What? What do you mean? This is a new song that our Dijua Media is about to release. Are you willing to sign with Dijua Media as an artist and sing this song? Su Zibao asked earnestly. A flicker of elation crossed Pei Shishir's eyes. Such a wonderful song for me. This is too incredible. She was overjoyed. She genuinely adored this song and felt a strong connection to it when she listened to it. She was eager to sing it herself. It was an unexpected blessing. However, Pei Shishir hesitated to agree and glanced at Pei Yi. Upon noticing this, Su Zibao took her hand, approached Pei Yi, and said with a gentle smile, Shishir has been persuaded by me. Is this song sufficient to persuade you? Pei Yi, as the proprietor of Dijue, would naturally protect Pei Shishir, and only he could safeguard her. The persuasion he required was whether Su Zibao believed that her song was worthy of Pei Shishir's talent. And now, it seemed sufficient. Such a song could allow Pei Shishir to showcase her singing talent, and more songs like it could enable her to progress further and more successfully on this path. Exquisite. Pei expressed his admiration for Su Zibao before turning to Pei Shishir and saying, Leave the matter with my second uncle to me. Shishir, the choice is yours. A flicker of emotion passed through Pei Shishir's eyes as she eagerly nodded. I am willing. I am more than willing. Thank you, third brother. Thank you, third sister-in-law. At that moment, Su Zibao felt a weight lift from her heart. The problem that had troubled her for so long was finally resolved. Xiaqingye, my counterattack begins now. Just wait, she thought. Congratulations, Shishir, on finally achieving your wish. From now on, we shall be colleagues in the same company. Song Yingjie said with a cheerful grin as he approached. I look forward to your guidance. Pei Shishir lowered her head, blushing with a shy smile, and replied, I hope to receive your support, Brother Jie. Chapter 31. The invitation from Xia Qingye in the evening, within the recording studio of Emperor Media. Agent Kai Kai presented a soothing pear tea to Pei Shishir, while Su Zibao was engaged in a hushed conversation with several sound engineers. Director Su, am I not singing well? Pei Shishir inquired hesitantly, taking a sip of tea as she approached Su Zibao. In the company, she opted to address her by her title, maintaining a clear distinction between personal and professional matters. With a gentle smile, Su Zibao shook her head. No, it's quite good, even better than I anticipated. However, I noticed a few notes that require fine-tuning to achieve the utmost perfection. Shishir, prepare yourself for another recording. All right. Pei Shishir replied enthusiastically, her bright eyes sparkling with determination. This marked the first week since Pei Shishir had signed her contract, and they had spent the entire week immersed in the studio, recording songs. Today was designated for the final piece. To ensure the best possible outcome, Su Zibao had been nearly inseparable from Pei Shishir, as she was the composer of the song and possessed an innate understanding of its melody and emotional depth. Pei Shishir was equally diligent, her solid foundational skills, combined with Su Zibao's guidance, having mentored numerous artists, allowed her talent to flourish remarkably. It was no surprise that Xiaqingye, in the name of love, had once gone to great lengths to keep Su Ji by his side, drawn by her extraordinary musical prowess. Meanwhile, in the silver sports car parked outside the company, Song Yingjie occupied the driver's seat, while Pei Yi sat in the back, engrossed in the documents in his hands. The only sound within the vehicle being the pulsating beats of a DJ dance track. Mr. Pei, as you anticipated, Shishir has joined the company. However, your wife now favors Shishir, seemingly neglecting her husband. I heard she's been returning home later than you this week, Song Yingjie remarked with a stretch, casting an amused glance at the adjacent Emperor Media building. It was no coincidence that Su Zibao encountered Pei Shishir. Pei Yi orchestrated it all. Although he forbade her from using Luo Bingwan, he subtly provided her with an even more exceptional talent. If Su Zibao recognized Pei Shishir's potential upon hearing her sing at the karaoke bar that day, it would validate Pei Yi's efforts. If the gold remained undiscovered despite being presented to her, then it wouldn't be Pei Yi's fault for not assisting her. Ultimately, Mr. Pei sacrificed his own cousin to aid Su Zibao. It was a win-win situation, as Shishir had always desired to join your company. Mr. Pei, you truly dote on your wife. I wonder if you two, sharing a bed and spending every moment together, have developed feelings for each other? Song Yingjie mused. fiddling with the keychain on his finger while leaning against the steering wheel. I never believed in the notion of familiarity breeding affection, but now, it seems quite plausible. Familiarity breeds affection, a double entendre. Pei looked up, a glint of coldness flashing in his narrow eyes. Silence, he commanded curtly. You're being garrulous. Yes, yes. I'll be quiet. Hey, Mr. Pei, your wife and cousin are coming out. Song Ingjier exclaimed, spotting the two women and promptly honking the horn. Su Zibao and Pei Shishir had just stepped outside when they noticed a silver-white customized sports car parked at the entrance. The car boasts an audacious hue and sleek lines. Unmistakably a custom creation, one of Pei Yi's prized possessions, perfectly befitting his status as the foremost dandy of Haiqing. As the two approached the sports car, Song Ingjie smiled warmly, announcing that upon the completion of their recording, young Master Pei was treating them to a celebratory meal for the two young ladies. Su Ziba and Pei Shishir climbed into the vehicle, with Su Ziba seated beside Pei Yi. On ordinary days, when not attending significant meetings, he dressed quite casually. Clad in a bespoke deep purple patterned shirt and loose dark trousers, his long legs and fair fingers gave him the effortless allure of a magazine cover model. How did it go? Smoothly? He inquired, his deep, resonant voice laced with a hint of amusement. The co-pilot, Pei Shishir, shyly admitted, it's all my fault. I was too slow, recording many times, making my sister-in-law work alongside me until now. I was too demanding, insisting on the best results, which really wore Shishir out. The company is all set. Tomorrow, we will submit these songs for the charts at Inwa Station. Su Ziba leaned back against the plush cushion, a glint of sharpness flickering in her gentle gaze. The encounter with Xia Qingye was poised to commence at this very moment. How about this? Pei Yi casually handed Su Ziba an invitation from a stack of documents. Upon opening it, her eyes widened in shock. Yunting Entertainment is celebrating diva Yao Liani's achievement of the International Golden Sound Award with a banquet at the Four Seas Hotel in Yangqing. You are warmly invited. Xia Qingye, Yao Liani. Su Ziba had not anticipated encountering them so soon again. The event was scheduled for tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Shall we go? She is no longer Su Zi. She can now appear before them with unabashed confidence. The International Golden Melody Award is the most prestigious accolade in the realm of music, and winning such an honor solidifies Yao Liani's position as the unrivaled queen of the domestic music scene. It seems that tomorrow's headlines in national entertainment newspapers will be dominated by the news of Yao Liani's triumph. With the emergence of the prodigy Yi Zi from Yunting Entertainment, who has catapulted Yao Liani to stardom, other record companies can only languish in the shadows. As Song Ingjie drives, he clicks his tongue in admiration. The songs that earned Yao Liani her award were penned by Su Zi. She basks in the glory that was once hers, while her past life has been reduced to ashes. Should she attend? Certainly. In her rebirth. Su Zibao would not allow them to celebrate their success with a victory party based on her achievements. While she may not have the means to confront them directly at the moment, she can certainly find ways to throw a wrench in their plans. Yes, she will go. A smile graces Su Zibao's lips, yet her eyes betray a chilling resolve. Chapter 32. Enemies meet with extraordinarily red eyes the following day. At the Century Building in Yang City, the Four Seas Hotel. To commemorate the celebrated songstress Yao Liani's triumph in winning the prestigious International Golden Melody Award, Xia Qingye, the president of Yunting Entertainment, personally hosted a grand banquet, inviting only the CR de la CR of the industry. A modest company like Emperor Media lacked even the qualifications to receive an invitation. However, the third young master of the Pei family possessed this privilege. Yang City, a mere hour's drive from Haiqing, is the economic epicenter of South China. The Xia family stands as the largest noble clan in Yang City. Yet they pale in comparison to the Pei and Lei families of Haiqing. Xia Qingye's fiancé Yi, by Fang Fei, and Pei Qixing's wife, by Ling Xue, are sisters, thus establishing a familial bond that indirectly connects Pei to Xia Qingye as his fiancé's uncle by marriage. Early in the morning, Su Zibao and Pei Yi entered the Four Seas Hotel. Yang City was the city where she had lived in her previous life, and she was quite familiar with it. The Four Seas Hotel was also a property of the Xia family. Pei donned a meticulously tailored suit, a pure white shirt, and a deep purple tie, exuding an air of formality intertwined with a hint of nonchalance. A devilishly charming smile adorned his handsome face, and beneath his thick eyelashes, his elongated eyes possessed a vortex-like depth. With such a visage, he could easily attract numerous admirers in any bar. Su Zibao linked her arm with his. Clad in an exquisite handcrafted gown of pure white, the subtle silver sheen of the fabric rippling gracefully with her movements, while a silver gauze rose at her chest served as the sole embellishment. Both understated and luxurious, grand yet refined. Their entrance into the lobby immediately captured the attention of all present. Who could they be? How come I have never seen him before? Is he a newly emerged celebrity? Do not speak carelessly. This man is Pei Sanxiao from the Pei family of Haiqing, renowned as the most flamboyant young gentleman in Haiqing, celebrated for his charm, elegance, and wealth. The woman beside him is unfamiliar to me. However, any woman who accompanies Pei Xiao to such a soiree must undoubtedly be a socialite of Haiqing. Upon hearing that Pei was arriving, Xia Qingye came out to greet him personally, dressed in a tailored dark suit. His handsome visage bore a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. Welcome, welcome. This must be Sanxiao's newlywed wife, Miss Su, right? We are truly honored that you both could grace our humble celebration amidst your busy schedules. Su Zibao fixed her gaze upon him, striving to suppress the boiling hatred within her. Yet, her fingers trembled involuntarily. Were it not for the formality of the occasion, she would have disregarded all caution and seized the knife beside her to end him. However, she could not. He was the heir of the Xia family and the president of Yunting Entertainment, shielded by the weight of his status. She must, without fail, strip him of his support to bring him to heel. That day will not be far off. Mr. Xia, you are too kind, Pei remarked, gripping Su Zibao's hand, acutely aware of her unease. Indeed, as she had once conveyed to him, there existed an icy resentment within her. Yes, this was Pei Yi's probing. Su Zibao had not deceived him. I heard that your diva Yao Liani has won the Golden Melody Award. Congratulations are in order. Mr. Xia need not concern himself with us. We shall manage on our own. Pei Yi chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Su Zibao. His voice rich and laced with a hint of jest. My dear, while Mr. Xia may be somewhat handsome, you mustn't fixate on him. Even if Mr. Xia is unbothered. I, for one, cannot abide by it. This remark jolted Su Zibao back to reality. Encountering Xia Qingye for the first time since her rebirth, this man who had caused the death of her entire family, she had already displayed remarkable restraint by not succumbing to the urge to take vengeance. Apologies, I was lost in thought for a moment, Su Zibao replied, concealing the cold glint in her eyes as she offered Pei Yi a sweet smile. In my heart, no man in the world could possibly compare to our Pei Sanxiao's handsomeness. Why would I gaze upon anyone else? Ah, have you perhaps indulged in honey today? Pei Yi teased, gently flicking her forehead with his fingertip, his smile indulgent. Su Zibao leaned in affectionately, nuzzling against him, their intimacy palpable. Xia Qingye had noticed the peculiar intensity in Su Zibao's gaze earlier, reminiscent of that directed at a foe. Yet now, witnessing the couple's unabashed display of affection, any lingering doubt within him dissipated. He bore no animosity towards either the Pei or Su families. Thus, Su Zibao could not possibly harbor hostility towards him. Sensing their deep affection, he deemed it inappropriate to intrude, merely offering a nod before turning to attend to other guests. Once Xia Qingye had departed, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in Pei Yi's elongated eyes. Your gaze just now was rather ferocious, as if you wished to devour him. I was left to wonder. Had I not restrained you, would you have charged at him? Not at all. Lacking evidence and knowing I could not prevail in a confrontation, it would be futile. Su Zibao gazed at the retreating figure of Xia Qingye. She would not reveal her true self. To confront her adversaries, she must adeptly conceal her identity. Only in this way could she seek vengeance. At that moment, a woman draped in a flowing gown emerged, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Her features were exquisite, and her black veil gown exuded a sensual allure, possessing an innate elegance that was captivating. This was the protagonist of the evening, the leading star of Yunting Entertainment, Yao Liani. She had once received the adoration of Su Zi, but had subsequently sabotaged Su Zi's voice and betrayed her by sharing a bed with both Su Zi and Xia Qingye. The banquet was rife with media personnel, all capturing her from every angle, the flashes of cameras illuminating the scene. Tonight, she was the most resplendent figure among them. Chapter 33. Let Pei Xiao dig a pit. Pei Xiao, Su Zibao, over here. Song Yingzhe beckoned to them. His companion, Pei Shishir, adorned in a princess gown, radiated sweetness and charm. I'm so envious. Yao Liani has actually won the Golden Melody Award, Pei Shishir remarked with genuine admiration. Su Zibao patted her shoulder reassuringly. Your potential surpasses hers. You merely lack experience. With diligent effort, you will undoubtedly surpass her. Yes, I will strive diligently. Pei Shishir nodded earnestly. As Su Zibao surveyed the gathering, she noted the presence of numerous esteemed media figures from across the country. Today marked the commencement of the charts for Pei Shishir's new song, providing an opportune moment to elevate her profile amidst the media, much to Yao Liani's chagrin. Shishir, you are a newcomer, while Yao Liani is a senior. It is only fitting for a senior to perform a song in celebration of her award, Su Zibao observed, a smile playing on her lips as she glanced at Yao Liani in the distance. Can you perform well in front of so many people? If Pei Yi were to speak up, Xia Qingye, not wishing to offend the Pei family, would undoubtedly comply. To them, it was merely a song, a trivial matter. However, Su Zibao intended to seize this opportunity for Pei Shishir to make her debut before these prominent media outlets. These journalists were drawn here specifically due to Yao Liani's accolade, an audience that would ordinarily be difficult to engage. Pei Shishir's small face flushed with anxiety. But, I can't do this. I've never performed live before. She had only just grown accustomed to singing in the recording studio, and now to sing live felt somewhat daunting. Ha ha ha, what a splendid opportunity this is. Su Zibao, you are quite cunning. If Xia Qingye agrees, he will surely come to regret it. Song Yingjie could not help but laugh heartily, encouraging from the side, sure. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Look at those prominent media outlets. Such international awards do not come easily. Merely being mentioned in the news or given a moment on screen is a chance to shine before a national audience. Su Zibao turned her gaze towards her, her eyes sparkling. Do not fear. I shall accompany you. There is a piano over there. I will provide the accompaniment. All right, with my sister-in-law by my side. I feel much better, Pei Shishir replied, her tension easing slightly. She closed her eyes, bolstering her resolve. When I sing later, I will pretend this is a recording studio, and that everyone else does not exist. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I will seize this opportunity. She understood its rarity if she let it slip away now. Who could say when such a splendid chance would arise again? To achieve fame with a song, one must possess talent, and the backing of publicity is indispensable. This moment is indeed the perfect opportunity, a strategy that Su Zibao had meticulously devised the previous day to vex Xia Qingye. Su Zibao's gaze fell upon Pei Yi, who lounged languidly on the sofa, his rebellious brows slightly raised. Director Su doesn't even pay me. Why should I be at her beck and call? Am I not at a disadvantage here? You are the president of DGUM Media. It is you who should be paying me, is it not? State your conditions freely. As long as you can persuade Xia Qingye to allow Pei Shishir to sing a song right now, we can discuss it. Su Zizai tilted her chin up slightly, her expression one of resigned acceptance, as if submitting to her fate. Pei Yi gazed at Su Zizai, his smile carrying a profound depth. These are your words, after all. What do you intend to do to me? Su Zizai's face stiffened at his smile, her hands instinctively guarding her chest, a look of wariness and defensiveness in her eyes. Could this fellow be planning to seize the opportunity to propose? That? Fine. Su Zizai, what are you thinking? No, Pei Yi wouldn't be that kind of person, would he? But then again, wasn't Pei Yi the quintessential playboy? Could he truly be above such things? Pei Yi propped himself up on the sofa with one hand, leaning forward, instantly closing the distance between himself and Su Zizai, his handsome face almost touching hers. Their eyes met, the tips of their noses brushing. My wife seems to be anticipating me doing something to you? Pei Yi deliberately emphasized the word doing, instantly imbuing the otherwise normal sentence with an air of ambiguity and sensuality. Su Zizai's fair face flushed crimson, her eyes shimmering with a watery light. Who wants you to do? Do anything? Do what, you ask? Let me ponder. Perhaps. Pei Yi tilted his head slightly, his thin lips drawing near to Su Zizai's ear, his breath causing a tingling sensation on half of her face. The deliberately prolonged tone caused Su Zizai's nerves to tighten instantly, her heart pounding in her chest as if it were about to leap out. When you accompany me to visit Grandpa at the end of the month, put on a good show. Don't disgrace the name of the Pei family. And bring joy to Grandpa. Su Zizai finally breathed a sigh of relief. You should have said so earlier. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have done my best. Upon witnessing Pei Yi's triumphant smirk, Su Zibao instantly realized the truth. Pei Yi, were you just toying with me? It was intentional. Wasn't he? He had deliberately chosen to tease her, watching as her face flushed crimson and her heart raced with anxiety, only to calmly inform her that he was doing nothing at all. It was all a premeditated act. What a scoundrel. How despicable. If only she had known the reason for her earlier nervousness. So, my dear wife, do you find me utterly disappointing for doing nothing? He mused. Perhaps I should ponder how to rectify this. A playful grin lingered on his handsome visage as he emphasized the word do, embodying the epitome of a rogue. Chapter 34. Do not disappoint. Third brother. Silence. Su Zibao glared fiercely at him, then glanced at Song Yingjie and Pei Shishir, who had already distanced themselves, feigning interest in the scenery. A deeper hue of embarrassment flooded her eyes. That rascal Pei Yi, no matter the time or place, always managed to disregard the presence of others, engaging in flirtation with her as if they were the only two in existence. Indeed, it was flirtation. This fellow was a master in the realm of romance, and Su Zibao found herself utterly defenseless against him. Even if she were to cultivate for another lifetime, she would still be no match for him. She had succumbed to his charms. She had never triumphed in their encounters. Young Master Pei, you are formidable. I concede defeat. Do not entertain any further thoughts, and swiftly deal with Xia Qingye. Su Zibao waved her petite fist at him, attempting to steer the conversation back to a more appropriate subject. Pei Yi slightly curled his index finger and playfully flicked her forehead, causing Su Zibao to yelp in pain. He languidly remarked, "Be mindful of your words. My interest lies solely with women in this regard." With that, he rose and strolled over to Xia Qingye, allowing Su Zibao to exhale a sigh of relief. It was unbearable, being alone with this man. Nay, this was hardly solitude. Her face had not cooled since their interaction began. Rubbing her cheeks to compose herself, she noticed Song Yingjie gesturing towards her while speaking to Pei Shishir. "Shishir, see how nervous your sister-in-law is? Still feeling anxious?" Pei Shishir stifled her laughter. "Not nervous anymore, ha." Third brother and sister-in-law's relationship is truly delightful. Su Zibao shot a playful glare at Song Yingjie. "Do not lead Shishir astray." Before long, Pei arrived with Xia Qingye, who graciously greeted, "Miss Pei Shishir, I believe? I heard you were Pei Yi's cousin. My apologies for not noticing you earlier amidst the crowd. Pei mentioned you would be singing. May I inquire what song it is? I can arrange for the accompaniment." Pei Shishir replied with a shy smile, "It's a song written by my sister-in-law, and there is no accompaniment. Mr. Xia, I notice there is a piano over there. May I use it?" Su Zibao asked politely, her eyes concealing a perfect veneer of resentment. Xia Qingye responded generously, "Of course, feel free to use it. So, Miss Su will play while Miss Pei sings? I had no idea Miss Su was also a songwriter. I eagerly anticipate the performance." "Thank you, Mr. Xia, for your kindness. We will remember this favor. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to call upon us," Song Yingjie said, suppressing a laugh and maintaining a serious demeanor. Xia Qingye chuckled heartily. "You are too courteous, young Master Song. My fiancée Yi and Pei Yi's brother's wife are sisters, so seeing Pei Yi feels like encountering family. There is no need for formality here. Still, we must extend our gratitude to Mr. Xia," Pei Yi remarked with a calm smile. Though it was clear he was the one who had maneuvered Xia Qingye into this situation, his demeanor betraying nothing of his cunning nature. Xia Qingye had learned that Pei Shishir wished to sing and had discreetly inquired about her background. She was merely a student yet to graduate from a music academy and had recently signed with Diju Media, a company playfully established by Pei Yi. Now, Pei Shishir was preparing to release a new song, and Pei Yi sought a favor from Xia Qingye on behalf of his cousin. Xia Qingye believed that Pei Shishir was merely seeking to indulge in a fleeting moment of fame, much like Pei Yi. The Pei family had indeed fallen into decline, with even their own daughter entering the entertainment industry, a clear departure from the traditions of a century-old aristocracy. Surely, the song was subpar, and she sought to ride the coattails of others for a brief moment of recognition. Ultimately, when comparisons were drawn between her and Yao Lini, she would merely serve as a backdrop, which would, in fact, benefit Yao Lini and Yunting Entertainment. With this thought in mind, Xia Qingye found it impossible to decline. Su Zibao and Pei Shishir exchanged a glance, both rising simultaneously to enter the grand hall. A few attendants carefully positioned a white piano at the center of the room, and Su Zibao, graceful and poised, approached the instrument and took her seat. She removed the white gloves adorning her hands, revealing a pair of long, delicate fingers, as exquisite as jade. Today marked the occasion of the renowned Yao Lini receiving the Golden Melody Award. In celebration, our Miss Pei Shishir resolved to perform a new song. He is not a lover, as a tribute to her esteemed predecessor. Song Yingjie picked up the microphone, strolling towards Pei Shishir as he spoke, celebrating Miss Yao Lini's achievement and expressing gratitude for her guidance to the younger generation. The crowd turned their attention to the center of the hall, initially puzzled by the sudden appearance of another woman singing. However, upon hearing his words, They assumed Yao Liani was seizing this opportunity to promote a rising star from her own company. Yao Liani observed the scene with a cold gaze. Her smile enchanting, yet her eyes betraying disdain. It was merely a superficial facade. How could one so shallow gain access to the president's inner circle? Seeking to bask in her glow? Was this not simply an attempt to gain visibility amidst the throng of media? One might naively believe that merely taking the stage would guarantee a moment in the spotlight among the media. Even a fleeting mention serves only as a stepping stone for self-comparison. How utterly laughable. Beside her, Xia Qingye remarked that this was Pei Yi's cousin, suggesting she should extend him some courtesy. Just offer a few polite words when the time comes. Very well, my esteemed CEO, Yao Liani winked at Xia Qingye, her gaze coldly fixed on Pei Shishir. At that moment, the lights in the grand hall dimmed, leaving only two beams illuminating the scene, one directed at Su Zibao and the other at Pei Shishir. Grasping the microphone, Pei Shishir unconsciously revealed a hint of nervousness. She glanced at Pei Yi seated in front of her. He remained casually smiling, yet his eyes offered her a reassuring and encouraging look. Third brother is watching me. What motivated her to pursue music? Beyond her inherent passion for singing, it was her desire to become a person of worth, someone capable of supporting him. This was merely the first step. She must not disappoint her third brother. Pei Shishir turned to glance at Su Zibao at the piano, her third brother, and her sister-in-law, who had supported her so much. She could not let them down. Chapter 35. Suppressing her momentum, Su Zibao gently nodded at Pei Shishir, her fingers flowing gracefully over the piano keys as she began to play the introductory melody. Many onlookers regarded her with a mix of amusement and disdain. While Miss Su's piano skills were commendable, the accompaniment was rather simplistic, merely requiring a basic proficiency in piano. Thus not particularly impressive. It could only be deemed unremarkable. In stark contrast stood Miss Pei Shishir, whose face was etched with tension, visibly trembling. It is not merely a matter of will. One cannot simply will away anxiety. Suddenly, Pei Shishir closed her eyes and began to sing. The tension that had previously gripped her gradually melted away, her voice ethereal. When she opened her eyes again, the anxiety had vanished, replaced instead by a radiant smile that beautifully complemented the lively melody. What song is this? I've never heard it before, someone began to inquire. I believe I've seen the song title somewhere. Oh right, this morning as I left, I glanced at the new artist chart on Inway platform and spotted this song. Another person responded. Many, while listening intently, took out their phones to browse Inwa platform, only to discover that this new song had emerged like a dark horse, rapidly ascending the charts since its debut earlier that morning. Although the artist lacked widespread recognition, the song had firmly secured a position within the top 3 of the new artist chart and the top 10 of the daily streaming chart. Given its recent release, it had yet to appear on the monthly or bestseller lists. The remarkable trajectory of a newly released song within just a single morning was indeed a rarity. Moreover, as they listened to the live rendition, they had no doubt as to why this song achieved such remarkable success. Truly well-deserved. Observant individuals also noted that besides this particular song, Pei Shishir's other track, Deep Sea, had also entered the top 10 of the newcomers chart, with several other songs making their presence felt on the same list. Renowned media outlets, all of whom were seasoned connoisseurs, expressed optimism regarding this song and the emerging artist, with many already envisioning the next day's headlines. Queen Yao Liani supports her prodigy. Pei Shishir stuns all, and newcomers' performance shocks audiences. Yintian Entertainment's future is bright, among others. At that moment, they remained unaware that Pei Shishir was, in fact, an artist under the auspices of Dijua Media. As she neared the conclusion of her performance, Yao Liani's expression had become exceedingly grim. Xia, given the current situation, it appears we have inadvertently elevated her fame. Pei. A glimmer of frost crossed Xia Qingye's eyes as he realized he had been outmaneuvered. His intention was merely to facilitate Pei Shishir's role as a backdrop to Yao Liani, not to propel her into the limelight. He had assumed that with Yao Liani's illustrious presence, no one would bestow praise upon this newcomer who had suddenly emerged. However, although the song may not be considered a classic, it was undeniably commendable. A miscalculation indeed. It was imperative to contain Pei Shishir's momentum. Liani, after she finishes, you shall perform the award-winning piece to overshadow her, Xia Qingye stated with his characteristic shrewdness. Yao Liani nodded in agreement. All right. This newcomer performs adequately, but she pales in comparison to the Golden Melody Award winning the way. The esteemed Emperor Media has devised a clever strategy, seeking our assistance in elevating their artists. In response, I shall diminish Pei Shirshi's stature, eager to observe their attempts at promotion. Even if others were to broadcast news, they would inevitably juxtapose her performance with my rendition of the way, a comparison in which she stands no chance of triumph. It is rather peculiar that the dashing Pei would ensnare me in such a web. Could it be that someone is orchestrating this behind the scenes, aiming to undermine me? Xia Qingye, ever the skeptic, pondered deeply, growing increasingly wary of the Pei family. As the song concluded, the audience erupted into applause, acknowledging the undeniable talent of this newcomer from Yunting Entertainment. Indeed, the song was commendable. A faint smile graced Su Zibao's lips as she rose to her feet, ready to join Pei Shirshi, when she noticed Yao Liani approaching with a cheerful demeanor. This must be the new song your Emperor Media is promoting. With so many major media outlets in its favor, how could it not be a hit? Yao Liani remarked, her smile bright yet attributing the song's anticipated success solely to the media's endorsement. Pei Shirshi, somewhat at a loss for words, was met with a calm retort from Su Zibao. Pei Shirshi's new song has already ascended the newcomer chart on Inhua Station this morning. We are grateful to Yunting Entertainment for their support, and I extend my thanks to Miss Yao Liani for providing Shirshi with this opportunity, as well as to Shirshi herself for her exceptional performance. Sister-in-law, your songwriting is truly commendable, Pei Shirshi exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Observing their mutual flattery, a flicker of displeasure crossed Yao Liani's eyes, yet she maintained her smile. Seeing Miss Pei sing has piqued my interest. Why not treat us to a song? Miss Yao, are you going to sing the award-winning song The Way tonight? A prominent media figure inquired. Yao Liani nodded, affirming, indeed. Today is the celebration banquet for the Golden Melody Awards. It is only fitting to perform a song worthy of such an occasion. Su Zibao immediately grasped Yao Liani's intentions. Observing that Pei Shirshi had received considerable acclaim for her performance, Zibao contemplated using The Way to overshadow her. The Way was a song that Su Zizhen had penned, regarded as one of her masterpieces. She understood all too well that if Yao Liani were to sing it now, all the efforts made to promote Pei Shirshi would be rendered futile, relegating Shirshi to merely a stepping stone. This simply wouldn't do. A strategy was imperative. Was it a song written by Yezi? Speaking of this song, it struck her as peculiar that Yezi was absent from today's celebration banquet. Su Zibao fixed her gaze on Yao Liani, offering a subtle smile. Chapter 36. The stunning comeback of a fool. A flicker of unease crossed Yao Liani's eyes at the mention of that name, for it evoked memories of her past transgressions against Su Zi. Were it not for Su Zi, she would not have achieved her current stature. Su Zi had elevated her to fame. Yet, she had also caused Su Zi's voice to be ruined and had shared a bed with Xia Qingye. However, there was no alternative. She did not desire this path, but aspired to be a grand star, believing that it was the only secure route. Relying solely on the so-called bond of sisterhood was patently insufficient. Above all, her own dreams held greater significance. In but a moment, Yao Liani regained her composure and smiled lightly. Miss Su is perhaps unaware that Yi Zi is our most enigmatic lyricist and composer at Yunting Entertainment. She has never participated in any gatherings or celebrations, and naturally, she will not be present this time. Indeed, it is a pity that we have heard so much about Yi Zi without ever having laid eyes on her. Tell me, do you think Yi Zi is male or female? Why has she penned so many songs for Yunting Entertainment? Could there be some connection to the Xiao family? The attention of the crowd shifted in unison. Yao Liani cast an annoyed glance at Su Zibao, feeling a surge of resentment. Yi Zi and Su Zi were both gone. Why was it that when people spoke of The Way, they first thought of her, and only then of Yao Liani? With Su Zi's demise, Yao Liani had become the most cherished figure, second only to Xia Qingye, liberated from the shadows of her predecessor. Yet now, Su Zibao had summoned those shadows once more. Su Zibao gazed calmly at Yao Liani's expression, reflecting on her past foolishness. Had she been more observant, she would have discerned the profound resentment Yao Liani harbored towards her. It was her genuine belief that they were good sisters that had prevented her from ever doubting Yao Liani. However, now, Su Zibao could see clearly. The depth of Yao Liani's envy was indeed significant. Who would have thought that Miss Su is so well versed in The Way? Given your exceptional piano skills displayed earlier, I wonder if I might have the honor of having you accompany me? Yao Liani concealed her disdain behind a smile. The moment the words escaped her lips, a stir ran through the crowd. Su Zibao had merely mentioned the song in passing, yet Yao Liani had claimed her to be knowledgeable about The Way. However, even among those present, not a single individual, regardless of their familiarity with the piece, could provide accompaniment for Yao Liani. The Way was a purely piano composition with a level of difficulty surpassing Beethoven's Pathetique. Only seasoned pianists could hope to perform it. The piece demanded an extraordinary tempo and various octave leaps. Rumor had it that after its release, the prestigious Nave International Music Academy had extended an invitation to Yun Ting Entertainment, requesting Yezi to engage in an exchange program. The last time Yao Liani performed this piece, she had enlisted the best pianist in the country, who had reportedly found it exceedingly challenging. At this moment, even if Su Zibao were to decline, no one would voice their discontent, for none present could master the piece, not even the country's most skilled pianists. However, Su Zibao did not refuse. Instead, she directed a faint smile towards her. She had intentionally provoked Yao Liani, eagerly awaiting this moment. In this world, there was truly no one more familiar with the Way than herself. Song Yingjie was left dumbfounded. Pei Xiao, what is going on with Su Zibao? Does she not realize the difficulty of this song? I know she can play some piano, and managing simpler accompaniments is one thing, but now tackling the Way? The challenge is insurmountable unless one is a professional pianist. The crowd erupted in murmurs, each whispering their disbelief in Su Zibao's perceived naivety. Pei Shishir softly remarked, "Third sister-in-law. This song is exceedingly difficult. The score comprises dozens of pages." To this, Su Zibao gently shook her head. "It's fine. You may step down for now." Unexpectedly, Su Zibao truly could perform. "Quick, bring the score to Miss Su." Yao Liani's eyes flickered with surprise, yet her lips urged the matter to be addressed straightforwardly. Su Zibao declined. "There's no need. Let us commence as is." This was her own composition. How could she possibly forget it? Is Miss Su jesting? Can you truly remember the score of The Way? Oh, there are plenty of songs with the same title. But the Way I refer to is the one that won the International Golden Melody Award. Yao Liani's countenance dripped with disdain. However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Zibao's fingers had already descended upon the piano keys. In that fleeting moment, all eyes were fixed on Su Zibao's hands. Even the award-winning protagonist, Yao Liani, was rendered insignificant. Could a girl who appeared to be in her early 20s truly possess such profound artistry? Was she, at such a tender age, already a pianist of remarkable caliber? The melodies flowed like water, and upon witnessing this, Yao Liani grasped the microphone to sing. However, after a mere line, someone gently hissed at her, signaling her to remain silent. If her voice were to disturb the audience's judgment, they would be unable to discern any errors in the performance. Frustrated, Yao Liani resolved to listen intently, hoping to catch Su Zibao in a mistake. "You seek the spotlight. I shall observe how you navigate this challenge." The tempo at the beginning of the piece was not particularly swift. Su Zibao closed her eyes, fully immersed in her playing. Just by observing her technique, it was evident that she had been trained from a young age, possessing an exceptionally deep musical foundation. As the piece gradually reached its climax, the audience widened their eyes, captivated by her delicate hands, which danced across the keys like butterflies, moving so swiftly that only shadows of her hands were discernible. It was magnificent, awe-inspiring, a perfect fusion of extraordinary piano technique and profound musicality. The crowd was left in shock. Yao Liani, too, was astounded. Could it be that she truly played so flawlessly? Chapter 37. A great embarrassment for Xia Qingyapei, he quietly gazed at Su Zibao, who sat before the piano under the soft glow of the lights. This woman had only been his wife for half a month, a mere ornament among the socialites. In her youth, she had been sent abroad for correction due to her involvement in brawls. For the 3 years she spent overseas, no one knew the trials she endured. However, upon her return, she was utterly transformed from the girl she had been 3 years prior. If it were not for her striking visage, one might question whether she was indeed the same person. She possessed intelligence, resilience, and remarkable abilities, coupled with a prodigious musical talent. Now, she demonstrated extraordinary skill at the piano. How much more did this little wife conceal that he remained unaware of? It seemed he had indeed married a treasure. A wife far more intriguing than any of the socialites in Haicheng. As the performance concluded, thunderous applause erupted. Su Zibao cast a fleeting glance at Yao Liani before rising and quietly taking a seat beside Pei Yi. Several individuals sought to interview her, but they were swiftly deterred by Song Yingjie. As the matriarch of the Pei family was not a figure from the entertainment industry, she bore no obligation to engage with the press. The crowd, left with no recourse, redirected their microphones towards Pei Shishir and Yao Liani. Yao Liani had initially intended to leverage this opportunity to undermine Pei Shishir, but found herself entirely overshadowed by Su Zibao. Seizing the moment, Su Zibao glanced at Xia Qingye's expression. As he listened to Su Zi's piece, there was no hint of nostalgia in his gaze. Rather, his brow furrowed in contemplation of how to reclaim the spotlight that Su Zibao had eclipsed. This man was so cold and indifferent. Su Zi, reflect upon your previous life. Were you not too foolish? At this moment, Su Zibao's animosity towards him remained unwavering, though it had shifted from hatred for his betrayal to loathing for the demise of her entire family. Such a man. It was indeed fortunate for Su Zi not to have wed him. Pei Yi tilted his head, gazing at Su Zibao. You've completely overshadowed Yao Liani. This time, you truly made a grand entrance. Su Zibao suppressed her emotions and offered a faint, delicate smile to Pei Yi. If anyone is to harbor resentment, it ought to be directed at you. How could the likes of us, the illustrious third master Pei, not have our poetic debut alongside one another? I suspect they are inwardly cursing you for digging your own grave. Who else would I dig for, if not for my wife? His smile was tender, his words laced with affection. Su Zibao chuckled lightly. The performance has concluded. Let us return. Tomorrow's headlines will undoubtedly be riveting, and Pei Shishir's fame will ascend to new heights. We have achieved our goals, so it's best to depart now. I imagine Xia Qingye and Yao Liani find our presence quite bothersome. I thought you might linger here a bit longer to vex them, Pei Yi remarked lazily. Su Zibao replied earnestly. Yet, upon seeing them, I too find them quite vexatious. At last, she had avenged herself and her parents, but it was not sufficient. Currently, Yao Liani and Xia Qingye occupied positions of great power. To topple them, she needed to ascend swiftly. Yes, let us go home. The following day, as Su Zibao had anticipated, Pei Shishir graced the headlines, with a considerable portion dedicated to introducing Su Zibao, surpassing even the coverage of Yao Liani. At the celebration banquet for the renowned diva Yao Liani, the world-class piano maestro astonished the audience by performing the way without sheet music, rivaling the original rendition. The songs are inherently exquisite, yet they garnered less recognition solely due to Pei Shishir's relative obscurity. The events of yesterday have introduced many to Pei Shishir, with numerous major media outlets offering commendable reviews of this newcomer. Although she is yet to achieve widespread fame, her reputation is steadily improving. On the Yinyuetai Rising Stars chart, He Is Not a Lover has ascended to the top position, while Deep Sea follows closely behind in second place, a delightful surprise. Riding this wave of popularity, the planning department has decided to title the new album He Is Not a Lover for nationwide release. On its first day, sales figures astonished everyone at Emperor Media, surpassing those of Luo Bingwan's debut album by twofold, indicating a formidable trend. Following this incident, executives who had previously been ambivalent towards Su Zibao have developed a modicum of respect for her. Those who have thrived in this environment for an extended period are astute individuals. The growth of Emperor Media translates to increased earnings for them, benefiting both parties. Su Zibao has demonstrated her capabilities, earning their respect. Academic credentials and age hold little significance. The true principle lies in generating profit for all. Only a select few still perceive Su Zibao's success as mere fortune, yet they no longer dare to confront her as they once did. Su Zibao has finally established her foothold within Emperor Media. In anticipation of the album release, Su Zibao had diligently collaborated with the members of the planning department, and now various promotional channels were progressing steadily. She merely needed to monitor the progress occasionally, a welcome respite compared to her previous frenetic pace. Meanwhile, Pei Shishir was engrossed in filming the music video and preparing for live performances across different locations, truly busying herself. Baby, I saw you on the news. Where did you learn to play the piano? We had no idea. The familiar voice of Lin Xuejiao crackled through the phone. Since you got married, you haven't visited us in half a month. Have you forgotten your family now that you have a husband? Recently, Su Zibao had been busier than Pei Yi, who had returned, let alone making a trip back to her family. It was indeed time to return home, if only to inform her father about the current situation of the Emperor's Club, ensuring he could rest easy. Otherwise, if her father deemed her unreliable and dismissed their agreement as mere pleasantries, it would spell trouble. Of course, there was also a genuine desire to see her family again. Mom, I've been too busy lately. I'll come back for dinner tonight, Su Zibao replied. Lin Xuejiao responded promptly, great. You should bring Pei Yi along. Now that you're married, this son-in-law has yet to come over for a meal. I've heard that your relationship with Pei Yi isn't very good. Has he been giving you a hard time? Chapter 38. Returning home with Pei Yi, who is spreading rumors in front of my mother? And why has my relationship with Pei Yi suddenly soured? Su Zibao furrowed her brow. Glancing at Pei in the living room, she said, "Mom, Pei and I are perfectly fine. We'll be having dinner together tonight." "Good, good. I was merely concerned about the past. Do you two have any unresolved issues? If everything is all right, you must bring Pei home. What does he like to eat? Do you know?" "I will make the arrangements," Lin Xuejiao replied, having never cooked before and rarely dining with him. Suzy Bao was at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "Just prepare whatever you like. It doesn't he have to cater to him." Once the call ended, Suzy Bao walked from her bedroom to the living room, staring at Pei Yi, torn on how to initiate a conversation. They were merely a couple in name, maintaining the facade of a married couple in public, and Pei Yi had the obligation to accompany her for dinner. This was, after all, a marital duty. However, Suzy Bao did not wish for their appearances to be dissonant before her mother, as she did not want her to genuinely worry about her well-being. Her own feelings were inconsequential, but she hoped her mother would not fret over her. "What's wrong?" Pei asked, engrossed in a popular domestic shooting game, the living room resonating with the sounds of gunfire as he skillfully maneuvered the controller. It was rare for him to stay in on a weekend, typically. He was preoccupied with numerous social engagements. During the busy times for Suzy Bao, he was scarcely seen, and both of them returned home later than ever. As the affairs surrounding Pei Shishir's new album gradually fall into place over the next few days, Suzy Bao finds herself at ease, only to notice that Pei Sin Xiao seems to be equally unoccupied. Today, they each occupy their respective spaces, one immersed in literature and music in the bedroom, while the other engages in gaming within the living room. When the screen flashes the word victory, Pei Yi sets down the controller and turns to her, a lazy smile gracing his slender lips. "You've watched me play an entire round. Don't you wish to give it a try?" "Not quite. My mother just called, inviting you to join us for dinner tonight." Suzy Bao states her intent directly, yet the subsequent words linger unspoken. How could she articulate her hopes? She longs for him to display affection in front of her parents, to show them the respect befitting a worthy son-in-law. However, Pei Yi's willingness to accompany her for dinner is merely an obligation. Her desires extend beyond the confines of their agreement, and he is under no compulsion to fulfill such expectations. "So, we are dining at the in-laws' house. How fortuitous, as I was just contemplating where to eat tonight." Pei Yi responds with a snap of his fingers, readily agreeing. He says little else, and she finds herself at a loss for words. Perhaps it is for the best. As the saying goes, the boat will right itself when it reaches the bridge. The fact that Pei Yi is willing to accompany her home is already a considerable blessing. As dusk descends, Pei Xiaochuan drives a sleek black sedan, transporting Pei Yi and Su Zibao to the grand residence of the Su family. Adorned in a simple black shirt, Pei Yi appears neither overly casual nor excessively formal. His attire is perfectly suited for visiting the in-laws. The vehicle, now a dignified black Audi rather than the flashy modified silver sports car, presents an image that meets the occasion. As the two alighted from the vehicle, Su Zibao immediately spotted her mother, Lin Xuejiao, and her sister, Su Jiasen, joyfully stepping out to greet them. The moment Pei Xiaochuan retrieved the thoughtfully prepared gifts from the trunk, Su Zibao was utterly taken aback. When had Pei Yi orchestrated this surprise? She had been completely unaware. "Oh dear, Bao Bao, Pei Yi, you've arrived. Why bring gifts?" Lin Xuejiao exclaimed, her eyes crinkling into joyous crescents upon seeing the young couple laden with parcels. Coming from a prestigious background and having married Su Guoqiang, she had never lacked for anything, thus the gifts from Pei Yi were not of significant value to her. However, the fact that Pei Yi had gone to such lengths to prepare numerous items indicated that he truly cherished Su Zibao, which was the source of Lin Xuejiao's greatest delight. "Auntie, both Aji and I have been exceedingly busy lately. We've only now managed to visit you. I hope you can forgive us," Pei Yi said with a polite smile. Lin Xuejiao quickly grasped his hand and led him inside, playfully chiding, "Why still call me Auntie?" "Yes, Mom, my mistake." Pei Yi readily corrected himself. Su Zibao found herself lagging behind, watching her mother and husband enter together, utterly bewildered. Su Jiasen gently nudged Su Zibao and teased softly, "Sister, you're impressive. Even the most esteemed young man from Haiqing is so obedient to you. Just look at how our mother's eyes are smiling like slits." Su Zibao responded, both amused and exasperated. Yet, Pei Yi's demeanor was indeed beyond her expectations. As Su Zibao and Su Jiasen entered, Pei Yi was presenting a gift box to Lin Xuejiao, unsure of what their mother might appreciate. He had brought a jade bracelet acquired during the recent acquisition of Shengshi jewelry. The jade's hue appeared promising, but he wondered if it would meet their mother's expectations. Lin Xuejiao, adorned with the jade bracelet, beamed with delight and nodded approvingly. She remarked on his thoughtfulness, stating that her favorite material was indeed jade, and praised the clarity of the stone, recalling that it had been years since she had encountered such exquisite jade. Hearing that their father did not smoke, Pei Yi had prepared 2 bottles of aged Shuehua Qinyang. He casually pointed to 2 additional large bottles. Lin Xuejiao chuckled, saying that he had truly struck a chord with their father. Aged Shuehua Qinyang was exceedingly rare to find nowadays. Their father had previously sought it out, but failed to procure any. However, she mentioned that she was acquainted with a friend from the winery and would often have them deliver it, given their father's fondness for the drink. Chapter 39. Sowing discord. Upon seeing this, Su Jiasen rushed forward, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, what about me? Look, Mom and Dad have gifts, what about me?" Pei then handed a gift box to Su Jiasen. She eagerly unwrapped it and exclaimed in delight, "Wow, the latest summer dress from Chanel, just released abroad. And it hasn't even arrived in Haiqing yet. This is truly a one-of-a-kind piece in the entire city. Brother-in-law, you are simply wonderful. I adore it." Su Zibao watched this scene in astonishment. She knew that earlier in the afternoon, upon learning of their visit to the Su family, Pei Yi had made several calls, and she was oblivious to when these gift boxes were loaded into the car. Moreover, she herself was unsure of her parents' preferences, while Pei Yi seemed to have investigated thoroughly. The value of the gifts was secondary. Although they were indeed expensive, the most significant aspect was that they were perfectly suited to the recipients. You young folks are far too extravagant. Life should be lived with careful consideration of expenses, a stern voice echoed from the staircase above as Su Guoqiang descended. Lin Xuejiao interjected, "All right, Pei Yi, make sure to take these 2 large bottles of snowflake-aged liquor home with you. Don't let this old man drink it." "Ah, I was merely jesting," Su Guoqiang said, adopting the facade of a concerned parent, though inwardly his admiration for this son-in-law soared upon seeing Pei Yi's thoughtful gifts. He was thoroughly pleased. Initially, he had assumed that the Pei family was riding high on their reputation, and with Su Zibao nearly embroiled in a scandal. He thought Pei Yi, known for his notorious playboy image, must have had a rather bleak relationship with her. It appears that Pei Yi still holds a significant regard for Su Zibao, thus extending his consideration towards her maternal family. The marriage arrangement left by the elder has been satisfactorily fulfilled. "Hui Ma, please bring out the dishes," Lin Xuejiao remarked with an added cheerfulness today. For not only had she reunited with her daughter, but she had also met such a commendable son-in-law. Just as the family settled at the dining table, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Moments later, Su Jinja and Su Lia entered. In her rebirth, Su Zibao had encountered Su Jinja at the wedding. He was strikingly handsome and appeared quite refined, adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Su Lia, on the other hand, exuded grace and beauty, captivating all around her. With Su Zibao having only one younger sister, Su Jiasen, who was still pursuing her studies, the Su family's business required adept management. Consequently, Su Jinja had joined the Su group early on and now held the position of general manager, marking him as a person of commercial success. However, his status as an illegitimate child precluded him from inheriting the family fortune. "Father, Auntie, I heard that my sister and brother-in-law are coming back for dinner tonight. So I specifically accompanied my sister here," Su Jinja said with an elegant smile. "I hope we aren't intruding." Su Lia also offered a gentle smile, cherishing the rare opportunity to see her sister and brother-in-law, as this was the first time since her sister's marriage that she had brought her husband home. Thus, she wished to join in the warmth. Su Jiasen rolled her eyes at the two, teasingly stating, "With such familiarity, who acknowledges you?" In truth, Su Zibao and her sister had never referred to Su Jinja as brother nor paid any heed to Su Lia. Lin Xuejiao's expression darkened immediately. A family joyfully gathered for a meal. Yet this pair of siblings seemed to bring an unwelcome disruption. Su Guoqiang had always harbored a particular fondness for these understanding and dutiful half-siblings. And due to the early departure of their mother, he extended them exceptional care. The complexities of the previous generation's affairs were muddled. It was evident that the relationship between the parents was strained, with Su father favoring the illegitimate siblings. "Come, take a seat. We are all family here. And there is no need to concern yourselves with being a bother," Su Guoqiang remarked. Su Jinja and his sister settled down, while Lin Xuejiao pretended not to notice their presence, serving Pei Yixing a bowl of soup. She cheerfully suggested, "Now that summer is upon us, it's wise to indulge in this snow pear and red date soup to cool the body and clear the heat." "Thank you, Mom. Just the sight of this snow pear and red date soup has my appetite piqued," Pei Yi chuckled. "Mom, I too require something to alleviate the heat. I've encountered some unsightly matters that have truly riled me. Su Jiasen complained sulkily. Noticing her impatience, Su Zhibao discreetly kicked her under the table, serving her some soup and advising, "Then you should drink more." "Okay," Su Jiasen replied sullenly, yet she was inclined to heed Su Zhibao's words. Su Lia appeared embarrassed and forced a smile, saying, "Indeed, it is summer vacation, and the weather is quite warm." Lin Xuejia busily served Pei Yixing dishes and engaged him in conversation, while Su Jiasen ate in a huff, and Su Zhibao maintained his composure. Ignoring the presence of Su Jinjia and his sister, Pei Yixing exhibited a charming demeanor within the Su household, devoid of any traces of the flamboyant young master he portrayed outside. Su Guoqiang observed him with increasing satisfaction. "By the way, I unexpectedly encountered Han Li a few days ago. He inquired about how my sister has been faring." Suddenly, Su Lia spoke up unexpectedly. Before Su Zhibao could respond, Lin Xuejiao frowned and said, "Don't mention that person. Why bring him up when everything is fine? Are you trying to add to our troubles?" Su Jiasen, with her fiery temperament, erupted in anger, standing up to scold. "You only came here with ill intentions. You can't bear to see my sister happy, can you?" With tears in her eyes, Su Lia, feeling wronged, replied, "I truly didn't mean it that way. It was just that he asked me how my sister was doing and expressed a desire to apologize. I couldn't refuse him, seeing his sincerity, so I mentioned it. He wants to apologize? Does he even have the face to do so? Do you know how he treated my sister?" Before Su Jiasen could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Su Zhibao. "Jiasen, sit down and drink your soup." Su Zhibao's stern voice made Su Jiasen realize the formidable presence her sister exuded at that moment. Although it wasn't directed at her, she could still feel the pressure. "Oh," Su Jiasen mumbled, reluctantly sitting down and holding her bowl. Chapter 40. Seducing sister's husband. Su Zhibao fixed his gaze on Su Lia, a chilling glint emanating from his beautiful eyes. Regardless of his demeanor, there was no need for him to divulge anything. Su Lia hastily lowered her head. The current Su Zhibao felt genuinely terrifying. A far cry from the ineffectual person he once was. In the past, her reactions would mirror those of Su Jiasen, creating a tumult that unsettled the entire household with just a few words. Lin Xuejiao anxiously inquired, "What did Jiasen say earlier? What has that rascal Han Li done now?" The events from the last wedding were still fresh in their minds, and Su Zhibao had instructed Su Jiasen to keep silent about them, leaving their parents unaware. "Nothing, mother. Please do not worry. With Pei Yi around, any troubles can be resolved, and besides, he is unworthy of causing us any strife," Su Zhibao remarked, casting a cold glance at Su Lia, his words laced with double meanings. Su Lia bit her lip, only daring to feign grievance from the sidelines. Noticing this, Lin Xuejia refrained from probing further, instead smiling and saying, "Indeed, with Pei Yi here, mother can rest assured." "Rest easy, I will take good care of Aji." Pei Yi interjected at just the right moment, restoring harmony to the atmosphere. Initially, Su Zhibao intended to mention the matter concerning imperial media to his father, but seeing the siblings present, he chose to remain silent. It seemed that Su Jinjia and his sister had come to stir up trouble. Su Jinjia engaged their father in conversation, while Su Lia attempted to sow discord between Su Zhibao and Pei Yi. If it were the former Su Zhibao, such provocations would likely lead to a swift fallout between him and Pei Yi. After Su Lia raised the topic of Han Li multiple times, she was subtly rebuffed by Su Zhibao each time. Once dinner concluded, Su Zhibao took her younger sister aside into a room for a private conversation. "You almost let it slip just now. Did you not say we should refrain from mentioning this matter in front of our parents?" Su Zhibao remarked. Su Jiasen pouted. "I was just a bit frustrated earlier and couldn't hold back. Su Lia was waiting for you to slip up. She is intent on sabotaging my relationship with Pei Yi. It's no wonder Mom called, expressing concerns about our relationship. It seems someone has been spreading rumors." Su Zhibao continued. Su Jiasen's eyes widened in understanding. "So that's what it is. Su Lia is so devious. I won't engage with her carelessly again. We are aware that Han Li is holding me for money, but those who are unaware will only see me in a room with him. Imagine the rumors that could arise. Therefore, let us keep this matter to ourselves and act as though we are oblivious," Su Zhibao advised. Suspecting that Su Lia had attempted to tarnish her reputation, Su Jiasen nodded vigorously. "Sister, I understand now. I won't speak out of turn again. That Su Lia always plays the victim and stirs up discord. We know her true nature, as does Mom, but Father remains unaware. So, be cautious in front of Dad." Otherwise, he may think you are being unreasonable. Of course, when Dad is not around, feel free to act as you wish. A cold smile graced Su Zibao's lips as she added, I have disliked her for quite some time. Su Jiasen beamed with enthusiasm. Sister, you are absolutely right. I will follow your advice from now on. As the tumultuous atmosphere lingered, the room was left with only Pei Yi and Su Lia after Su Zibao's sisters had departed. While Su Guoqiang and Su Jinja retreated to the study for a conversation, and Lin Xuejiao stepped out to take a phone call. Su Lia discreetly observed Pei Yi previously. She had only glimpsed him from afar, but upon closer inspection, she realized he was strikingly handsome, with chiseled features and deep-set eyes that seemed to have emerged from the pages of a comic. A hint of a wicked smile graced his lips, and his profound gaze shimmered with a warm tenderness. Why could someone as vacuous as Su Zibao marry such a remarkable husband? Why was it Su Zibao who held an engagement with Pei Yi, rather than herself? Although Su Zibao was initially reluctant to marry, and Su Jiasen shared the same sentiment, Su Lia genuinely yearned for that union, yet it was not her fate to claim it. What was it about her that fell short of Su Zibao? Besides her lesser beauty? Merely a decorative vase. How she wished it were her who would wed Pei Yi, the third young master of the Pei family, the most esteemed bachelor of Haiqing. Pei, would you like an orange? I can peel it for you, Su Lia offered, lifting a sweet orange with a gentle smile, a hint of shyness adorning her face. Pei regarded her expression, one he recognized all too well. Many women who approached him often wore that same coy demeanor, oscillating between refusal and invitation. No, thank you, Pei replied, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his lips. It was amusing indeed. Here he was, accompanying Su Zibao back to her familial home, while this woman, who affectionately referred to Su Zibao as sister, seized the opportunity to flirt with him in her absence. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Lia's face. Pei Yi, a heartthrob, frequently frequented bars and nightclubs even after their marriage. Did this mean she paled in comparison to those youthful models, unworthy of Pei Xiao's attention? Pei observed her expression intently and remarked, the walnuts are quite good. Allow me to shell them. Su Lia looked at him with surprise, swiftly seizing the walnut cracker on the coffee table, deftly using her manicured hands to extract the nut meat within. Pei smiled at her, his gaze laden with meaning. Pei, do you know Hanli? Su Lia inquired as she continued to shell the walnuts. Pei tilted his head slightly to regard her. What about him? It's not that I speak ill of my sister. It's just that she truly wronged you. We all know she harbors feelings for Hanli. If it weren't for our father's coercion, she wouldn't even consider marriage. During her studies in America, she was with Hanli, and the extent of their relationship remains a mystery to everyone, Su Lia said with a hint of malice. Rumor has it that at the wedding, she clandestinely met with Hanli, who is still in Haiqing. We are unaware of their dealings behind the scenes. I've heard my sister has been quite busy. I wonder if she's preoccupied with rekindling an old flame. Pei listened quietly, well aware of how industriously Su Zibao toiled for Dijua Media. Moreover, Su Zibao found even the sight of Hanli tiresome. How could she possibly meet with him? Chapter 41. A humiliating slap in the face. Pei and Hanli once again asked me to arrange a meeting with my sister, and I sensed that their old flames were rekindling. Su Lia incessantly cast aspersions on Su Zibao, remarking, you have no idea how they behave when you are not around. Pei, I truly feel sorry for you. As she spoke, she peeled walnuts, while Pei remained silent, quietly seated beside her. The more Su Lia spoke, the more engrossed she became, mercilessly disparaging Su Zibao. Before long, a plate of walnuts lay peeled before her. As the sisters, Su Zibao and her companion, descended the stairs, Su Lia promptly ceased her tirade. Pei, who had been languidly lounging on the sofa, sprang to his feet upon seeing Su Zibao, gracefully carrying the plate of walnut kernels towards her with a tender smile. Your favorite walnuts. Wait, you peeled these? Su Zibao asked in confusion, picking one up to taste. In an instant, Su Lia's expression soured dramatically. It dawned on her that the walnuts Pei had mentioned were intended for Su Zibao. Her nails had broken while peeling, and it was all for that wretched girl. Did Pei truly disbelieve her words? Why was he devoid of any animosity towards Su Zibao? Later that evening, after Su Jinja and his sister had departed, Su Zibao approached her father to discuss matters concerning Dijua Media. It turned out that Su Jinja had been pressuring for collaboration daily, and today was no exception. After conversing with her father, Su Zibao felt a sense of reassurance. Although her father favored Su Jinja, he also held expectations for her, refraining from immediately investing 200 million and instead waiting for her results. In the past, I indeed caused my father considerable heartache. Now, I am determined to make earnest efforts, and it is evident that my parents are filled with pride. Pei Xiaochuan drove the two of them home, while Lin Xuejiao seemed reluctant to part ways, wishing fervently for them to stay the night. It was only after Su Zhibao promised to visit frequently that they finally took their leave. Pei accompanied Su Guiqiang in drinking some snowflake chin liquor, which had a potent after-effect, causing him to lean drowsily against Su Zhibao's shoulder. Su Zhibao felt immense gratitude towards Pei Yi, as he was under no obligation to be so kind, yet he exceeded her expectations. Pei Yi, what is the matter with that walnut? Su Zhibao inquired, having long noticed something amiss with it. Pei Yi's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, tinted with a hint of intoxication, captivatingly alluring. Is it that she, Su Liya, spoke ill of me in your presence while I was away? But isn't it unnecessary to peel walnuts? Su Zhibao raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Pei Yi's head rested on her shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her neck. I must say, that walnut is rather remarkable. Initially taken aback, Su Zhibao then burst into laughter. It turned out that Su Liya had peeled the walnut for Pei Yi, and he had presented it entirely to her. Surely, that must have infuriated her. How wonderfully satisfying. To think that she would attempt to flirt with Pei Yi while I was away. And Pei Yi, with his unambiguous and straightforward demeanor, had delivered a resounding slap to her face. The more Su Zhibao pondered this, the more amused she became, unable to contain her laughter. Are you quite pleased? Pei Yi, stirred by the sound of her mirth, awakened slightly, his intoxicated gaze fixed upon her. Su Zhibao was inherently captivating, and it was rare to witness her smile so radiantly. Indeed, the adage holds true that a girl is most beautiful when she laughs. Su Zhibao nodded vigorously. Her joy surpassing mere happiness, she felt as though she ought to celebrate with firecrackers. Su Liya, oh Su Liya, how dare she attempt to seduce my husband? Fortunately, Pei Xiao stood resolutely firm, steadfastly resisting temptation. Shouldn't there be a reward for such loyalty? Pei turned his head, gazing at Su Zhibao's crimson lips. Unable to restrain himself as he pressed down on her shoulders, capturing her lips with his own. Caught off guard, Su Zhibao found herself toppled onto the sofa, his weight pressing down upon her, rendering her immobile. The taste of alcohol lingered between them, tender and intoxicating. As she listened to the rapid thumping of her heart, it felt more chaotic than ever before. Although he was the one who had been drinking, she felt as if she were on the brink of inebriation, dizzy and breathless. After a moment's hesitation, her hands finally encircled his waist, surrendering herself to the embrace of this kiss. Let it be a reward, then. Thank you, Pei Yi. Meanwhile, Su Liya sat dejectedly on the sofa, expressing her frustration. Brother, Pei Yi has been bewitched by that little vixen, Su Zhibao. I find myself utterly unable to disrupt their connection. I have no idea what father is thinking. The previously discussed 2 billion investment plan has suddenly come to a halt, insisting that I gather more data and analyses before proceeding. Su Jinjia also frowned, pondering how they could manage this investment and ensure they seized at least half of the funds for themselves. Su Liya was perplexed by such matters. It mattered little, for the Yuqing group had not been unprepared. Why the urgency? It would be far more prudent to devise a plan to facilitate the divorce between Pei Yi and Su Zhibao, allowing me the opportunity to conceive Pei Yi's child. In doing so, I could assume the role of Pei Yi's wife. Once I secure that position, would not the 2 billion in assets become ours? Why concern ourselves with mere consumption? Indeed, you are correct. Divorce. Let me ponder. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jinjia suddenly remarked, Hasn't Hanli been eager to meet Su Zhibao? Su Liya responded, I am aware, but Su Zhibao refuses to see him. Yes, I understand now. Let Hanli take action against Su Zhibao while I pursue Pei Yi simultaneously, an approach of dual strategy. Chapter 42. A man as profound as the deep sea. With the resounding success of the album, He Is Not a Lover, Pei Shishir has garnered a modicum of fame. Several of her songs have swiftly ascended to the bestseller list on Yinuetai, further enhancing their value. Now a month has elapsed since Su Zhibao joined Dijua Media, and the efforts of the past are finally bearing fruit. Xia Qingye and Yao Lini gazed at the charts and entertainment newspapers, their expressions darkened. This Pei Shishir is merely riding on the coattails of my previous momentum, Yao Lini seethed. The most infuriating part is that this Su Zhibao, every song Pei Shishir performs is penned by her. That day, she deliberately stole my spotlight, resulting in everyone turning their attention towards Dijua Media. Xia Qingye frowned. If she were merely a second Luo Bingwan, it wouldn't pose a significant threat to your standing. However, I find her presence quite irksome, Yao Liani retorted. Xia Qingye nodded. What concerns me is the possibility that she is more than just a simple rival like Luo Bingwan. Back then, Luo Bingwan did not possess such an immense following. Have the agent keep an eye on the announcements. If there are any engagements alongside Pei Shishir, we can accept those, he instructed. Given Yao Liani's status, she typically would not entertain smaller events. Yet those seeking collaborations with Pei Shishir are predominantly minor engagements. Yao Liani immediately grasped the implication, her jealousy flaring as she sneered. Very well. Pei Shishir, if you wish to ascend by leveraging my success, it will not be so simple. Additionally, arrange for someone to reconnect with Shunxi. Ever since Su Zi's passing, Shunxi has refused to collaborate with us again. A glimmer of profundity flickered in Xia Qingye's eyes. Shunxi is currently the most renowned young author in the domestic bestseller rankings. Previously discovered by Su Zi, his novels were adapted into films that achieved remarkable box office success, establishing him as a veritable guarantor of cinematic triumph. It is precisely through Su Zi's music and Shunxi's literary works that Yunting Entertainment has ascended to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry within a mere few years. Yao Liani tossed her flowing waves of hair back and entrusted me with the task of finding Shunxi. Shunxi's unwavering obedience to Su Zi raises questions. Could it be that her skills in the bedroom are particularly exceptional? This thought darkened Xia Qingye's expression further, as he indeed harbored suspicions that Su Zi may have become involved with Shunxi during their time together. Rest assured, my talents are no less remarkable than hers. Yao Liani quipped, satisfied with Xia Qingye's reaction, before blowing him a kiss and driving off to Shen's residence. The Shen residence is situated in a secluded area of the Haiqing Yuqing Villa district, with only the Shen Villa standing in its vicinity, as it is said that Shunxi prefers solitude. Inside the Shun residence, a young man reclined against the floor-to-ceiling window, attired in a pristine white outfit that accentuated his slender frame. His sharply defined features and pallid complexion, a result of prolonged absence from sunlight, imparted an air of fragility. His exquisite visage bore a striking resemblance to that of a young woman, with clear, sparkling eyes glistening beneath his fringe, reminiscent of a serene brook. The first impression he conveyed was one of purity and clarity. His bony fingers delicately held an open book, while a vintage record player from the Republic of China era wafted the latest melodies into the air. At that moment, he was caught in an endless loop of a song titled Deep Sea. This melody was composed solely for a dear friend. When Su Zi was still alive, she once expressed her intention to compose a song for him. What do you think of the title Deep Sea? The playful young woman inquired with a smile. He looked up at her, curiosity evident in his gaze. Does it hold any special significance? Because Shunxi is like the deep sea, she explained. When we are far removed from you, you seem as distant and unattainable as the azure ocean. Yet, upon entering your world, one discovers that you are, in fact, a clear and pure-hearted young man, as transparent as water, allowing one to see to the very depths of your being, so pristine and gentle. Being friends with you feels akin to drifting in the sea, utterly comfortable. Shunxi furrowed his brow deeply. But isn't water a metaphor for women? He remarked. A cascade of melodious laughter erupted from her, akin to the sound of silver bells. That moment seemed to linger vividly in his memory, yet now, they were irrevocably separated by the chasm of life and death. Why did Su Zi have to perish? Why did not a single member of the family survive? Why was it precisely on the day that Xia Qingye became the heir, or on the day he became engaged to the daughter of the Bai family, that such tragedies unfolded? The coincidences were too uncanny. Although Su Zi had never openly confessed it, Shunxi could discern her affection for Xia Qingye, perhaps hinting at a clandestine romantic relationship between them, albeit hidden due to their respective statuses. Yet, now, with Su Zi's untimely and inexplicable death, Shunxi found himself without evidence, merely suspicions that led him to refuse any further collaboration with Yuntian Entertainment. After all, his initial partnership with Yuntian Entertainment had been solely for Su Zi's sake. With her absence, the collaboration naturally came to an end. It was the sudden emergence of the song Deep Sea that instantly reminded Shunxi of Su Zi. It truly felt like an enchantment. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence? Yet, there was an undeniable sensation that this song was crafted specifically for him. The lyricist and composer was Su Zi Bao. Su Zi Bao. Su Zi, could it be such an extraordinary coincidence? Sir, Miss Yao Liani has arrived and wishes to see you, the maid announced as she entered. Shunxi closed his book and declined the visit. It appeared he should find an opportunity to meet that Su Zi Bao. The general manager of Time Culture just called to remind you about the book signing event next Friday. the maid continued. Shinshi acknowledged with a sound of assent. Chapter 43. Yao Liani's underhanded scheme against Pei Shishir at the headquarters of Emperor Media. Su Zhibao perused the financial reports in her hands. Su Fan, currently acting as the chief financial officer, was presenting the revenue and expenditure figures for the previous month. As of this month, the earnings had surged by 12% compared to the previous month, and projections suggested an increase to 20% by the end of next month. This indicated that she had already exceeded her targets. All that remained was to await the next month's report so she could request a 50 million investment from her father. Thereafter, she could embark on an ambitious undertaking. Preparations could commence. Shishir's album sales were thriving. Su Zhibao instructed the head of the music department to scout for suitable songs. Noting that Shishir had gained some renown, likely attracting numerous lyricists and composers eager to submit their works to Emperor Media, Su Zhibao mused that while she was not a specialized songwriter, crafting 1 or 2 hit songs occasionally would suffice. Her assistant, Fan Yin, handed over a folder containing numerous documents. Supervisor, he had filtered through some of them, providing valuable information. Previously, Emperor Media had lacked notable artists and could not afford high prices, making it challenging to acquire quality songs. However, with the impending 50 million investment, Su Zhibao felt a renewed sense of confidence. As she continued her review, her phone rang suddenly, and her expression shifted rapidly. Turning to Fan Yin, she instructed, Shishir has been injured. Arrange for a car immediately. We are heading to the First People's Hospital in Haicheng. Upon their hurried arrival at the hospital, they were met with a throng of media reporters outside. It is rather strange that Pei Shishir, still relatively unknown, has attracted such extensive media attention following her injury. Upon entering the hospital room via the green channel, Su Zhibao beheld Pei Shishir seated on her bed, her arm bandaged, yet her complexion appeared relatively stable. In stark contrast, Song Yingjie lay on a bed, his foot encased in plaster and one arm suspended in a sling. What could have transpired? Noticing the two, Su Zhibao inquired, Are your injuries severe? Pei Shishir's eyes reddened as she replied, Sister-in-law, I am fine. My arm is merely bruised. However, Jie Gu is more seriously injured. Both his thigh and arm are fractured. Director Su, this is truly an unforeseen calamity. That Yao Liani carelessly collided with Shishir, causing her to fall directly from the stage. Thankfully, Director Song was nearby and managed to shield Shishir at a critical moment. Otherwise, it would have been her suffering the fractures. Kai exclaimed with indignation. That Yao Liani even had the audacity to claim that Shishir collided with her. What utter disgrace! Song Yingjie, using his other uninjured hand, waved dismissively, I am all right. A few days of rest will suffice. At least I did not land face first. Otherwise, I would be facing unemployment. Jie Gu, even if your looks were to be ruined, Sangu would never dismiss you. Pei Shishir interjected earnestly. I assure you, Sangu is not that kind of person. Song Yingjie chuckled. Ah, you little rascal. What I meant was that I rely on my looks for my livelihood. If my face were to hit the ground first, it would indeed spell disaster for my career. Seeing Song Yingjie maintain his sense of humor, Su Zhibao felt a slight sense of relief. How did we end up encountering Yao Liani? Are we now capable of handling such significant events? Su Zhibao pondered in confusion. Kai Dao remarked that Yao Liani harbors ill intentions. She seldom attends such minor events. So it is perplexing that she chose to show up today, and even more so that she did not take responsibility for bumping Shishir off the stage. Could it be that Yao Liani cannot tolerate Pei Shishir's rise and is resorting to such underhanded tactics to stifle her? The troubling part is that the media seems to side with Yao Liani. After all, she has just won an International Golden Melody Award, unlike her Shishir, who remains relatively inconspicuous. Kai sighed. As Pei Shishir's manager, she felt a profound sense of shared fate with her, concerned for her well-being. Su Zhibao nodded. I understand the situation. Sure. At present, we lack evidence. If we speak out hastily, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. Please be cautious with your words in front of the media. This matter will not be left unresolved by Pei and me. Yes, I understand, third sister-in-law. I apologize for the trouble. Pei Shishir lowered her head. Su Zhibao grasped her hand reassuringly. It's all right. From now on, Kai Jie, please enhance Shishir's security. We cannot allow such an incident to happen again. Sure. Shall I suggest that you take a few days off? No, third sister-in-law, I am fine. Pei Shishir shook her head, her eyes shining with determination. She was resolute in her pursuit of the pinnacle of success and would not waver in her stride. Su Zhibao smiled at her. Very well, but at the very least, you must rest today. Without good health, How can you continue on your journey? Has Yunting Entertainment truly begun to employ such despicable tactics? Just wait. I shall not let this matter rest, she declared with resolve. Upon exiting Yunting Entertainment, Suzy Bao felt a weight upon her heart. Although she was ascending in her career, the counterattacks from her rivals were swift, and they would not idly watch her rise. Moreover, the Xia Group encompassed more than just Yunting Entertainment. She intended to utilize Diju Media as a springboard to hasten her progress. As for Yao Liani, since she resorted to such despicable tactics, Suzy Bao would not hold back. Approaching a public telephone booth, she dialed a number, her voice hushed as she declared, "I have a scoop regarding the renowned diva Yao Liani and the enigmatic songwriter Yezi." The voice on the other end paused, inquiring, "Who are you? Is your information reliable?" "I am a friend of Yezi." The diva Yao Liani was once a close companion of Yezi, but she resorted to drugging her, ultimately damaging Yezi's vocal cords. Consequently, Yezi could no longer sing and was relegated to writing songs to elevate Liani's career. Yezi remained oblivious to this betrayal until recently, and thus, she will no longer pen songs for Yunting Entertainment. Should you doubt my words, simply observe whether Yunting Entertainment continues to feature Yezi's compositions. Even if they do, it is improbable that they were written by her. In her relentless pursuit of success, Yao Liani even betted the president of Yunting Entertainment, who, amusingly, was recently engaged. To vent Yezi's grievances, I offer this information to you free of charge. Whether you choose to believe it is your prerogative, but if this news breaks, I trust your publication will fly off the shelves. With that, Suzy Bao ended the call, confident that the gossip rag, devoted to such sensational stories, would surely broadcast her revelations. Chapter 44. You may take your leave. I shall depart first indeed, the following day. The headlines of various entertainment tabloids became dominated by the affairs of Yao Liani, Yizi, and Xia Qingye, with the situation escalating rapidly. The diva Yao Liani drugged and ruined Yizi's vocal cords. The prodigy Yizi withdraws from Yunting Entertainment, once close friends. Did diva Yao Liani betray prodigy Yizi? President Xia Qingye gets engaged to Bai's heiress, then retreats to the diva's chamber, a possible shift in the Xiaobai alliance? The sensationalist titles of the gossip columns were increasingly outrageous and alarming, far more provocative than genuine award news, appealing to the insatiable curiosity of gossip enthusiasts. In the entertainment industry, the veracity of rumors is of little concern. Tales of friendship turned enmity are precisely the kind of narratives that captivate the imaginations of young girls and older women alike. Yunting Entertainment floundered in its crisis management, unable to attend to anything else at the moment. While they could not tarnish Yao Liani's reputation, they could certainly afford her a respite, allowing Pei Shishir to further solidify her standing. Suzy Bao, we are the best of friends. You must come to support me on my birthday. A melodious voice chimed from the other end of the line. This girl was Lu Qianqian, the close friend of the original Suzy Bao. However, due to Suzy Bao's departure abroad 3 years prior, their encounters had become infrequent, limited to occasional phone calls. Thus, had Lu Qianqian not reached out, Suzy Bao might have entirely forgotten her existence. The memories Suzy Bao inherited held a favorable impression of her, and considering that Lu Qianqian was the original's friend, it was only fitting that she pay a visit. Although she had become somewhat averse to the term best friend after her encounter with Yao Liani, she accepted it as a necessary sentiment. So, what time and place shall we meet? I will definitely be there on time, Suzy Bao replied with a smile. Lu Qianqian, filled with excitement, stated, it must be at the most renowned Anya KTV in Haicheng, at 8 o'clock tonight. I eagerly await your arrival. It has been ages since we last met. I have wanted to see you for quite some time, but ever since you returned to the country, you've been so busy that I haven't seen a trace of you. It's rare for you to grace us with your presence. I look forward to it. Suzy Bao hung up the phone and glanced at the clock before heading downstairs. Upon returning to the villa, she noticed Pei was absent. It struck her as odd. He had gone to the office today and was not at home. Could he be visiting Song Yingxia at the hospital? Or perhaps out enjoying himself? Pondering this, she did not dwell on it for long. She changed into a simple long dress and selected a bottle of French perfume as a gift for Lu Qianqian. Pei Xiaochuan drove Suzy Bao to Anya KTV. Arriving early, the place was sparsely populated. A girl in a teal dress approached and warmly embraced Suzy Bao's wrist. Zibao? You made it. Suzy Bao felt somewhat taken aback by her exuberance, considering that even the original owner of this identity had not seen her in 3 years. Happy birthday. Suzy Bao handed her the gift. Lu Qianqian glanced at the perfume in the bag and smiled. Thank you, Zibao. Come, sit down. After a while, More socialites began to arrive. Lu Qianqian, being the daughter of the Lu family, was part of a rising elite in Haiqing, much like the Song and Zhao families. And her friends naturally belonged to this circle. Happy birthday, Qianqian. Su Lia entered, elegantly adorned in a long dress. Behind her stood a handsome and gentle man, Han Li. A flicker of wariness appeared in Su Zhibao's eyes. She had initially thought that Lu Qianqian harbored no ill intentions towards her, but it seemed she had fallen into their trap. Now, the news of her outing with her ex-boyfriend would surely spread. Lia, you've arrived. Lu Qianqian greeted warmly, displaying a familiarity with Su Lia that was more affectionate than with Su Zhibao. She took Su Lia's hand and inquired, Lia, hasn't brother Zhe come? Su Lia, aware of Lu Qianqian's affection for her elder brother, replied with a smile, he is still busy with work, as you know. All the responsibilities of the Su group rest upon his shoulders. He asked me to bring you a gift. With that, Su Lia handed Lu Qianqian a paper bag. Lu Qianqian joyfully accepted it, then glanced at the man behind her, asking, oh, who is this? This is a friend of mine and my brother S. I brought him along, Su Lia explained. Han Li offered Lu Qianqian a polite smile, his gaze immediately shifting to Su Zhibao, burning with intensity. Unconsciously, Su Zhibao furrowed her brow. In truth, Lu Qianqian and Su Zhibao had lost all emotional connection after years of not seeing each other. It was Su Lia's subtle encouragement that led Lu Qianqian to invite Su Zhibao out. Su Lia deliberately brought Han Li before Su Zhibao, saying, Sister, you are also here to celebrate Qianqian's birthday. Han Li wishes to apologize to you. Please forgive him. Bao. My impulsiveness last time was due to your impending marriage to Pei Yi. My emotions overwhelmed me, and that was not my true intention. Han Li gazed deeply at Su Zhibao, expressing, I do not expect us to return to our former selves. I would be content if you could simply forgive me now. Su Zhibao cast a disdainful glance at the two of them, questioning the nature of this performance. Sister Lia, what is going on? Lu Qianqian asked, her face a picture of confusion. Su Lia replied with a smile, Qianqian. It is like this. There has been some misunderstanding between Han Li and my sister, so I took this opportunity to bring Han Li here, hoping they can mend their rift. Qianqian, you do not blame me for taking the initiative, do you? How could I blame Sister Lia? You had good intentions. Lu Qianqian responded. Zhibao, what wrong has he committed? Look at his sincerity. You should forgive him. Lu Qianqian played the role of mediator, completely unaware that she was being manipulated, still foolishly defending him. Frowning, Su Zhibao remarked, this is not a misunderstanding, and I have no desire to forgive. You are free to do as you please. I shall take my leave. Chapter 45. Suspected of being pushed into the sea, sister, please give Han Li a chance. Su Lia hastily positioned herself in front of Su Zhibao, her expression one of pitiful appeal. To recognize one's mistakes and strive for improvement is a virtue beyond measure. You and Han Li have known each other for so long. Can't you forgive him for the sake of your past? Upon witnessing her theatrical display, Su Zhibao felt a wave of nausea wash over her and replied coldly, I have nothing to discuss with him. Yet you seem to be constantly considering his feelings. Do you have feelings for him? If you do, pursue him yourself. Do not expect others to share your indifference. Su Lia's eyes brimmed with tears. I was merely attempting to mediate. How could you say such things about me? I believe Su Zhibao is quite justified in her stance. There is a saying that the greatest respect one can show to a current partner is to sever ties with an ex, by insisting on a reconciliation. How can you preserve Pei Xiao's dignity? A voice interjected from the sofa, defending Su Zhibao. Turning her gaze towards the speaker, Su Zhibao noticed an unfamiliar girl clad in a loose embroidered blouse and denim shorts, her wine-red hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders. Sporting a pair of sunglasses, she possessed a striking and enduring beauty, albeit with an air of arrogance. Upon meeting Su Zhibao's glance, she offered a nod in acknowledgement. Su Zhibao responded with a friendly nod in return. Su Lia's expression darkened, yet upon seeing the speaker, she could only continue her charade of vulnerability. Li Han, the belle of Haiqing University, hails from the capital city. While her family's profession remains a mystery, it is evident that they belong to the affluent elite. Proud and domineering, she tends to isolate herself from her peers. Her connection to one of Haiqing's four prominent families, the Lei family, has prompted them to declare that anyone who dares to bully Li Han will be at odds with them. Coincidentally, she is also a classmate of Lu Qianqian. Unfamiliar with Su Zhibao, Lu Qianqian was taken aback to hear her defend Su Zhibao. An ex? Could he possibly be the former boyfriend who drove Zhibao to the brink of the sea? Lu Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment. In an instant, Su Zhibao's gaze sharpened. How could there still be individuals who believed she had jumped into the sea for Han Li? Lu Qianqian. Allow me to clarify. My fall into the sea had nothing to do with Han Li. It may have been a mere accident while I was admiring the scenery. Or perhaps. Su Zibo paused, allowing a cold smirk to escape as she turned her gaze to Su Lia. It is also possible that someone inadvertently pushed me. In truth, there was a vague sense that someone had given her a nudge, yet due to the lack of evidence and witnesses, she had maintained that her fall was an unfortunate mishap, wishing to prevent outsiders from indulging in baseless speculation. However, if such rumors persist in Haicheng, for the sake of my own reputation and that of the Pei and Su families, I shall have no choice but to file a police report, prompting an investigation to dispel the notion that I had willingly jumped into the sea. At that time, she had suspected foul play, yet her memories remained hazy, eluding recollection. Without witnesses or physical evidence, a conclusive outcome would certainly be elusive. However, if there are still those who persist in believing that she fell into the sea by misfortune, rather than jumping in a desperate attempt to escape marriage with Han Li, then she might as well portray herself as a potential victim of being pushed into the sea. Indeed, upon hearing this, Su Lia's expression shifted dramatically. Was it possible that someone had truly given Su Zibao a nudge? Who could it be? Who else but those who knew that Su Zibao was marrying Pei Yi with half of the Su family's dowry? How many would not wish for that fortune to remain with the couple? If Su Zibao were to perish, one might wonder where that wealth would ultimately end up. It becomes evident that there lies a sordid truth beneath the surface. Su Zibao had merely been attempting to shield the Su family by attributing her fall to a mere accident, a considerable effort indeed. She had long been the target of slander, and now she was compelled to unveil the truth. Alas, which family does not engage in such overt and covert struggles? This is hardly a rarity. The socialites around her grew up in such an environment, absorbing the intricacies of familial conflicts even if they themselves were not experts in the matter. Su Zibao smirked, thinking that perhaps now Su Lia would finally cease her antics. Should you continue to spread falsehoods, I too shall partake in the art of rumor, though perhaps my words may not be mere fabrications, but rather reflections of reality. Qianqian. Dear sister, it was nothing more than an accidental fall into the sea. Any notion of jumping for another is merely gossip. Su Lia hastily interjected with a smile. Sister, you must have misinterpreted. At that moment, you were alone on the deck. How could anyone have pushed you? It must have been an accident, undoubtedly an accident. The rumor that Su Zibao leapt into the sea for Han Li originated from her, yet she now adamantly insists it was merely an accidental fall. Indeed, there seems to be a hidden agenda. If my sister is unwilling to forgive Han Li, then let him be as though he does not exist. Today marks Qianqian's birthday, and it would be rather inconsiderate for my sister to leave at such a moment. As the younger sister, I must bear the consequences of my actions. Having upset my sister, I shall drink 3 cups as penance. Su Lia, feigning a spirit of self-sacrifice for the greater good, lifted a drink from the table and downed 3 cups in quick succession. Lu Qianqian added, Zibao, do not be angry. I spoke without knowing the facts, and I too shall drink 3 cups as atonement. With both of them having consumed 3 cups, the gesture of apology was complete. Su Zibao, who had initially intended to seize the opportunity to leave, found herself unable to do so and resignedly continued to sit. Chapter 46. The drug cocktail. A harmonious atmosphere enveloped the group of young people. However, Su Zibao felt utterly uncomfortable due to the presence of Su Lia and Han Li. She had refrained from consuming the drink before her, nor had she partaken in any food, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of escape. Zibao, I raise a glass to you. Lu Qianqian approached and seated herself before Su Zibao, extending a beautifully layered cocktail to her. This is the signature cocktail of the Dark Night KTV, aptly named Drunken Night. I ordered it especially for you as an apology for my previous thoughtless words. Lu Qianqian spoke earnestly. After all these years of friendship, you cannot simply disregard me over a single remark, nor can you cast me a disapproving glance at my birthday celebration, can you? Zibao, drink this cocktail, and let us bury the hatchet. Su Zibao gazed at the vibrant cocktail before her, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Though Lu Qianqian appeared to be devoid of ulterior motives, Su Zibao hesitated to partake in the drink. She would not gamble her safety on whether the other had conspired with Su Lia. I am unaccustomed to cocktails. Instead, Su Zibao declined the cocktail, opting instead for the ordinary red wine that Lu Qianqian held. I will drink this. I toast to you, wishing you a happy birthday. If there were indeed something amiss with the cocktail, then Lu Qianqian would surely abstain from it. How can I accept this? That drink was specifically ordered for you. Lu Qianqian exclaimed, taken aback by Su Jibao's choice. Su Jibao smiled, her demeanor unflinching. I truly cannot drink cocktails. Moreover, you have mentioned that after all these years of affection between us, there is no need to dwell on trivial matters. I respect you. Under such circumstances, very well. Lu Qianqian and Su Zibao clinked their glasses together and cheerfully sipped their cocktails. Su Zibao was taken aback, puzzled. Could it be that there was truly no issue? Was it merely her overactive imagination? Observing this, Su Zibao took a delicate sip and remarked, I feel a bit dizzy. I shall step outside for some fresh air. Certainly. Lu Qianqian replied with a smile. Just as Su Zibao exited the private room, Su Lia approached with a glint of mischief in her eyes. Qianqian, has she been drinking? Yes, she mentioned feeling dizzy and went out to catch some air. How could she feel dizzy after just one sip? Lu Qianqian frowned. Lia, why should I apologize to her? She is nothing but a fool. Our Lu family is certainly no lesser than the Su family. If it weren't for Brother Zhe, the Su family would have long since fallen into ruin. She remains oblivious to this fact, looking down on Brother Zhe and bullying him. If it weren't for their sisterly bond, would Brother Zhe truly be left with nothing? We toil and struggle for the Su family, yet receive nothing in return. I genuinely hold the Su family in disdain. Having not seen each other for 3 years, Lu Qianqian had become utterly infatuated with Su Jinzhe, her heart and soul devoted to him, leading her to harbor a dislike for Su Zibao. Were it not for Su Lia insisting that she maintain contact with Su Zibao, she would have long since disregarded the foolish girl. Su Lia's motives, after all, were simply to exploit Lu Qianqian's position as Su Zibao's close friend. Qianqian, Su Zibao is my sister. I appreciate your humility in front of her. I apologize for any discomfort you may have endured. Upon learning that Su Zibao had been drinking, Su Lia felt a sense of relief and discreetly signaled to Han Li, while maintaining a sincere demeanor towards Lu Qianqian. She was apprehensive that Lu Qianqian might inadvertently reveal her true intentions in front of Su Zibao and refrain from disclosing the presence of any substances in the cocktails. With Su Zibao now inebriated, Han Li's intervention would undoubtedly be a matter of ease. It's nothing, Lia. I'm only doing this for Brother Zhe. Otherwise, I wouldn't wish to engage with her at all, Lu Qianqian remarked, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. I feel a bit dizzy myself. I shall step outside for some fresh air. Su Lia, ever considerate, responded, very well. Remember to drink some warm water. It will help. Receiving Su Lia's signal, Han Li understood that the plan had been executed flawlessly and quietly exited the private room, his eyes glinting with lascivious intent. Su Zibao, this little vixen dares to disregard my presence in front of so many people. I shall ensure that she pleads for my favor tonight in bed. Stepping out of the room, Su Zibao made her way to the balcony, seeking solace in the evening breeze. The vibrant city of Haicheng was illuminated by flickering neon lights, bustling with the relentless flow of traffic, a scene both splendid and cacophonous. Suddenly, a figure reeking of alcohol wrapped his arms around her from behind, leaving Su Zibao tightly ensnared and pondering whether Han Li had followed her outside. As she struggled to free her arms, poised to deliver a knee to her captor's vital area, a familiar and tender voice whispered in her ear, "Wife." Instantly, Su Zhibao's tense body relaxed, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. "Pei, you're embracing me so tightly. My arm is beginning to ache." The person behind her released their grip upon hearing the words. Su Zhibao turned around to find Pei standing behind her, clad in a dark purple shirt, his long legs accentuated by high boots, exuding a casual yet trendy vibe akin to a cover model from a fashion magazine. There was a hint of inebriation in his eyes, which cleared somewhat upon seeing Su Zhibao. "It's really you. What brings you here?" Su Zhibao, adorned in a flowing white dress, embodied a fresh and demure elegance. "It's Lu Qianqian's birthday. I've come to attend the celebration. But you, once again indulging in drinks here. I won't be responsible for you when you head home tonight." Pei wrapped his arm around Su Zhibao's shoulders, guiding her towards his private room. "Come. Someone has their eyes set on your husband. We must intervene." Su Zhibao stood there, flabbergasted. "Wait, someone's after Pei? Could it be Zhao Yuanyuan again? What trouble is she causing now?" Chapter 47. A kiss in the presence of Luo Bingwan. Han Li followed Su Zhibao out, searching through the corridor, balcony, and restroom, yet found no trace of her. Could it be that Su Zhibao had taken the opportunity to enjoy the breeze and slipped away unnoticed? As this thought crossed his mind, he made his way to the bar to inquire, but the attendant confirmed that Miss Su had not been seen exiting. It was indeed puzzling. Where could Su Zhibao have gone? While Han Li was engrossed in his search, he suddenly spotted a woman leaning against the restroom entrance, Washing her face, her complexion flushed. "Miss Liu, have you seen Su Zibao?" Han Li recognized her as Liu Chanqian, the heiress of the Liu family and the guest of honor at the Day's birthday celebration. Liu Chanqian frowned, a peculiar sensation coursing through her body making her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. "I haven't seen her, ah." A soft moan escaped her lips as she gazed at Han Li, her eyes clouded with desire and fervor. Taken aback by her appearance, Han Li wondered why Miss Liu seemed as if she had been drugged. "What is wrong with you, Miss Liu?" He deliberately stepped closer to support her, contemplating that if he couldn't locate Su Zibao, perhaps an alliance with the Liu family's daughter would be advantageous. Yet, he pondered why Liu Chanqian was in such a state. Had something gone awry when she had toasted him earlier? Realizing the precariousness of the situation and that it would attract unwanted attention if he helped her out in such a condition, he glanced around and spotted a private room with a sign indicating that the sound equipment was broken and under repair. Without hesitation, he dragged Liu Chanqian into the room. In an unexpected twist, while Su Lia had intended to frame Su Zibao, it appeared that Liu Chanqian had inadvertently fallen victim instead. Su Zibao followed Pei Yi into a lavish private room, her gaze immediately drawn to Luo Bingwan amidst the assembled men and women. Dressed in a pristine white gown, she exuded an air of aloofness and nobility, maintaining a distant and unapproachable demeanor. Well, Pei, what have we here? Did you pick up a little something on your way out?" A voice began to jest, but quickly recognized Su Zibao. "Oh, isn't this Miss Su?" Su Zibao's eyes were fixed on Luo Bingwan, her thoughts swirling. Wasn't she abroad? When did she return? Luo Bingwan had, in fact, just arrived that very day. While overseas, she had heard of Su Zibao's role in propelling Pei Shishir to stardom. Though absent, she had not hindered Su Zibao's progress. Instead, Su Zibao and Pei Yi had grown incredibly close in her absence, a situation Luo Bingwan could no longer tolerate, prompting her decision to return and vie for Pei Yi's affections. Pei Yi's treatment of her was indeed unique. He had granted her leave for 2 months at her request, and upon her return, he had arranged this welcome reception. No wonder Pei Yi had been absent all day. Luo Bingwan had returned. All eyes darted between Su Zibao and Luo Bingwan, the unspoken tension palpable. Su Zibao had assumed Zhao Yuanyuan was the one clinging to Pei Yi, but it seemed their prized possession had attracted the attention of yet another woman. Pei Yi. Luo Bingwan stood gracefully, her gaze fixed coldly on Su Zibao. This was her first time seeing Pei Yi's legendary wife in person. She was strikingly beautiful, radiantly captivating. To the casual observer, they appeared to be a perfect match. A faint smile graced Su Zibao's lips as she greeted, "Miss Luo, good day. Pei Yi has had too much to drink. I assisted him inside, and I apologize for the intrusion. Su Zibao was someone I had invited, and it was the perfect opportunity to introduce her to you, my wife, Su Zibao." Pei Yi gazed at Luo Bingwan, his voice still languid, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. This was the first time Su Zibao had laid eyes on Luo Bingwan, and it was evident that the atmosphere between the two was distinct. Compared to the previous Zhao Yuanyuan, this Luo Bingwan seemed to share something unspoken with Pei Yi. Luo Bingwan suppressed the anger swelling within her and replied coldly, "I understand." Pei Yi furrowed his brow as he regarded Luo Bingwan, then suddenly chuckled, leaning down to capture Su Zibao's lips in a kiss. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers, and Su Zibao's eyes widened in astonishment. There had been no warning, and he kissed her right in front of another woman. Luo Bingwan's pupils dilated, and tears quickly brimmed in her eyes as she fled the scene. Several artists from Diju Media, who had accompanied Luo Bingwan, hurried after her, leaving the remaining guests in stunned silence, still grappling with the unfolding drama. Once Luo Bingwan had dashed out, Pei Yi embraced Su Zibao and exited the private room. It was only then that Su Zibao regained her senses, realizing he had deliberately kissed her to provoke Luo Bingwan. What was the nature of their relationship? Could she be his former lover? Ugh, Pei Yi had countless women, as abundant as the waters of Haiqing, yet none had ever felt so different from Luo Bingwan. "Pei Yi, clarify this situation for me," Su Zibao urged, clutching his hand. At that moment, Pei Yi appeared sober, responding languidly, "It is precisely as you see. You were not so protective of her before. A mere mention of her bad mood could lead you to grant her a 2-month leave, disregarding the company's circumstances. Why now? Do you seem intent on provoking her through me?" Su Zibao's features were striking, her gaze intense. Pei Yi playfully flicked her forehead with his finger, indulging her. Yet, that did not equate to affection. "Madam Pei, are you conducting an investigation? How could I dare to meddle in Pei Xiao's private affairs? It is simply that Luo Bingwan is an artist under our company, and as the director of Dijung Media, I hope that personal matters do not hinder the company's progress. Su Zibao replied coolly, feeling an inexplicable sense of displeasure. This was Pei Yi. His indulgence towards someone did not imply he held any feelings for them. Pei Xiao was famously known for his pampering of women, yet there were no whispers of him ever loving anyone. This applied to Luo Bingwan, and to herself as well. Are you unhappy? Pei Yi tilted his head slightly, resting one hand against the wall, his handsome face close to Su Zibao's cheek. His warm breath enveloping her. Could it be that you have fallen for me? Chapter 48. I just like you in her dream. Who would ever be fond of a fickle playboy like you? Su Zibao immediately refuted. Pei Yi leaned closer to her ear, his voice husky with a hint of teasing. My little wife is so resolute, it truly saddens me. But it matters not, for I simply like you. His eyes, shrouded by thick lashes, were deep as whirlpools, as if they could ensnare one's very soul. Captivating. Su Zibao felt her face flush, bewildered by his sudden declaration. What did he mean by liking her? He spoke as if he genuinely cared. What is it that you like about me? Su Zibao bit her lip. Pei gently lifted her chin, his smile radiant and laced with mischief. I adore the sound of your voice, the way you laugh, the warmth of your palm, your lips, your kisses, your scent. But most of all, your body. Initially, Su Zibao was taken aback by his earlier words, but the last two left her heart racing and her mind reeling. Indeed, how could she ever expect this notorious playboy to utter anything romantic? He remained as insufferable, shameless, and rogue as ever. After speaking, he narrowed his slanted eyes, surveying her with a gaze that conveyed intense desire, one man's longing for a woman. Just then, an unexpected moan echoed from the adjacent room, startling both Su Zibao and Pei Yi. What an oddity! Who was so impatient? Let us return to our private room. There are others here, and we must not disturb them. Su Zibao gently urged Pei Yi. She had no interest in eavesdropping, as Pei Yi grasped Su Zibao's hand and prepared to leave. A few voices emanated from within. Wait. Su Zibao pulled Pei Yi back. Pei Yi turned to her with a knowing smile, suggesting, if you enjoy this, we could host a KTV party next time. Bah, I'm not so shameless as you, Su Zibao retorted playfully, pointing towards the private room. That voice I heard sounded like Lu Qianqian. Pei Yi chuckled. Ah, so she is your friend. Would you like to go in and greet her? I fear she may not be available to entertain you at the moment. Something felt amiss. Though her interaction with Lu Qianqian had been brief, the latter had incessantly mentioned Su Zhenjia. It was unlikely she would be here with another man. Su Zibao suspected she might have been drugged. For reasons unknown, her mind immediately recalled the cocktail. Had she known the drink contained an aphrodisiac, she would never have allowed Lu Qianqian to consume it. Given Su Zibao's disposition, she would have sought to force the culprit to drink it instead. Initially, she had dismissed her concerns as mere paranoia. However, could it be that Su Lia had administered the drug without even informing Lu Qianqian, thereby ensnaring her instead? At that moment, Su Zibao's expression shifted to one of greater intrigue as she discerned another voice resembling Han Li's. Are you going to assist? Pei Yi raised an eyebrow. Su Zibao shook her head. Lu Qianqian and Su Zhenjia were on the same path, standing in opposition to Su Zibao. Had she not been wary and refrained from drinking that cup of wine, she would now be the one poisoned. Moreover, Su Lia was not only ruthless towards herself, but also did not regard Lu Qianqian as an ally, administering the drug without informing her. Otherwise, Lu Qianqian would certainly have abstained. This incident instead favored Han Li, who would likely use it as leverage against Lu Qianqian in the future. Su Zibao harbored no fondness for being used as a pawn, especially when the weapon was aimed at herself, and Lu Qianqian had willingly chosen to play the role of the pawn. Waiter, please find Lu Yin in that private room and inform him that Lu Qianqian is inside. Su Zibao instructed a waiter. The waiter nodded and departed. Pei Yi looked at Su Zibao. I thought you would summon a crowd to witness the spectacle. If it were Han Li and Su Lia, I would have done so. However, with Lu Qianqian, it is unnecessary, Su Zibao replied, pulling Pei Yi out of the KTV. Inviting Lu Yin meant that Su Zibao was extending a helping hand to Lu Qianqian. Should Lu Qianqian appreciate this gesture and recognize that her predicament was orchestrated by Su Lia, severing ties with the Su siblings would alleviate many of Su Zibao's concerns. Conversely, if Lu Qianqian remained ungrateful, it mattered not. The Lu family would still adeptly deal with Han Li. It seemed she need not worry about the persistent nuisance of Han Li reappearing before her. Furthermore, She had already shown Lu Qianqian ample compassion, with differing principles. She would not participate in such so-called sisterly invitations again. 15 minutes later, Lu Yin entered the private room, only to discover his sister entangled with a man on the sofa in a compromising situation. It was evident that his sister had been drugged, prompting him to swiftly confront and strike the man. Unfortunately, the effects of the drug were so potent that Lu Qianqian, in her dazed state, even clung to her brother, attempting to kiss him. The thought of having to take Lu Qianqian to the hospital would undoubtedly tarnish the Lu family's reputation. Lu Yin promptly called for a private physician and restrained Han Li, initiating an investigation into the drugging incident. Before long, the trail led to Su Lia, and Han Li, being the coward he was, immediately betrayed Su Lia. Brother, it's all Su Zibao's fault. She must have known there was something wrong with the drink when she switched it with mine. It's not Sister Lia's fault. She was merely acting on Su Zibao's intentions to harm me. Upon learning the full extent of the matter, Lu Qianqian spat resentfully. Sister Lia never intended to harm me. It was Su Zibao who plotted against me. Lu Yin furrowed his brow. If Su Zibao truly meant to harm you, she would have rallied a crowd to witness it, rather than discreetly informing only me to intervene. As for Su Lia, she used you as a pawn and caused your intoxication. It would be wise to sever ties with that pair of siblings from now on. I will ensure Han Li is apprehended, so you need not worry about him disclosing tonight's events. Han Li is a scoundrel, and so is Su Zibao. I don't care. I will not let Su Zibao off the hook. Lu Qianqian seethed. The humiliation I have endured today shall be repaid 100-fold. Chapter 49. A reunion from the past. A first encounter in this life. The initial step of the business plan has been set in motion. The subsequent step is to recruit Shinshi to Emperor Media. As long as Emperor Media progresses methodically, there should be no issues. Once the investments here begin to yield returns, it will serve as a springboard for the next phases. The Xia family's enterprise is vast, and starting from Yunting Entertainment, she will address each aspect one by one. However, why has Shinshi not sought her out until now? Is the song Deep Sea not sufficient? Su Zibao sat in the car, and, upon noticing a crowd gathered in an open square, her eyes brightened as she discerned Shun Shi's name emblazoned on a banner. Xiao Chuan, stop the car. I wish to take a look, she instructed eagerly. Upon exiting the vehicle, Su Zibao was met with an overwhelming sea of people, making it impossible to spot Shinshi. Yet, among the throng, she recognized a familiar figure, the girl who had defended her that night at the KTV, though she did not know her name. Hey, what brings you here? I apologize for our brief encounter last time. I forgot to ask your name. Su Zibao spoke courteously. The girl turned around, pondering for a moment before responding. It's you, Su Zibao. My name is Li Han. Li Han, are you here to get Shinshi's autograph? Su Zibao inquired, gesturing towards the lengthy line. The scene clearly indicated that it was a book signing event, given that Shinshi is one of the most renowned best-selling authors in the country. Her signing events attract crowds rivaling those of celebrity concerts. Li Han shook her head. I am not here for Shinshi, but rather for the general manager of Time Culture, Pei Hanwen. The upcoming book signing event hosted by Shiguan Culture will feature Pei Hanwen's attendance. Although Su Zibao has never met Pei Hanwen, she is aware that he is the elder brother of Pei Shishir and the cousin of Pei Yi. The Pei family's second uncle has but one son and one daughter. Pei Hanwen serves as the general manager of Shiguan Culture, a company primarily engaged in publishing works and periodicals, which is not particularly large. Pei Hanwen, what do you seek him for? A flicker of suspicion crossed Su Zibao's eyes. Could it be that this strikingly handsome individual has an affection for Pei Hanwen? Considering Pei Hanwen is only a year or two older than Pei Yi, he certainly qualifies as a young talent. Li Han seemed to perceive Su Zibao's thoughts and clarified, it is not as you imagine. I possess an interview pass. I merely wish to conduct an interview, but he is rather reluctant to accept them. This added an air of peculiarity. A girl from the same class as Lu Qianqian is merely a junior. Could she possibly be working part-time as a journalist at a magazine? Could you assist me? Li Han implored. I have heard that you share a particularly close relationship with Pei Shishir, and Pei Hanwen dotes on his sister. Li Han blinked at Su Zibao with eager anticipation. Su Zibao, caught between amusement and exasperation, reflected on her initial favorable impression of Li Han. Since it seemed a minor favor, she nodded in agreement and subsequently called Pei Shishir to inquire if she could lend a hand. Pei Shishir readily agreed, and shortly after, she sent over an address and time. The appointment is set for room 203 on the second floor at 10:30, which is just 10 minutes from now, Su Zibao relayed, reading the message from her phone. A glimmer of delight sparked in Li Han's eyes. That is wonderful. Thank you, Su Zibao. After the interview, I will treat you to dinner. There is no need to be so polite. Before Su Zibao could finish her words, Li Han had already dashed up to the second floor with great enthusiasm. She appeared rather charming, contrary to the rumors of her being proud and hard to approach. Su Zibao smiled, observing the long line, and went to the designated book-selling point to purchase all 10 books that Shunshi was selling, positioning herself behind the queue for the book signing. Given Su Zibao's current status, she could easily arrange a meeting with Shunshi, as she was now the wife of the esteemed third Master Pei. She was no longer the former Su Zi. Yet, Su Zibao preferred not to engage in such formal encounters. If you do not come to find me, then I shall come to seek you instead. This was their reunion, a moment of first acquaintance in this lifetime. After waiting for half an hour, it was finally Su Zibao's turn. She placed the weighty stack of 10 books on his signing table. Shunshi instinctively looked up with a gentle smile, asking if he should sign them all. Shunshi was typically very kind to his readers. Although signing could be quite exhausting, he generally endeavored to fulfill their requests, often inscribing phrases like "to my dearest" for his fans. However, upon seeing Su Zibao, his gaze froze in recognition. He knew this woman. She was the lyricist and composer of Deep Sea. Su Zibao beamed at him with a radiant smile. Hey, esteemed author Shun. Would you do me the honor of having a meal with your reader? For years had passed, yet the same words echoed. In this moment, time and space converged. This was the initial encounter between Su Zi and Shunshi. She stood in line, masquerading as one of his readers, seeking his autograph. Upon opening the cover, he discovered a business card nestled within. This time, when Shunshi again opened the book's cover, it was no longer a business card, but rather a small note, hastily torn and inscribed with the time and place for an afternoon tea rendezvous. What, after all, was her connection to Su Zi? How much did she know about them? Why did this scene resonate so profoundly with the past? Shunshi uttered not a word, signing his name, yet he chose to keep that note. Su Zibao, satisfied, departed with the book in her embrace. Chapter 50. Because you were Shunshi in the Gulf Tea House, Su Zibao sat quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the scenery below. Before long, a young man dressed entirely in white approached. He appeared to be in his mid-20s. With a pale complexion and striking features, his deep-set eyes and finely chiseled face evoked the image of a pure and handsome young man, a renowned male author in the country. Waiter, an iced lemon black tea, please. Su Zibao called to a nearby server to place her order. Shunshi took a seat across from her and inquired, What is your relationship with Su Zi? How is it that you know he enjoys iced lemon black tea? You seem quite familiar with him. Su Zibao had long prepared her response, offering a faint smile as she replied, I am a friend of Su Zi's. You may not know me, but I have heard her mention you. She continued, Oh, by the way, I have been studying in the United States and only returned to Haicheng last month. When I visited the cemetery last week, I noticed the flowers were still fresh. It must have been you who went to see her, so thank you. The Su family had perished, and while Xia Qingyam merely performed a charade, shedding tears for the cameras, only he remained to honor her family's memory. In this world, he was perhaps the only one who genuinely mourned her untimely passing. As the server set down the iced lemon black tea, Shunshi scrutinized the girl before him. Her words were logical, yet if Su Zi truly had such a friend, why had he never heard her mention her? I apologize that Su Zi could not write this song, Deep Sea, for you herself, so I have taken it upon myself to fulfill her wish. I had thought that upon seeing this song, you would come looking for me. Su Zibao smiled playfully, suggesting that our tacit understanding still leaves much to be desired. Her familiarity felt as though they had been friends for many years. Shunshi nodded, contemplating a way to approach her. He had yet to find the right excuse or reason. He couldn't simply rush over and inquire, What is your relationship with Su Zi? Although, today, he had indeed acted rather boldly. To return to the matter at hand, Diju Media is set to receive a capital injection of 50 million next month, which coincidentally is an amount I can freely allocate. I wish to adapt your novel. You shall be the screenwriter. Choose which one you wish to adapt. State the required funding and select the actors. You possess a veto power. Su Zibao immediately laid out her terms and bottom line with clarity. If she were negotiating with someone else, she would certainly not be so forthright. However, the person before her was Shunshi, a cherished friend from her past. Shunshi was taken aback, astonished by her approach to business. Because you are Shunshi, she replied, I will always be your friend, not your adversary. In the past, wasn't this how you and Su Zi conducted negotiations? And in the future, we shall continue in this manner. Su Zibao smiled gently at him. She had transformed from Su Zi into Su Zibao, yet her essence remained unchanged in relation to Xinxi. Suzi's dedication was embodied in Yunting entertainment. The depth of Xinxi's gaze reflected his concern, implying that she was encroaching upon Yunting Entertainment's territory. Is this truly the conduct of a friend? Xinxi questioned. Su Zibao gazed back at him calmly. Yunting Entertainment sought your collaboration, yet you have consistently declined, not even gracing Yao Liani with your presence. Why didn't you collaborate with them? That elucidates my current presence at Imperial Media. A sudden incisiveness sharpened in Xinxi's gaze. What do you know? I don't know. However, I am cognizant that were Su Zi still alive, she would emulate my actions. Su Zibao's eyes lowered, her countenance pensive. Devoid of substantiating evidence, she remained reticent. Xinxi persisted. Was it you who disseminated the news concerning Yao Lini and Yezi recently? Was she truly responsible for Su Zi's vocal impairment? Su Zibao remained taciturn, apprehensive that further inquiry would unveil too much. Xinxi, I firmly believe that no secret can remain perpetually concealed. The more one revels in triumph, the more susceptible one becomes to exposure. Inevitably, the truth will surface, and I aspire to expedite its revelation. Su Zibao fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes gleaming with resolve. Once Xia Qingye is divested of the Xia family's protection, subsequent to the Xia family's downfall, his transgression of murdering her family of 3 shall be revealed. However, with the Xia family's safeguarding and a dearth of evidence, Su Zibao remains powerless against him. Likewise, Xinxi is rendered impotent. In the realm of commerce, the terms I've extended represent the zenith of my capacity. Should you deem the sincerity and our capability sufficient, contemplate the prospect of collaboration. As for other matters, to any queries you may pose, I offer only 4 words. Su Zibao regarded him, no comment. Xinxi scrutinized Su Zibao for an extended duration. His intuition inclined him to offer assistance. Furthermore, the proposed terms were far from unfavorable. Since the decision has been made to forego collaboration with Yunting Entertainment, temporarily partnering with Dijua Media presents itself as an excellent alternative. Very well, please draft a collaboration proposal, and we will discuss the specifics in further detail. Xinxi's word is final. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Su Zibao's eyes, and he responded with enthusiasm. However, the formal contract will be signed once the funds are secured. I will expedite the acquisition of the necessary financing. The prior agreement stipulated a 12% increase within 2 months, yet we have already achieved this goal in just 1 month. The sooner we secure the funds, the sooner we can commence the next phase of our plan. Chapter 51. The mysterious president of Miko, after setting a time for further discussion with Xinxi. Su Zibao descended the stairs and spotted a sports car parked at the entrance. As the window rolled down, Li Han waved at Su Zibao. The driver appeared somewhat familiar. Hey, Su Zibao, I'm grateful for your help today. I promised to treat you to a meal, so let us go, Li Han remarked with a smile. Seated beside her in the back seat, Su Zibao expressed her gratitude, saying, You are too kind. How did you find me? Thanks to young Master Lei's network. Li Han casually gestured towards the driver. When it comes to locating someone in Haiqing, young Master Lei is unparalleled. Even the police cannot match his speed. The man driving turned around, flashing a bright smile. Spare me your modesty. I haven't yet assisted you in meeting that esteemed gentleman you were looking for. His complexion was a healthy tan, his crew cut exuding a soldier's robust aura, rendering him both formidable and handsome. Yet, he lacked the rigid demeanor typical of military men, instead possessing a hint of mischief. The more Su Zibao observed him, the more he seemed familiar, until it struck her. This was none other than Lei Lai, the second son of the Lei family, the very individual responsible for her overseas departure. The Lei family was one of the 4 prominent clans, alongside the Pei family, both hailing from a lineage of military tradition. Lei Lai was merely a year older than Su Zibao, having attended the same school. In her rebellious youth, when she fancied herself a leader among her peers, Lei Lai had already begun forming his own gang, leading to past confrontations between them. Once, Su Zibao suffered a misfortune at the hands of Lei Lai. Encouraged by Su Lia, he brazenly took advantage of a moment when Lei Lai was alone on the road, and with the aid of his bodyguards, he ensnared the man in a sack and pummeled him mercilessly, nearly resulting in a tragic outcome. The incident escalated, leading to Su Zibao receiving a thrashing from Su Guoqiang, after which he was taken to the Lei family to offer an apology, subsequently being sent abroad. Lei Lai's demeanor has changed significantly since then, now imbued with a touch of ferocity and intensity, which caused Su Zibao to momentarily fail to recognize him. Contemplating their intertwined fates, Su Zibao managed an awkward smile. Oh, By the way, Su Zibao, allow me to introduce you. This is Lei Lai, Li Han remarked. Hailing from a distinguished military family, the Lei clan produced a rogue like him who dabbled in gang activities, nearly incurring the wrath of old Master Lei. Whenever he displeased his grandfather, he would be dispatched to the military for rigorous training, and just last month, he had been sent away, returning only a few days ago. With an innocent smile, Lei Lai protested, "We are engaged in legitimate enterprises. We do not engage in usury nor disrupt societal peace. We conduct our business with integrity. The old man simply harbors prejudices against us. As for Su Zibao, no introduction is necessary. We are quite familiar with one another." "Indeed. We have known each other since childhood," Su Zibao replied with a subtle smile. Lei Lai regarded Su Zibao with a knowing smile, remarking, "What do you mean by merely knowing each other? Li Han, have you ever asked me about the scar on the back of my head? This little girl dealt it to me with a brick, and she was rather ruthless. If young Master Lei seeks revenge, I shall offer you a brick." Su Zibao replied meekly. At this, Li Han erupted in laughter, her amusement uncontrollable. Su Zibao initially believed that meeting an old adversary like Lei Lai would be particularly fraught with tension. However, Lei Lai's magnanimous demeanor indicated that he bore no grudge regarding past events. After all, would a man of his stature truly resort to retaliation? It was only then that Su Zibao learned that Li Han's interview with Pei Hanwen was connected to the enigmatic president of Miko Group, as Shiguang culture had been acquired by Miko a year prior. This mysterious president was a veritable commercial legend. I have meticulously analyzed every move made by Miko. The company emerged from the financial storm in Country M, operating with an air of secrecy and discretion while amassing wealth abroad. In our homeland, it has only made two significant investments, the first being the acquisition of the Century Consortium and the second being the purchase of Shiguang culture. The Century Consortium is a well-known entity, with every towering Century building in the larger cities of South China being part of their portfolio. This acquisition was undeniably a resounding success. However, the acquisition of Shiguang culture raises questions. While it was not a loss, it hardly matched the scale of Miko's usual ventures. Why would they bother with such a trivial prize? In Haicheng, there are countless companies of greater value than Shiguang culture. I suspect there must be a deeper connection between Shiguang culture and Miko. Li Han's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he elaborated, revealing that their investigation uncovered Miko's acquisition of Shiguang culture occurred when the company was on the brink of bankruptcy due to commercial disputes. The legal representative, Pei Hanwen, was burdened with a hefty compensation claim amounting to millions. Remarkably, after Miko's intervention, not only was the company revitalized, but Pei Hanwen was also retained as the general manager. Li Han firmly believed that a link existed between Miko and Pei Hanwen, which prompted him to transfer from the capital to Haicheng to delve deeper into the affairs of Miko. "Wait, what are you investigating this for?" Su Zibao inquired, her expression one of confusion. Li Han clenched her fists. "To marry the enigmatic president of Miko. Are you truly considering wedlock with someone you've never even met? You know neither their age nor their appearance. You are utterly in the dark. Moreover, as you mentioned, such a remarkable individual could very well be a decrepit old man in his 70s or 80s. Su Zibao was left speechless. Lei Lai remarked, "I have turned High City upside down for her, yet I have failed to locate that esteemed gentleman. He likely isn't even here." "He is here, without a doubt. The mysterious president of Miko must be present. I encountered him once in M country, although I did not see his face. I sense that he is at most 10 years my senior." As Li Han spoke, she seemed to ponder something, her head lowering slightly as she timidly added, "Su Zibao, could I trouble you to gather some information for me?" Observing the budding affection in the young lady's eyes, Su Zibao conceded, "If I happen to meet Pei Hanwen, I will certainly inquire on your behalf." "How thoughtful of you. Come, let us dine. It's my treat." Chapter 52. Han Li's plea for help. Su Zibao perused the documents in her hands as Du Wan, the head of the film department, remarked, "Director Su, our company is about to launch a new youth-themed film, Youth Sacrifice. This is the promotional plan for the film. Please review it." Although the plan lacked brilliance, it was devoid of errors, a standard promotional strategy overseen by the head of the planning department, El Xinlei. Su Zibao recalled that this woman had once spearheaded opposition against her. Nevertheless, recognizing her capability, Su Zibao refused to let personal grievances disrupt the company's progress. "All right, I understand. Since Supervisor L is fully responsible, we shall leave it in her capable hands," Su Zibao replied with a gentle smile. A true leader knows how to utilize talent and refrains from meddling in plans that are already sound and well executed. As Su Zhibao flipped through the cinema schedule, she noted that the new film from Daijing coincided with Yunting Entertainment's latest release. However, she had reviewed her own company's film, finding the script mediocre and the cast comprised of newcomers, lacking any standout qualities. No amount of hype could compensate for insufficient talent. Regardless, even if this new film underperformed at the box office, Daijing's profits would likely increase by over 10% by the end of the month. She intended to devote more attention to Shun Shi's new drama, which held greater potential for branding. Once Du-won left the room, Su Zhibao's phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. She had acquired this number only after returning to the country, and few knew it. Who could this be? Su Zhibao pressed the answer button. Su Zhibao, please help me. The Liu family wants to imprison me. I am innocent. Please save me. With a voice fraught with disarray, Han Li spoke frantically over the phone. A sardonic smile played on Su Zhibao's lips. Han Li, has your intellect been devoured by canines? Considering your past actions, I've refrained from exacerbating your situation. What confidence leads you to believe I would assist you? Su Zhibao, I recorded a video of Liu Qianqian before Liu Yin arrived. Unbeknownst to her, the video is quite explicit. Su Zhibao, if you rescue me, I will give you the video. You can use it against Liu Qianqian. Han Li exclaimed over the phone, only you can save me now. It was clearly Su Lia who administered the drug, yet the blame is being shifted onto me. Su Zhibao, I implore you, save me. A glint of disdain flickered in Su Zhibao's eyes. Exploiting vulnerability, Han Li truly intended to use the video to coerce Liu Qianqian. The Liu family's swift and precise actions had evidently frightened Han Li. He dared not reveal the existence of the video, instead seeking a transaction with Su Zhibao. If Su Zhibao were inclined to bring about Liu Qianqian's demise, she might have considered it. However, Su Zhibao had no such intention. Even the previous incident involving Liu Qianqian being drugged was unforeseen. She had never contemplated harming Liu Qianqian, and she certainly had no desire for such a video now. Han Li, I regret to inform you that I do not share your unscrupulous nature, using such a video to ruin a girl's life. You may languish in your prison cell. Farewell, Su Zhibao said, ending the call. Had it been Su Lia, Su Zhibao might have entertained the idea, given their animosity. But her relationship with the current Liu Qianqian did not warrant such measures. Su Zhibao hung up the phone, only for it to ring again. As she was about to dismiss the call, she noticed it was not an unknown number, but her sister, Su Jiasen. Sister, Mom gave me a shopping card today. Let's go buy some clothes together. Ever since you returned to the country, we haven't had the chance to shop together. Do you have time today? Upon hearing her sister's voice, a smile involuntarily graced Su Zhibao's face as she glanced at her work log beside her. The album release for Pei Shishir was still ongoing, and the promotional campaign for the film Youth Tribute was entirely under the purview of El Xinlei. She no longer needed to be confined to the office every day and had found herself with a bit more leisure once her father's funding arrived. Her collaboration with Shin Shi would undoubtedly keep her busy again, so it was a good opportunity to spend time with family while she could. In her previous life, Su Zhibao had been an only child. In this life, having such a sister was a bond she cherished deeply. Sure, let's meet at a designated spot. Su Zhibao readily agreed. Su Jiasen cheered, fantastic. Let's meet at Century Building. Half an hour later, Su Zhibao spotted Su Jiasen waiting at the entrance of Century Building. The two sisters linked arms and walked inside together. Sister, let us head to the 17th floor. The shopping card has 50,000 on it. I wonder who persuaded Mom to get such a hefty amount. Su Jiasen chuckled. It works out perfectly for me. I had my eye on a dress last week, but my funds were a bit tight. The 17th floor of Century Building was entirely dedicated to international women's fashion brands. Given that the sisters usually had limited pocket money, their father was well aware of their tendency to splurge and had tightly controlled their spending. Oh, by the way, dear sister, our mother specifically instructed me to select a few items for you as well. It seems you haven't purchased any clothing since returning home, which is quite unlike you. Su Jiasen blinked suspiciously. Su Zhibao smiled gently and replied, then let us go shopping. I've simply been too preoccupied to attend to it. Chapter 53. The Revenge of the Fitting Room. As the two sisters strolled through the clothing store, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. Su Jiasen chattered incessantly, while Su Zhibao, despite not residing in the Su household, was well aware of the current situation within the family due to her sister's updates. Sister, I heard that Su Jinjia is going to be engaged to Liu Qianqian from the Liu family, Su Jiasen exclaimed, referring to the girl who once shared a close bond with Su Zhibao. She is infatuated with Su Jinjia, had it not been for her persistence. The Liu family would never have considered marrying her off to him. After all, Su Zhenjia is a bastardy. Su Zibao furrowed her brows in contemplation, puzzled by the news of Lu Qianqian's impending engagement to Su Zhenjia. It seemed to stem from the incident that occurred at KTV. Su Lia had mishandled matters, and in an effort to placate Lu Qianqian, Su Zhenjia must have agreed to marry her. It was indeed remarkable that the Lu family would consent to such a union with a bastard. Such a decision hinted at deeper intentions. Su Jiasen, however, remained oblivious to the underlying motives, believing it to be simply Lu Qianqian's affection for Su Zhenjia that drove her desire to marry him. Yet, Su Zibao was no naive girl. She understood that alliances among affluent families were primarily driven by mutual benefit. The notion of true love was often a fade, while Lu Qianqian might harbor feelings for Su Zhenjia. The Lu family's willingness to marry their daughter was likely predicated on the belief that Su Zhenjia would eventually inherit the Su family's wealth, thus making a shrewd calculation in their favor. It appeared the Lu family had indeed aligned themselves with Su Zhenjia. Has the date been set? Su Zibao inquired. Su Jiasen shook her head. I'm not sure, but it should be soon. I overheard our father mention it casually. It seems Su Zhenjia hopes we can all attend. Mother and father even had an argument over it, but I certainly want to be going. The two sisters entered one of the women's clothing stores, and Su Jiasen pointed at a pure white long dress displayed in the window, exclaiming, Sister, look at this garment. It truly complements your elegance. You should try it on. Su Zibao's gaze fell upon the dress. Its grandeur and refinement were indeed reflective of her style. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Lu Qianqian observed this scene. Her eyes practically ablaze with fury. Qianqian, see? We successfully lured them here, Su Lia whispered. I told you they were both quite foolish. Look, Su Zibao has taken a liking to a dress. We can have someone prepare for it. This time, it's for your revenge. Let that Su Zibao be disgraced. This shopping card was originally a gift from Lu Qianqian's mother to Lin Xuejiao, among affluent socialites. Exchanging shopping cards during card games is a customary way to foster camaraderie. Lin Xuejiao, not thinking much of it, casually handed it to her daughter. Su Jiasen and Su Zibao had once relished shopping, so when Su Jiasen received the shopping card, she promptly took her sister along for a shopping spree, unwittingly falling into the trap set by Su Lia and Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian blamed Su Zibao for her misfortune at the KTV, believing that Su Zibao had intentionally swapped drinks knowing they were spiked with drugs, resulting in her being drugged. It was Su Zibao who deserved the drugging. It was Su Zibao who should have been violated by Han Li. Yet, she had shielded her from this undeserved calamity. All of it was her fault. Lu Qianqian sought revenge, wishing for Su Zibao to suffer the same fate of violation in order to quench her vendetta. Thus, together with Su Lia, they devised this nefarious plot. Make haste, venomously instructed, and install surveillance in each dressing room of that establishment. Furthermore, ensure the security guard is prepared. To violate the eldest heiress of the Su family and receive such a sum would be a boon, even if it entails incarceration. I intend to meticulously record the event and disseminate it across the internet, offering the entirety of Haiching a complimentary adult film. As the cameras were being installed, clutching the gown, prepared to change in the dressing room, a glint of triumph flickered in his eyes. She mused, once your reputation is irrevocably tarnished, the Pei family will cast you aside, paving the way for my union with. Directed, diverts attention. My presence would immediately arouse suspicion in the sisters. Concealing her animosity. Acquiesced, very well. Thus unfolded their scheme. To lure to the dressing rooms with as bait, orchestrate a violation by the security guard within the confines of the dressing room. Record the act, and disseminate the footage online. Subsequently, the security guard would bear the full weight of the crime, appeased by a substantial sum, while the family would maintain plausible deniability. Entering the dressing room with the dress, hung the gown on a hook end as she began to disrobe. Scrutinized one of the hooks with perplexity. A frequent patron of such establishments, she had never encountered a hook of this design, distinguished by a dark, cavernous aperture. How peculiar. She pondered. Perhaps I am being overly suspicious. This is, after all, a dressing room in a commercial establishment. Such paranoia is rather excessive. Just as was about to change, a knock echoed on the dressing room door. Believing it to be her sister, Su Jiasen, Su Zibao carelessly opened the door, only to find an unfamiliar security guard standing at the entrance of the fitting room. His gaze was directed behind her, but Su Jiasen was nowhere to be seen. The store's employees were also absent, creating an unsettling emptiness. Almost instinctively, Su Zibao immediately sensed something amiss. She attempted to slam the fitting room door shut, but the security guard swiftly wedged his arm between the door and the frame, forcing his way inside and locking the door behind him. "What do you intend to do?" Su Zibao demanded, her heart sinking with dread. The security guard, appearing to be in his 30s, was swarthy and robust. Su Zibao knew she stood no chance against him in a physical confrontation. With a lecherous grin, the security guard forcefully pinned Su Zibao against the fitting room wall, his eyes gleaming with lust. Chapter 54. Do not fear, my love. I am here. Help. Someone please help. Su Zibao cried out desperately, hoping to attract the attention of anyone outside, yet her heart sank with despair. She had just realized that there was no one outside, not even her sister. Someone was deliberately trying to harm her. "There's no one here. Your cries are futile. The staff has been reassigned." The security guard chuckled sinisterly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "This place is equipped with cameras, and I'm going to record a live-action show with you, sweetheart. Let us see if these pampered ladies are as tender as they appear." Haha. Su Zibao kicked him in the leg, but he was a man, and his strength far surpassed hers. Despair washed over her. She contemplated the worst possible outcome, vowing not to let this scoundrel succeed, yet fear gripped her heart, spreading uncontrollably. Bang! At that critical moment, the fitting room door was kicked open, and Pei Yi descended like a savior. He rushed in and landed a punch squarely on the guard's face. Though the guard appeared robust, he was no match for Pei Yi, whose military training rendered his blows devastating, causing the guard to spit blood and collapse. Two bodyguards followed Pei Yi into the room, swiftly subduing and restraining the assailant. Su Zibao huddled in the corner, hugging her shoulders, her eyes glistening with tears. Pei Yi removed his jacket and draped it over her tattered shirt, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. "Azzy, do not fear, it is all over now." "Pei Yi." Su Zibao clung tightly to him, biting her lip hard, her body trembling uncontrollably. Pei Yi gently caressed her hair, murmuring, "Do not fear, my dear, I am here." His voice was tender, yet his gaze bore down upon the security guard with a fierce intensity. Even in this rebirth, she remained merely a woman. Previously, when Hanli had nearly assaulted her, she had attributed it to her own recklessness. Now, as she strolled through the streets, such an incident had befallen her, a calamity most unjust. Su Zibao's shaken emotions gradually settled in Pei Yi's embrace. Despite being a soul reborn, she had been caught off guard by the fright. Now, regaining her composure, the panic in her eyes faded, leaving only a cold and ruthless demeanor akin to Pei Yi's. "Sister, what is happening?" Su Jiesen approached, her expression one of surprise. "Why is my brother-in-law here? And where are the waitstaff? Who is this security guard?" Su Zibao was assured that Su Jiesen would not betray her, so she inquired, "Who called you away just now?" "That Lu Qianqian insisted on dragging me out to help her pick out a piece of clothing," Su Jiesen replied, her tone filled with irritation. "I looked at one after another. It was quite bothersome. It took me a while to escape her clutches." "Sister, what is going on?" Su Zibao took a deep breath, reassuring her, "It is nothing. Do not worry. Pei Yi, let us move to another location. Furthermore, there may be cameras in this fitting room. We must locate them." Pei Yi instructed the two bodyguards, "Check each fitting room thoroughly, document and photograph any evidence." "Understood." "Young Master Pei." Pei Yi wrapped his arm around Su Zibao and said, "Let us head to the top floor. The Century building boasts over 50 stories, and this marks Su Zibao's inaugural visit to the top floor, where he discovers that it is an opulent suite, a lavish amalgamation of a bedroom and a living room. The decor is resplendent, surpassing the elegance of so-called presidential suites. However, Su Zibao finds himself too preoccupied to appreciate such luxuries. "Who instructed you to do this?" he demanded. The security guard stubbornly replied, "I merely saw you being tempted. No one directed me." "Take him down and make him tell the truth. Just don't kill him," Pei Yi stated bluntly. The two bodyguards promptly dragged the security guard away. Su Zibao turned to Su Jiesen. "Who could have known you would come here to shop? That shopping cart of yours is only valid on the 17th floor. No one knew I was coming. And indeed, that card is valid solely on the 17th floor." Su Jiesen replied, still perplexed. Pei Yi gazed at Su Zibao and remarked coolly, "The entire mall on the 17th floor is leased to the Lu family." "The Lu family?" Su Zibao's expression sharpened as he continued, "Moreover, it is evident that Lu Qianqian deliberately diverted you when she appeared. Jiesen, call your mother and inquire whether that shopping cart was a gift from the Lu family." A glimmer of cold intensity flickered in Su Zibao's eyes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Jiesen hastily called Lin Xuejiao for confirmation, her face a mask of shock. "Sister, you guessed it right again. It was indeed Aunt Lu who gave it to Mom. So it truly was Lu Qianqian. But why would she target me for no apparent reason? She harbored resentment towards both Su Lia and Han Li, despite having no personal grievances against them. Wait, could it be that she mistakenly believed the incident involving the aphrodisiac was a deliberate attempt to harm her? At that moment, the two bodyguards approached and said, "Young Master Pei," he confessed. It was Lu Qianqian who orchestrated this, purportedly seeking revenge. Alongside Lu Qianqian is a woman named Su Lia. Beyond that, he knows nothing else. It was utterly ludicrous. Lu Qianqian had fallen victim to Su Lia's aphrodisiac and had the audacity to blame her, seeking to exact revenge by plotting against her. They intended to capture the incident on camera and subsequently release it online to tarnish Mrs. Pei's reputation. This security guard was motivated by monetary gain, performing his duties for a price. In that moment, Su Jiasin comprehended the gravity of the situation and exclaimed, "Lu Qianqian, you despicable wretch. Sister, eliminate this vile woman. How dare she lay a hand on you? You haven't wronged her in any way. You even attended her birthday celebration last time. How could she behave in such a manner? Just because she wishes to marry Su Jinjia doesn't grant her the right to be so unreasonable. The last time at the KTV, you even showed her leniency. Yet it appears she did not appreciate your kindness." Disgust was palpably evident in Pei Yi's gaze as he turned to Su Ziba, contemplating their next course of action. The charge of attempted rape would likely only implicate the security guard. Lu's family could not be significantly affected. A cold smile played upon Su Ziba's lips as she remarked, "Lu Qianqian, very well. I had no intention of opposing you, even assisting you during the previous incident at the KTV. Since you have shown no mercy, do not blame me for being unprincipled. Young Master Pei, let us first deal with that security guard regarding today's incident in the fitting room, and then ensure silence to prevent any gossip from spreading. Regarding Lu Qianqian, I possess a means to deal with her." "Very well." Pei signaled to the two bodyguards, instructing them to remain silent indefinitely. The two bodyguards departed. Pei Yi, Han Li possesses a video on his computer, mobile phone, or external hard drive, which captures his interaction with Lu Qianqian that night. Han Li called me today, requesting assistance in obtaining that video. The Lu family is likely still unaware of its existence. But with Han Li now in custody, is it feasible to retrieve that video? Suzy Bao inquired. Initially, she had no interest in the video this morning. But since Lu Qianqian has chosen to provoke fate, I shall oblige her. I have tasked Su Fan with tracking his information, as long as it has not been destroyed. It can be located. A glint of cold determination flickered in Pei Yi's eyes. Su Zibao finally exhaled in relief, turning to Su Jiasin and stating, "Jiasin, we can only inform Mother about today's events, so she can remain vigilant against the Lu family. No one else must know. They have already targeted me. We cannot dismiss the possibility that they may harbor ill intentions towards you and our parents as well. Henceforth, whenever you go out, you must be accompanied by bodyguards. In the presence of Lu Qianqian and Su Lia, maintain the facade that nothing has transpired. Do not reveal any vulnerabilities. Keep a close watch on their engagement date. We shall all attend, and I intend to present them with a grand gift to express my gratitude for Lu Qianqian's care today." As she uttered the final sentence, Su Zibao's tone grew icy. Chapter 55. Acquiring the USB drive after Su Jiasin departed. The room was left with only Su Zibao and Pei seated across from one another. Pei made a phone call to Su Fan, who arrived hastily an hour later, presenting a USB drive to Pei Yi. "President Pei, here is the video you requested. There are backups on Han Li's computer and phone, so it was quite simple to retrieve. I copied a copy discreetly," Su Fan explained. Pei nodded appreciatively at Su Fan, remarking casually, "Well done." This seemingly unremarkable praise struck Su Zibao, who perceptively noted Su Fan's profound sense of gratitude as he replied, "Thank you for the compliment, President Pei. I shall take my leave now." Pei inserted the USB drive into the projector in the hall, and the two silently observed a moment of the fierce struggle on screen before Pei switched it off. "Indeed, the clarity is remarkable. One can easily identify Lu Qianqian," he remarked, tossing the USB drive to Su Zibao, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Now, I find myself anticipating the engagement ceremony between Su Jinjia and Lu Qianqian." Su Zibao carefully secured the USB drive, her earlier cold demeanor gradually softening. Anyone who dared to belittle her would face her wrath. Previously, it had been Xia Qingye and the Su siblings. Now, it was merely an addition of Lu Qianqian. And she felt unafraid. It was Pei Yi, however, whose presence today had been paramount. The consequences could have been dire had he not intervened. Pei, what brings you here today? I cannot thank you enough. Su Zhibao gazed at Pei, her eyes reflecting genuine emotion. Pei maintained a nonchalant demeanor, lazily stating, "This is my room. Coincidentally, my bodyguard mentioned seeing you at the Century Building, and a security guard was stealthily following you, so I came down to assess the situation, only to unexpectedly run into you." Su Zhibao glanced around, having not noticed the exquisite details earlier, now realizing the opulence of the space. To occupy the entire top floor of the Century Building as one's own room, was the Pei family truly wealthy enough to reach such heights? Ah, a hidden paradise indeed. How lavish. Su Zhibao could only manage a dry chuckle. Pei raised an eyebrow and leaned forward. Su Zhibao, originally seated beside him, instinctively leaned back until her back pressed against the sofa, leaving no room to retreat further. Her big, watery eyes widened in surprise. What? Did I say something wrong? His face was nearly touching hers, his voice deep and alluring. You are mistaken. In this place, you are the first woman to arrive. What about Luo Biwan? Su Zhibao retorted. Pei's lips curled into a vague, teasing smile. The sight of his wife exhibiting jealousy was particularly endearing. Su Zhibao felt her face flush suddenly, puzzled by her own subconscious mention of Luo Bingwan's name, yet she would never admit to feeling jealous. Absolutely not. I merely posed a normal counter-question. With your lengthy friendship with Luo Bingwan, has she never visited here? Su Zhibao endeavored to mask her feelings. Pei Yi's smile widened. Not only do you know about my long-standing friendship with Luo Bingwan, but it seems my dear wife has indeed undertaken a thorough investigation. Now, the more she tried to explain, the worse it sounded. Su Zhibao simply closed her eyes and steeled herself. Say whatever you want. Pei Yi gazed at her. His little wife possessed a face that was unforgettable, stunningly beautiful. In the past, whenever the name Su Zhibao was mentioned, the first impression was always that of a vase, the most beautiful vase in the entire high city. Especially now, with her eyes closed, cheeks flushed, and crimson lips so close. It stirred an impulse to press her down and devour her. Su Zhibao's eyes widened as she looked at Pei Yi, who was now inches away. He was kissing her again. Regardless, I deserve credit for the USB drive. Shouldn't my wife reward me? Pei Yi merely brushed her lips and moved away. Seeing Su Zhibao's eyes open, he smiled like a fox who had just successfully stolen something. Su Zhibao immediately understood what he meant by a reward. She glared at him. Didn't you already kiss me? Just now, my wife had her eyes closed, with an attitude of asking for a kiss. How could I bear to disappoint her? That's why I kissed her a little. Pei Yi smiled shamelessly. Now is the time to give the reward. Su Zhibao was amused by his rogue behavior. For some reason, like a frog being boiled in warm water, she seemed to be gradually adapting to everything about him, adapting to his holding hands, his embrace, his gentleness, his ruthlessness, and now even his kisses. She couldn't tolerate intimacy with other men, but with him, she didn't find it so repulsive. She had long ceased to believe in love. And now, being with Pei Yi was quite sufficient. Oh, my dear. Why do I sense in your gaze a fearless resolve akin to Dong Tsunrui's as he detonated the bunker? As soon as Pei Yi's words fell, Su Zhibao had already leaned in, now atop him, her vivid crimson lips silencing his. Her cheeks flushed, yet she endeavored to maintain an air of indifference. Pei Yi was momentarily taken aback, then he embraced her neck, savoring her essence, relishing and yearning for more. Gradually, the room was filled solely with the sounds of their tender kisses. After quite some time, Su Zhibao, blushing fiercely, rose from Pei Yi, who gazed at his lap with a bittersweet smile. His little wife was only responsible for igniting the flames, never for extinguishing them. Yet her allure was far more captivating than any of the countless women he had encountered. In the Century Building, on the 17th floor, Lu Qianqian stared in horror at the damaged door, her eyes wide with disbelief. Why was Pei Xiao fortuitously present here? Su Zhibao was easy to bully. But Pei Xiao is not one to be trifled with. None who crossed him met a favorable end. Even other wealthy heirs fell victim to his wrath. If he were to discover our intentions towards Su Zhibao, would he seek vengeance? Pei was the most notorious playboy of Haiqing, and his methods of retribution instilled fear in many. But what was there to fear? Even if that security guard exposed us, without any evidence. If Su Zhibao were to report us, we would simply claim she was slandering us. Moreover, should the situation escalate to the point of involving the authorities, the esteemed reputation of the Su family's eldest daughter would be irrevocably tarnished. Rest assured, I have calculated that she will not report this incident. As for Mr. Pei, Su Lia recalled the man with his sharp, captivating features and remarked, for the time being, let us avoid going out and provoking him. He is unlikely to come to the Lu residence to cause any trouble. Furthermore, Mr. Pei does not resort to violence against women. Only then did Lu Qianqian breathe a sigh of relief, though still feeling discontent. She lamented the fact that Mr. Pei was present here and that he had discovered their plans, rendering all her efforts futile and allowing that wretched Su Zibao to evade a well-deserved fate. Yet even if Su Zibao were to learn of our intentions, she would be powerless to retaliate. What is there to fear? If this attempt fails, we shall have another opportunity. Su Lia's eyes glinted with malice as she said, Qianqian, focus on preparing for the engagement over the next few days. We shall find another chance to eliminate her. Lu Qianqian nodded in agreement. Chapter 56. The captivating video played at the engagement banquet 3 days later. The invitation for Su Jinzha's marriage to Lu Qianqian spread throughout Haiqing. Su Jinzha was merely a bastard child of the Su family. And although the Lu family belonged to the upper echelons, they could not rival the depth of the 4 great families. None of the elders from either side attended. Instead, they sent their younger generations to make a token appearance. In comparison to the previous union between the Pei and Su families, the prestige had diminished significantly. To Su Jinzha's surprise, the Su sisters, Su Zhibao and her sibling, actually attended the event. When Su Zhibao appeared at the engagement ceremony, intertwined with Pei Yi's arm, Su Lia was taken aback. Hadn't Su Zhibao already realized Lu Qianqian's intentions against her? Why would she still come to this engagement ceremony? Su Zhibao also spotted Lu Qianqian's parents. Lu Jia and Su Guoqiang were engaged in conversation, while Tian Rong was affectionately holding her mother, Lin Xuejiao, as if the shopping cart in question had not been gifted by her. Ah, Su Zhibao, you are here too, Lei Lai approached, clad in a suit. His smile radiant as the sun. Beside him, Li Han, who had been exceedingly bored, suddenly brightened at the sight of Su Zhibao. The engagement banquet was rather dull. It was Lei Lai who insisted on dragging me along. I had just asked him if he would be here, and he said, with your temperament, you would surely ignore them. Indeed, I never expected that after years apart, Su Zhibao would display such composure, Lei Lai remarked, a smile gracing his lips. He and Su Zhibao were childhood friends, bound by a complicated fate, yet deeply familiar with one another. With a gentle smile, Su Zhibao acknowledged Su Jinzha's engagement. Although I harbored no interest, out of respect for my father, it was imperative that the Su family did not arrive as a solitary entity. We must extend due courtesy to our guests. First, we offer respect, and then we may deliver our rebuke. The 5 of us gathered at a table, each a striking figure, representing the 4 prestigious families of Haiqing. This assembly of the Pei, Lei, and Su families overshadowed the newlyweds, whose allure paled in comparison. Qianqian, this spoiled girl will soon enter your Su family, so I trust you, my esteemed future mother-in-law, will keep a watchful eye on her. Tian Rong's smile was insincerely bright. Lin Xuejiao felt a wave of nausea. She could not acknowledge Su Jinzha as her son. Yet, her upbringing in a noble family compelled her to respond with a polite smile, deeming the remarks excessive. Meanwhile, Su Guoqiang and Lu Jia were engaged in spirited conversation, leaving her with a tinge of discontent. Were it not for the encouragement of her 2 daughters, she would not have graced this gathering. Furthermore, the fact that Lu Qianqian had made advances towards Su Zhibao only intensified Lin Xuejiao's disdain for the Lu family. Welcome, everyone, to the engagement ceremony of Mr. Su Jinzha and Miss Lu Qianqian. The host ascended the podium, as Lu Qianqian, clad in a wedding gown, stood beside Su Jinzha. While a slideshow of wedding photos commenced on the large screen behind them, all eyes were drawn to the podium, and a shared understanding passed between Su Zhibao and Pei Yi, their gazes imbued with profound meaning. On this joyous occasion, let us extend our best wishes to the newly engaged couple. The host continued reciting the scripted lines, but abruptly, the large screen behind them flickered to darkness. As the brilliance of the lights returned, the scene transformed into an unmistakable visual of adult entertainment, leaving the crowd in utter astonishment. What transpired? How could an erroneous video of such nature be screened at an engagement banquet? However, as the audience discerned the identities of the individuals on screen, their expressions shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. While the man remained a stranger to them, the woman was unmistakably the bride, Lu Qianqian. The footage showcased Lu Qianqian in an intimate encounter with another man, and the clarity of the video along with its amplified sound left the gathering of elite socialites utterly dumbfounded. Lu Qianqian's complexion turned ashen, as she could scarcely believe the unfolding debacle. Su Jinzha's face darkened with fury, While he could tolerate the notion of Lu Qianqian having been with another man, he could not abide the display of such a video at their engagement party before an assembly of so many guests. Was there no regard for his dignity? Lu Yin, recognizing the gravity of the situation, urgently called out. Someone quickly shut down the computer. Young Master Lu, it's dire. The computer has been compromised by a hacker. It won't respond even to a shutdown command, reported one of the personnel responsible for the video playback. Consequently, the attendees were involuntarily subjected to a prolonged viewing of this explicit footage until the projector was finally turned off. Goodness, was this deliberate? The volume is deafening, Lei Lai remarked, scrutinizing the angle, lighting, and high definition of the footage. What a scandal for the Lu family. Li Han spat derisively. You seem to be quite attentive. If Lu Qianqian were to venture into adult films, she would undoubtedly achieve great fame. Pei Yi wore a wicked smile as he glanced at the OK message just sent by Su Fan on his phone. Lei Lai nodded in agreement, their minds aligned. After exchanging knowing smiles, those that hinted at mischief, devoid of any wholesome thoughts, the atmosphere grew charged with unspoken camaraderie. Su Jessen was on the verge of laughter, though she restrained herself, lowering her head to suppress the mirth that shook her shoulders, despite everyone being aware that Su Jinzhe was merely an illegitimate child. Not held in high regard by the Su sisters, as a socialite, she could not exhibit her schadenfreude too overtly. Hey, Su Jessen, what's the matter? Lei Lai inquired. Puzzled, Su Jessen raised her head, striving to convey a semblance of sorrow. I'm just feeling for Su Jinzhe, P.S. wearing quite the green hat. Ha ha. Before she could finish, laughter erupted, infectious enough to draw Lei Lai and Li Han into the mirth. Jessen, try to hold it together in front of Dad. Su Ziba observed, a glint of delight flickering in her eyes, though her exterior remained composed as she feigned a pained expression. I'll go check on the situation. Pei Yi stroked his chin, watching his little wife's retreating figure. Your sister is quite the actress, isn't she? Su Ziba approached Lin Xuejiao and Su Guiqiang, leaving Su Guiqiang utterly astonished, struggling to regain his composure, while Lin Xuejiao maintained her poise, her years of cultivation preventing any outward display of amusement. Lu Qianqian cried out. Who is it? Who has wronged me? It's infuriating. Lu Jia's eyes rolled back in exasperation, his blood pressure rising as he nearly collapsed. Lu Yin shouted, Someone. Quickly bring the medicine. Lu Jia, suffering from heart disease, collapsed from the shock. In an instant, the engagement scene turned chaotic as they hurriedly placed Lu Jia onto an ambulance. Tian Rong followed closely, leaving only the heartbroken Lu Qianqian and the bewildered Lu Yin behind. Guichang, it seems that the Lu family's daughter, Lu Qianqian, will not be marrying Su Jinzhe after such a grand spectacle. Wouldn't that be a disgrace? Lin Xuejiao remarked coldly. Su Guiqiang was equally incensed. Jinzhe, is this truly the bride you painstakingly selected? You must sort this out. I shall not intervene. With that, he departed with Lin Xuejiao. Is it you? Did you cause this? Lu Qianqian rushed at Su Zibeabo, ready to scratch her, demonstrating an uncanny instinct for confrontation. Su Zibeabo took a few steps back, maintaining her composure. Qianqian, what are you saying? I do not comprehend. You are the only one aware of this matter. Otherwise, how would there be a video? Lu Qianqian wept, inadvertently solidifying the existence of the video. Su Zibeabo gestured towards Lu Yin, stating, if I intended to record a video, I would not have asked Lu Yin to help you clean up this mess. I could have simply summoned everyone present at the time. A live version would have been far more entertaining. Chapter 57. Collaborating with outsiders to betray one's own kin and engagement turned into the grandest jest in Haiqing. However, Su Zibao is not so foolish as to admit her involvement. The video was recorded by Han Li, and this should raise suspicions in Lu Qianqian's mind. Perhaps Su Lia has orchestrated this scheme. Even if the foolish Lu Qianqian does not doubt it, there are certainly astute individuals within the Lu family who will. Marrying Lu Qianqian and then holding leverage over her to plot against the Lu family. Those with ulterior motives are free to speculate. Su Zibao wishes them a delightful spectacle of chaos. Upon leaving the engagement banquet and returning to Pei Yi's car, she can no longer contain her laughter. How exhausting it must have been for you to maintain such a fade at the engagement. Pei Yi gazes at the woman beside him, whose laughter is a symphony of joy, and gently brushes aside her bangs. Compared to those pretentious socialites, he finds Su Zibao's authenticity refreshing, always poised in public. Yet in his presence, she sheds all pretense and laughs unreservedly. What a relief. Su Fan is indeed remarkable. Who would have thought that a hacker could be so invaluable? It's rather puzzling why such a talented individual would willingly serve as an assistant in your struggling company. Surely, he could thrive in any prestigious firm. Suzy Bao chuckles, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and I noticed that the last time you casually praised Su Fan, he was genuinely elated. Was it really necessary? His joy was palpable, not feigned. Quite strange indeed. A glimmer of amusement flickers in Pei Yi's eyes. His little wife possesses a keen sense of observation. Such is the charm of her character. Pei Yi playfully tapped her forehead with his index finger, a smug expression adorning his face. Su Zhibao winced in pain and chose to dismiss the matter entirely. Instead, recalling the expressions of Lu Qianqian and Su Jinjia during the engagement banquet, which made her burst into laughter once more. Well done, Pei Yi. Today's meal is on me. Recently, the news in Haiqing has been dominated by the dramatic events surrounding the engagement banquet of Su Jinjia and Lu Qianqian. The Lu family, despite their wealth, could not suppress the rumors that circulated, nor could they silence the gossip that spread like wildfire. Numerous wealthy young men, who had witnessed the events unfold through video, boasted that they would squander their fortunes just for a single night with Lu Qianqian. Now everyone, even members of the Lu family, could only think of her infamous escapades when her name was mentioned. Lu Qianqian's reputation lay in ruins, and Su Jinjia found himself mockingly dubbed the foremost cuckold of Haiqing, a title far from honorable. Moreover, just as Su Zhibao had anticipated, the Lu family truly turned against Su Jinjia and his sister. The cocktail drug had indeed been administered by Su Lia, and it was she who orchestrated Lu Qianqian's downfall. To claim that the video was not her doing would be a hard sell to anyone. Naturally, Su Zhibao faced suspicion as well, but her culpability paled in comparison to Su Lia's. Following these events, reports surfaced to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, alleging the presence of hidden cameras in certain fitting rooms on the 17th floor of Century Building, with both witnesses and evidence to substantiate the claims. However, Su Zhibao remained untangled in the scandal. They commenced an investigation, leading to the temporary closure of the entire 17th floor of the mall, thereby inflicting significant damage upon the Lu family's business. While Su Zhibao remained preoccupied with dealing with Lu Qianqian, others quietly set their sights on the upcoming launch of Youth Festival. Su Zhibao has entrusted the promotion of Youth Festival to Lu Xinlei, with the premiere just 2 days away. She has introduced Pei Shishir, and now Diju Media has seen a significant increase in profits. She is quite capable, yet one wonders what her true intentions are. It appears she is wholly devoted to the development of Diju. Pei Shili reports to Pei Qixing. A flicker of sharpness glints in Pei Qixing's eyes. He regards Pei Yi with disdain, dismissing him entirely. Is Su Zhibao attempting to elevate Pei Yi's standing before the old man in a bid to vie for family assets? With both Yucheng Real Estate and Shengshi Jewelry under his control, if the old man truly recognizes Su Zhibao as competence and Pei Yi as progress, and decides to allocate a brand to them, he would incur a substantial loss. The Pei family fortune rightfully belongs to him. Not even his younger brother, Pei Yi, can contend with him. He cannot allow Diju to flourish any further. It must be undermined. Isn't Yunting Entertainment also set to release a film? Last time, Pei Shishir ascended by stepping on Yuning Entertainment's Yao Lianyi. Xia Qingye's mood must be rather sour. Find a way to connect with Xia Qingye and express our goodwill. I believe you will be easier to handle regarding Su Zhibao, and your cooperation will suffice. Pei Qixing stated coldly, out of fear for Diju's ascent. He conspires with outsiders to deceive his own brother. Pei Qixing, so ruthlessly unfeeling. Pei Shili immediately grasped the intent. Rest assured, second master, I will handle it with utmost precision. Su Zhibao truly believes in her own capability. Let them incur a devastating loss this time, and we shall see how they explain it to the investors. If Emperor Media were to incur such a significant loss, Su Zhibao would undoubtedly lose the face to continue as the director. Meanwhile, at Yuning Entertainment, Xia Qingye scrutinized the report in his hands. How fortuitous that both Emperor Media and their own film were scheduled for release during the same period. Nevertheless, he harbored confidence in their superiority. Their capabilities surpassed those of Emperor Media, and even with simultaneous releases, their box office performance would likely outperform that of their rival. Naturally, the recent ascent of Emperor Media had also fostered a sense of wariness among them. If only there were a means to orchestrate a considerable setback for Emperor Media, rendering them incapable of recovery, it would be even more advantageous. Upon receiving news from Pei Shili, Yao Lianyi expressed her concerns. President, could this be a trap they have deliberately set? How could there be an insider at Emperor Media? Xia Qingye chuckled disdainfully. Isn't this quite typical? Just observe my brothers from the Xia family. Given the chance, who wouldn't he wish to see me fall? The Pei family is no different. Pei Qixing cannot tolerate his brother outshining him. Even if we collaborate, it matters not to Pei Qixing. As long as we do not encroach upon the interests of Yuqing and Shengshi, he remains our most dependable ally. What is your plan then, President? Inquired Yao Liani. At that moment, Assistant Xia Qiao promptly relayed the details regarding Youth Festival, a film that adopts a fresh and vibrant approach to the youth and campus genre. Directed by Zhang Jin, a veteran director at Emperor Media, the male lead was Gan Jun, while the female leads were Yimei Qian and Xia Wenwen. Both newly signed artists from Emperor Media, graduates of Haiqing Film Academy. Notably, tensions had already arisen between the two actresses during filming. It is said that Xia Wenwen believes her acting skills to be superior, while in Youth Festival, the female protagonist is portrayed as an exceptionally beautiful girl. The director chose Yimei Shi for the role based on her alignment with the character's image, leading Xia Wenwen to claim that the director prioritizes looks over talent, resulting in a dispute that ultimately subsided without clarity. Yimei Shi, a mere vase? Xia Chengye raised an eyebrow. For some reason, the mention of that term instantly brought to mind Su Zibao, the so-called vase within the elite circles of Haiqing, yet she hardly resembles one. Xia Qiao remarked that if she truly lacked talent, Yimei Shi would not have been signed by the esteemed Emperor Group, nor would Zhang Jin have cast her as the lead. The two actresses likely possess similar acting abilities, with Xia Wenwen perhaps slightly ahead, leading to her sense of unfairness. Additionally, given Yimei Shi's undeniable beauty, it is only natural that people first notice her looks, overlooking her acting, leaving only talent for scrutiny. Xia Qiao, having been by Xia Chengye's side the longest, had a clear perspective. Very well, contact Xia Wenwen and present Su Zibao with a grand gift. A cold smile curled at the corners of Xia Chengye's lips as he recalled the woman elegantly playing the piano. In that moment, he seemed to see Su Zi. Truly detestable. Crusher. Chapter 58. A major blunder at the premiere of Youth Festival. Lu Xinlei stood at the entrance of the screening room, welcoming a stream of media critics, her face radiating pride. The fact that Su Zibao had elevated Pei Shirshir to fame was entirely unexpected, and it seemed to command the respect of both the planning department and Diju Media. However, upon closer inspection, when it came to the significant event of the film's release, it all fell back on her shoulders. As a fledgling in the industry, what could she possibly comprehend? Ultimately, it was her own capabilities that mattered. Lu Xinlei reveled in her self-satisfaction, unaware that Su Zibao's reluctance to intervene stemmed from a higher authority, granting autonomy to those beneath them. Instead, she mistakenly perceived her counterpart as inexperienced and incapable, still reliant on her expertise. The rise of Pei Shirshir was merely a stroke of luck. The true test of a planner's mettle came with the film's promotional strategy. Director Lu, are you all prepared? Su Zibao, adorned in a resplendent red gown, appeared impeccably formal. Beside her, Pei was equally dapper in a tailored suit. The two stood casually at the entrance, reminiscent of a couple poised to walk down the red carpet, drawing the attention of all. Lu Xinlei's face betrayed an unmistakable smugness. Of course, everything is ready. I have managed every promotional event for Diju Media's film releases in the past. What could possibly go awry? Her tone was laced with arrogance, entirely dismissive of Su Zibao's presence. Su Zibao raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over the front row. Why was there an empty seat among the actors? It belonged to the second female lead, Xia Wenwen, who had fallen ill and could not attend. In any case, the newcomer media would hardly take notice. It was of no consequence. Lu Xinlei wore an expression that suggested superiority, as if to say, you simply do not understand. Su Zibao said little, merely feeling that it was the debut film of these newcomers, and if it were him, he would undoubtedly be thrilled to sit in the audience. Their absence was somewhat discourteous. The two took their seats, and this time there were more media present, many of whom had witnessed Su Zibao's performance at Yao Lin's celebration banquet. They were drawn by the promising momentum of Diju Media. However, LV Xinlei believed it was due to her own influence. Upon seeing Su Zibao and Pei Yi attend together, several journalists greeted Su Zibao enthusiastically. Director Su has recently endorsed Pei Shirshir, and now Diju has a new film launching. Your recent activities have been quite impressive. Flourishing indeed. With Director Su's planning, this film's box office will surely match Pei Shirshir's success. It is bound to be the dark horse of this season. Su Zibao humbly replied, you flatter me. This film was crafted by the planning team. I had no involvement. All credit goes to the creative talents. Director Su is truly too modest. Recognizing and utilizing talent at such a young age, it is evident that under your leadership, Ju is destined for ever greater success. LV Xinlei watched this scene with intense jealousy, as everyone's attention was solely on Su Zibao, oblivious to her presence. As the host, LV Xinlei seemed intent on showcasing her own contributions and accomplishments, rambling on for quite some time. It was not only the media that grew restless. Even the artists and employees from Ju Media who had come to show support wore frowns. As soon as she finally finished speaking, the lights in the screening room dimmed, and the emblem of Emperor Media appeared on the screen, alongside the title Youth Festival Year. Just as the audience was preparing to enjoy the film, they were abruptly taken aback. It was not the footage that Su Zibao had previously viewed, but rather a video recorded by Xie Wenwen, showcasing an array of outtakes featuring Imeichi, along with scenes of director Zhang coaching her. While the content itself might have seemed innocuous, the accompanying audio transformed it into something entirely different. Youth Festival Year is, in essence, a dismal production, utterly devoid of merit. Director Zhang selects his leading ladies based solely on appearance, disregarding their acting prowess. Imeichi's role as the female lead is attributed to unspoken rules rather than talent, as evidenced by the numerous retakes she required. Director Zhang, a veteran in the industry in his 50s or 60s, with a family and a wife, scandalously engages with actresses younger than his own daughter. How could a director of such questionable character produce anything of quality? An actress with no discernible acting skills, relying solely on her looks, is hardly deserving of the audience's ticket prices. This abysmal film warrants a collective boycott. Audiences should refrain from patronizing the cinemas to witness such drivel. Xie Wenwen's remarks were particularly venomous, relentlessly disparaging Youth Festival Year, denigrating director Zhang's character, and criticizing the lead's lack of talent. Her words effectively condemned the film to the status of a travesty. The media personnel, initially stunned, quickly began capturing footage, their faces alight with excitement. They were all shrewd individuals, well aware that headlines would once again be dominated by Emperor Media. However, such scandalous headlines could prove fatal for a new film. Lu Xinlei was in a state of panic, utterly unprepared for the turn of events. The premiere, which had been anticipated with great enthusiasm, was now irrevocably tarnished. Should the media unveil this debacle, the box office prospects for Youth Festival would plummet alarmingly. She hurriedly positioned herself in front of the screen, exclaiming, "Do not film, do not film. How could this be released? Switch the tape." From the very first moment Su Zibao laid eyes on the video, she realized she had been outmaneuvered. It was her own negligence that allowed such an opportunity for exploitation to arise. However, even if a superior tape were to be released now, it would be of no consequence. The media's primary objective was to captivate the audience. They would not voice support for Ju Media's interests. It was feared that by the following day, headlines would be rife with sensational stories about the director's alleged misconduct towards the female lead and the ensuing drama among the supporting cast. Zhang Jin's frustration was palpable, his beard trembling with rage, while Imeichi, seated in the front row, was brought to tears. The prospect of silencing these media personnel was now a futile endeavor. And with the video already circulating, it was inevitable that it would reach the online realm. Youth Festival was doomed. Failing to meet the anticipated box office returns would spell significant financial loss for Ju Media, with previously soaring profits likely to plummet. Instead of a 10% increase, they could be facing a gaping deficit. Moreover, the end of this month marked the conclusion of a critical 2-month period. Time was of the essence. A strategy was urgently needed to salvage both the box office and reputation of Youth Festival. Failure to do so would mean a betrayal of the promise made to her father. At such a pivotal moment, they had encountered a significant setback. It became increasingly clear that the media had no genuine interest in the film itself. They were now hastily retreating to report on this explosive news. The film, having just premiered, has already faced severe criticism, foreshadowing its impending fate. As the media departed, Xinlei appeared pale, grappling with the unexpected crisis and uncertain how to respond. "Who played the tape?" "Step forward," Su Zibao said coldly. Pei Shili emerged from the projection room, feigning confusion. "What happened? What's going on?" "The tape was played incorrectly." "And you are unaware?" Su Zibao retorted. Pei Shili immediately pointed at Xinlei, exclaiming, "It was her. It was Supervisor L who provided it. I knew nothing. How can you make such baseless accusations? When did I ever give you such a tape?" Xinlei exclaimed, her eyes reddened with urgency. Though domineering, she understood the gravity of the situation. With such a significant blunder, the company would demand accountability, and she risked termination. Director Song, please contact Xia Wenwen immediately. I suspect she has already secured another position and will not return. However, we must at least recover a portion of the breach of contract penalty. Suzy Bao's eyes flashed with cold determination. She detested those who betrayed the company and harmed its former employees. Turning to the bewildered crowd, she declared, "The film's creators and the planning department will remain for a meeting. The rest may disperse." Chapter 59. The Crisis Management of Suzy Bao in the office of the director at Dijua Media. Pei Yi gazed at Suzy Bao, whose handsome visage remained as nonchalant as ever, seemingly unperturbed by the situation at hand. "Can we resolve this?" he inquired. Holding several documents, Suzy Bao perused them while responding. "We must at least try. The 2-month deadline is approaching. I've already discussed everything with Xin Shi. We are merely awaiting the investment to commence our partnership. We cannot afford to falter at this juncture." Having spent numerous years in the industry, she believed that if she lacked even this modicum of composure, she would be unworthy of her status as a top-tier entertainment planner. The evolution of Yunting Entertainment from obscurity to prominence was not devoid of challenges. She had certainly navigated her share of crisis management. Regardless of the adversity faced, Suzy Bao never allowed her negative emotions to surface. For she understood that maintaining a calm demeanor as a leader was paramount to preventing her team from descending into chaos. In truth, Suzy Bao was not merely putting on a brave face. Her adept responses had become second nature over the course of her extensive career. This instinct belonged to Suzy Bao. Naturally, the novice version of herself could not possess such qualities, which explained Pei Yi's astonishment. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would genuinely believe my wife to be a genius, he mused, extending his hand to gently flick her forehead with his fingers. His deep-set eyes sparkled with warmth as he reassured her, "Do not fear. Even if we cannot resolve this, you still have me." Cradling the gathered documents, Suzy Bao flashed him a captivating smile. "Though your words offer little consolation, in times like this, I truly appreciate it." She gently embraced him before stepping out of the office, heading downstairs for a meeting. Pei Yi watched her departing silhouette, a faint smile gracing his lips. Intrigued that his wife underestimated him, he decided to observe how she intended to resolve the matter. "Pei Xiao, the company that poached Xia Wenwen is Yunting Entertainment." The voice of Song Yingjie came through on the line. Pei Yi's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness emerging. "Yunting Entertainment, Xia Qingye, the Xia family." When Suzy Bao entered the conference room, the expressions of those inside, including El Xinlei, were marked by tension and unease. "I need to clarify several issues first. The primary one is the source of this video. Director Zhang, could you provide an explanation?" Suzy Bao addressed Zhang Jin as she took her seat. Zhang Jin's face was ashen with anger, but he managed to respond. "These are merely behind-the-scenes clips from the shoot. We intended to include some in the credits. I am innocent, having dedicated my life to filmmaking. I would never tarnish my reputation over such trivial matters. The video only features me rehearsing with Yi Meiqian. I have acted in the same manner with Gan Jun and Xia Wenwen. I am guiltless. Director, please do not take offense. I do not believe that what Xia Wenwen said is true. You have always been our company's director, and I have faith in our own. However, we must first identify the traitor among us. Only someone within our ranks could have accessed these behind-the-scenes materials and produced such a misleading video," Suzy Bao reassured him. If Zhang Jin truly had a relationship with Yi Meiqian, then the released images would at least feature intimate moments, rather than these pieced-together shots where they merely appear close during a scene. Would one really act while maintaining a distance of a meter? That would be akin to shouting the lines. Furthermore, it is quite normal for Yi Meiqian to have numerous NGs. Which newcomer does not struggle with such issues when first stepping into the realm of acting? As for the behind-the-scenes footage, it is accessible to the photographer, the editor, and some individuals within the company. Zhang Dao's expression finally softened, and the trust from the proprietor brought him considerable relief. Suzy Bao turned to El Xinlei, who had arranged the film's promotional activities and managed the premiere. "Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation?" I am not certain," El Xinlei replied, her face pale. "I had given Pei Shili a perfectly fine tape. I did not expect the wrong one to be released." Suzy Bao continued. "Do you believe Pei Shili could obtain the behind-the-scenes footage?" "Yes," El Xinlei nodded, suddenly gazing at Suzy Bao with bright eyes. "Director, do you believe I am not at fault?" This marked the first time she earnestly addressed him as director. Suzy Bao replied calmly, "You may have been negligent. But you have not betrayed the company. If you had truly betrayed it, you would not be seated here now. It was then that everyone noticed Pei Shili was absent. Could it be that the director has confirmed Pei Shili was the one who switched the tapes? I just reviewed the documents and realized that Pei Shili is still with our company. I thought I had dismissed him. Su Zibao raised the folder in his hand. Addressing LV Xinlei, you have recruited him into the planning department without even informing me? LV Xinlei, feeling embarrassed, replied, it was a request from the Pei group, and besides, Pei Shili is merely an ordinary employee. Such matters are typically reported during our monthly meetings. I forgot to mention it during the last one. In truth, Pei Shili was concerned about attracting Su Zibao's attention and had deliberately asked LV Xinlei to refrain from reporting, fearing that Su Zibao might harbor animosity towards him. Meanwhile, LV Xinlei, wishing to maintain a favorable relationship with the Pei group and harboring a dislike for Su Zibao, chose to remain silent, resulting in Su Zibao only discovering today that Pei Shili was still with the company. Very well. As far as I am aware, the board of directors at Pei Group has the authority to intervene solely in the affairs of Yucheng and Shengshi. Companies like Diju Media, being smaller entities, are under the absolute control of the president. In other words, Diju Media belongs to Pei E, and what can the Pei Group's board do? Even if Pei Qiqing himself came, he could not assign positions within our company. What does it matter if someone makes a call? LV Supervisor, how can you speak so brazenly about taking shortcuts? Given this situation, I expect a report from the HR manager by tomorrow. Additionally, regarding the errors in youth sacrifice here, I would appreciate it if you could also provide a report. Su Zibao stated with an impassive expression. Su Zibao did not mention dismissal, which relieved LV Xinlei significantly. Director Su, the accusations against Xia Wenwen are unfounded. I truly did not do such a thing. Imeiqian emerged from the screening room. Having cried incessantly, her beautiful eyes now swollen from tears, Su Zibao offered a reassuring nod, acknowledging her understanding. Director Zhang, I kindly ask you to provide me with all the behind-the-scenes footage. Please arrange for the finest editor from the film department to assist us. Are you also planning to edit a video, Director Su? Zhang Jin inquired, puzzled. Is that feasible? With remarkable composure, Su Zibao replied. It is exceedingly simple to tarnish a film's reputation. Even if Xia Wenwen engages in rumor-mongering and creates confusion, people are inclined to believe the worst. Such is human nature, always inclined to harbor malicious suspicions against others. If we were to issue a formal statement to clarify matters, it would likely go unheeded. Holding individuals accountable through legal means takes time, and by then, the film may have already been withdrawn from circulation. Even if we manage to restore our reputation, the damage incurred would be irreparable. Therefore, we might as well embrace self-deprecation. The deeper we delve into self-critique, the more likely we are to emerge unscathed. Being disparaged is inconsequential. We must maintain a relaxed mindset and consider Xia Wenwen and her associates as unwitting promoters of our work. Provided that the negativity is not unanimously directed at us, others will be reluctant to overlook this film, regardless of whether people choose to believe Xia Wenwen or us. Our objective lies in generating conversation and intrigue, encouraging audiences to visit the cinema. Rest assured, the situation has yet to reach a critical juncture. The group gazed at this young and poised woman, whose elegant smile and clear, methodical analysis suggested that no problem was insurmountable. Her demeanor alone brought a measure of comfort to the somewhat anxious creative team, even prompting a sense of inadequacy in LV Xinlei. Chapter 60. Striving relentlessly for self-deprecation since the incident, Su Zibao had remained in the editing room of Diju Media, collaborating with the editor on video materials. In the meantime, a newly signed singer from the talent department was also brought in. Following Pei Shirshi's rise to fame, numerous singers, who considered themselves exceptionally talented yet lacking opportunity, had recommended themselves. After a rigorous selection process, Diju Media signed several new artists, among them a young man in his 20s who excelled in rap, exuding a sunny charm and youthful flair. By the following day, major entertainment newspapers devoted considerable space to report on the premiere of Youth Festival Year. While Youth Festival Year had indeed gained notoriety, it was for all the wrong reasons: an aging director's exploitation of female stars, a lead actress who relied solely on her looks devoid of acting skills, a poorly crafted plot, and the departure of the second female lead. Such a myriad of negative rumors dissuaded many who had harbored even a flicker of interest in Youth Festival Year from attending the cinema. A film with such a tarnished reputation inevitably suffered dire consequences, with its box office returns plummeting to a fraction of expectations. leading to a complete financial loss for the investors. In contrast, films from Yunting Entertainment during the same period fared significantly better at the box office, with many who initially intended to watch Youth Festival Year opting instead for Yunting's productions. When the evening data returned, numerous theaters indicated a desire to reduce screenings of Youth Festival Year and expedite its withdrawal from their schedules. Xia Wenwen's tactics were ruthlessly effective, destroying the director, the actors, and the film itself. Yunting Entertainment had covered her breach of contract penalties and promised to elevate her status, which had only served to inflate her ego. Meanwhile, El Xinlei spent the entire day fixated on the data, her eyes turning a shade of green from envy. Due to her negligence, the company suffered significant losses, and Su Jibao could scarcely believe that she had not been dismissed. She was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Director Su, we are done." Ji Xiong approached, his handsome face reflecting a hint of excitement. He was the newly signed artist of Emperor Media, who had crafted a rap specifically for this video. Collaborating on the lyrics with Su Jibao, an individual of remarkable talent and great potential for development. Excellent. Send it immediately to the marketing team for a widespread release. Su Jibao had been anxiously watching the time. It was already the second day since the film's premiere, and if they did not act swiftly, it would be too late. Festival of Youth had become a sensation, and director Zhang's alleged misconduct with a female star was also trending, leading to widespread condemnation of Zhang Jin's character online. However, on the following day, numerous videos emerged, each with increasingly bizarre titles. Director Zhang's misconduct with the male lead in Festival of Youth, revealing the truth behind director Zhang's misconduct with the supporting actress. Unbelievable. Director Zhang allegedly exploits extras. Director Zhang exploits an entire cast. Initially, viewers assumed these were merely attempts to slander Zhang Jin, but upon watching, they discovered yet another compilation of behind-the-scenes footage. This new video was far more engaging than the rough version that had circulated during the premiere event. The previous clip was poorly edited, merely a patchwork of shots accompanied by a dry female voiceover. In contrast, this latest version featured background music, voiceovers, and a rhythmically compelling rap, allowing many viewers to hum along to its catchy beat. The video features Zhang Jin alongside the male and female leads from Youth Festival, as well as numerous supporting characters and extras, all engaged in comedic and self-deprecating rap commentary. Previously, Xia Wenwen had suggested that Zhang Jin had inappropriately influenced the female lead, leading one to ponder whether he had similarly affected the male lead, the female supporting roles, and even many extras, with the implication extending humorously to the camera itself. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Jin. Regarding the claims circulating online about me exerting undue influence over female actresses, I must say, you simply lack discernment. Observe as I effortlessly transition from the male lead to the female lead, and then from the female lead to the female supporting role, and so forth, spanning the male supporting roles, the extras, and even the camera itself, leaving no one unscathed. This segment of rap is both swift and rhythmically engaging, perfectly complementing the subsequent scenes of actors rehearsing and the camera being embraced. Zhang Jin's tone is both self-mocking and humorous. It raises the question of how he can treat every member of the crew in such a manner yet be labeled as having inappropriately influenced the female lead. If one were to assert that Zhang Jin did not exert such influence, it might not be readily believed. However, through this self-deprecating approach, the audience finds it amusing, thereby accepting the narrative. One cannot possibly claim that director Zhang has even influenced the extras, can they? As for the assertion that the female lead lacks acting skills and relies solely on her looks, the video includes numerous outtakes, but with a twist in the dialogue now framed as many takes merely to achieve the finest result, delivered in a catchy rap format. In conclusion, the video showcases a close-up of the female lead's face, leaving viewers to ponder whether they are captivated by her appearance or her acting prowess. It's entirely up to you. Upon the release of this video, it ascended to a height surpassing that of the previous material shared by Xia Wenwen and her associates. In contrast to the earlier all-black presentations, it seems that someone has finally begun to rehabilitate the image of Youth Festival Year. A considerable number of viewers, upon watching this video, expressed an inclination to view the film. As this segment circulated wildly across the internet, the previously overlooked box office began to surge explosively. Cinemas that had previously announced an expedited withdrawal of the film swiftly changed their stance, intensifying their screening schedules. Ultimately, the final statistics exceeded initial projections by a remarkable 50%. It can be said that the adversity faced by Yunting Entertainment inadvertently fostered the success of DGWay Media. Had they not initially tarnished the reputation of Youth Festival Year, the ensuing discourse would not have ignited such widespread interest. Numerous comments on the official website revealed that many who typically shun youth-themed narratives made a special effort to watch this film, eager to witness the infamous self-deprecating director Zhang's. Known for not sparing even the camera, as well as to ascertain the allure of the lead actress, who, despite being visually captivating, seemingly lacked in acting prowess. Youth Festival Year garnered ample buzz. Even Ji Shuyong, the rap vocalist, attracted attention from numerous young women, who claimed his voice was enticingly captivating. Seizing the momentum, DJU Media introduced a new artist, debuting with a vibrant, trendy image, focusing on rock, rap, and other fast-paced genres, showcasing exceptional singing and dancing skills, alongside impressive drumming, which quickly won the hearts of many female fans. This striking counterattack by DJU Media subsequently became a classic case study in crisis management. Su Zibao remained steadfast alongside the creative team until the very moment the film was withdrawn from theaters, with the eyes of everyone in the conference room reddened from fatigue. Finally, the data is in, surpassing expectations by a remarkable 50%. Su Fan proclaimed as he held the report. Su Zibao exhaled softly, and the room erupted in jubilant cheers, a symphony of gasps and applause resonating throughout the conference hall. "We have succeeded. We have triumphed," Yi Meiqian cried out in exhilaration. Zhang Jin, despite his advanced age, was visibly moved. "Had it not been for the unwavering support of the company and director Su, my reputation would have been irrevocably tarnished. It's all right now, it's all right. The box office has soared." LV Xinlei expressed sincerely, casting a glance at Su Zibao, no longer harboring any disdain. She acknowledged her own superficiality and selfishness. Are not most individuals in this world similarly inclined? Yet it was precisely this superficiality that led her to genuinely admire Su Zibao in this moment. Their company had indeed acquired an extraordinary director. If Pei Shishir's success was merely fortuitous, could this also be attributed to luck? It sounds simple, yet when faced with adversity, who can remain composed without ample experience? This is not luck, it is prowess, the result of Su Zibao's accumulated strength from a past life. A celebration banquet. Tonight at the Century Grand Hotel. I shall treat everyone. Su Zibao beamed with a smile. Once again, the crowd erupted in cheers. A crisis had unexpectedly united those who were previously unfamiliar with Su Zibao, fostering a rapid camaraderie among them. Chapter 61. The celebration banquet at DJU Media at the second-floor restaurant of Century Building. The high-ranking executives of DJU Media gathered around a table alongside the creative team of Youth Festival. Su Zibao and Pei Yi occupied the seats of honor. As the box office statistics emerged, the deadline for her agreement with her father approached, alleviating any remaining concerns. With her mind at ease, Su Zibao indulged in the festivities, enjoying the food and drink amidst a lively atmosphere. Pei Yi had been by Su Zibao's side during this period. Had it not been for his vigilant presence, she would undoubtedly have reverted to her former self, sacrificing sleep and meals for the sake of drafting a proposal. However, with the esteemed Pei Yi around, despite her outward confidence, she often found her bravado diminished in his presence. "Thank you, Pei Yi." Su Zibao raised her glass, her gaze directed at him. In this moment, the person she yearned to express her gratitude to most was him. She appreciated the opportunity he had bestowed upon her to join DJU Media. Who else would have allowed a girl still pursuing her college degree to indulge in such ambitions? She was grateful for the immense authority and trust he granted her, permitting her to take bold actions. Who else would have appointed a well-known socialite, perceived as frivolous, to the role of director? She cherished the way he consistently appeared during her most precarious moments, from the day of their wedding ceremony, when Hanli intervened, to the fitting room on the 17th floor. She was thankful for his unwavering support, from securing Pei Shishir's involvement to accompanying her to visit her parents, and even for the USB drive. Despite being the most notorious playboy in Haicheng, living a life of indulgence and surrounded by a harem of women, and at times casting a cold glance towards others, he remains the very first person to treat her with such kindness in this lifetime. Su Zibao refrains from discussing love. Aside from her quest for vengeance, she finds herself pondering the possibility of marrying this man, realizing at this moment that she has never envisioned spending her life with anyone else but him. Pei raised his glass of red wine and gently clinked it against hers, leaning closer to her ear and lowering his voice to a suggestive whisper. "Do you not think that the greatest expression of gratitude a woman can offer a man should transpire in the bedroom, surrounded by many?" Su Zibao was relieved that none had overheard, and she discreetly kicked him beneath the table, exclaiming, "Rogue." If your intentions are not to share a bed with me, then cease your thanks, lest I misconstrue your meaning. Pei Yi took a leisurely sip of his wine, his voice laced with a hint of teasing. At that moment, Su Zibao bit her lip and cast her gaze downward, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. It dawned upon her that his implication was that she need not resort to such formalities of gratitude. If she were to express her thanks, it would be settled in a more intimate manner. Why, in this moment, did she find warmth in the presence of such a cunning rogue? Director Su. I raise my glass to you, Lu Xinlei proclaimed, standing and lifting her cup towards Su Zibao. I apologize for any past offenses. I am grateful that Director Su has chosen to overlook our previous grievances and has salvaged this crisis. Otherwise, I would be truly at a loss to defend myself. Thank you, Director Su. I will drink to your honor. Su Zibao and her companion shared a light-hearted exchange, with her chuckling. Director LV, you are too courteous. We are from the same department, and I shall undoubtedly rely on your continued cooperation. Of course, LV Xinlei responded without hesitation. Pei Yi smiled from the side, noting how his little wife had managed to win over even the most unapproachable executives in the company. Director Su, I raise my glass to you, Zhang Jin exclaimed, standing up earnestly. Thank you. The opinions of others can be daunting, and I owe it all to you. Su Zibao lifted her wine glass, replying, in the future, I hope Director Zhang will continue to work hard and produce more films. We thrive together and suffer together. It is only right. Director Su, I must toast to you. Without your support, I honestly cannot fathom where I would be, Imei Qian added, tears welling in her eyes. A newcomer facing accusations of lacking talent and enduring unspoken rules could find her future irrevocably tarnished. Su Zibao smiled encouragingly. Let us aim to create even better works, so that when everyone sees your beautiful face, they can also witness your strength. Let your talent speak for itself. Indeed, Imei Qian nodded earnestly. Ji Shuyong, grinning widely, raised his glass. I stumbled into this industry, so I must toast to Director Su. Are you all trying to get me drunk? Su Zibao joked, then downed her drink. Pei Yi patted her shoulder, chuckling. Fear not. If you become inebriated, I shall carry you home. Su Zibao playfully glared at Pei Yi, but felt reassured. With him by her side, she could finally relax her ever-tense heart. When drinking with others, she always approached it with a modicum of caution, refraining from overindulgence or inebriation, fearful of falling into someone else's snare or uttering words better left unsaid. Yet, in the presence of Pei Yi, those apprehensions dissipated. Even if she were to become intoxicated, he would be there. Perhaps, this is what one might call a sense of security. Indeed, with Pei Xiao by her side, what could Su Zibao possibly fear? Song Yingjie, joining the revelry, raised a toast, exclaiming, Cheers. I have never so admired a woman before. Su Zibao, you are truly formidable and magnificent, splendidly done. Su Zibao clinked her glass with his, her smile radiant, replying, Thank you. That evening, everyone drank heartily, refusing to leave in a state of sobriety. In the late hours, Pei Yi supported the inebriated Su Zibao as they entered the living room. Her body felt as light as that of a cat, and he could sense her slenderness. The recent days spent immersed in film-related matters seemed to have further diminished her figure. Previously, it was Pei Yi who would indulge in revelry, returning home intoxicated, only to be cared for by Su Zibao. Tonight, the roles had reversed. Pei Yi, possessing a commendable tolerance for alcohol and having consumed little, remained quite sober. The inebriated Su Zibao was remarkably tranquil, neither vomiting nor exhibiting drunken antics, merely slumbering peacefully, much like a small kitten. Pei sat at the edge of the bed, gently caressing her cheek with his fingers, murmuring, You've lost weight. You need to nourish yourself. In her drowsy state, Su Zibao sensed a hand near her face. Turning her head to nuzzle against it, clutching his hand tightly, Pei Yi couldn't help but smile softly, doing nothing more than quietly keeping vigil by her side. He retrieved his phone and casually placed it on the nightstand, only to be greeted by a row of missed calls, all from Luo Bingwan. Just as Pei Yi took out his phone, the screen illuminated once more. Unbeknownst to him, it had been set to silent mode, and thus he had overlooked the calls. The wall clock indicated that it was already 3 in the morning. Pei Yi, where are you? Luo Bingwan's voice on the other end was slurred, suggesting she had been drinking, far from her usual clarity. At home, Pei Yi replied coldly. Who are you with? Why didn't you answer your phone? She inquired further. Pei Yi's tone remained unchanged. With my wife. What are you doing? Luo Bingwan asked, her voice vacant. Pei Yi's voice was icy. What do you think one does in bed? A crash echoed from the other end as her phone was thrown down, followed by a prolonged busy signal. In the dead of night, Pei suddenly realized he had forgotten to ask where she was drinking, who she was with, and whether she was safe. When he attempted to call back, it persistently indicated that the service was unavailable. Pei gazed at Su Zibao in silence for a prolonged moment before gently extricating his hand from her grasp and stepping outside. Addressing the maid, he instructed, "Take good care of the young mistress. Prepare a nourishing breakfast for tomorrow. If anything arises, call me." With that, Pei adjusted his phone settings to ring. "Understood, young master." Chapter 62, A Gift of 100 Million. When Su Zibao opened her eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. She noticed that Pei was absent from the room. After a night of revelry, her head throbbed slightly. As she rose from the bed, she beheld the maids had prepared a sumptuous lunch, along with a specially brewed sour plum soup to alleviate her hangover. Taking a seat at the dining table, Su Zibao sipped a bowl of the sour plum soup, casting her gaze around the room before inquiring, "Where is Pei?" "The young master left last night and has yet to return," answered butler Pei, and Su Zibao merely nodded, refraining from further inquiry. The contract they had signed stipulated that she would not interfere in his private life, provided it did not disrupt their marriage. As a nominal wife, she had no right to question his affairs. Shaking her head to dispel the strange thoughts swirling in her mind, she finished her sour plum soup and felt significantly rejuvenated. "Young madam, Mr. Su Fan delivered a document for you this morning. Seeing that you had not yet risen, he chose not to disturb you and left the document behind," Pei stated, handing her a brown envelope. Upon opening it, Su Zibao discovered it contained the revenue report for the past 2 months from Diju. The report revealed that the earnings had surged by 12% by the end of the first month. Based on the sales figures from Pei Shishir's album, it was initially estimated that by the end of this month, the increase could reach 20%. However, the final figure had astonishingly climbed to 35%. Thus, the additional 15% could be attributed to the phenomenal box office success of Youth Festival year, given that Diju had previously struggled with poor performance. Lacking a breakout female artist and a highly successful film release, this remarkable rise to 35% was unprecedented. However, in comparison to Cloud Thunder Entertainment, these matters truly pale in significance. While Su Zibao was elated, she remained humble. Toppling Xiaoqingye was a gradual endeavor, and the journey ahead was still long. After dialing her father's number to schedule a meeting, Su Zibao took her document folder and headed to the Su residence. "Baby's back. Your father is upstairs. Su Jinzhe is also here, in the study. You may go straight up," Lin Shuegio indicated toward the staircase, speaking to Su Zibao. He arrived early. Apparently regarding the investment plan, Su Zibao nodded at Lin Shuegio, saying, "Mom, I will head up now." As she approached the study door, she overheard Su Jinzhe repeatedly discussing the investment matter. Since the door was ajar, Su Zibao knocked softly and, with a gentle smile, inquired, "Am I interrupting your work, father?" "You're just in time." Jinzhe was discussing the investment plan with Yuqing Real Estate. Su Guoqiang beckoned to Su Zibao. "I've reviewed their proposal. It seems quite promising." It appeared that during Su Zibao's absence, Su Jinzhe had diligently endeavored to persuade her father, aiming to secure that 2 billion investment. Su Zibao approached her father, playfully expressing her affection as a daughter, saying, "I couldn't care less about the quality of their proposal. What father promised me must hold true. I have been striving for our agreement these past 2 months. Had I shown even half this dedication in high school, I dare say being recommended to Cambridge would have been a certainty." Su Guoqiang couldn't help but burst into laughter. After all, Su Zibao was his own flesh and blood. Were it not for her previous rebelliousness, their father-daughter relationship would not have been so strained. Since the last time Su Zibao fell into the sea and awakened, she has never again provoked Su Guoqiang's ire. Her speech and actions now embody the grace of a socialite, contrasting sharply with her former habit of contradicting him. Their father-daughter relationship has markedly improved. Of course it counts. I heard from Uncle Phone that your Emperor Media is currently producing a blockbuster film, and the box office must be doing well, Su Guoqiang remarked. A wave of inexplicable emotion washed over Su Zibao. Despite her father's stern demeanor and their previous antagonism, which had once driven him to utter threats of disownment and financial severance, it was evident he was still keeping an eye on her. Uncle Phone, a close friend of Su Guoqiang, also held a significant executive position within the Su Group. "Father, you will see for yourself," Su Zibao replied cheerfully, extending the file folder towards Su Guoqiang. Su Jinzhe had also heard about the recent success of Emperor Media, but was unaware of the agreement being discussed. Startled, he inquired, "Dad, what agreement?" "Zibao has made a pact with me that if she can increase Emperor's profits by 10 percentage points within 2 months, I shall allocate 50 million in funds to Emperor Media," Su Jinja explained, as he opened the file folder and perused the reports within. She requested confidentiality, fearing that if she failed, it would bring her shame, and by extension, ridicule upon the Su family. "I thought it best not to mention it to you." Immediately, a sense of heaviness enveloped Su Jinja as he turned his gaze to Su Zibao, who stood radiating gentle smiles. Her demeanor devoid of any hint of arrogance or other emotions, maintaining an impenetrable composure. If in the past, Su Zibao concealed her fears of embarrassment, Su Jinja was willing to believe her. However, the current Su Zibao has eroded his trust, leading him to suspect that her desire for secrecy stems from a fear of sabotaging their agreement. Su Jinja now harbors deep regret. Had he foreseen this so-called 2-month promise, he would have certainly taken a more active role in overseeing Su Zibao's development at Diju Media. Although he had not paid much attention to the company, he could glean from his father's remarks that it was indeed thriving. Remarkable, even exceeding his expectations. When she last returned and mentioned the success of Pei Shishir's album, it had already opened his eyes to her potential. To his astonishment, "Zibao, you have surpassed even your father's imagination." Su Guiqiang, gazing at the reports, allowed a broad smile to break through his serious demeanor, affirming that sending you abroad was indeed a wise decision. "You have absorbed a wealth of knowledge during your time overseas, quite commendable." During her previous visit, she had tactfully informed Su Guiqiang of the developments at Diju, and to her surprise, Youth Festival had garnered additional acclaim, an unforeseen triumph. As for the old man believing she had learned it all abroad, she decided to let that notion stand. Fortunately, after 3 years abroad, few were aware of her circumstances. Otherwise, her sudden brilliance might have raised suspicions of her authenticity. "It is indeed thanks to my father's decision to send me overseas that I acquired such knowledge, rather than remaining a mere troublemaker." Su Zibao, echoing Su Guiqiang's sentiments, sweetly smiled, acknowledging that her current achievements are also a testament to her father's support. The words filled Su Guiqiang's heart with immense satisfaction. Every family aspires for their children to achieve greatness, and Su Zibao had previously been a source of disappointment for him. He had never anticipated that going abroad would catalyze such a profound transformation. "Wonderful, wonderful," Su Guiqiang exclaimed repeatedly, gazing at Su Zibao. "Zibao, I shall allocate half of the 200 million investment left by your grandfather to Diju Media. Since you are now determined to forge a successful career, your father will unconditionally support you. I hope you remain humble and diligent, so as not to disappoint the expectations placed upon you by me and our family." Su Zibao was momentarily taken aback before comprehending the magnitude of the offer. 100 million. Oh my goodness. Dad previously mentioned 50 million. But now it has escalated to 100 million. "Thank you, Dad. I will strive to make you proud." Su Zibao joyfully clenched her fist, her excitement rendering her cheeks a rosy hue. Chapter 63 Today, Shun Shi stood at 2 meters and 8 centimeters tall. Su Jinja, standing beside him, was utterly taken aback. Just moments ago, he was lamenting the fact that Su Zibao had claimed a quarter of the investment. Little did he expect the old man to be so generous, distributing half of it in one fell swoop, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He had initially brought forth a 2 billion investment plan, merely awaiting the old man's signature on the contract, only to be blindsided by Su Zibao's intervention, which resulted in the division of half the funds. How could he accept this? Yet, he failed to realize that this money rightfully belonged to Su Zibao. "Father, our collaboration with Yuqing Real Estate is nearly finalized. Withdrawing half of the funds now would render this investment plan unviable," Su Jinja expressed, his face a portrait of difficulty. Moreover, while Su Zibao has managed Imperial Media commendably, it remains merely a small entertainment company. What kind of returns can it possibly yield compared to the lucrative partnership with Yuqing Real Estate? A few million might be acceptable, but 1 billion is simply excessive. Su Guiqiang waved his hand. "I am well aware that collaborating with Yuqing Real Estate offers the greatest benefits. However, what do we require such a substantial sum for? If it is a life free from want and a life of affluence that you seek, I have already provided that for you. My previous intention to invest 2 billion in Yuqing Real Estate was born out of necessity. Now that Zibao wishes to undertake certain endeavors and has demonstrated her capabilities, she has surprised me greatly. Whether or not this venture proves profitable is secondary. What truly matters is the experience gained and the lessons learned. Father mentioned that he would not suffer any losses and would not disappoint the expectations of Grandpa, Dad, and Mom. I believe, Su Jinja, that you will support me as well. As Su Zibao spoke, she gazed at Su Jinja with a radiant smile, hoping for his affirmation. Su Jinja's expression stiffened. Naturally, he had to express his support. How could he possibly refuse in front of the old man? Thank you, Su Zibao replied, her smile growing even sweeter. Su Guoqiang observed this scene and nodded approvingly, relieved to see the harmonious relationship between them. Zibao had indeed matured. Jinja, you should renegotiate with Yuqing Real Estate and present a cooperation plan worth 1 billion. We shall discuss it further. By the way, all media-related business within Su Group should be handed over to DGUM Media. After all, it is Zibao's company. Please assist her more. Su Jinja was practically beside himself with rage. He regarded that 2 billion investment as his own, and now it had been unceremoniously halved. Moreover, the old man insisted that he assign all business opportunities within Su Group that could collaborate with DGUM Media to her. Allowing her to profit from Su Group's resources, he felt as though his flesh was being stripped away. Yet, at such a moment, he could only maintain a smile and respond. Of course, it is only natural. After all, it is my sister and brother-in-law's enterprise, and I must take good care of it. Su Zibao smiled silently, who regarded him as an elder brother. Nevertheless, the old man treated her rather well, not only allocating 1 billion, but also entrusting her with the business of Su Group. That should be enough to make Su Jinja feel the sting. Serves him right. Then I shall return and prepare a new proposal. As Su Jinja reluctantly uttered those words and stepped out of the Su residence, he struck the adjacent wall with his fist, his countenance darkening. Su Ziba, you wretched little thief, how dare you seize my money? The old man had also lost his wits, dividing 100 million in her favor. He had thought the old man held a disdain for Su Ziba, especially after all those years of Su Lia's insidious influence over him. To his astonishment, Su Ziba had swiftly won him over. The more favorable the old man's attitude towards Su Ziba, the slimmer his chances of inheriting the Su family fortune became. A precarious situation indeed. He must devise a plan to eliminate Su Ziba and secure his claim to the Su family estate. After enjoying afternoon tea with her parents, Su Ziba hurried to meet Shun Shi to finalize their contract. With the funds finally secured, more ample than she had anticipated, she could now pursue her ambitions with greater vigor. Once again at the Bei Tea House, after sealing their partnership, Shun Shi fell into a moment of contemplation before speaking. Do you intend to simultaneously produce a television series and a film? Indeed, a film is a certainty. To not adapt your work into a film would be a travesty. However, as you know, in Country M, the audience has a greater affinity for television series. For newcomers, it is prudent to hone their craft through television first. With our current financial abundance, we can allocate half of our resources to develop 2 or 3 scripts, while reserving the other half to meticulously produce a high-quality film. Thus, I require 2 of your scripts, 1 for a film and 1 for a television series. Which do you believe would be suitable? Having already produced 4 or 5 films for Yunting Entertainment, Shinshi was well-versed in this process. After a moment's thought, he replied, I personally believe the book published this year would make an excellent adaptation for a television series. Regarding the film, a 3D fantasy theme could indeed be captivating. I happen to have conceived a similar idea previously, albeit not yet articulated. Allow me to craft a script for you now. Su Zibao gazed at him in a daze. Although Shun Shi spoke casually, Su Zibao was acutely aware of the fact that every film written by Shun Shi had met with resounding success. It was such that now, the mere act of lending his name to his script was worth its weight in gold. The fact that he was willing to invest such effort rather than casually recycling 2 old works was remarkable. Noticing Su Zibao's unwavering gaze, Shun Shi looked at himself in confusion, wondering if there was something on his face. Shun, the esteemed writer, you are standing at an impressive height of 1 meter 80 today. Su Zibao could only resort to a popular phrase circulating online to express her gratitude. When Shun Shi smiled, it was incredibly gentle, as pure and beautiful as crystal. Ah, then I must be shorter today? Oh, right, I just remembered. Your usual height is 1 meter 82. Hence today, you are 2 meters 80. Su Zibao quickly corrected herself. A flicker of perplexity appeared in Shinshi's eyes. How do you know my height? Once again, she had let something slip. Yet, their 4 years of profound friendship meant that her understanding of him was profound, and she could perceive even the minutest details. Naturally, it's to entice you, the great writer, to join me. I've conducted quite a bit of research on your background. Not only your height, But I even remember your measurements. Su Zhibao hastily shifted the conversation. Shenxi, since this is your new work for the year, your novel should still be on sale and performing exceptionally well, correct? I intend to take advantage of the present moment to create anticipation for the project. Once we finalize a few leading actors, we can record a music video to accompany the purchase of your novel. The illustrations need not rely on book models, but can feature the actors we have selected. What are your thoughts on this? This is the unique aspect of adaptations of original works. If readers do not accept the television version, it may lead to adverse consequences. By establishing a strong initial impression, we can ensure that when readers encounter the illustrations, they perceive the characters as aligning well with the descriptions in the book. While the storyline can innovate upon the original work, character portrayals must remain consistent. I have no objections. I will connect you with the general manager of the company I am currently collaborating with, Time Culture, Pei Hanwen. You should discuss this with him. It seems he is your cousin, is he not? She turned to Su Zhibao. Chapter 64. It turns out he met her last night. She placed a call to Pei Hanwen to arrange a meeting, and Su Zhibao accompanied her to the appointed location. However, upon entering the CAF, Su Zhibao found herself momentarily stunned. In addition to Pei Hanwen, Pei Yi was also present. Upon seeing Su Zhibao and Shi enter, engaged in lively conversation, Pei Yi's sharp brows arched slightly, and the atmosphere instantly felt somewhat off. Unbeknownst to Su Zhibao, there was a natural ease between her and Shi, reminiscent of old friends who had shared many years together. This camaraderie often conveyed a sense of harmony to onlookers, giving the impression that they were perfectly matched. It was not a contrived intimacy, but rather an organic connection. Pei, what brings you here? Su Zhibao inquired. Her expression, one of curiosity. Pei Yi's lips curled into a playful smile. This morning, Pei mentioned you had visited the Su family. Seeing you here now, I must admit I am quite surprised. I met with my father first before discussing collaboration with Shenxi, Su Zhibao explained, feeling an inexplicable urge to elaborate. This morning, Su Fan delivered the reports, and I took them back to finalize the investment details with my father. I initially intended to inform you, but since you went out last night, I assumed you were occupied and did not wish to intrude. While discussing the script collaboration with Shenxi, I thought of an excellent idea to create some buzz, which is why I came to speak with Pei Hanwen about the collaboration approach. Pei extended his hand, guiding her to sit beside him on the sofa, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Oh, reporting your whereabouts? Are you concerned I might misconstrue something? No, not at all. Su Zhibao slightly lowered her head and sat beside him. Throughout her journey, she had been contemplating how to discuss the collaboration with Pei Hanwen, but encountering Pei Yi here altered her expectations entirely. At the company, she was a decisive and formidable woman. At social gatherings, she was a captivating socialite. Yet, in his presence, she effortlessly transformed into his little wife. Was this a case of opposites attracting, or perhaps a matter of suppressed energy? Shenxi offered a polite smile towards Pei Yi and took a seat beside Pei Hanwen. To her surprise, the imposing director Su, the esteemed heiress of the Su family, exhibited an entirely different demeanor before Pei Yi. This transformation was not a conscious choice by Su Zhibao, rather, from a psychological perspective. A woman who presents herself as dominant in front of others may unconsciously revert to a more submissive role in the presence of a particular man. This intriguing dynamic is worth pondering, especially considering they are indeed husband and wife. Are you the third young masteress wife? I often hear Sher mention you. Hello. I am Pei Hanwen, greeted Pei Hanwen, sitting across from her with warmth. Since Pei Erbo had been ousted, he never positioned himself as a cousin in their presence. Pei Hanwen possessed a refined appearance, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in a tailored suit, epitomizing a business professional. Yet he radiated more of a gentlemanly demeanor than that of a typical businessman. Pei Hanwen was the biological brother of Pei Shi and a cousin to Pei Yi. Serving as the general manager of Time Cultural Company, Limited, Su Zhibao smiled at him, addressing him as cousin. It is evident that Pei Yi and Pei Hanwen share a commendable relationship. However, it is rather peculiar that the Pei family's second branch, which typically resides in Yangcheng, has little interaction with the family of the Sea City Lord. To discover that Pei Yi maintains a good rapport with them is unexpected. The negotiations for collaboration have proceeded smoothly. In matters of commerce, Su Zhibao has always ensured that her partners do not suffer losses, while also safeguarding her own interests. Furthermore, Pei Hanwen, being Pei Yi's cousin, has contributed to the seamless nature of their dealings. In summary, the current task is to finalize the actors for the project, produce illustrative scenes for the narrative, and include a DVD of the storyline's music video, with Su Zibao personally overseeing the theme song, an area in which she excels. This guarantees that the new drama will generate considerable buzz even before filming commences. After concluding their business discussions, Su Zibao curiously inquired of Pei Yi how he came to be with his cousin. "Isn't your cousin's company based in Yangqing?" Pei Hanwen responded with a gentle smile. "The journey from Yangqing to Sea City is merely an hour by car. This morning, the third brother came to see me for both business and personal matters. Luo Bingwan has been the cover model for a trendy magazine that our company has been promoting, and as we celebrate its 3rd anniversary, we plan to publish a special edition featuring her." Coincidentally, the third brother mentioned that Luo Bingwan has been feeling rather out of sorts lately, and since the Empire Group has not assigned her any engagements, she intends to take some time off in Yangqing to recuperate. Additionally, as her hometown is also in Yangqing, I have been asked to keep an eye on her. From this seemingly simple exchange, Su Zibao swiftly deduced a multitude of insights. In the early hours, Pei Yi sought out Pei Hanwen, and his intention was none other than to discuss Luo Bingwan. It is thus evident whom he must have met the previous night, a revelation that hardly brings any delight. Furthermore, Pei Yi appears to be deliberately keeping Luo Bingwan in Yang City. But for what reason? Is he apprehensive about a potential conflict with her at the Dijua Club? Additionally, Luo Bingwan has maintained a collaborative relationship with Shiguan culture and is acquainted with Pei Hanwen, suggesting that her past connection with Pei Yi is indeed intricate. Although Pei Yi presents himself as a dashing playboy, he has never introduced women from the outside world to his family, a fact that remains undoubted. Yet, it is now apparent that Luo Bingwan is exceedingly familiar with Pei Hanwen. This begs the question, what is the true nature of the relationship between Pei Yi and Luo Bingwan? What emotional entanglements from the past linger, allowing her to persist even after his marriage, and why does he remain tethered to her? Well, you are at the company, and there is no need for you to interfere with Luo Bingwan's schedule or make any arrangements on her behalf, Pei Yi remarked coolly. This implies that, despite her position as the director at DGUM Media, she lacks the authority to assign work to Luo Bingwan. Even Yao Liani from Yunting Entertainment must adhere to the director's directives. Luo Bingwan has yet to attain such prominence. It seems that within the entirety of Dijua, only Pei Yi himself possesses the capacity to arrange matters for her, indicating she is no ordinary artist. Su Zibao smiled politely yet distantly. "All right, I understand." Pei Yi discerned the shift in her demeanor and grasped her hand, stating, "Remember, tomorrow is Saturday. We return to the Pei family. We must go back once a month." At the end of last month, Su Zibao had already returned with Pei Yi, and now the month is drawing to a close once again. "Well," Su Zibao replied. Pei Yi gazed at her. His little wife, who had just been laughing and chatting with charm, now sat beside him with a polite and distant smile. She truly regarded him as the president of Emperor Media, rather than as her husband, Pei Yi. Though clearly displeased, she concealed her feelings expertly, maintaining a smile akin to a qualified heiress of a prominent family. Yet, he found himself disliking this demeanor. Pei Yi turned to Pei Hanwen and Shin Shi, stating, "It's getting late. We should take our leave." "All right." Su Zibao acquiesced as Pei Yi took her hand, leading her out without her questioning their destination. After spending a few hours in the CAF, the outside world was now illuminated by the evening lights. Pei Yi looked up at the starry sky and suddenly remarked, "You have secured 100 million in financing for Emperor. As the president, I ought to reward my diligent director. If there is anything you desire, feel free to express it." Chapter 65. Do not indulge him. I originally made this promise for my father's sake. Su Zibao's words trailed off as she noticed Pei Yi's expression and hesitated. His intentions were not to reward her on behalf of Emperor Media. He had never truly embraced the role of president. Rather, he seemed to be trying to placate her due to his displeasure over Luo Bingwan. Indeed, that was Pei Yi's nature, exquisitely tender yet heartbreakingly indifferent. However, Su Zibao herself felt she had no right to be discontent. After all, they were merely nominal spouses, and Pei had not committed any transgression severe enough to warrant a divorce. She raised her hands in a gesture of resignation, stating, "In truth, I desire nothing." Yet it appears that our esteemed president feels a twinge of guilt for his inaction. "Indeed," Pei replied, lowering his head to draw near her face. His smile was enchanting, and his voice, resonant and sultry, whispered, "Even if you wish for me to surrender my body, I shall acquiesce, Director Su." Since President Pei has made such a declaration, then I shall. Su Zhibao lifted her chin, her sparkling eyes glinting with playful intent. I wish to see our esteemed third young master take a leisurely stroll around Haiqing, to witness his extraordinary elegance. She emphasized the word stroll, not to mention the outer ring of Haiqing. Simply walking a circle around the central district would require no less than 5 hours. It was an utterly impossible task. Of course, Pei had an alternative. Without discussing rewards, they could return home early to rest, as they were to visit grandfather in the morning, Su Zhibao stated coolly. He wished to win her over, yet that did not imply she was obliged to accept his affections. Indeed, Su Zhibao was intentionally placing Pei in a difficult position. Did she truly believe she was akin to those women he entertained outside, who, upon feeling displeased, could be placated with designer handbags and luxurious jewelry, only to joyfully accompany him without a trace of resentment? She could care less about his liaisons with other women, just as she had stipulated in their contract. His personal life was of no concern to her, provided no illegitimate offspring emerged to jeopardize their marriage or obstruct her path to vengeance. The facade of mutual affection they maintained in public sufficed, akin to many nominal couples in affluent circles who treated each other with courteous distance. He need not soothe her feelings because of other women, nor should he be troubled by her fleeting emotions. It was sufficient for both to stand in a secure and lucid position relative to one another. Whether it was her desire for him not to placate her for someone else, or simply a wish to maintain a clear boundary without losing herself, Su Zhibao remained uncertain. In any event, she preferred that he cease his attempts at consolation and return to their routine, whereupon, at the break of dawn, they would once again appear as an unblemished loving couple, a sentiment she believed Pei would comprehend. Pei tilted his head slightly, the depths of his gaze flickering with light. His little wife was indeed unlike any other. What woman would reject the affection of another? She did. What woman would dare to challenge the most esteemed heir of Haiqing? She did. As long as you are content, Pei remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes twinkling as if joy were about to overflow from them. Yet, I believe, a mere stroll would not suffice in terms of sincerity. It should be, after all, to embrace you while taking that stroll. Upon finishing his words, Pei suddenly lifted Su Zhibao into his arms. In her astonished gaze, he strode purposefully down the street. From a distance, Pei Xiaochuan watched this scene unfold, daring only to follow in his luxurious sports car. Thus, a rather dramatic tableau emerged on the highway, a strikingly handsome and charismatic man cradling a young woman as they walked ahead, while a flashy white sports car trailed behind, stopping and starting intermittently. This marked perhaps the slowest pace Pei had ever driven since acquiring the car. His strong, muscular arms held her effortlessly, akin to cradling a delicate kitten. Caught off guard, Su Zhibao found herself enveloped in his embrace. From her vantage point, she beheld his chiseled visage, the sharp contours of his face, and his profoundly deep-set eyes, features that seemed sculpted by a masterful hand, exquisite and flawless. The elongated depths of his gaze held an infinite sparkle, shining brilliantly. Though evidently subjected to some provocation, there was no trace of anger in his demeanor. Instead, a languid, charming smile graced his typically nonchalant face, captivating all who glimpsed him at first sight. Look, that man is so handsome. Why is he carrying a girl? And that car behind them is incredibly cool. It must belong to him. Why aren't they riding in it? That girl is stunning. Even more beautiful than the stars of television dramas. Wait, could this be a scene from a show? Why are there no cameras around? It doesn't seem like filming. There is no director in sight. Perhaps carrying her back is simply more romantic? City dwellers certainly know how to enjoy life. However, I find myself envious. Were I to be held in such a manner and carried home, it would indeed be a blissful experience. Ha ha ha, though one must first possess the strength to lift me. A crowd of onlookers, both men and women, began to murmur amongst themselves, with some even capturing their images to share online. Yet, Pei remained silent, merely cradling her as he followed her instructions to circle around the city of Haiqing. Hey, Pei, you can't possibly intend to carry me around Haiqing like this, can you? Su Zhibao could not help but inquire. Pei lowered his gaze, his voice rich and deep, imbued with an irresistible allure. Yes, my wife. If it were not for the encounter with Pei, one might never comprehend why such a man could evoke such willingness in a woman to draw close. Yet now, Su Zhibao understood. Upon meeting Pei, she was utterly disarmed. All right, I concede. Let us cease this playful banter and return home. Su Zibao said as she voluntarily wrapped her arms around Pei Yi's neck, gazing at him with a genuine smile. It was undeniable that she had been charmed by him, and the sensation of such pampering was simply intoxicating. Pei Yi paused momentarily. I am serious. I have changed my mind. The reward I desire is to go home with you, Pei Yi. Let us return, Su Zibao affirmed earnestly. As Pei Yi approached the intersection, he altered his direction towards the villa in Yuqing. All right, home it is, he confirmed. Pei Xiaochuan, upon noticing their route towards the villa from the sports car, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Even upon returning to the U villa, it took a full half-hour, and once inside the villa district, it was not surprising to encounter numerous high society socialites. Oh, isn't that young Master Pei? Why is he holding a woman? Ah, it's Su Zibao. But why is there a car following them? How peculiar, Zhao Linyu remarked, puzzled. Zhao Yuanyuan's eyes reddened with anger as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, what else could it be? It's just that wretched Su Zibao wanting to flaunt how much Pei Yi dotes on her in front of everyone. How pretentious. Why not take the car? When I was in love with Pei Yi, she was still nowhere to be found. Sister Yuanyuan, please don't be upset. They've already tied the knot. There's nothing we can do, Zhao Linyu said, feeling conflicted. Su Zibao's previous fierce demeanor had left her somewhat apprehensive. Zhao Yuanyuan retorted fiercely. Last time, she caused me to suffer from a gastric hemorrhage. I won't let her off so easily. What does marriage even mean? How many have married only to divorce? Pei Yi belongs to me, and I will surely reclaim him. Chapter 66. You are foolish, and I am blind. The following day at dawn, Su Zibao and Pei Yi donned their attire, while Pei Xiaochuan awaited them outside the villa, with gifts prepared for their return. At the end of each month, the Pei family convenes for a family gathering, with all members in attendance except those serving in the military, though the family of Pei Erbois is excluded from this count. The Pei family ancestral home is a charming manor, a century-old residence that has been meticulously maintained, appearing more distinguished than many renowned historical sites. Approaching the entrance of the Pei estate evokes a profound sense of history. The Pei lineage boasts a heritage even more venerable than the Su family. It is said that they were once a prominent military family, producing esteemed generals during the early years of the Republic. In the wake of the reform and opening up, they were among the first to engage in commerce, ultimately rising to establish the Pei Group, the foremost enterprise in Haiqing. Old Master Pei, a military man, is known for his strictness and traditional demeanor. However, during Su Zibao's previous visit, she found him to be quite benevolent. While her in-laws exhibited a more indifferent attitude towards her and Pei Yi, she also encountered a multitude of Pei Yi's relatives. The Pei family is currently led by Pei Tianyu, Pei Yi's father, and the extensive network of relatives is rather overwhelming. Had it not been for Su Zibao's diligent efforts, she would have struggled to remember them all. As Su Zibao and Pei Yi alighted from the vehicle, the servants flanking the grand entrance bowed in unison, extending a warm welcome to the third young master and his wife. With a polite smile, Su Zibao linked arms with Pei Yi, maintaining her composure as they entered the estate. They traversed numerous courtyards, crossing thresholds countless times before finally arriving at the inner courtyard of the Pei residence. Ever since Su Zibao first visited the Pei family mansion, she had secretly scored at a perfect 10 in her heart. The Pei family rightfully holds the esteemed position as the foremost among the four prominent families of Haiqing. While the Su family is also one of the four great clans, it never exuded such an overwhelming aura, even at the height of its prosperity. The Pei family's depth of heritage appears to be even more profound than one might imagine, and they maintain an air of remarkable modesty. The Pei family boasts an abundance of relatives, with the more distant branches relegated to the outer courtyard. As Su Zibao and Pei stepped inside, they spotted by Ling Xue and Pei Yu seated together on the sofa, engaged in lively conversation, their spirits evidently high. However, upon noticing Su Zibao, Pei Yu's expression immediately soured. In contrast, Bai Ling Xue rose with a radiant smile, exuding the poised elegance befitting the premier socialite of Haiqing. Oh, the third brother and sister-in-law have arrived. Please, come in and take a seat, she welcomed warmly. Pei responded with his characteristic gentle smile, sister-in-law. There's no need for formality, we are family. But where is the second brother? Your second brother is upstairs discussing business with Xia Qingya from the Xia family. They are still in the study, Bai Ling Xue explained with a smile. You know how busy Qi Sheng is. He hardly has a moment to spare, even today. I must admit, I envy you, sister-in-law, for having the constant company of your husband. Su Zibao silently scoffed, thinking, Isn't it just a way of saying your man is busy while mine is leisurely? The intricate web of intrigue within a large family truly begins the moment one steps through the door. This is also the reason why Su Zibao is reluctant to come here. It's not merely a family gathering over a meal. It involves subtle and overt exchanges that require several rounds of verbal sparring. Fortunately, the current Su Zibao is not the naive version of herself from the past, who would have been easily outmaneuvered and made a fool of countless times. Indeed, when it comes to marrying a man, one must be discerning and choose wisely. Sister-in-law, do not envy me. I find it difficult to extol Pei's virtues. You are already married to brother 2. Had you remained single, you could have made a careful selection, but now that you have married without due consideration, it is too late for regret. Su Zibao smiled with impeccable composure, subtly retorting. Bai Lingshua's expression immediately soured as if she had consumed a fly, caught in a dilemma of whether to respond or remain silent. What does it mean to say it is too late for selection? What does it mean to marry hastily and regret it later? My intention was clearly to praise my husband as superior to Pei. Can you not perceive that? How shamelessly complacent of you to assume anyone truly envies you. How foolish, failing to recognize that sister-in-law was indeed praising brother 2. Pei Yu regarded Su Zibao with disdain, thinking only brother 3 would be interested in someone like her. Previously, she maintained a good rapport with Pei, who had often supported her, but her allegiance lay deeper with Pei Qixing. While Pei Qixing and Pei appeared to have a fraternal bond, in reality, Su Zibao had experienced this firsthand recently. Thus, Pei Yu stood firmly with Pei Qixing. Pei did not take offense. He casually flicked Su Zibao's forehead with his finger, a smile gracing his face, assuring her that it was of no consequence. You are foolish, yet I am blind. Su Zibao couldn't help but smile, much to the chagrin of Pei Yu beside her. Ah, Pei has arrived. A well-preserved lady in her 30s approached with a warm smile. She was Pei Yi's aunt, Pei Finfin. Accompanying her was a vivacious young girl, Pei Meiyun, who cast a fleeting glance of disdain at Pei Yi, yet her countenance remained sweet and charming. Cousin San, it has been a while. Su Zibao had previously encountered these individuals and was familiar with them. Just as they were exchanging pleasantries, a commotion of footsteps and laughter echoed from the staircase. Pei Tianyu, Pei Qixing, and Xia Qingye descended together. We are all family here, no need for formality. Stay for dinner. Like Qixing, you can return tomorrow. Pei Tianyu said to Xia Qingye. Xia Qingye smiled gracefully. How could I impose? Nonsense. I have even prepared rooms for you. Do stay the night, Pei Tianyu insisted. Bai Lanji emerged as well, accompanied by Xia Qingye's fiancée, Bai Fangfei. Bai Lanji was Pei Tianyu's wife, Su Zibao's mother-in-law. In the end of Bai Lingxue and Bai Fangfei, Su Zibao was taken aback to encounter Xia Qingye here once more, unlike their first meeting. She now adeptly controlled her emotions, smiling openly without a hint of falter. Very well, we shall graciously accept your invitation, Xia Qingye replied with a polite smile. Pei Yu was exceedingly delighted. That's wonderful, brother Qingye. I was just thinking of finding someone to teach me how to play the piano. There's a particular piece I keep playing incorrectly. Could you help me identify my mistakes? Xia Qingye, having graduated from the prestigious Yangqing Conservatory of Music, regarded the piano as merely a fundamental skill. He smiled and nodded in agreement. However, a flicker of discontent flashed in Bai Fangfei's eyes, though she chose not to express it. Despite the simplicity of their exchange, Su Zibao keenly sensed an undercurrent of tension between Pei Yu and Xia Qingye. Previously, Su Zi had never encountered Pei Yu during her time with Xia Qingye, suggesting their acquaintance was recent. Xia Qingye had established a connection with the Bai family through Bai Fangfei, which subsequently linked him to the Pei family. It was evident that the Pei family was the most formidable among the group, with Xia Qingye already engaged to the second young lady of the Bai family. It appeared that the fourth young lady of the Pei family also harbored a strong interest in him. One couldn't help but wonder how the astute Xia Qingye would navigate this intriguing predicament. It seemed to be growing increasingly captivating. Chapter 67. Putting on a show at noon. A long table was adorned with an array of exquisite home-cooked dishes. The venerable patriarch Pei Yin occupied the seat of honor, surrounded by others, including Xia Qingye and Bai Fangfei, who were seated in a circle. Ah Bao, why do you appear even thinner than when you visited last month? Is Pei Yi treating you poorly? Pei Yin was the first to inquire, his stern countenance softened by an uncommon warmth. This question ignited displeasure among the women present. Pei Yin had been a close friend of Su Zibao's grandfather for many years, and the marriage between Pei Yi and Su Zibao had been arranged by these two elders. Su Zibao had previously noticed the old man's greater concern for her compared to Bai Lingxue and the others. With a sweet smile, Su Zibao replied, "Grandfather, you must be mistaken. How could that be? Pei Yi is incredibly good to me. I simply have a physique that doesn't gain weight. Every day, Pei Yi has the butler prepare a plethora of delicious food for me, yet I remain slim. Indeed, grandfather, I have always pampered my wife. How could I possibly treat her poorly? Right, Bao Bao?" Pei Yi raised an eyebrow at Su Zibao, his face beaming with pride. Su Zibao playfully kicked him and chided, "Grandfather and everyone else are here, and you still act so unruly." She then pointed at Pei Yi, exclaiming, "Look, he is bullying me." Pei Yin could not help but chuckle heartily. That's just how it should be. Teach him a lesson. Ah Bao, feel free to set him straight. If he misbehaves, grandfather will take your side. All right, grandfather, Su Zibao responded, raising her chin towards Pei Yi with a particularly emphatic tone. Observing the playful banter and affectionate exchanges between the young couple, Pei Yin nodded repeatedly, a smile illuminating his face. A group of individuals could only accompany the old gentleman with smiles. Su Zibao had long been aware that among the younger generation of the Pei family, all were exceedingly respectful in the presence of Pei Yin. Even the most arrogant, Pei Yingyu, harbored a profound fear of this grandfather. The old man enforced discipline with a stern hand, employing a traditional ruler reminiscent of ancient scholars, having broken several in the process. He displayed a particular fondness for Pei Yi, perhaps due to him being the youngest grandson. It was only Pei Yi, at such a mature age, who dared to exhibit such antics before the old man, a boldness no one else would dare to demonstrate. Bai Longji cleared her throat and said, "Father, I have heard that you have been suffering from headaches again. Qi Cheng and Ling Shui have specifically gone to Kyoto to invite an esteemed traditional Chinese physician. After dinner, would you consider meeting him?" "Indeed, this physician is renowned for treating headaches," Bai Lingxue added with a smile. Qi Cheng exerted considerable effort to have him come. "If grandfather finds him satisfactory, he could remain with us, as he has cured many of their headaches." Pei Qiqing merely smiled faintly. With his mother and wife assisting him in seeking praise, he felt it prudent to exercise restraint as a grandson. Pei Yin replied coolly, "It is unnecessary. It is an ailment I have endured for years. No physician can remedy it. Grandfather, how can you neglect to see a doctor for your headaches?" Su Zibao expressed concern, gazing at him anxiously. "I have heard that headaches can be most tormenting. Are you in pain now?" Pei Yin waved his hand dismissively. "It is nothing. I am not in pain at present. Since my second brother has already invited the doctor, grandfather, you might as well meet him. It would certainly put everyone's minds at ease." Pei Yi spoke with a smile gracing his lips, suggesting that if grandfather truly did not wish to meet, it would be a shame for anyone to make a fruitless trip. He added, perhaps it would be beneficial for him to take a look. As he awoke this morning feeling quite sore, Su Zibao promptly tugged at his arm, lowering her voice, admonishing him not to speak carelessly. She reminded him that their second brother had specifically come to attend to grandfather's health, urging him not to create unnecessary commotion. Furthermore, she pointed out that his discomfort was a consequence of his own antics the previous night, for he had insisted on carrying her back to the villa, a journey that took half an hour. How could he not feel sore? However, the onlookers misinterpreted the situation, casting peculiar glances at Su Zibao, wondering what kind of escapades had transpired between the two to leave even the seasoned Pei Yi feeling achy. Pei Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the implications of their gazes. He chuckled knowingly, acknowledging, "All right, I deserve this." The misunderstanding deepened. Younger generations ought to engage in more physical exercise. Poor health is unacceptable. I eagerly await the day when I can cradle my great-grandson, Pei Yin remarked to Pei Yi before turning his attention to Pei Qixing, indicating they would meet shortly. Although it was due to Pei Yi and Su Zibao's persuasion that the elder had agreed to seek medical attention, Pei Qixing and Bai Lingxue showed no gratitude. Although Qixing is busy with work, he still remembers to find a doctor for grandfather. I admire that about him. His filial piety, Bai Longji commented with a smile. Pei Finfin, eager to please the Pei Tianyu family, chimed in, "Indeed. Qixing is engaged in business discussions today, fully devoted to his career, yet he does not neglect family matters. Sister-in-law is blessed with a wonderful son. It is my fault. I have troubled Mr. Pei today," remarked Xia Qingye politely at an opportune moment. Pei Qixing promptly responded, "You are too courteous. Official matters take precedence." Su Zibao was not a stranger to these gatherings, having previously observed that during mealtime, Pei Tianyu remained taciturn, silently consuming his food. His mother, Bai Lanji, and his sister-in-law, Bai Lingxue, endlessly praised Pei Qixing before their grandfather, while his aunt, Pei Finfin, and her daughter occasionally chimed in. Meanwhile, Pei Yi remained unfazed, merely eating and enjoying himself, indifferent to the commotion around him. Initially, Su Zibao perceived her mother-in-law's favoritism, yet seeing Pei Yi's nonchalance, she, too, adopted a more relaxed attitude. It was said that the third sister-in-law possessed great talent, having elevated Pei Shishir's status. Suddenly, Pei Yingyu interjected unexpectedly. Su Zibao was taken aback. How could she know? Moreover, was it appropriate to mention Pei Shishir here? She glanced at Pei Yi, noting his nonchalant demeanor, and smiled as she replied, "Last time we went out for karaoke, I discovered that Shishir has a lovely voice, so we signed her. If we are to speak of her success, we must extend our gratitude to Mr. Xia. Without his assistance, Shishir would not have experienced such smooth sailing. Let us raise a cup in place of wine to honor Mr. Xia." Regardless of Pei Yingyu's intentions, Su Zibao focused on steering the conversation away, all the while relishing the opportunity to irritate Xia Qingye. Internally, Xia Qingye cursed Su Zibao, but maintained a polite smile, saying, "Miss Su, you possess remarkable skills. I have not contributed much." "So, has Abayo joined Pei Yi's company now?" inquired Pei Yan. Bai Lingxue responded, "Is it possible that grandfather is still unaware? The younger sister-in-law is truly remarkable. She has already become the director of Emperor Media before even graduating from university. However, with the new semester approaching, I fear that she may find herself overwhelmed, potentially affecting her work. Aji is currently the director of Emperor Media, and I am inclined to let her explore her interests freely. After all, even if there are losses, they will be mine to bear, unrelated to the Pei group. And my second brother and sister-in-law need not worry." Pei Yi maintains a languid demeanor, as if he has deliberately entrusted Emperor Media to Su Zibao to squander. Su Zibao would never boast about her capabilities. She merely lowers her head with a faint smile. Gaining experience is beneficial once she graduates. She will undoubtedly handle matters with greater ease, Pei Yin encouraged Su Zibao. Bai Lanji remarked, "You all seem so fond of leisure. If such a vast family enterprise were left in your hands, I would genuinely be concerned. Thankfully, there is Qixing. By the way, Qixing, are you not currently negotiating investment cooperation with the Su Group? With Qixing managing the enterprises, that entertainment company can indeed afford to be playful. Rest assured, younger brother and sister-in-law, I will diligently assist in its development. There is a project worth 200 million here. So sister-in-law need not worry about any losses at Emperor Media," Pei Qixing said with a gentle smile. "Indeed, no matter how much we might lose, at least there is the project managed by Qixing," Su Zibao replied, momentarily taken aback. From this tone, it seems Pei Qixing is still unaware of the fact that their father has withdrawn 100 million. It makes sense. Just yesterday, he had agreed with their father, and informing Pei Qixing would require some time. I fear Su Jinja will need to choose his words carefully before broaching the subject with Pei Qixing. Chapter 68. A resounding slap in the face in the ensuing moments. Bai Lanji continually extolled Pei Qixing's contributions to the Pei group, emphasizing his exceptional capabilities and filial piety. Simultaneously, she disparaged the couple Pei Yi and his wife, insinuating that should the 200 million be entrusted to them, it would inevitably be squandered. And only Pei Qixing could yield profits, as if they were reaping insurmountable benefits from him. Bai Lingxue and others chimed in at opportune moments. "Not at all, mother. After all, Pei Yi is my younger brother. Naturally, I shall present the best plan for his and his wife's investment. They can rest easy and enjoy themselves. I will handle everything," Pei Qixing declared with an expression of fraternal affection. Pei Yi responded with a wry smile. "Thank you, second brother. I appreciate your concern." Meanwhile, Su Zibao sat quietly, contemplating whether or not to reveal that 100 million had already been allocated to the Emperor's Club. It seemed rather inappropriate to directly confront Pei Qixing in such a manner. At that moment, Pei Qixing's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller, he turned to Su Zibao with a smile. "It's Su Jinja calling. Just as we were discussing investments, he reaches out. It appears that our plan from yesterday has been approved, and Old Master Su has signed off on it. Third brother and sister-in-law, rest assured, once the contract is finalized, we will commence work. Leave it all to me. Indeed, if those 200 million were entrusted to you, how could Old Master Su possibly feel at ease? The in-laws are rather discerning, knowing that entrusting it to you would lead to its demise. It is best to let Qixing manage the operations. Bai Lanji remarked with a sharp tone. Su Zibao could only offer a calm smile to the mother and daughter duo. Typically, Pei Qixing would never answer a call in front of such a large audience. However, as the conversation revolved around the 2 billion investment involving Pei Yi and Su Zibao, Su Zhenji's call came through. Pei Qixing intended to showcase his capabilities before the elder, hoping to reveal the truth that the grandson he favored was merely an ineffectual parasite, reliant on others for survival, particularly on him and his spouse. The title of the wealthiest young man in Haicheng sounded glamorous, yet it was a label reserved for frivolous playboys, a status he deemed unworthy of comparison. Hello, have you signed? What? Pei Qixing uttered, his expression shifting dramatically as he prepared to rise. He noticed a playful smile curling at the corners of Pei Yi's lips. Second brother, what's wrong? Old Master Su has withdrawn 100 million. Pei Qixing stated, his voice laced with disbelief, as he cast a glance filled with perplexity towards Su Zibao and Pei Yi. Bai Lanji's demeanor turned frantic. Why has 100 million been withdrawn? Wasn't it agreed upon to proceed with the 2 billion investment plan? The withdrawn 100 million has already been allocated to fund Emperor Media under the names of Pei Yi and Su Zibao. Pei Qixing articulated, his incredulity palpable. How could this happen? Xia Qingye's expression morphed instantaneously. Emperor Media has actually secured 100 million in funding. Does this not imply they will advance further? What? Pei Yingyu exclaimed in disbelief. Has Mr. Su lost his senses? How could he possibly allocate 100 million to such an entertainment company? Pei Tianyu cast a sidelong glance at his daughter, reproaching her for her manner of speech, lacking respect for the distinction between elder and younger. It was only then that Pei Yingyu realized their grandfather was present, and she hastily lowered her head, feeling a pang of guilt that rendered her mute. Why would 100 million be allocated to Emperor Media? Bai Lingxue, too, found it utterly incredulous. Both she and her husband were preoccupied with devising ways to siphon funds from the 200 million into their own coffers, only to discover that half of it had inexplicably vanished. It was indeed a painful revelation for them. Just like Su Zhenji, Pei Qixing and his wife had their eyes set on that 200 million as well. Otherwise, why would they be so eager to engage in investment collaboration projects? If not to swindle Su Zibao's money. Oh, it seems my second brother is still unaware. The situation is this. Father learned of my involvement with Emperor Media and, believing my performance to be satisfactory, decided to inject this 100 million investment into the company. Su Zibao said with a cheerful smile, I assumed you already knew. Pei Qixing's expression darkened. If you knew, why did you not mention it sooner? You let him bask in his own self-satisfaction for so long, only to reveal now that he is not investing 200 million anymore. He has more faith in his own daughter's capabilities. I thought you were aware. Considering you kept mentioning 200 million, I assumed it referred to my 100 million along with the additional one from my father. Apparently, I was mistaken. Su Zibao replied with an innocent smile. Pei Meiyan interjected, that's impossible. How could they invest in you? Isn't that a waste? Wouldn't it lead to ruin? Father believes that since I can boost the profits of Emperor Media by 35 points within 2 months, it should not be deemed a waste. Su Zibao remarked with a hint of indifference. 35 points. This figure is well understood by all. Su Zibao then turned her gaze towards Xia Qingye. The first 5 films released by Yunting Entertainment were all sold out, each based on Shun Shi's scripts, which earned him the title of box office screenwriter. I believe that with Shun Shi's participation, Emperor Media will not face ruin. What do you think, Mr. Xia? After all, the news of Shun Shi's collaboration with Emperor Media will soon spread, and I am curious to see your reaction if I were to disclose it directly to you. A fleeting glimmer of malice flashed in Xia Qingye's eyes, quickly replaced by a facade of elegance as he smiled and said, Miss Su, you truly jest. Shun Shi is a guarantee of box office success. How could there be failure? It seems that Emperor Media is poised for a grand undertaking, soaring to unprecedented heights, with the prospect of becoming the leader in the media industry just around the corner. Congratulations. Su Zibao keenly observed his expression, despite his apparent resentment towards her. He was forced to feign a smile of congratulations. He must be on the verge of bursting with frustration. Holding it in for so long must be quite unpleasant, wouldn't it? Yet, I find great delight in this. Su Zibao smiled brightly at him, saying, with your kind words, I too believe that Emperor Media has a promising future. Su Zibao did not bother to feign humility, boldly embracing the compliment, which nearly caused Xia Qingye to lose his composure. After a prolonged silence, he managed to respond with a dry, too kind. Just moments ago, grandfather remarked on your slenderness. Do eat a bit more. Pei Yi observed the farce with a calm demeanor, delicately serving a piece of braised pork to Su Zibao, seamlessly redirecting the conversation. Su Zibao responded with a gentle smile, scooping some loofah soup. You've been burning the midnight oil lately. You should drink this to clear the heat and cool the fire. This trotter's dish is quite good, Pei Yin remarked, savoring a bite with a leisurely tone. Having witnessed numerous events in his lifetime, he could certainly comprehend the underlying nuances of the situation. Bailanji forced a smile, acknowledging, "Indeed, the chef's culinary skills are commendable." The atmosphere became lively again, yet no one broached topics related to careers or work. After the meal, Pei Qixing, with a stiff expression, invited the elderly physician to examine the old master, and they all proceeded to the courtyard where he resided alone. Pei Yingyu wanted to practice the piano and took Xia Qingye to the piano room in the back courtyard. Bai Fangfei's expression was less than cheerful, but she dared not display it overtly within the Pei household, so she remained seated, engaging in idle conversation with Pei Meiyun. Chapter 69. Summer Qingyi and Pei Yingyu have an affair. Su Zi and Pei Yi strolled hand in hand through the garden, finding themselves alone. She couldn't help but giggle softly. "What has brought about such elation today?" Pei Yi inquired, casting a tender gaze upon her. Su Zi tilted her chin upward, her fair face radiant with triumph. "Did you not witness the expressions on Pei Qisheng and Summer Qingyi? It was simply too delightful. You recall the issue with youthful sacrifice last time? The mole was none other than Pei Shili, planted by Pei Qisheng. Now, he is collaborating with Summer Qingyi. It seems these two are conspiring to target us. Thus, to deliver them a resounding slap across the face this time has filled me with immense pleasure." Her joy was unadulterated, the satisfaction of retaliation palpable. While she may maintain a facade of composure before others, such artifice was unnecessary in his presence. "I had quite enough at the last dinner. We are all family, yet I know not what Pei Qisheng feigns before you daily. Let him pretend. The resounding slap of comeuppance is well-deserved. Were I not yet able to fully persuade father, I would not leave him even a paltry sum of 10,000, let alone withdraw 100 million. Entrusting them and Su Zhanzhou with managing an investment of 100 million. They should not dream of profit, but rather contemplate how to avoid squandering it all." Suzy stamped her foot with a hint of discontent. "If only both 200 million were ours. Let them merely watch on with envy." Pei Yi found himself deeply charmed by his little wife's endearing nature. Securing 100 million was already a considerable victory. As for the remaining investment, he would certainly not idly watch them pilfer it. "Pei Yi, perhaps we should appoint Su Fan as our financial advisor and see what plans they have in mind?" Su Zhibao inquired. Pei Yi playfully flicked Su Zhibao's forehead with his finger. "Are you suggesting he should manage multiple jobs all by himself?" "Oh, indeed." Su Zhibao winced in pain, her fan-like eyelashes fluttering. She was already overwhelmed with the affairs of Emperor Ju, and with the school term approaching, there would be even more responsibilities. It couldn't all fall upon him alone. What to do? As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Pei Yi. "You must not shirk your duties. You need to keep an eye on both sides. Rest assured, I will oversee the 1 billion investment in Yuqing Group," Pei Yi replied, drawing her into his embrace. In truth, even before the investment commenced, he had already been monitoring Su Jinjia and Pei Qixing. His scrutiny of Yuqing Group was discreet, while the more overt matters concerning the development of Emperor Ju Media would be left to Su Zhibao. This brought a smile to Su Zhibao's face, just as you said. "Do ensure that 2 little mice do not devour all our rice." After a while, Bailanji called for Pei Yi, prompting Su Zhibao to part ways with him and wander about the courtyard. She had hesitated to mention in Pei Yi's presence that his sister appeared to be interested in Xia Qingye, as it was merely her speculation and involved Pei Yi's sibling. Now that he was absent, Su Zhibao took the opportunity to explore, hoping to locate the piano room. After wandering for a while and inquiring with several maids, she finally found the place, only to discover it was silent, devoid of any music. Approaching the piano room, she found it open, yet eerily empty. Neither Pei Yingyu nor Xia Qingye was present. How strange. Where could they have gone? Could it be that he is concerned about Bai Fangfei coming over, thus claiming that the piano room is merely a facade? The Pei residence is vast, and it is indeed difficult to ascertain where they might be. Su Zhibao was just about to head back when she suddenly noticed a staircase adjacent to the piano room, leading up to the rooftop. Unable to locate them, she decided to ascend to the rooftop to enjoy the breeze. However, just as she reached the top of the stairs and was about to step onto the rooftop, she overheard the voices of 2 individuals, clearly Pei Yingyu and Xia Qingye. Understanding the situation immediately, Su Zhibao quickly concealed herself behind a door beside the staircase. This hiding spot was exceedingly secure. Even if Xia Qingye and Pei Yingyu descended, they would not discover her presence. Here, she could listen intently to their conversation. Brother Qingye, your piano playing is truly delightful, so impressive, Pei Yingyu said with a cheerful smile. Look, the view from this rooftop is exquisite, isn't it? When I practiced piano before, it felt tedious, so I would come up here to admire the scenery, and it would lift my spirits. Xia Qingye replied with a gentle smile. Xiaoyu standing here is a sight to behold in itself. Huh, Brother Qingye, you always say such silly things. Pei Yingyu lowered her head shyly, but suddenly mustered the courage to ask, Brother Qingye, you are engaged to Bai Fangfei. Will you marry her? Xia Qingye was taken aback. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? I don't want you to marry her. Pei Yingyu asserted with determination. Xia Qingye reached out to tuck a stray strand of Pei Yingyu's hair behind her ear, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. Actually, I don't want to either. Then why are you still engaged to her? Pei Yingyu inquired. Xia Qingye gazed melancholically at the sky, burdened by the weight of being the heir of the Xia family. A reality you could never comprehend. It is indeed a privilege to live carefree, to love freely, and to be with those one desires, yet such liberties elude me. I am bound to marry a lady of equal standing, someone with whom I can forge mutual support, ensuring the prosperity of both our families. Fang Fei has been arranged for me. As the heir, I am compelled to enter into an engagement with her. There is no alternative. Outside the door, Su Zhibao scoffed, finding the words rather melodious, as if he were the one suffocating under the weight of obligation. Conveniently forgetting that his desire to wed Bai Fangfei had resulted in the tragic demise of my entire family of three. Now, upon spotting the more illustrious branch that is paying you, he seems eager to abandon his previous commitments. His words are more pleasing than a serenade. I understand. Qingye, how truly unfortunate it is for you. My second and third brothers, along with my father, have all engaged in familial alliances. I comprehend that you, too, are ensnared by such arrangements, compelled to be with Bai Fangfei. It appears that your heart is not truly hers, yet for the sake of family, you must endure this plight. How pitiable, indeed, Pei Yingyu lamented. Xia Qingye looked at Pei Yingyu with deep affection, wishing he had encountered her sooner, for then he might have been able to be with the one he truly cherished. What, Qingye, do you mean? Pei Yingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Her face flushed with shyness, and by the one you love? Xia Qingye's gaze almost explicitly conveyed his affection, yet he deliberately shook his head, asserting, I am now engaged, and have no right to harbor feelings for another woman. To express anything would be irresponsible to others, and to Fangfei as well. Therefore, I must ask for your forgiveness. I cannot say anything. Brother Qingye is a good man, Pei Yingyu declared, grasping his hand earnestly. Her eyes filled with understanding that she did not require him to utter a single word. However, her heart longed for him. Would Brother Qingye perceive her as a villain for this? Xia Qingye recognized that the woman before him was already captivated by him, yet he maintained an outward composure, replying, To be cherished by someone I admire is the greatest happiness I could ever wish for. Even if my marriage is devoid of joy, your words bring me solace. Brother Qingye, please do not marry her. Pei Yingyu could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, I will marry you. After a moment of silence, Xia Qingye responded, I need time to resolve this. I cannot allow others to perceive you as the third party. I will wait for you. So, what about tonight? Upon hearing this, Su Zhibao quietly descended the stairs. She held no affection for either Pei Yingyu or Bai Fangfei, relishing the prospect of their mutual discord. Yet, Pei Yingyu was Pei Yi's sister. She felt it prudent to offer a word of caution, if only for that reason. Chapter 70, Lying Flat. I will be gentle. Su Zhibao sat at the piano, lost in her own world of melodies. On the rooftop, the two were immersed in their tender moment when the sudden sound of piano keys from below startled them. Someone had arrived. Brother Qingye, I'm not sure who has entered the piano room. I'll go down to investigate. You take this opportunity to head downstairs while I distract them. I'll block the window so they won't see you. Pei Yingyu instinctively thought to protect Xia Qingye. Xia Qingye initially panicked, but quickly regained his composure, smiling reassuringly. Even if they see us coming down, it's nothing unusual to take a break and enjoy the breeze after practicing. I'm just worried it could be Bai Fangfei. I fear she may hold a grudge against you. Pei Yingyu replied. I'll go and confront her. In Xia Qingye and Pei Yingyu's minds, it was evident that the visitor to the piano room was likely Bai Fangfei. Before long, Pei Yingyu arrived at the piano room, closing the door behind her. How come it's you? She inquired with curiosity. Who else would it be? Bai Fangfei? Su Zibao turned around, responding coolly. Pei Yu shut the door and positioned herself by the window, ensuring that from Su Zibao's perspective, she could not see if anyone was passing by in the corridor. She was determined to shield Xia Qingye, yet her efforts were in vain. But you don't realize he is deceiving you entirely, just as he once deceived me. Pei Yu concealed her emotions and asked, "What brings you here?" "I naturally thought it was by Feng Fei, seeking out Xia Qingye," Su Zibao replied. "Oh, and where is he?" Su Zibao feigned ignorance, countering with a question. Pei Yu scoffed. "He left. Why should you care? Let me make myself clear. Do not assume that by marrying Sen Ge, you have truly become a member of the Pei family. I shall not be courteous. This is my piano room, and you are to leave," Su Zibao asserted. Pei Yu scoffed. "What do you think you are? How dare you speak ill of Brother Qingye? Su Zibao, you are to leave this instant. I do not wish to see you. Hurry and go. Out. Get out." Before Su Zibao could utter another word, she was unceremoniously expelled by the young lady. It seemed that any attempt to warn her was utterly futile. She was simply indulging in her infatuation with Xia Qingye, and the opinions of others were of no consequence. She had only herself to blame. Upon returning to the main hall, Su Zibao discovered that Xia Qingye had already returned, seated beside by Feng Fei, engaged in pleasant conversation, seemingly enjoying a harmonious marital bliss. "Where have you been? I searched high and low for you. Fearing you had lost your way," Pei Yi chuckled, pulling Su Zibao to sit beside him. "I was just contemplating whether to send a maid to find you." Su Zibao pouted. "Am I really that foolish to get lost here? Did you not nearly lose your way the last time you visited?" Pei Yi retorted calmly. Su Zibao lowered her head in silence, recalling that indeed, she had almost lost her way during her initial visit to the Pei residence, given its vastness. "Hey, Pei Yi, I need to share something," Su Zibao whispered, leaning closer to Pei Yi's ear. "Pei Yu has feelings for Xia Qingye. We all know he is not a good person." I attempted to caution her, but instead, I was thrown out. Pei Yi's gaze turned slightly frosty, a smirk playing upon his lips. "Wife, I had thought you would prefer to observe from the sidelines. Why do you insist on involving yourself? But she is your sister." Su Zibao could not help but interject. Were it not for Pei Yi, she would have paid no heed to that Pei Yu. Pei Yi replied in a flat tone, "Pei Qixing is still my second brother." "Ah, indeed, Pei Qixing is his biological brother. Yet he still colludes with Xia Qingye to undermine his Diju media and conspires with Su Zhenjie to exploit their couple's investment of 100 million. Bailanji remains his biological mother, yet her eyes are only for Pei Qixing, constantly belittling Pei Yi while elevating Pei Qixing. Within the entire Pei family, only Grandpa has shown kindness to Pei Yi and Su Zibao. Thus, you may act as you wish, without concern for my feelings." Pei Yi gently flicked her brow with his index finger, his expression remaining languid as his profound gaze lingered. "Remember, no one in this world may bully you. Should anyone dare to do so, retaliate in kind, regardless of who they may be. There is no need for restraint. If you cannot fight back, I shall be there. From the very first day of our marriage, I made it clear that I, Pei Sen Xiao, fear nothing more than trouble." Su Zibao stared at him in a daze. The casualness with which he spoke struck a chord deep within her. "And what about you? What if you bully me?" Su Zibao suppressed her emotions, raising her delicate face to ask deliberately. Pei pondered for a moment, then regarded Su Zibao earnestly. "Just lie back, and I shall be exceedingly gentle." Goodness, the fellow actually misconstrued bullying in such a manner. Is there nothing else within your mind apart from these notions? Su Zibao was utterly defeated, donning an expression of despair. Conceding, "Pei Xiao is formidable. I have lost." As night fell, the Pei family prepared accommodations, placing Su Zibao and Pei Yi in one room, while Xia Qingye and Bai Fengfei were assigned separate quarters, as they were merely engaged and not yet married. This arrangement elucidates why Pei Yu sought out Xia Qingye earlier. Unlike Pei Yi, who had already moved out, Pei Yu continued to reside at the Pei residence, where strict familial discipline prevailed, forbidding young women from staying out overnight. This presented a rare opportunity for Pei Yu, prompting her eagerness to clandestinely meet with Xia Qingye. If you are concerned that Xia Qingye might develop feelings for another, perhaps you should engage Pei Yu in a heartfelt conversation, sharing the tale of your romance with Xia Qingye to dissuade her. Su Zibao remarked as she passed by Bai Fengfei. Bai Fengfei paused, retracting her gaze from Xia Qingye. "Miss Su, what do you mean?" It was evident to anyone with a modicum of insight that Pei Yu harbored feelings for Xia Qingye. Countless couples have married only to divorce later. And you are merely engaged. Given Pei Yu's naivety, Witnessing the affection and commitment between you and Xia Qingye might lead her to withdraw. Is Miss Bai truly willing to wait until the situation spirals out of control before attempting to salvage it? After delivering this insinuation, Su Zhibao paid no heed to Bai Fangfei's thoughts and retreated to her room. She had hinted sufficiently. A splendid spectacle awaited that evening. Throughout the night, Bai Fangfei found herself in a state of disquietude. Ultimately, it was Su Zibao's words that echoed in her mind, instilling a subconscious urge to probe Pei Yingyu's sentiments. Having just become engaged to Xia Qingye, any unexpected developments at this juncture could tarnish her reputation irreparably as a jilted woman. Unbeknownst to Bai Fangfei, she was not the only one seeking out Pei Yingyu that evening. Xia Qingye would also make an appearance. After indulging in a soothing hot spring, Su Zibao nestled comfortably in bed. The Pei family's ancestral residence boasted a hot spring that surpassed even the most renowned spa destinations in comfort, leaving her feeling utterly rejuvenated. Before long, Pei Yi, clad only in a white bathrobe, sauntered in, the soft fabric loosely tied at the waist, droplets of water still clinging to his damp hair. It was imperative to dry his hair, as sleeping with it wet would surely invite discomfort. Noticing Pei Yi reclining on the bed, Su Zibao swiftly tugged him upright. Pei Yi lazily sprawled across the bed, yawning in a languid manner. Unable to suppress a smile, Su Zibao hopped off the bed and retrieved the hairdryer she had just used, preparing to dry Pei Yi's hair. Her slender fingers weaved through his locks, providing a delightful sensation. It was indeed comforting. After all, his beloved wife was concerned for him. With his chin resting on his hands, Pei Yi surrendered to Su Zibao's ministrations. At that moment, an abrupt scream from a nearby room startled them both. Pei Yi and Su Zibao exchanged a glance, questioning the commotion. I have a fair idea of what it might be. It would be futile to intervene directly. Nevertheless, someone ought to be dispatched to inquire. Chapter 71. Caught in the act at this moment, the door to Pei Yingyu's room was firmly shut. Inside were not only Xia Qingye, Pei Yingyu, and Bai Fangfei, but also Pei Qixing and Bai Lingxue. Fourth miss, just now the third young master sent someone to inquire about your well-being. A maid's voice called from outside. Pei Yingyu endeavored to maintain her composure. It's nothing. Just tell my third brother that I accidentally fell, and to not worry. I have already gone to bed. Understood. Once the maid departed, the fragile semblance of calm that Pei Yingyu had managed to uphold completely dissipated. She could only curl up on the bed, hugging her legs in a daze. In truth, this was precisely what Su Zibao had anticipated. Even if Bai Fangfei had fortuitously caught them in the act, such a scandal would undoubtedly be swept under the rug. The first priority was to prevent their grandfather from finding out, and the second was to keep Pei Yi and his wife in the dark. As for how they would handle their own internal conflicts if the truth came to light, that was a matter for them to settle privately. Grandfather and our parents have retired for the night, and their courtyard is quite distant from ours. They likely did not hear the commotion. Even if they did, they could not ascertain it was from your room, so there should not be any major issues. Pei Qixing stated with a serious expression. Bai Lingxue was incensed. Is this truly not a major issue? Your sister has entangled herself with my brother-in-law in bed. And you call this no problem? Sister, I came to speak with Pei Yingyu, and I truly did not expect to find them together in bed, Bai Fangfei lamented, tears streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms. Pei Yingyu weakly interjected, we didn't do anything. Didn't he do anything? You are both sitting on the same bed, entwined in each other's arms. Bai Fangfei demanded. Xia Qingye, having calmed down after an initial flurry of confusion, spoke with a composed demeanor. As I mentioned, Xiao Yu has sprained her ankle, and I happened to encounter her, so I carried her inside. I had just placed her on the bed when you barged in. You are merely making excuses. It is evident that you were preparing to engage in intimate activities, and I caught you in the act. Bai Fangfei scolded furiously. Xia Qingye, are you even a man? How could you secretly flirt with such a woman behind my back? Pei Yingyu retorted indignantly, what do you mean by such a woman? What kind of woman am I? A woman who seduces another man. What else could she be but a mistress, a shameless harlot? Bai Fangfei exclaimed, her face flushed with rage, her words particularly scathing. In a swift motion, Pei Yingyu leaped off the bed and slapped Bai Fangfei. How dare you insult me? You actually struck me, Bai Fangfei cried, grabbing Pei Yingyu by the hair, and the two immediately descended into a fierce struggle. Though Pei Qixing and Bai Lingxue were both incensed, they did not wish for the situation to escalate further, compelling them to separate the two. Didn't you claim you had a sprained ankle? You appear perfectly fine. It's all a ruse. You are deliberately trying to seduce Xia Qingye. Bai Fangfei scolded. The daughter of the Pei family turns out to be a mistress. How disgraceful. Pei Yingyu had never suffered humiliation at the hands of others. The earlier embarrassment was merely due to being caught in an affair, but now, upon hearing Bai Fangfei's cruel taunts, her haughty demeanor swiftly returned. You are not even married to Qingye yet. It is none of your concern. Once I marry him, you will be the mistress. Very well, Xia Qingye. How could you indulge in the pleasures of one while coveting another? Bai Fangfei raged, as the room descended into chaos. In the midst of their lively banter, Su Zhibao continued to dry Pei Yi's hair, and the two embraced, peacefully drifting into slumber. The following morning, Su Zhibao rose early alongside Pei Yi, accompanying the elderly gentleman in his Tai Chi practice. This was a discovery Su Zhibao had made during her last visit. Her grandfather had a daily routine of practicing Tai Chi each morning, and Pei Yi would always join him, fostering a deep bond between the two. Although Su Zhibao was unfamiliar with the practice, her grandfather was patient and took the time to teach her, enabling her to join in their exercises. The old man exhibited remarkably precise movements, defying the notion that Tai Chi lacked substance, instead embodying a natural elegance akin to ancient martial arts. Su Zhibao remarked, as she mirrored Pei Yi's gestures, that the experience felt significantly more intricate than what she had seen on television. Observing her movements, Pei Yin commended her, noting a marked improvement since her initial attempts. After returning home last month, she had secretly sought to practice, scouring for her grandfather's unique version, and had insisted on Pei Yi demonstrating it for her. Pei Yi's movements flowed gracefully, and with a teasing tone, he said, after secretly practicing for over half a month, "This is all you've managed? Grandfather, you're overly flattering her." He reminisced about his own learning experience, which had taken only a few days. Pei Yin defended Su Zhibao, stating, "You were younger then, so you naturally absorbed information more quickly. Besides, your motivation was to fight and prove your prowess, while a Bao's intention is merely to enhance her health. Whether she masters it or not is of little consequence. Maintaining her well-being is paramount." "Indeed, grandfather speaks wisely," Su Zhibao replied with a cheerful smile. Casting a proud glance at Pei Yi smiled, and the three of them enjoyed a moment of harmony together. By the time they finished their practice, it was barely 7 o'clock. Pei Qisheng and the others gradually awoke, and the group gathered in the house for breakfast. Xia Chengyi and Bai Fangfei were also present. Their expressions revealed nothing of the previous night's occurrences. "Last night, it seemed like there was some commotion ahead of you. What happened?" Bai Lanji inquired. Pei Yingyu quickly replied, "It's nothing. I just tripped and called out," which startled everyone. "Where did you fall? Was it a serious injury?" Bai Lanji asked with concern, noticing Pei Yingyu's slightly swollen face and heavy dark circles, indicating she had not slept well the night before. Pei Yingyu hurriedly dismissed her worries, saying, "I'm fine, not injured." Bai Lanji nodded, turning her gaze to her most cherished son, Pei Qisheng, only to find that he too appeared to have had a restless night. Moreover, Xia Chengyi and the others looked quite fatigued, especially Bai Fangfei, whose eyes were significantly puffy. "Why do you all seem so weary? Is it perhaps due to the sudden return?" Bai Lanji pondered. Pei Qisheng, displaying fatigue, responded, "How could that be? I slept well last night. Perhaps it's just that I was too tired during the day and went to bed late. I have matters to attend to at the company, so I must take my leave." "Very well, go ahead," Bai Lanji acknowledged. The family gathering of the Pei clan spanned from yesterday to this morning. After breakfast, everyone returned to their respective homes. Su Zhibao and Pei Yi also bid farewell to their grandfather before departing from the Pei residence. In the car, Pei Yi addressed Pei Xiaochuan, who was driving, saying, "Take us to Haicheng University." September 1st marks the beginning of the academic year at Haicheng University. Su Zhibao initially studied abroad in Country M. When she married Pei Yi, her academic status was transferred back to Haida University, and she is now in her 3rd year, majoring in high-tech management in the School of Business. "Come on, driving a Kian is too ostentatious," Su Zhibao remarked, without lifting her head as she sifted through documents. Pei Yi chuckled. "Are there not enough rich second-generation students at Haida? Why worry? Besides, if you prefer to be low-key, you wouldn't drive into the campus. Do you plan to walk? If so, you might end up being late." "All right then," Su Zhibao replied, closing the file in her hands. Just then, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was Song Yingjie. Song Yingjie's voice was as carefree as ever. "Hey, Director Su, guess where I am right now? Surrounded by beautiful women, long legs and slender waists. It's dazzling." He laughed. "No need to tease. I'll get straight to the point. I'm at the Film Academy selecting a leading actress with Shun Shi and director Zhang. You should come over. You're selecting a leading actress at the Haiqing Film Academy? The director and screenwriter can make the decisions. Once they confirm the actress, you just need to sign the contract, Su Zhibao responded after a moment of surprise. I have classes today. On the other end, Song Ingjie sounded bewildered. You're the producer, and you're not coming? Wait, what do you mean by classes? Song, have you forgotten? I'm in my 3rd year. I just finished the summer break, and today is September 1st, the start of the new semester. Didn't you also wait for the Film Academy to commence to recruit people? Haida is starting as well. What is so strange about that? Su Zhibao countered. Song Ingjie's voice was filled with resignation. I can't believe I forgot our director is a student. However, Director Zhang and Shinshi insist that you personally confirm the casting. Very well, today I shall attend the opening ceremony and report my presence. There should be no pressing matters. In the afternoon, I will visit you at Haiqing Film Academy, Su Zhibao remarked. At that moment, Song Ingjie had just hung up the phone. Su Zhibao turned to Pei Yi and said, Shun Shi's new book, In the Name of Love, is currently a bestseller. We have signed a contract with Pei Hanwen, and the latest edition will feature illustrations of the drama's protagonists, along with a music video. They are currently selecting the leading lady at Haiqing Film Academy. I will be heading over this afternoon. Will you join me? In the Name of Love is the drama they are about to adapt, and they are generating buzz even before its premiere. I'm not going, Pei declined. Su Zhibao widened his eyes. Hey, you are the president of the Imperial Group. Can't you take your responsibilities more seriously? When have you ever seen me take charge? Pei replied coolly, raising an eyebrow. Su Zhibao sighed, almost forgetting that our Haiqing's foremost playboy excels at revelry. When has he ever engaged in serious business? Only foolish individuals toil tirelessly, while the astute simply sit back and allow the financial director to count the profits. Pei lazily reclined on the plush seat of the car, resting his eyes. Song Ingjie serves as his eyes, with Song Ingjie present. Pei saw no need to intervene. Besides, he trusted that Su Zhibao would handle this minor issue adeptly. Compared to such trivial matters, Pei had far more significant endeavors to pursue. Su Zhibao twitched his lips. You abandon your duties and yet dare to label those who are proactive as foolish? Truly, one can be exceedingly lazy, even reluctant to count their own money. Very well, let your esteemed grandfather have his way. Were Pei diligent and earnest, he would no longer embody that debauched young master persona. The couple exchanged casual banter as they soon arrived at the gates of Haiqing University, where Su Zhibao alighted from the car. An astonishingly beautiful girl emerged from the Qian, instantly capturing the attention of numerous individuals preparing to enter the university. How stunning! Exclaimed a round-faced girl, Shiqing. Look, is that girl a freshman? I hadn't heard that our Haida had such a beautiful student beside her. Tao Shiqing cast a disdainful glance at Su Zhibao as she exited the luxury vehicle, declaring, she must be someone's kept mistress. Indeed, those truly wealthy individuals at our school usually drive around with an air of dominance, while those who disembark outside are surely the mistresses of affluent men. What a pity for such a beautiful girl, Tao Shiqing remarked with contempt. How many faces nowadays are genuinely untouched? Just look at her. One can only wonder how many procedures she has undergone. True, unlike our Shiqing, who is famously a natural beauty, the campus flower. Tao Shiqing concealed her pride, feigning humility as she and the girl entered the university. Chapter 72. The kept mistress Su Zhibao remained blissfully unaware that she had become the mistress of a wealthy patron in the eyes of others. Standing at the majestic gates of Haiqing University, she inhaled deeply and stepped inside. In her past life, she majored in music and had received an acceptance letter from the prestigious Vienna Music Academy. Had she chosen to study abroad at that time, she might have already blossomed into a renowned musician. However, for the sake of Xia Qingye, Su Zhibao decided to remain in her homeland, and before even graduating, she began crafting lyrics and melodies specifically for him, propelling numerous singers to fame. As Yunting Entertainment expanded its ventures beyond mere music production, encompassing the realms of film and television planning and promotion, she steadily ascended to the position of director. Her journey was truly one of grit and perseverance, having risen from humble beginnings. Yet, the limited time and overwhelming workload meant that she often lacked comprehensive knowledge and meticulous skills. In this lifetime, her ambitions transcended merely managing an entertainment company. She envisioned herself delving into various industries of which she had little understanding. Moreover, she had already claimed her position as the eldest daughter of the Su family, and she could not allow the cunning Su Jinja to pilfer the Su group for his own ambitions. Education remained paramount, thus. Su Zibao chose not to suspend her studies, but rather to enrich her knowledge. Haicheng University ranked among the top 5 institutions in the country, having birthed countless exceptional talents. And perhaps she might even encounter a few promising individuals along the way. The university's vast campus was daunting, and it was only due to a text message from her class instructor received 2 days prior that she managed to locate her classroom. Almost entering the classroom as the bell rang, Su Zibao glanced around to find the room filled with students. The homeroom teacher, who had clearly recognized her from the photograph in her student records, immediately addressed her. "You must be the new transfer student, correct?" Su Zibao nodded in affirmation. "Please, come in and find a seat." Unsure of where to sit, she noticed a girl with wine-red hair waving at her. It was Li Han. To her surprise, they were classmates. As Su Zibao approached and sat beside her, she smiled and said, "Li Han, what a coincidence. I never expected to see you in this class." "Not so coincidental," Li Han replied. "The program I had my eye on at the business school of Haida University is this very one, and this class is the best within the major. I heard you were a director at DJUA, so I guessed you would choose a business program. Turns out, I was right." Suddenly, Su Zibao recalled that this was the mysterious CEO who had pursued the business prodigy Miko to Haida University, making her choice of the management program quite reasonable. Su Zibao was exceptionally beautiful, her features exquisite and resembling a work of art, delicate eyebrows, large expressive eyes, and a pointed chin. In a circle filled with beauties, she could easily be labeled a vase, albeit a term often used pejoratively, yet it spoke volumes of her captivating allure. Now, sitting next to the campus belle, Li Han, the two flowers blooming side by side naturally drew the attention of those around them, igniting whispers of intrigue. "Shiqing, look. Isn't that the girl we saw at the school gate this morning, the one rumored to be in a relationship for financial support?" exclaimed the round-faced girl, Chen Yuan. In astonishment, Tao Shiqing was taken aback to find such a stunning girl in her class. Haicheng University boasted only a handful of campus belles, and their class now had 2, herself and Li Han. The arrival of an unfamiliar transfer student only heightened her displeasure. "She must have spent a fortune to grease the wheels and get into our class," Tao Shiqing remarked disdainfully. The class was predominantly filled with academic achievers. Given the demanding nature of the major, with only a few having bought their way in, Tao Shiqing belonged to the former group, and a prominent figure at that. Hence her pride. "Do you know the new student?" A gossipy girl nearby immediately inquired. Chen Yuan chimed in. "I saw her this morning at the school gate. She stepped out of a black Kian. That car must be worth millions." The truly wealthy young masters at school always park their cars in the parking lot. Only those who hitch rides would get dropped off at the entrance, Tao Shiqing sneered. Several girls around her exchanged knowing glances. "I knew it. A girl as beautiful as her must have been taken care of by someone already." Exactly. "Quiet, everyone. Lu Qianqian from our class has taken a leave of absence and won't be attending classes with us this year," the tutor, Tian Yu, announced to the class. Su Zibao mused to herself that Li Han was a classmate of Lu Qianqian's. After such a scandalous incident, she probably wouldn't want to face anyone. Huh? Why did Lu Qianqian take a leave of absence? That's strange, someone wondered, clearly not a local of Haicheng, and not having been here during the summer break. Unbeknownst to many, at Lu Qianqian's engagement banquet, a video of her intimate encounter with another individual was displayed, making headlines in the newspapers. How could she possibly show her face at school again? Immediately, someone sought clarification. Tian Yu, aware of the situation but unwilling to dwell on it, swiftly redirected the conversation, inviting everyone to welcome our new classmate, Su Zibao. Su, having transferred back from Country M, was encouraged to introduce herself. Rising, she greeted the assembly with a polite smile. "Hello everyone, my name is Su Zibao." This smile was captivating, instantly rendering several male students speechless and earning her the title of campus beauty. After locating her classroom and receiving her textbooks for the new semester, Su Zibao, being a day student, was spared the hassle of accommodation. Upon reviewing her schedule and discovering she had no afternoon classes, she promptly sent a text to Song Yingjia, inquiring about their whereabouts at the film academy, suggesting a rendezvous. She was preparing to slip away to meet them. "Are you leaving?" Li Han inquired, observing Su Zibao. She nodded affirmatively, "Yes. They insisted I come over to confirm my role in the drama selection." She then added, "Li Han, if you have no plans, would you care to join us for a bit? I think I will pass. Are you still balancing your responsibilities at Daijing? Can you manage?" Li Han asked curiously. With a smile, Su Zibao replied, "Could you kindly lend me your notes for reference? I will prioritize my work, but I will also make an effort to attend classes." "Not a problem. Copying my notes guarantees you won't fail," Li Han generously assured her. While Song Yingjia had yet to respond to her text, it was Shunshi who called instead. "What time do you finish classes?" "I'm waiting at your school gate." Su Zibao smiled in astonishment. "Shunshi? Why did you come directly?" The voice on the other end paused before responding. "I just interviewed over 100 actors and needed a breath of fresh air." "All right, I will come right away." As Su Zibao stepped out of the classroom, Tao Shiqing remarked, "I told you she came just to gild her credentials. Look. She's ready to leave now. Is she really being kept?" Someone questioned skeptically. "If you don't believe it, let's see if a wealthy heir is waiting outside to pick her up." Once they followed Su Zibao out of the school gates, they indeed spotted a luxury car waiting at the entrance, and Su Zibao got into it without hesitation. "She really is being kept," a girl exclaimed in astonishment. Tao Shiqing added, "This car is different from the one that brought her here in the morning. Is she playing both sides?" Consequently, the next day, the rumor that Su Zibao was the kept mistress and was indeed juggling two relationships spread like wildfire. Chapter 73. The protagonist, Su Jiasen, on the road. Su Zibao began to grasp the situation. Early in the morning, they had come to the film academy to borrow a classroom for auditions. Given that the film was set in a campus environment, and Diju had no suitable actors, they decided to explore promising talents from recent graduating classes. However, after a full day of auditions, they had yet to find an appropriate leading lady. Instead, they secured several supporting roles. In fact, they felt that these individuals paled in comparison to the contracted actresses at Diju. The second female lead was the former protagonist of Youth Festival, Ime Chin, while the second male lead was the male protagonist from the same film, Gone June. They had also nearly finalized several important supporting roles. Yet they still lacked the desired charisma in their leading characters. As Shunshi parked the car, the two walked toward the audition room. "Sister, what brings you to our school?" Su Jiasen exclaimed, stepping in front of Su Zibao, her eyes wide in astonishment as she gazed at Shunshi, dressed in white attire, exuding a gentle aura reminiscent of a character from a comic. "Isn't that the handsome author Shunshi?" "Well, Shunshi, are you holding a signing event at our school? Where is it?" "Where?" At that moment, Su Zibao recalled that her sister was also a student at the film academy. The reason she had chosen to pursue acting was her infatuation with the film emperor Chu Feima, a fervent fan who had insisted on attending the same school as him and enrolling in the same major. This girl had applied secretly, and the family had been unable to dissuade her. Later, their parents reasoned that it did not matter what major she pursued, as all paths led to the same destination. In any case, the family holds little expectation for her. Once she graduates, she'll simply be sent to the Su group, and they will leave her to her own devices. "This isn't a book signing event. We are here to scout for actors." Shunshi cast a surprised glance at Su Jiasen and then at Su Zibao. The two sisters bore no resemblance to one another. Su Jiasen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sister, why didn't you inform me about the talent search? I am your biological sister. After all, precisely because you are my sister, I deliberately chose not to mention it in your presence. I understand your fervent desire to enter the entertainment industry. But let me be clear, not a chance." Su Zibao declared resolutely. "Once you graduate, you will join the Su group for proper training. Do not even think about acting." As a daughter of a prestigious family, who would aspire to be a star, especially since they belonged to a century-old lineage, such frivolities could be tolerated in jest. But when it came to matters of this nature, there was absolutely no room for compromise. "Sister, I haven't even auditioned yet, and you are already dismissing me. At least grant me a chance, even if you refuse to pull strings on my behalf," Su Jiasen argued passionately. Su Zibao cast her a sidelong glance. "I am the producer. My word is final. Shunshi, let us proceed upstairs and ignore her," she instructed. "Hey, sister, I am your own sister. Please, have some mercy," Su Jiasen pleaded, trailing behind Su Zibao in desperation. Meanwhile, Shunshi observed the dynamic between the two sisters and understood Su Zibao's concerns, opting to remain silent. Once Su Zibao arrived, she greeted Song Yingjia and director Zhang Jin. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they swiftly resumed their work. As time culture awaited the illustrations from their end, making this endeavor rather urgent. As darkness enveloped the film academy and classes concluded, the search for a suitable protagonist remained unfulfilled. Shunshi remarked, "Su Zibao, I previously collaborated with a commendable male actor who has his own studio. Perhaps I should reach out to him, and you can assess his suitability." This production was of utmost importance to Su Zibao and her team, as they aspired for a resounding success, hoping to feature only actors signed under their own company to avoid elevating talents from rival firms. However, finding an award-winning actor was no simple task. They had to settle for alternatives. All right, Su Zibao nodded. Noticing her weary visage, she smiled. I will endeavor to discuss the possibility of him signing with Emperor's Majesty. Of course, he is financially secure and is merely dabbling in this industry. So I will do my utmost. Having spent the early hours of the day at 6 accompanying her father for Tai Chi, followed by a hectic morning at school and an afternoon audition, Su Zibao was indeed utterly fatigued. Are you referring to Lu Yinji? She countered, well aware of the industry. Having been Su Zi in her past life, Shi confirmed, yes, what do you think? If he were the male lead, I would genuinely feel reassured. I witnessed his acting skills as the second male lead in your adapted film. Had he been signed to a company, he would undoubtedly rival Chu Feima, Su Zibao articulated. Su Jiasen immediately expressed her discontent, exclaiming, what Lu Yinji? I've never even heard of him. How does he compare to Chu Feima? Be quiet. Su Zibao shot her a glare. What time is it? Shouldn't you be heading home? Su Jiasen gazed at Su Zibao with a pitiful expression. Sister, please grant me just this one opportunity. Su Zibao remarked, I must say, your sister's performance appears to be more natural than those of the candidates who have come for the audition. She couldn't help but chuckle. Su Jiasen had entangled Su Zibao for an entire afternoon, employing various tactics, coercion, persuasion, a blend of softness and firmness. It seemed to Shi that Su Zibao's exhaustion stemmed primarily from her sister's relentless efforts. Song Yingjie also chimed in. Indeed, she has been here all afternoon, brimming with theatrical flair. I believe she embodies the essence of the female protagonist from Shi's novel. Look, sister, even the original author and the audition panel recognize my talent. Please, grant me this chance, Su Jiasen pleaded, her large, listening eyes gazing at Su Zibao with an appealing innocence, which softened Su Zibao's heart. Noticing the scene, Shi casually handed the script she was using for the audition to Su Jiasen. No need to look, Su Jiasen replied hastily. Having observed the auditions multiple times today, I have memorized the scenarios and lines. Without waiting for Su Zibao's refusal, she commenced her performance. Without a scene partner, her solo act tested her grasp of emotions. Many auditionees exhibited slight nervousness or a lack of engagement, while others appeared overly affected and contrived. However, Su Jiasen displayed no signs of anxiety, completely immersing herself in the moment. Upon concluding her performance, she looked at Su Zibao with anticipation. Sister, I've read this novel. The female protagonist is my favorite. How did I do? Su Zibao remained silent, but Shi applauded. Well done. You truly embody the character from my novel. Su Zibao, after observing so many individuals, I find Su Jiasen to be the most suitable. Although I lack a deep understanding of character development within the script, her acting skills are undeniable. If we secure her under our agency, it would be a guaranteed success. Su Zibao, keeping such a remarkable talent hidden away at home, is rather inconsiderate. Song Yingjie remarked with a cheerful smile. Even Zhang Jin noted her excellent camera presence, stating that she appeared completely at ease and quite natural, making her an ideal candidate for an acting career. Naturally, Su Jiasen was unfazed. She had always been fearless since childhood. Moreover, her ability to gain admission to the Film Academy against her family's wishes certainly indicates a degree of talent. Otherwise, it would have been improbable for her to succeed. The original owner had not shown enough concern for her sister and was unaware of her talents. However, the current Su Zibao recognizes this and feels a sense of joy for having such a sister. Yet, she is also aware that the Su family should remain distanced from the entertainment industry. Sister, Su Jiasen exclaimed, her eyes reddening. Believing Su Zibao's expressionless face indicated a continued refusal. Finally, Su Zibao sighed. All right, I agree, but we must establish 3 rules. That's wonderful. I would gladly accept 10 rules. Su Jiasen cheered, embracing Su Zibao. Chapter 74. Apologies, I am married first. Do not act like a cat encountering a mouse upon seeing Chu Feima. Your previous infatuation with celebrity culture is of no concern to me. Now you are an actress, an artist. Prepare yourself mentally for what lies ahead. Your freedom will diminish, and you cannot remain as carefree as the second young lady of the Su family. If you find it difficult to accept these rules, then refrain from entering this industry. Su Zibao fixed her gaze upon her, speaking earnestly. Su Jiasen blinked and nodded in response. Secondly, as an actress, You must embrace the role of an actress and be ready to endure hardships. You are not merely Su Jiasen or the sister of Su Zibao. The crew will not coddle you. If you enter with the temperament of a spoiled young lady, you shall depart just as you came. Su Jiasen continued to nod, naturally acquiescing to whatever Su Zibao said. Seeing her comply, Su Zibao felt a sense of helplessness and finally stated, "The third and most crucial point, take good care of yourself." Su Jiasen's eyes grew redder as she embraced Su Zibao, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, sister." Though Su Zibao was reluctant to see her sister enter the entertainment industry, as her sister, she could not stifle her right to choose. This path was one chosen by Su Jiasen herself, and family pressure would be futile. It could even lead to her being exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, resulting in harm. Within Diju Media, at least she could protect her. Moreover, had it been any other girl earning Shun Shi and director Zhang's approval, she would have readily agreed without hesitation. It is precisely because Su Jiasen is his sister that he restricts her from showcasing her own abilities, which is, in essence, rather unjust to her. The affairs concerning the female protagonist have thus been settled. The following day, Shun Shi reached an agreement with Lu Yinji, while Su Zibao, occupied with her classes, entrusted everything to Song Ingjia, finalizing the contract. Lu Yinji and Su Jiasen busied themselves with the photo shoot and the recording of the music video, while Su Zibao composed a melody and, adhering to their usual routine, handed the lyrics over to Shun Shi, something she frequently did in her previous life as Su Zi. She composed the music while he penned the lyrics. Their long-standing camaraderie had forged an exquisite synergy between them. "Here, the score is ready. The lyrics are your responsibility," Su Zibao stated, seated by the floor-to-ceiling window as she passed the manuscript to Shun Shi. This was his residence, notably desolate, with two maids residing nearby rather than within the house, leaving it eerily empty except for him. A tea table separated them, adorned with exquisite tea utensils, while boiling water simmered in the teapot. Shun Shi accepted the sheet music, humming along to the melody before picking up a pencil to begin writing. Su Zibao chose not to disturb him, gracefully preparing tea with movements akin to a master tea artist, exuding a natural elegance. As Shun Shi crafted the lyrics, he glanced at Su Zibao and was momentarily taken aback. Her actions were strikingly familiar, reminiscent of someone he knew. Oblivious, Su Zibao only realized something was amiss when she placed the brewed tea before Shun Shi and noticed the complexity in his gaze. "Have I disturbed you?" Tea is meant to soothe the mind. Surely drinking it should foster inspiration? Su Zibao inquired, observing him intently. These words originally belonged to Shun Shi. Shun Shi had a penchant for tea, as it inspired him. In order to befriend such a talented screenwriter, Su Zi orchestrated countless chance encounters and even took the time to learn the art of tea making. Eventually, the two became friends, with Su Zi often brewing tea, showcasing her exquisite skills and unique charm. As Shun Shi lifted his cup, he remarked, "When you brew tea, you bear a striking resemblance to Su Zi." Su Zi was momentarily taken aback and smiled, concealing her surprise. "Ah, you've noticed. My tea skills were indeed learned from her, so it's only natural." She continued, "I have classes this afternoon, so please send the completed lyrics directly to Song Ingjia for recording arrangements." As Shun Shi watched Su Zi depart, he took a small sip and resumed writing lyrics, uncertain of what he was truly doing. Su Zi would not have perished in vain. He was resolute in uncovering the ultimate truth. The school day was fulfilling, with Su Zi and Li Han walking side by side on their way home. Their compatible personalities had blossomed into a solid friendship. "Li Han, you truly are an academic prodigy. After our last missed class, I managed to catch up by studying your notes," Su Zi remarked with a smile. Li Han casually replied, "No need to mention it. By the way, regarding the Miko matter you asked me to inquire about, since we recently collaborated with Time Culture, I've been in frequent contact with Pei Hanwen. During one conversation, I brought it up, but Pei Hanwen mentioned that he had never even met the president of Miko and had no idea why Miko was interested in acquiring Time Culture." Su Zibao remarked that at that time, the individual who came to sign the contract was the head of a subsidiary under Miko, and it was only later that he discovered the underlying connection to the Miko group. Li Han blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "How peculiar. However, Pei Hanwen wouldn't conceal anything from you. It seems he truly remains unaware of the reasons." She continued, "I have a persistent feeling that since Miko's last significant action in the domestic sphere occurred here, they must be linked to Shiguang culture. The headquarters of Shiguang culture is located in Yangqing. It appears I must take the time to explore Yangqing further." Just as the two were conversing, a seemingly refined young man suddenly dashed forward, clutching a bouquet of flowers. Gazing at Su Zhibao with heartfelt intensity, he declared, "Classmate Su Zhibao, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. Please, would you consider entering into a relationship with me?" Su Zhibao found the young man somewhat familiar, and upon glancing at Li Han, she could not suppress a chuckle and whispered, "That is our class monitor, Lu Qingyun, the president of the student council in the School of Management. He is a prominent figure at High University. Even his casual essays are often published in the school newspaper. When you refer to me as an academic prodigy, he is the genuine scholar. Hailing from another province, he comes from a distinguished family, is exceptionally talented, and possesses striking good looks. Many girls at our school pursue him. I never anticipated he would be smitten at first sight." Su Zhibao gazed at the roses before her. Puzzled. "Lu Qingyun, it seems we have yet to engage in conversation, have we?" "Indeed," he replied, "yet I have observed you closely. You are diligent in your studies and show a remarkable work ethic, unlike those ordinary girls who are preoccupied with cosmetics and luxury items, spending their breaks copying notes. Each time, you come and go in a hurried manner. I surmise that you must be engaged in work-study, laboring at a part-time job, which explains your weariness and occasional absences from class. However, fret not. I am more than willing to lend you my notes for your perusal. I truly admire your beauty, independence, strength, and diligent frugality." Lu Qingyun expressed with sincerity. Su Zhibao could not help but acknowledge that this classmate possessed astute observational skills, even deducing her work-study situation. She bore a striking resemblance to the protagonist of a melodramatic Cinderella tale. "Apologies, but I must inform you that I am already married," Su Zhibao replied directly. Lu Qingyun's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed impossible. How could someone so beautiful, independent, and hardworking possibly be married? The number of onlookers continued to grow, as one of the individuals involved was a prominent figure in the school, while the other was a newly crowned campus beauty, recently transferred. With another campus beauty, Li Han, present, it was only natural to attract attention. Whether she was married remained uncertain, but it was evident that she had at least one man in her life, if not more, as remarked by the observing Chen Yuan. Chapter 75. Pei Yi is a pretty boy. Lu Qingyun, believing himself to be immensely popular at school, assumed that if he made a move, success would be within his grasp. To his astonishment, however, Su Zhibao outright rejected him, completely defying his expectations. Su Zhibao overheard the gossip of several girls nearby and cast a glance at her classmates, unfamiliar with their names, but chose not to dwell on it, instead pulling Li Han away. "Su Zhibao, wait. If you refuse me, could it possibly be true what they say, that you are being kept by someone?" "I refuse to believe it," Lu Qingyun interjected, blocking her path. Su Zhibao retorted, "I've said I'm married. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. Being kept is one thing, but claiming marriage sounds so pleasant. We all saw you step out of luxury vehicles on your first day of school, hardly a solitary affair. And look at your attire, it's clearly from a street vendor. Do you really think that luxury car belongs to your family?" Chen Yuan chimed in, addressing Tao Shiqing. "Shiqing, don't you agree with me?" Her animosity towards Su Zhibao stemmed from the fact that her own crush had confessed his feelings to Su Zhibao. Tao Shiqing, mindful of her image before the crowd, smiled lightly. Yuan, this is a private matter for Su. If she claims to be married, then so be it. Marriage and being kept do not necessarily conflict. After all, married yet still being kept? An affair?" A chorus of jeers erupted from the crowd. Su Zhibao furrowed her brow. "Regardless of your opinions, kindly step aside. I wish to return home." She had an evening dinner planned with Pei Yi and did not wish to squander her time here. "Su Zhibao, if you refuse me, you must at least provide a reason. Or you might as well confess that you are indeed being supported." Lu Qingyun stubbornly insisted. He could not fathom being rejected by a girl without reason. If she turned him down, it must surely be her fault. Therefore, Su Zhibao had to admit to her circumstances in order for him to appear competent rather than her being shameless. As for marriage, he certainly dismissed the notion. After all, for university students, the concept of marriage seemed rather distant. What further justification was needed? "You lack my charm, my physique, and my prowess in the bedroom. Our darling SIs are not blind, so how could she possibly find you appealing?" A languid voice resonated from behind the crowd. Su Zhibao's eyes brightened as she saw Pei stride in. He donned a deep purple checkered shirt, loose dark trousers, and black high-heeled boots. His neatly cropped black hair framing a chiseled face, exuding an air of fashion reminiscent of cover models from trendy magazines. His deep-set features and elongated eyes possessed an enchanting allure, his fair complexion adorned with a perpetually relaxed expression and a captivating, mischievous smile that stirred the heart. "How handsome! Who is he?" From the nearby film academy? A girl exclaimed. Pei approached and effortlessly wrapped his arms around Su Zibao, radiating an innate nobility that made him resemble a gentleman of high birth. Pei, what brings you here? Su Zibao's eyes sparkled with surprise. Pei flicked her forehead playfully with his finger. The film crew organized a small gathering on short notice. I came to fetch you. In recent days, the music video has been completed, featuring the talented Pei Shi. The finished discs and illustrations have been delivered to Sherdwang Culture, and nationwide sales are set to commence tomorrow. Meanwhile, preparations for the television drama are also underway. This evening, the creative team has organized an impromptu gathering to celebrate the completion of the first round of promotions, while simultaneously gearing up for the official filming that begins next week. Naturally, Su Zibao is expected to attend. Now you believe it, don't you? This is Su Zibao's husband. Li Han waved at Lu Qingyun, signaling him to step aside. Lu Qingyun still struggled to accept that a man who outshines him in every aspect had suddenly appeared, which severely undermined his confidence. I refuse to believe it. Su Zibao, this must be the wealthy heir who is supporting you, right? You are with him solely for his money. He clearly embodies the archetype of a wealthy playboy, and it's obvious that you are drawn to his riches. Lu Qingyun, consumed by envy, lashed out with harsh words. I once thought you were a decent girl, but I was blind. Someone like you is only fit to be a plaything for these wealthy scions. Pei narrowed his elongated eyes, a sharp glint evident within. What did you just say? Am I mistaken? Don't you merely possess a bit of wealth? Lu Qingyun felt intimidated by Pei Yi's gaze, but was unwilling to lose face, forcing himself to appear composed. Tao Shiqing and Chen Yuan approached Lu Qingyun, with Chen Yuan promptly comforting her beloved. The class monitor is not wrong. Does Su Zibao dare to engage in such actions yet shy away from criticism? She is nothing more than a woman who climbs into bed for money. This student, we did not slander her. We have witnessed her with various affluent men. She is not exclusive to you, and there is no need for you to defend her. Tao Shiqing presents herself as a benevolent individual, yet unbeknownst to you, she is likely involved with someone else. The jealousy in Tao Shiqing's eyes turned crimson as she beheld such a dashing man standing up for Su Zibao. Indeed, to be kept and yet act so arrogantly, who would desire that? Pei glanced at the group with a derisive smirk. Who claimed that I was supporting Su Zibao? Clearly, it is Su Zibao who sustains me. Su Zibao was momentarily taken aback, while Li Han erupted in laughter, her body shaking with mirth. That person over there, the one holding flowers, let me reiterate, you are neither as handsome nor as robust as I am, nor do you possess my prowess. Naturally, my darling would choose to support me rather than you. My beloved has no intention of providing for you, so there is no need for you to throw a tantrum here. Pei cast a cold glance at him and turned to Su Zibao, whose long lashes fluttered like a fan. Dear, they claim you are keeping another pretty boy. Su Zibao nearly burst into laughter, maintaining a serious demeanor as she replied, No, I only support you. Now, let us go home. Pei grasped Su Zibao's hand, disregarding the group still in shock, and the two exited together. Chen Yuan was momentarily dumbfounded. What did that mean? Su Zibao is keeping a pretty boy? How could that be? She did not wear a single designer item. How could she possibly be the daughter of a wealthy family? It was that man who exuded an air of opulence. Tao Shiqing retorted unwillingly. Lu Qingyun's face darkened. Su Zibao, how could you so insult me? I will not let this go unpunished. Su Zibao's wardrobe comprises numerous bespoke garments, with designer labels being rather scarce. After bidding farewell to school and Li Han, Su Zibao proceeded to the restaurant where she had arranged to meet Pei. Upon arriving at the entrance, she spotted Yu Liani accompanied by a man donning a cap and sunglasses. Drawing from her 8 years of experience in the entertainment industry in her previous life, Su Zibao recognized him as the current hottest actor in the country, Chu Feima. Following the news of Shun Shi's departure, Yunting Entertainment had evidently spared no expense in securing Chu Feima's contract, indicating that he would be the leading man in their upcoming film. Pei glanced at Su Zibao and discerned her thoughts, prompting him to speak. Su Zibao clenched her fists as she strived to advance. Her rival showed no signs of slowing down, intensifying her sense of urgency. Chapter 76. How much does Pei Xiao intend to open? Su Zibao and Pei entered the private room, where a group of key creators had already gathered, including Song Yingjia, Shen Shi, Su Jiasen, and Lu Yinji, among others. You're late. You must drink a cup as self-punishment, Song Yingjia said with a cheerful smile, raising his glass towards the two. Su Zibao and Pei exchanged smiles and drank heartily, the atmosphere warm and congenial. Lu Yinji, welcome to the team. Su Zibao greeted the man seated beside Shenxi. He was adorned in avant-garde and trendy attire, reportedly of his own design. Tall and slender, with exquisite features, he exuded an air of striking handsomeness without appearing effeminate, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman. Unlike Su Jiasen and the others, who had formal training, Lu Yinji initially worked as a fashion model for several months. His stunning looks, superb physique, and exceptional charisma quickly propelled him to fame. Allegedly, before entering the industry, he was a designer, crafting his own clothing and accessories. Though the authenticity of this claim remains uncertain. In the entertainment realm, popularity reigns supreme. The adage acting leads to singing holds true here as well. A director, recognizing Lu Yinji's appeal, cast him as the male lead in a short film. To everyone's surprise, his acting was quite commendable, swiftly garnering him a legion of fans. After rising to fame, Lu Yinji became discerning with his roles, much like his debut in the short film, which was neither a mainstream movie nor a television drama. Lacking big-name stars and offering minimal compensation, he found it intriguing enough to participate. Subsequently, whether in television series or films, he maintained this approach, exhibiting remarkable acting skills while choosing projects at his whim. It appeared he was not short on funds, leading everyone to believe he was engaging in this for leisure. He simply finds the process of filming television dramas and movies delightful, rejecting offers from numerous prominent companies. Currently, he has not signed with Emperor Media, but has entered into a contract for the production of In the Name of Love, feeling deeply honored. As Lu Yinji stood to shake hands with Su Zibao, he appeared far less arrogant than the rumors suggested, exhibiting a courteous demeanor. Song Yingjia announced, Director Zhang. After discussions with Director Shin and everyone present, we have decided to set the filming location in Yangqing. Therefore, the crew will depart for Yangqing tomorrow for a shoot lasting several months. Pei Xiao presented a villa as a temporary resting place for the crew, thus saving on expenses. The detailed plans for Yangqing have been compiled by Supervisor El Xinlei and sent to your email. Do remember to check it. This is the financial report for the crew's budget for the first 2 months. Su Fan also handed a document folder to Su Zibao. Su Zibao nodded as he accepted the folder and addressed the group. I will frequently visit Yangqing to oversee the progress. I entrust the remainder to all of you. This marks the first television drama produced under Su Zibao's supervision at Emperor Media, as well as his official debut alongside Xia Qingye, with prior endeavors merely serving as warm-ups. Let us celebrate the successful commencement of filming in advance. Cheers. This time, everyone felt particularly exhilarated. It is the first instance of Emperor Media possessing such an exceptional script, coupled with the experienced director Zhang Jin and the addition of a popular male lead, all while the novel is enjoying remarkable sales. Compared to any previous projects, this has fostered a profound sense of anticipation among the team. Su Jiasen seated herself beside Su Zibao and whispered. Song Xiao mentioned he would be filming in Yangqing for several months, but my mother is still unaware of my joining Dijua Media. How should I break this news to her? Perhaps you could fabricate an excuse to shield yourself? Su Zibao mused, planning to address this matter in the coming days. With a smile, she added, tomorrow, I will accompany you to sort things out with Mom. As for Dad, let's keep it under wraps for now. He is rather traditional. So it's best to act first and report later. All right, Su Jiasen replied, initially anxious, but upon seeing her sister's confidence, she felt reassured and chuckled softly before returning to her seat with a glass in hand. Lu Yinji raised his glass, casting an enigmatic smile towards Pei Yi. Long time no see. I didn't expect you, Pei Xiao, to be gearing up for something big. It seems that ever since your marriage, you've transformed from a lethargic state into someone who truly values family. Perhaps you should consider joining Dijua? Pei Yi remarked lazily, a nonchalant grin on his face. Lu Yinji chuckled, I've already committed myself. Do I need to pledge again? How much are you planning to offer, Pei Xiao? Once is a sale, twice is a sale. After a few transactions, one gets accustomed to it. Pei Yi tilted his head, looking towards Su Zibao. Wife, what has the offer? Su Zibao was taken aback to discover that the two were acquainted. Listening to their conversation, her bright, sparkling eyes brimmed with astonishment. Pei Yi, you used to have hidden arrangements with male stars? Both Pei Yi and Lu Yinji's expressions froze simultaneously, while Song Yingjia across the table erupted in laughter. Haraha. Su Zibao, what kind of thought process is that? Lu Yinji was merely referring to his previous 2-month stint as a cover model for Xingshi jewelry. Not what you're implying. After finishing his laughter, Song Yingjia raised his elegant brows and jested. If I truly wished to manipulate him, our young master Pei wouldn't need monetary compensation. He'd simply render him bettered with a physical altercation. He's no match for young Master Pei. No wonder they're acquainted. It turns out Liu Yinji previously modeled for the prestigious jewelry house. All under the Pei Corporation's umbrella. Liu Yinji cast a glare at Song Yingjie, seemingly wishing to retort. Liu Yinji shot a glare at Song Yingjie, seemingly wanting to retort, but ultimately murmured, "Do not speak as if you could triumph over him." It appeared that the brother-in-law was indeed the grand offensive. Su Jiesun wore an excited expression, "This girl, in this era where Fujoshi friends abound. But I am exclusively attracted to women." "All women?" Su Jiesun challenged. Pei raised his other hand as well, accommodatingly smiling with tenderness. "This set contains only my wife." Su Zibao? Pei raised his other hand as well, smiling gently. "To be precise, there is but one, my wife." Su Zibao observed him from the side, feeling that his sweet words were ever so enchanting. Of course, Pei could not possibly declare his lack of affection for her in front of so many colleagues. Laughter and banter filled the air, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. Su Zibao and Liu Yinji attempted to discuss a deeper collaboration. He would contemplate signing an agreement upon the completion of this television drama. Presently, unless Liu Yinji were imprudent, he would refrain from signing with Diju. In essence, he would consider signing a contract after the completion of the drama. For the time being, as long as Liu Yinji was not foolish. Beheld Yao Liani and Chu Feimao standing in the doorway. The pair, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, were a sight to behold. Oh my, so many people present. Moments ago, Su Fan opened it to reveal Yao Liani and Chu Feimao standing at the entrance. They were a strikingly handsome couple, undeniably eye-catching. Oh, there are so many people here. Moments ago, I encountered Miss Su at the entrance of the hotel, intending to greet her, yet was taken aback by the multitude present. Am I intruding? Yao Liani, though polite in her words, proceeded into the gathering with unabashed confidence. Beside her stood Chu Feimao, clad in a tailored suit, exuding the charisma befitting a film emperor. Undeniably captivating. Su Jiesun gazed at Chu Feimao, her eyes nearly popping from their sockets, refraining from rushing forward for an autograph, mindful of her sister's presence. I shan't disturb. I extend my gratitude to Miss Yao for her tremendous support at our recent celebration. The success of Shirshir's album is, in no small part, due to your assistance. Upon hearing this, Yao Liani struggled to maintain her smile, the memory of her earlier blunder at the celebration weighing heavily on her. She regretted allowing that little vixen. Upon hearing this, Yao Liani struggled to maintain her smile, the memory of her earlier blunder at the celebration weighing heavily on her. She regretted allowing that little vixen. Chapter 77. Willing to smash the signboard as for Yao Liani, who had deceived herself in her past life and ruined her own vocal cords. Chapter 77. Willing to smash the signboard as for Yao Liani, who had deceived herself in her past life and ruined her own vocal cords. Su Zibao found her presence temporarily inconsequential and was not inclined to deal with her. However, should Yao Liani insist on finding a way to appear before Su Zibao, the latter would certainly not mind adding to her vexation. Yao Liani endeavored to suppress her discontent, forcing a smile as she remarked, "Miss Su, you are too gracious. It is indeed a remarkable feat for Diju to have lured Shinshi away." Shinshi had not spared Yao Liani a single glance since her arrival. In the past, when Yao Liani enjoyed a good rapport with Su Zi, she had sought to entice Shinshi, but he remained utterly indifferent, especially after learning of Yao Liani's recent actions that had harmed Su Zi's vocal cords. Shinshi had no desire to even look at this woman. Previously, our director Su Zi at Yunting Entertainment expended years to attract Shinshi, yet Miss Su has achieved this in such a short time. Our director Su Zi at Yunting Entertainment expended years to attract Shinshi, yet Miss Su has achieved this in such a short time. I wonder what extraordinary methods you employed. Yao Liani's words dripped with sarcasm, insinuating that Su Zibao had resorted to intimate relations to secure Shinshi. Previously, opting instead to collaborate with Diju Media. For this reason, Xia Qingye had not hesitated to criticize her ineffectiveness. Opting instead to collaborate with Diju Media. For this reason, Xia Qingye had not hesitated to criticize her ineffectiveness. Yet she failed to consider that if Shinshi were to truly engage with her, it would be he who came out at a disadvantage. There's no particular strategy involved. Yet she failed to consider that if Shinshi were to truly engage with her, it would be he who came out at a disadvantage. There's no particular strategy involved. Miss Su is exceptionally beautiful, and that speaks volumes. This implied that Su Zibao's beauty was the reason for Shin's involvement with her, leading to the signing with Emperor Media. Some individuals simply lack the allure of sincerity, which is why Shunshi wouldn't even spare them a glance. Suzy Bao smiled, thinking that if she were in Shunshi's position, she would certainly seek the assistance of a doctor to enhance her appearance. Pei scoffed, Baba, thinking that if she were in Shunshi's position, she would certainly seek the assistance of a doctor to enhance her appearance. Pei scoffed, Baba. Your expression clearly indicates that she has already consulted a doctor. A sharp retort. Suzy Bao nearly shouted in approval of the remark. Pei indeed matched her wit perfectly. Meanwhile, Su Jiasin, oblivious to the underlying sarcasm, innocently asked, so, has she undergone some sort of procedure? Yao Liani felt her face flush in embarrassment. There's Pei Shishir singing, and now Su Jiasin as the leading lady. Your selection process is rather casual, isn't it? It's either a Pei or a Su. Su Jiasin was taken aback by Yao Liani's sudden shift in target. In the past, she would have retaliated without hesitation, but with her idol, Chu Feimo, present, she hesitated. Su Jiasin was taken aback by Yao Liani's sudden shift in target. In the past, she would have retaliated without hesitation, but with her idol, Chu Feimo, present, she hesitated. Their eyes locking in a fierce acknowledgement of rivalry. Lu Yinji met his gaze, stating, I heard you have taken on a new drama. I shall defeat you. Their eyes locking in a fierce acknowledgement of rivalry. Lu Yinji met his gaze, stating, I heard you have taken on a new drama. I shall defeat you. Chu Feimo responded coldly. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lu Yinji's lips, a silent promise of intrigue. The atmosphere between the two appeared rather discordant. It would indeed be a marvel if they were to succeed. A protagonist of her caliber is destined to tarnish the entire production. Shunshi. It would indeed be a marvel if they were to succeed. A protagonist of her caliber is destined to tarnish the entire production. Shunshi. I suggest you carefully contemplate the company you choose to collaborate with, so as to fully showcase your talents. Yao Liani finally articulated her intentions, casting a disdainful glance at those present before continuing. With such a small company and modest production, relying on nepotism for a female lead, an untrained male lead, and a cast of unseasoned newcomers, even the finest script would be a squandered effort. Associating with a subpar team will only hinder your progress. Chu Feima turned his gaze towards Shunshi, his expression far more amiable than when directed at Lu Yinji. I too look forward to the opportunity to collaborate with Mr. Chu Feima turned his gaze towards Shunshi, his expression far more amiable than when directed at Lu Yinji. I too look forward to the opportunity to collaborate with Mr. Shin once more. They had previously worked together on a film, Shunshi's script, with Chu Feimo as the lead and Lu Yinji in a supporting role. While the female lead was Ni Honkai from Emperor Media, a superstar in her own right. Currently, she is under contract with Emperor, thus making any third-party collaboration improbable. Shunshi regarded Chu Feimo with warmth before turning to Yao Liani, responding coolly, I believe this is indeed the finest team. Yao Liani remained obstinate, asserting, You are jeopardizing your own reputation. Shunshi retorted, Here, I am more than willing to take that risk. So what? Shunshi had always been gentle and kind, rarely displaying such anger. At this moment, her countenance darkened, exuding an air of intimidation. Suzy Bao cast a cold glance at Yao Liani, inquiring if Miss Yu had finished speaking. If so, she implored, kindly refrain from disrupting our meal, as the sight of certain unsightly matters can indeed dampen one's appetite. Indeed. Do depart. Your presence is utterly unappetizing. Su Jiasin, having endured Yao Liani's disdain multiple times, could no longer contain her temper and retorted angrily. Yao Liani smirked. The atmosphere among the others grew decidedly less buoyant. Why the long faces? You all need to muster some spirit, otherwise. The atmosphere among the others grew decidedly less buoyant. Why the long faces? You all need to muster some spirit, otherwise. Are we truly going to allow our esteemed screenwriter Shin to tarnish her reputation? Suzy Bao encouraged. Lu Yinji, the most composed of the group, remarked nonchalantly. And she had just been mocked for her connections. They suggested that a lead like her could very well ruin an entire production. Yet Shunshi remained calm, offering reassurance. And she had just been mocked for her connections. They suggested that a lead like her could very well ruin an entire production. Yet Shunshi remained calm, offering reassurance. The leading lady I have chosen will undoubtedly succeed. If you truly falter, as long as I maintain my superiority over Chu Feimo, we will not suffer defeat. Chu Feimo was her idol, and she could not fathom how this newcomer dared to speak so audaciously. It's easy to boast, after all. Lu Yinji's eyes clearly conveyed disbelief. Chu Feimo was her idol, and she could not fathom how this newcomer dared to speak so audaciously. It's easy to boast, after all. Lu Yinji's eyes clearly conveyed disbelief. Su Jiasin was agitated. Sister, testify for me. I refuse to believe that I am inferior to him. To her surprise, Lu Yinji's few words ignited Su Jiasin's fighting spirit. The earlier critique from Yao Liani had proven futile. Very well, I shall bear witness for you, Su Zibao said with a cheerful smile. After the banquet concluded, why do I sense a profound hostility from Chu Feima towards Lu Yinji? You seem quite familiar with him. Do you know the reason? Pei Yi replied nonchalantly. Chu Feima's ex-girlfriend harbored feelings for Lu Yinji, which led to her breakup with him. Su Zibao was incredulous. Really? Is this akin to Lu Yinji stealing someone else's love? Chu Feima's ex-girlfriend harbored feelings for Lu Yinji, which led to her breakup with him. Su Zibao was incredulous. Really? Is this akin to Lu Yinji stealing someone else's love? What transpired in the end? That was many years ago. Chu Feima was merely a student back then, not the celebrated actor he is today. Lu Yinji was still in university, yet he had already gained considerable recognition as a designer. His relationship with that girl was strictly professional. At that moment, it seemed Lu Yinji was the more promising one. But who could have predicted that Chu Feima would rise to fame immediately after graduation? At that moment, it seemed Lu Yinji was the more promising one. But who could have predicted that Chu Feima would rise to fame immediately after graduation? Song Yingjie turned to say, thus, whenever Chu Feima sees Lu Yinji, his gaze is filled with animosity, believing that he not only took his girlfriend but also caused her demise. Now I understand, Su Zibao mused. However, this is a private matter of Lu Yinji's. Believing that he not only took his girlfriend but also caused her demise. Now I understand, Su Zibao mused. However, this is a private matter of Lu Yinji's. Su Zibao hurriedly made his way to the Su residence. In his haste, he forgot to bring the book and MV of In the Name of Love. Su Zibao hurriedly made his way to the Su residence. In his haste, he forgot to bring the book and MV of In the Name of Love, which he had prepared the previous day. Consequently, he asked Pei Xiaochuan to stop at the bookstore, intending to purchase a copy. Perhaps due to it being Saturday, upon entering, he was greeted by a throng of people. In the Name of Love was prominently displayed in the most conspicuous location, with the store having even unfurled a banner proclaiming the best-selling author Shun Shi's new release, In the Name of Love, offering a complimentary exquisite edition MV DVD with every purchase, quite eye-catching. A smile involuntarily graced Su Zibao's lips as he took the book and queued to check out. Coincidentally, two girls in front of him were also holding copies of In the Name of Love, engaged in hushed conversation. Look at the cover. He is so handsome. Isn't that Lu Yinji? How did he become a book model? One girl exclaimed excitedly. The other responded, Xiangxiang bought a copy yesterday and showed us the MV. But seeing this new version with its exquisite illustrations and the added DVD, I couldn't resist buying another copy for my collection. But seeing this new version with its exquisite illustrations and the added DVD, I couldn't resist buying another copy for my collection. Don't you think the two models on the cover really embody the essence of the male and female leads? If only this book could be adapted into a television series. A glance around revealed that quite a number of people were clutching copies of In the Name of Love, and the overall feedback appeared to be overwhelmingly positive. It appears that they have taken the correct initial step. Now, these readers who purchase books, once they resonate with the protagonists in the music video, will undoubtedly support the adapted television series, effectively transforming readers into tangible viewers. After paying, Su Zibao emerged from the bookstore. Her spirits lifted somewhat as she made her way to the Su residence. Due to her commitments to both school and work, Su Zibao was often quite busy and rarely returned home. However, upon her arrival, Lin Xuejiao had arranged an elaborate feast. Darling, Su Zibao was often quite busy and rarely returned home. However, upon her arrival, Lin Xuejiao had arranged an elaborate feast. Darling, grasping Su Zibao's hand as they entered. Your father is not here today. He went fishing with a few friends yesterday and left early this morning, returning only in the evening. Su Zibao smiled lightly. Wasn't she taking advantage of her father's absence to visit? Mom, Pei Yi is usually quite busy, returning only in the evening. Su Zibao smiled lightly. Wasn't she taking advantage of her father's absence to visit? Mom, Pei Yi is usually quite busy. I will certainly bring him along next time. Look what I have brought for you. Su Zibao presented the book to Lin Xuejiao and handed a DVD to the nearby Su Jiasin, who immediately understood and inserted it into the player. As Lin Xuejiao settled onto the sofa, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the cover. The male figure was unfamiliar to her, yet the female figure was unmistakably her daughter. Flipping through the illustrations within the book, she realized they all depicted her daughter. Darling, what is the meaning of this? A melodious tune began to play, accompanied by a delightful song, and the female lead in the music video was none other than her daughter, Su Jessen. Darling, Jessen, what on earth is happening? Lin Xuejiao was bewildered. Su Zibao responded directly. Jessen has joined Emperor Media and is about to shoot a television drama. Absolutely not. Lin Xuejiao immediately dismissed the idea without a second thought. Su Jessen, with a pained expression, pleaded, Mom, please let me go. I truly aspire to be an actress. Lin Xuejiao immediately dismissed the idea without a second thought. Su Jessen, with a pained expression, pleaded, Mom, please let me go. I truly aspire to be an actress. To be a star. I adore acting and love standing under the spotlight. Please allow me. Moreover, I have already signed the contract if I don't participate. Just as Su Jessen was about to protest further, Su Zibo gave her a calming glance and turned to Lin Xuejiao, saying, Mom. Just as Su Jessen was about to protest further, Su Zibo gave her a calming glance and turned to Lin Xuejiao, saying, Mom. Do you think she is less capable than those actresses? If she were genuinely unsuitable, I would not simply allow her to join Emperor Media because she is my sister. Lin Xuejiao glanced at the book in her hand and then at the screen. Lin Xuejiao glanced at the book in her hand and then at the screen. She had to concede that the mischievous little girl she once knew had indeed grown to be quite remarkable. This was her area of expertise. Regardless of her initial motivations for studying acting, she had dedicated herself wholeheartedly and excelled. Indeed, while she may indulge in mischief at times, pursuing a career in acting is not acceptable, and entering the entertainment industry is even more so. Jessen, look at those socialites. How many of them would choose to sing or act? Which prominent family would choose to marry a woman from the entertainment industry, much like us? If one were to enter this profession, how could they ever hope to find a spouse? Lin Xuejiao remained resolute. This is, in essence, a prejudice rooted in the olden days. Occupations ought not to be classified by esteem, yet. A prejudice rooted in the old world. Professions should not be judged by their status, yet. Those hailing from prominent families often regard singing and acting as akin to the performers of ancient times. Such biases have persisted, to the extent that larger affluent families discourage their sons and daughters from engaging in the entertainment realm. If a young scion were to indulge in a night out, it would be one thing, but no one truly perceives this as a viable career. As for women, the situation is even more stringent, not due to gender discrimination, but because these wealthy families emphasize social compatibility. When Su Jessen is labeled as an actress, she risks being looked down upon by other elite families, making it challenging for her to find a suitable match. This is why Lin Xuejiao is concerned for Su Jessen's future. Mother, I am aware of all that you have said. Regarding marriage, if a man and his family cannot respect Jessen's profession, he would not be perturbed by such matters. Setting aside the topic of marriage, such matters would not concern him. Setting aside the topic of marriage, let us consider that Jessen has pursued this field of study. It is her area of expertise. If she is not allowed to apply her skills, should she then become a mere idle bystander? While your intentions are commendable, wishing for Jessen to join a company after graduation, we must also assess whether she possesses the requisite qualities for such a path. Su Zibao articulated her analysis with clarity. If she is denied the opportunity to engage in what she loves and excels at, and is coerced into pursuing what she neither enjoys nor is adept at, she will be unhappy and unable to succeed. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuejiao felt a flicker of doubt. Let her diligently pursue her passion and expertise. It may not merely be the right choice, but certainly a joyful one. What purpose does our existence serve if we are to be overly concerned with the judgments of others? True happiness lies in our own contentment, within our circle. There are indeed no actors. Jessen may face criticism, yet is it not true that criticism is ubiquitous? Previously, Su Zibao and her sisters did not enjoy a stellar reputation in the socialite community. Lin Xuejiao glanced at her elder daughter and then at her younger one, sighing as she acknowledged the reality of the situation. However, the entertainment industry is rife with complexities. Should she become a star, her personal space may vanish, and she too could become the subject of gossip, much like many female celebrities embroiled in scandals. Jessen has signed with Dijue, and I shall certainly protect her. As for the rest, rumors and the lack of privacy, those are the inherent rules of the profession one chooses to pursue, as Su Zibao stated. Chapter 79. Ensuring she does not fail. Su Jessen promptly declared, I am not afraid, regardless of the challenges that may arise. As long as I am engaged in what I love, I shall fear nothing. Mother, please grant your consent. If I ever regret this decision and wish to withdraw, I can return at any time. Surely, our Su family can afford such a modest cancellation fee? Su Zibao interjected. Lin Xueju was ultimately swayed by the persuasive words of the two sisters and nodded, exclaiming, "Indeed, a daughter grows beyond her mother. Very well, I shall agree for now. However, if you do not perform well, I expect you to return promptly." "Do not worry, mother. I will not come back," Su Jiasen rejoiced, darting upstairs to gather her belongings, eager to head to Yangqing for the shoot. Lin Xuejiao gazed at her retreating figure, feeling a mixture of pride and concern, and turned to Su Zibao, inquiring, "How long will the filming take? Will she be residing in Yangqing for an extended period?" Su Zibao nodded, reassuringly stating, "There is no need for concern, mother. The crew consists of many people, and Yangqing is close by. Should you miss her, you can visit. For now, we must keep this from your father. Jiasen will be filming for several months, and I will need your assistance in providing cover," she added. "Ah, indeed. If the old man finds out, he might just lose his temper." "You both are quite bold," Lin Xuejiao remarked. Su Zibao smiled gently, acknowledging, "When the television show airs, it will be impossible to conceal the truth. He will eventually learn of it. We must have you prepare him in advance." "Yes, I share the same sentiment," Lin Xuejiao replied. Turning to Su Zibao, she added, "My dear, you are becoming increasingly sensible. I trust you to look after Jiasen." Su Zibao spent an entire day accompanying Lin Xuejiao, who expressed considerable concern for Su Zibao's sisters, incessantly inquiring about them. Were it not for Su Zibao's intervention, she would have eagerly followed them to Yangqing. Su Jiasen, along with the crew, had journeyed to Yangqing for filming. At that moment, the novel In the Name of Love was enjoying immense popularity nationwide, and Pei Shishir's recording of the eponymous theme song was swiftly ascending the charts of Yinuetai. This television drama, even before its filming commenced, had already garnered a significant following, thanks to the illustrations and music video meticulously prepared by Su Zibao. Numerous readers left comments on Shunxi's homepage, expressing their desire for the work to be adapted into a drama, and hoping that the lead characters would resemble those in the music video. Concurrently, the filming of the drama began discreetly, with no promotional activities as of yet. The illustrations and music video disc from the novel served as the finest form of advertisement. Su Zibao's life gradually settled into a routine of 3 points: school, emperor's company, and home. Pei Yi continued to lead a carefree life, returning every night and frequently picking up Su Zibao from school, thereby solidifying the rumors of her having a boyfriend. Much to the dismay of many, everything was progressing fervently. Meanwhile, Yunting Entertainment was also bustling, almost simultaneously with the commencement of filming on Su Zibao's side. A new drama began production featuring A-list actors, generating entertainment news updates almost daily. "Su Zibao, your professor is truly remarkable. He has tasked you with writing a paper based on Miko's operations during the financial storm. I had thought that few in the country were aware of Miko. But your professor is indeed a kindred spirit to me," Li Han remarked. "If I had known earlier, I would have also enrolled in his course." Su Zibao had chosen to take the class of the notoriously difficult Professor Wei Jianxing, who was infamous for the high number of students who failed his examinations each year. As they were now in their junior year, with the prospect of internships in their senior year looming, the thought of returning to campus merely to retake exams was daunting. Failing to pass could jeopardize their chances of obtaining their degrees, which was a rather disheartening situation. Consequently, very few opted for his class, unless they were seeking a challenge. Su Zibao, however, had chosen it, and the examination content revolved around Miko. The moment the exam questions were revealed, a wave of despair swept across the classroom. Not everyone possessed the foresight to have recognized Miko early on and gathered substantial information on it. Most had never even heard of the term. Even for me, despite having heard it mentioned several times and having specifically sought out Pei Hanwen for clarification, I still felt utterly lost when it came to Miko. I only knew that during the financial crisis, it had generated billions, adept at capitalizing on opportunities. Su Zibao felt a profound sense of frustration. All she desired was to graduate smoothly. Failing this paper would mean returning next year for a retake. She sighed. As she had hoped to earn enough credits within 6 months, complete essential courses, and focus on strategizing with Xia Qingye, time was of the essence. Were it not for the high credits awarded by Professor Wei, she would not have chosen him, yet his reputation for being exceedingly demanding was undeniable. "No need to worry. I will send all the materials I have to your email as soon as I return," Li Han assured her with unwavering camaraderie. Su Zibao smiled gratefully in response, expressing her thanks. Some individuals, upon first acquaintance, feel an immediate affinity, leading to a delightful camaraderie that blossoms over time, much like the connection with Li Han. Conversely, there are those, despite years of familiarity, who harbor hidden malice, exemplified by Yao Liani. I propose that you seize this opportunity to inquire with Pei Hanwen, as I firmly believe there exists a link between him and Miko. Li Han encouraged, her sparkling eyes resembling crescent moons. Although Su Zibao found Li Han's suggestion rather dubious, she nodded in agreement, embracing a desperate hope akin to grasping at straws. Upon returning home, she eagerly opened her laptop to peruse the information Li Han had sent. However, what she discovered was merely superficial content, insufficient for crafting a substantial paper. If only she could uncover more authentic material. Darling, what are you looking at? Miko, are you assisting Li Han with her research? Pei Yi's voice resonated from behind her. With a sigh, Su Zibao replied, No, it's my thesis topic. If I don't meet the standards, I'll have to retake the exam next year. Miko is exceedingly elusive. It's remarkable, yet shrouded in mystery. I can't fathom why Professor Wei insists we tackle this subject. What if I fail? Your thesis? Pei Yi raised an eyebrow, his gaze deep and penetrating. Su Zibao nodded. Yes, Pei Yi, given your close relationship with Pei Hanwen, do you think I could enlist his help in connecting with someone within Miko? It would greatly assist me in completing my thesis. I dread the thought of failing and having to retake the course. Then we shall go to Yanqing tomorrow, Pei Yi declared. Pei Hanwen resides in Yanqing, where his company is located, frequently traveling to Haiqing. Su Zibao nodded, contemplating a visit to see how Jiesin and the others were faring with their television production. It had been a week since she last heard from them, and the updates were consistently reassuring. Yet it was Jiesin's first time away from home, which stirred a twinge of concern within her. In pursuit of her thesis, Su Zibao and Pei Yi set off early for Yanqing, first visiting the film crew, where everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. Su Jiesin demonstrated remarkable adaptability, finding the atmosphere on set far more engaging than that at home. They then proceeded to Pei Hanwen's company, where they fortuitously encountered Muse, the head of the subsidiary that had acquired Shiguang culture, who was conducting inspections. They successfully arranged a 30-minute conversation, leaving Su Zibao somewhat incredulous at how effortlessly it all unfolded. Unbeknownst to Su Zibao, Muse had received a message from his superior the night before their arrival, prompting this special visit. Hey, boss, the headquarters sent me on a midnight flight back from M country just to speak with this woman for half an hour? Who possesses such influence to facilitate access to Miko? Muse yawned, initially expecting to meet someone of greater significance, only to discover that the concern was merely to ensure she did not fail her course. It was indeed remarkable. Numerous entrepreneurs and officials could not secure an audience with Muse, yet he found himself on a late-night flight solely to prevent a woman's academic setback. After a brief exchange on the phone, Muse concluded the conversation and booked a return flight to M country for that evening. Chapter 80. Lu Qingyun swap armed with the information provided by Musi. Su Zibao's thesis surpassed those of her classmates by a full grade. While her peers were still grappling with the concept of Miko, Su Zibao had already mastered the intricacies of the subject. During class, she submitted her paper. Lu Qingyun, clutching a hefty stack of theses, trailed behind Wei Jianqing, the class monitor, who often assisted the teachers with various tasks. This time, however, Lu Qingyun took the initiative to help. Typically, he sought to cultivate goodwill, but on this occasion, he had a more calculated motive. The previous rejection from Su Zibao had left him humiliated. He harbored resentment and yearned for revenge. However, Su Zibao was rarely present at school outside of class hours, often skipping when overwhelmed, relying on Li Han's notes for her studies. This presented an opportune moment for Lu Qingyun. He contemplated discarding Su Zibao's thesis, reasoning that the professor had yet to review it and would be unaware of her submission. Consequently, she would fail the course and be forced to retake it the following year, a thought that brought him a sense of satisfaction. Just then, Wei Jianqing's phone rang, prompting him to step outside to take the call. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qingyun entered the office, cradling the stack of papers, and flipped to Su Zibao's submission. As he prepared to crumple it and discard it, he glanced at a few lines and was instantly captivated. Being an academic overachiever himself, he recognized the exceptional quality of Su Zibao's work. Her arguments were clear, her evidence robust, compared to the haphazard efforts of his classmates. Her thesis was nothing short of exemplary. Could Su Zibao truly produce such an outstanding paper? Initially intent on tearing it apart, he now felt a pang of regret at the thought of discarding it. After some contemplation, I decided to tear off the section bearing Su Jibao's name and inscribe my own in the remaining space. Subsequently, I crumpled my copy into a ball and tucked it into my pocket. Professor Wei, I have placed the assignment on your desk, Lu Qingyun said politely as he exited. Professor Wei Jianxing nodded with a smile. Thank you, I appreciate your assistance. Unbeknownst to them, Su Jibao remained entirely unaware of this incident. Before long, it was time for Professor Wei Jianxing's final class. Since it was an elective course, it did not extend to the semesters and like the core subjects. It was simply conducted according to the allotted hours, and now it was the last session. Pei accompanied Su Jiba to school. As they had only this one class in the afternoon, and they had planned to head to the company together afterward to attend to some matters. Thus, Pei chose to accompany Su Jibao to the classroom as an auditor. It was not uncommon for students from other departments who were not enrolled in the elective to attend, so Pei's presence did not seem out of place. However, his striking good looks drew the attention of numerous female students every time he accompanied Su Jibao, with many inquiring about which class he belonged to. Nevertheless, after a few visits, it became clear to some that this handsome young man was the boyfriend of the campus beauty, Su Jibao. Professor Wei Jianxing was exceptionally strict. As soon as class commenced, he called out the names of those who had failed to submit their papers or had received unsatisfactory grades, instructing them to retake the exam. Su Jibao, young Erden, failed. Su Jibao was left utterly stunned, gazing incredulously at Pei. How could this happen? I wrote so well and still failed. It felt as though she had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. How could she possibly have flunked? Upon hearing that Su Jibao had failed, a fleeting smirk of triumph crossed Lu Qingyun's face. Wei Jianxing remarked, "There is a student in our class whose thesis is exceptionally well written, exhibiting unique insights and clear reasoning. It seems they possess considerable knowledge of Miko. I never imagined that our school harbors such a depth of research on Miko. This reflects a certain vision, a keen sense of opportunity. Individuals like this are destined to shine brightly in the future. Let us congratulate our classmate Lu Qingyun for earning the top spot in this course." As he spoke, Lu Qingyun's thesis was presented in a PowerPoint slideshow, leaving Su Jibao in shock. "Isn't this my paper?" Lu Qingyun had not anticipated Wei Jianxing's admiration for her work, nor that it would be showcased to the class. Stirring a twinge of unease within her, she feared that Su Jibao would discover that she had appropriated her thesis. However, upon reflection, she thought, what is there to fear? Just because she claims the paper as hers, does it make it so? If I adamantly deny it, I can evade the truth. Is this truly Lu Qingyun's thesis? No wonder she is recognized as an academic prodigy. It is beautifully written. Indeed, quite impressive. Whispers filled the classroom as Su Jibao glanced at Pei beside her. "This is my thesis." Pei, having sat nearby engrossed in a game while Su Jibao composed her paper, immediately recognized it. Upon seeing Lu Qingyun's name, a cold glint flickered in Pei's narrow eyes. It must be that cunning Lu Qingyun who has altered my paper to bear her name, resulting in the implication that I failed to submit my work and am at risk of failing the course. She is the class monitor, and it was she who assisted the professor in moving papers last time. I remember now, it was indeed her. To her astonishment, this man was indeed remarkably petty. Because I had declined his advances, he sought to make my life difficult and even appropriated the fruits of my labor. However, I now find myself at a loss to substantiate that this paper is my own, as it was submitted under his name. In a fleeting moment, Su Jibao discerned the sequence of events and their underlying causes. Casting a glance towards Lu Qingyun, she discovered that he was also observing her, his eyes gleaming with a triumphant smirk. How base. Pei had also taken note of Lu's expression, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. He languidly raised his hand and remarked, "Professor, this paper is indeed remarkable. However, upon reviewing it, I have 5 inquiries that I would kindly ask the author to address. First, what empirical evidence supports your assertion that Miko's third intervention in June was the most opportune moment? Please refrain from claiming that it was deemed the most suitable simply because Miko acted at that time. Second, you assert. Lastly, fifthly, you mentioned at the conclusion of your paper that some data was provided by Mr. Mu. May I inquire as to the identity of this Mr. Mu? His position within Miko, why you trust the information he supplied, and how you verified its authenticity. Non-factual data cannot serve as a basis for argumentation. Thus, I kindly request this student to elucidate." The classroom fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop, with all eyes fixed intently upon Pei, then shifting collectively to Lu Qingyun. Pei maintained his usual languid demeanor, often perceived by others as if he had come solely to doze off. However, in a fleeting moment, he posed 5 questions that left even the most astute scholars present momentarily bewildered. As for Lu Qingyun, who had garnered much praise, his complexion turned a shade of green. After all, these were not his words. How could he possibly know the answers? While the first 4 questions bore a modicum of complexity, rendering him unable to respond without reference materials, the 5th query had been presented with information provided by Mr. Muse. Surely, he should be able to elucidate for us. Should he not? Pei's smirk deepened. The identity of Mr. Muse remained elusive to Lu Qingyun despite his prior research into the numerous subsidiaries and high-ranking officials of Miko. It was Professor Wei Jinxing, however, who demonstrated a thorough understanding of the subject, exclaiming that the question was rather straightforward and did not require contemplation. He seemed to possess knowledge of Mr. Muse. Yet the author of the provided materials attributed to Mr. Muse remained unaware. Chapter 81. She is the true author. Speak up. Answer us. Many voices clamored around. Yet, Lu Qingyun's face was ashen, unable to utter a single word. How can you not respond to something you wrote yourself? Someone questioned. Meanwhile, Li Han sat to the side, smirking, for this thesis was never his to begin with. Naturally, he could not answer. Though she had not enrolled in Wei Jinxing's class, she had learned from Su Zibao that this professor conducted research on Miko, prompting her to attend as an auditor, eager to engage in scholarly discourse. Li Han had previously reviewed Su Zibao's paper, unaware that it had been pilfered by Lu Qingyun. Wei Jinxing, incredulous, exclaimed, "This is not your work? Then why does it bear your name? Did you perhaps plagiarize it from the internet?" Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Could it be true that a top student resorted to online plagiarism? The crowd was rife with disdain. However, Chen Yuan, who harbored affection for him, immediately countered, "Impossible. Lu must not have committed plagiarism. He is exceptionally talented. It surely is his work. If it truly is your creation, then elucidate it for us," someone challenged. It is astonishing that such a person, caught in the act of plagiarism, would still deny it. How shameless. The crowd erupted in scornful remarks, and Lu Qingyun's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Only Chen Yuan persistently defended him, insisting that it was indeed his own creation. Yet, the more she asserted this, the more the audience urged him to provide answers. Lu Qingyun initially believed that silence would alleviate the situation. However, he was astonished to find Chen Yuan, in her thoughtlessness, continuously inciting animosity against him. Unable to contain his frustration, he shouted at her, "You wretched fatso, be quiet." Chen Yuan stared in disbelief at her idol, who dared to address her in such a manner. Though she was indeed overweight, being called a fatso was an intolerable insult. Others were momentarily taken aback, but soon the uproar escalated. "Is he even a man? She defended him just now, and he shouts at her." Some remarked that the woman deserved it for her poor judgment, as she continued to support him despite the evident plagiarism. Others felt that this man was excessively cruel. Such callousness could only lead to acts of theft. Since the fraudulent author cannot provide a response, let us hear from the true author of this paper, Pei declared, directing his attention to Su Zibao as he applauded her. His visage was striking, his features as captivating as the most exquisite landscapes in the world. At that moment, as he gazed at her, a warm smile emerged from his narrow eyes, casting a soft glow over the entire world. In that fleeting instant, countless memories flooded his mind, holding her hand as they stepped out of the wedding car to face the hostile media. Watching her as he pummeled Han Li into a bruised state, his gentle smile towards his parents as he accompanied her back to her family home, and cradling her amidst the bustling streets, showering her with affection. In the fitting room, he embraced her, reassuring her with the words, "Don't worry, my dear, I am here." This man, whom she had inscribed as her husband on her household register, was none other than Pei. Those who consistently safeguard themselves, who indulge themselves, who stand steadfastly by their side, and who appear in moments of utmost necessity are profoundly significant individuals. Li Han joined in the applause, and soon the classmates followed suit. Albeit with a hint of uncertainty, unable to believe that the true author was, in fact, present, Su Zibao rose amidst the applause, her radiant and enchanting visage adorned with a touch of graceful amusement. "I shall commence my responses from the final question," she declared. "Mr. Muse, the provider of information, is the general manager of Jilin Company, a subsidiary of Miko Group, and one of the core executives at Miko. A year ago, Mr. Muse acquired our Time Culture Company. And during my recent visit to the Time Culture Company, I fortuitously encountered Mr. Muse conducting an inspection, which afforded me half an hour of dialogue. Most of the factual basis stems from this conversation, and naturally, Mr. Muse's words, in his capacity as the general manager of Jilin Company at Miko, can be cited as credible sources. Jilin Company is primarily engaged in publishing periodicals and newspapers in Country M. Su Zhibao began addressing the first question with eloquence and depth, clearly reflecting her diligent preparation for each inquiry. This, then, constitutes my responses to these 5 questions. As her voice faded, the hall erupted in thunderous applause. Everyone gazed at Su Zhibao with admiration. She was the epitome of a true scholar, a genuine elite, and an individual truly worthy of reverence. Professor Wei Jianxing smiled sincerely, exclaiming, "Absolutely perfect. Student Su surprised me, perfect." However, I cannot fathom why, despite it being Su Zibao's thesis, it was submitted under the name of Lu Qingyan. Shouldn't Lu provide an explanation? Li Han, equally pleased for Su Zibao, cast a cold smile at Lu Qingyan. Immediately, someone responded, "Isn't it obvious?" He saw how exceptionally well Su Zibao wrote and simply altered the name, stealing another's work and causing them to fail. This is far more despicable than mere plagiarism. Indeed, to pilfer from others while bringing harm to them is a level of shamelessness I have never witnessed. Ugh. Sharing a classroom with such a person makes me feel my own standing has been diminished. Ha ha, well said. Wei Jianxing declared, "I must revise my previous assessment." Su Zibao. Full marks. As for Lu Qingyun, having appropriated another's thesis in such a grievous manner, you need not take a retest. Your examination eligibility is hereby revoked. Professor Wei executed this splendidly. Li Han led the cheer, with many others expressing their support. Lu Qingyun clenched his fists, his face a mask of humiliation. Having failed this course, he would incur great costs to graduate. Moreover, his actions were exposed, leading to widespread disdain. Soon, every student in the school would be aware. He was no longer the celebrated academic he once was, but rather a figure of ridicule, a person of low character. Lu Qingyan now only lamented why he did not simply discard Su Zibao's thesis, leaving no evidence, and questioned his own greed that led him to such a futile endeavor. It is all Su Zibao's fault, and that dandy beside her. Otherwise, I would have claimed the top position and remained the admired figure among everyone. I shall not let them off easily. Lu Qingyun's face turned a shade of green with anger, yet he failed to recognize his own shortcomings. During the final class, aside from discussing the topic at hand, the remainder was devoted to self-study. Li Han seized the opportunity to ask numerous questions regarding Miko, engaging in lively conversation with Professor Wei Jianxing. The others also recounted the earlier events, while Su Zibao gazed at Pei Yi, who was lazily resting his chin on his hand, half asleep at the desk, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. He was clad in fashionable and extravagant attire, resembling a flamboyant dandy, with fair skin and a charmingly handsome, yet devilish allure that attracted the occasional furtive glances from the surrounding girls. Why do they steal glances at me? His long, thick eyelashes fluttered like a fan. Su Zibao hastily averted her gaze, thinking to herself, I was not looking at you. A gentle kiss landed on Su Zibao's forehead, and after that fleeting moment, he returned to his previous demeanor, leaving several heartbroken girls who had been secretly admiring him in his wake. Su Zibao quickly glanced at the professor, ensuring she had not been noticed before asking, "What are you doing?" "I wanted to reward you for your excellent response earlier. Initially, I planned to wait until we returned, but upon witnessing your fiery gaze, seemingly impatient, I felt compelled to grant you a small token of appreciation." Pei smirked, resembling a cunning fox that had just succeeded in a mischievous endeavor. Su Zibao bit her lip, retorting, "Who is impatient? Do you think I am like you, whose mind is perpetually consumed by the essence of man?" Pei Yi grinned, effectively silencing her remaining words. Chapter 82. The hostility of Tao Shiqing. As the class concluded, Li Han forcefully slammed a book onto Lu Qingyun's head, startling everyone present. "My apologies, my hand slipped," Li Han remarked, picking up the book and striding over to Su Zibao, clearly seeking to defend her honor. Though Lu Qingyun suffered a painful blow, he dared not protest. Witnessing this, many who had long harbored disdain for him seized the opportunity to strike back, leaving him in a pitiful state. Lu Qingyun seethed with resentment towards Su Zibao and Pei Yi, yet he could only scurry away in defeat. In the following 3 days, Su Zibao did not catch a glimpse of Lu Qingyun. Even when he was spotted in class, he made a point to avoid others. The entire student body was aware of his transgression in stealing Su Zibao's paper, leading to widespread contempt and his subsequent isolation. His position in the student council was also revoked. Su Zibao felt that he had learned his lesson and, indifferent, continued her life for another week. At the school gate, Shenxi awaited Su Zibao. He rolled down the car window to enjoy the breeze, inadvertently attracting the attention of a passing girl. You are Shenxi, the author of In the Name of Love? You are my idol. May I have your autograph? The girl, gracefully poised with several books in her arms, was none other than Tao Shiqing. Despite her humble background, she possessed striking beauty and held disdain for the wealthy suitors who pursued her, deeming them superficial and merely privileged. Her admiration was reserved for Shenxi, who had risen through sheer determination without familial support, achieving greatness solely through his own efforts. His eloquent prose resonated deeply with many young women, earning him their adoration. Moreover, endowed with striking good looks akin to that of a star, he has been dubbed a male god writer, effortlessly capturing the hearts of countless young women. Naturally, this rendered him the ideal object of admiration for Tao Shiqing. Of course, she held no interest in classmates who, despite being ambitious, came from impoverished backgrounds and lacked physical appeal. While she professed to admire Shenxi's diligence and perseverance, it was undeniable that had it not been for his current success and his ability to rely on his charming appearance, Tao Shiqing would not have been drawn to him. Very well, Shenxi replied courteously, retrieving a marker from the box on the car seat. Where shall I sign? He was always accommodating to his fans' requests. Here, Tao Shiqing said, producing a sheet of white paper. After he signed, she blushed and asked, May I shake your hand? Certainly. Shenxi politely shook her hand. Female readers often requested handshakes and hugs. He had even experienced the more extravagant instances of fans leaping forward to kiss him on several occasions. Once the handshake concluded, Tao Shiqing found herself yearning for Shenxi's contact information, yet she hesitated, feeling daunted by the fact that he was her idol and she merely an ordinary reader. However, she couldn't help but wonder, with her beauty, why there was not a hint of desire in Shenxi's gaze. Did not all men gaze upon her with longing? Why was it that Shenxi looked at her with such indifference? He truly was the man she had set her sights on, a realization that brought her both sweetness and frustration. At that moment, Shenxi noticed Su Zibao emerging and waved at her. Tao Shiqing's eyes widened in surprise. Was Shenxi waving at her? Did that imply he wanted her to come over? Tao Shiqing was completely oblivious to Su Zibao's presence as she walked over with a reserved demeanor, inquiring, Is there something you need? At that moment, a voice called from behind, Shenxi, what brings you here? I have something to discuss with you. Knowing you had class today, I waited at the entrance of your school. Shenxi smiled at Su Zibao and politely shook her head in response to Tao Shiqing. It was evident that Shenxi had been waving to Su Zibao, not to her. Tao Shiqing immediately grasped the situation, feeling a mix of embarrassment, anger, and disbelief. Why did Shenxi know Su Zibao? Oh, how do you still remember my class? Su Zibao blinked and then turned to Tao Shiqing, asking Shenxi, Is this also one of your friends? Shenxi exited the vehicle to open the door for Su Zibao, replying, Not really, just a reader. Oh, Su Zibao said as she settled into the passenger seat, while Shenxi returned to the driver's position. Shenxi had always been amicable towards her readers, flashing a warm smile as he drove away. Meanwhile, Su Zibao could not quite recall that Tao Shiqing was the person who had slandered her previously. After all, she did not make a point to remember individuals like that. She merely smiled politely at Shenxi as they both vanished from the entrance of the university. Tao Shiqing's face contorted with rage, questioning whether Su Zibao's smile was mocking her. What was her relationship with Shenxi? How did she come to know him? Wait a moment, that car looks familiar. Wasn't it the same one Su Zibao had gotten into the other day? This meant Shenxi had sought her out more than once. How could that wretched girl, who obviously had a boyfriend, still be vying for Shenxi's attention? It is unacceptable. I must devise a plan to prevent her from further entangling with Shenxi. I must ensure that Shenxi uncovers her true nature. With this thought in mind, Tao Shiqing opened her phone directory and dialed Lu Yan's number, feigning distress as she said, Brother Yan, I have been wronged. On the other end, Lu Yan responded promptly, What is it? Who has wronged you? A woman insulted me, struck me, and berated me. Brother Yan, I feel so wronged. I have done nothing to deserve this. Lu Yan immediately replied, I will come over right now. Where are you, Qingqing? I'll come to find you. No, that's not necessary. I have class later. Could I possibly borrow your influence for a moment? Tao Shiqing finally revealed her ulterior motive. Lu Yan readily agreed. Of course. Sure, no problem. Thank you, Brother Yan. I will come to find you in a couple of days during the weekend. Tao Shiqing smiled sweetly, her eyes glinting with malice. Lu Yan was the eldest son of the Lu family and had persistently pursued her affections. However, since she harbored feelings for Shenxi, she had kept Lu Yin dangling. She only sought Lu Yan's assistance when convenient, dismissing him otherwise, allowing not even a gentle touch. Ironically, Lu Yin was captivated by her perceived innocence, believing her to be unlike those frivolous women. Tao Shiqing, with her remarkable cunning, managed to keep Lu Yin enthralled for an entire year, having him cater to her every whim. In the luxury car, Su Zhibao had long since dismissed the encounter with the girl, turning to Xinshi and asking, "Aren't you in Yangqing? What brings you here? Has something gone awry with the production team?" "Not at all. Rather, an opportunity has arisen. Would you care to consider it?" The television series airing at the prime weekend slot of East China Television is concluding this week. The upcoming show has encountered some complications and cannot be broadcasted as scheduled. They are considering whether we would be willing to film and air simultaneously, given that it is a weekly series and our progress is sufficient to meet the timeline. The first 6 episodes are already completed and have been shown to the head of the television station, who is optimistic about the project. Xunxi noted that the scheduling is an advantage, while the lack of prior promotion poses a disadvantage. The series is set to take over next week. They may substitute another program within a month, potentially leading our series to be either withdrawn from airing or relegated to a late-night slot. Essentially, potentially leading to our series being pulled or moved to a midnight slot. In essence, the drama East China Television intended to air has faced setbacks. Maintaining a solid viewership is critical. Otherwise, our show could be moved to a late-night slot or completely withdrawn from the schedule. It risks being relegated to a midnight slot or canceled altogether. Should we decline this opportunity? There is no certainty as to when our series might be able to fill such a coveted weekend primetime slot again, if at all. Chapter 83. The new drama's early premiere now. It is a matter of whether Su Zhibao is willing to seize this opportunity. If successful, it could lead to remarkable heights. If not, the drama would be doomed. Alternatively, one could refrain from taking the risk, waiting for the entire production to be completed before scheduling. But such a golden opportunity may never arise again. Su Zhibao's greatest desire at this moment is to swiftly transform all efforts into tangible results. However, scheduling is not a straightforward task. If there are too many excellent dramas, it could take a considerable amount of time before it receives its turn. Given that Dijue is rather small, it holds little influence within the television station. In contrast, if it were a drama from Yunting Entertainment, there would be no concerns at all, as it would undoubtedly be broadcast during prime time, representing a guarantee of viewership. Currently, Dijue lacks this confidence. Every effort is a race against time, and the competition is also in motion. Su Zhibao is inclined to take the gamble, yet, glancing at Xunxi beside her, she prudently inquires, "What is your advice regarding this matter?" "Firstly, I have confidence in this drama. The viewership ratings will undoubtedly be favorable, provided that Dijue manages the promotion effectively. With the premiere scheduled for next weekend, there is barely over a week left, which is exceedingly tight. It is essential to ensure that everyone is informed of the upcoming broadcast within this brief period to attract viewers immediately. I believe that once they watch the initial episodes, the audience will stabilize in their viewership," Xunxi replied calmly, as he himself is a testament to box office success and ratings, harboring no worries about such matters. Secondly, given Dijue's capabilities, if this drama is completed before scheduling, it might not secure a prime time slot or could be placed later in the lineup. One should not assume that the popularity of a series guarantees it a favorable time slot, especially considering the previous lack of achievements by the production team. The executives of television networks ultimately judge success by viewership ratings. Thus, it would be a great pity to miss this opportunity. Su Zhibao nodded in agreement, as this was also her sentiment. The challenge lies in the necessity to conduct effective promotion within a mere few days. Furthermore, having previously participated in projects that were filmed concurrently with airing, it is imperative that the lead actors do not falter. Any incidents must be avoided at all costs. And the supporting cast must also remain untroubled. Just imagine if Liu Yinji or Su Jiasun were suddenly unable to film for half a month. Our series would be left in disarray. Therefore, this aspect must be ensured, Xunxi stated. Su Zhibao gazed at him, a faint smile gracing her lips. It is not only the lead and supporting actors who must remain unscathed. Our esteemed writer must also be in good health. Your script is not yet complete, and I worry whether you can manage your time effectively? No problem, Xunxi replied without hesitation. Su Zhibao clenched her fist, declaring, "Then it is settled. I will return to school one last time tomorrow, and starting tomorrow evening, I will take a half-month leave, all for the sake of our new series." "I believe in your abilities," Xunxi said, extending his fist to hers for a brief collision. To think that such an opportunity would arise. We must seize it and move swiftly. Xiaoqingya, wait for me. After she escorted Su Zibao home, she began to hunch over her desk, fervently tackling her assignments until the early hours of the morning. Pei Yi, who had been playing video games in the living room, noticed the light in her study still aglow and brought her a cup of tea. Still busy? Pei sat beside her, placing the tea on the table. Su Zibao was engrossed in her writing, her head not lifting as she hurriedly prepared for the imminent broadcast of In the Name of Love. The chaos within the company was overwhelming, and she needed to take a half-month leave from school. While her thoughts were still clear, it was crucial to submit her assignments to avoid returning to a mountain of forgotten materials. Why exert herself so? She could delegate tasks to her subordinates. Pei inclined his head. Su Zibao gazed at him in silence for a moment, perhaps because she lacked someone to whom she could entrust everything. She had to oversee matters personally. She could not afford to make even the slightest mistake. Pei stretched lazily, feigning indifference. Having slept excessively during the day, he found himself unable to doze off now. What materials do you need to research? I can help, he offered. Su Zibao was taken aback that this seemingly indifferent young master would extend his kindness to assist her. She quickly thrust her notes into his hands. Take a look at this. Pei fetched a laptop from the bedroom, and the couple positioned their devices side by side. One was rapidly writing essays, material reports, and various assignments, while the other was sifting through her notes, meticulously retrieving the annotated information and organizing it into documents to be sent to her computer. Thus, Su Zibao saved half the time. The ticking of the clock filled the study, leaving only the sound of keyboards clattering. After a while, Pei noticed the absence of her voice and looked up to find his little wife asleep, her head resting on the laptop. The screen's glow illuminated her dark hair, creating a scene of tranquil serenity. Pei couldn't help but smile as he gently lifted her up, glanced at the screen, pressed save, and turned off the device, cradling Su Zibao as he walked into the bedroom. The following day, upon awakening, Su Zibao discovered that Pei had surprisingly turned off the alarm. Su Zibao woke to discover that Pei had turned off the alarm, causing her to sleep until noon. However, this was of little consequence. Everything went smoothly. Her instructor understood that she was currently a director at a company and comprehended her busy schedule. As she stepped out of the school gate, the instructor was aware of her position as a director at a company, which made her busy schedule entirely understandable. Just as she exited the school gate, Su Zibao recalled that this was the reader from yesterday who had spoken with Xin Shi, and smiled, choosing not to mention her excuse of taking leave for work. Su Zibao recalled that this was the reader who had been with Xin Shi yesterday, and smiled, choosing not to divulge her reason for taking leave due to work matters. Oh, by the way, we have an extra class tonight at 8 p.m. in Teaching Building 302. You missed class this morning, so you probably didn't know. He.S. my favorite author. She continued. Oh, by the way, there's an additional class for our class at 8 p.m. tonight in classroom 302. Make sure to attend, or else Mieju might catch you. Watching Su Zibao's retreating figure, Tao Shiqing smirked, so easily deceived. Su Zibao. Just wait. I shall present you with a delightful evening. Hello, Lucian and Lucy? I've made the arrangements. To avoid any suspicion, I want to be attending tonight. Remember to make it beautiful. Just take the photos and post them directly on our school forum. Tao Shiqing sneered. She intended to capture nude and intimate pictures of Su Zibao to showcase to everyone. Remember to make it beautiful. Just take the photos and post them directly on our school forum. Tao Shiqing sneered. Had she been aware of Su Zibao's true identity, she would undoubtedly have refrained from such actions. Yet, when Lu Yin inquired, she refrained from mentioning any names, eager to see if Xin Shi would still harbor affection for her and whether her boyfriend would remain by her side. Of course,